Chapter 81 Another Earthquake? In the early morning, there were thick snowflakes floating in the sky again. It would be no exaggeration to say that it was heavy snowflakes. The ice on the sea surface has reached a thickness of 10 centimeters. And the whole world is covered with snow. Thousands of miles of ice cover. Thousands of miles of snow drifting. Jianyao woke up from the cold. Touching the cold sheets under the quilt. She no longer felt sleepy. Even if there are 3 electric ovens placed next to the bed. It won't help. If it gets cold like this, I will have to get a con to keep warm. There was no movement outside the ship today. Everyone was trapped in the room and did not dare to come out. Even the furry sweetheart is afraid of the cold and sticks close to its owner to keep each other warm. Jianyao walked into Zhou Han's room and saw such a heartwarming scene. She walked gently to the bed and touched Zhou Han's forehead. The temperature was normal. Zhou Han has been in a coma for 3 days. It's time to wake up. Why hasn't he woke up yet? Could it be that the injury was too serious and hurt the root? Even though Jianyao was anxious, she was helpless and could only feed her nutritious water on time every day to maintain her body's supply and demand. After doing all this, Jianyao braved the wind and snow to come to the bow of the ship, and heard the buzzing sound of a helicopter again above her head. Looking up, I saw that all the helicopters had a lot of things hanging under them, and they were flying towards the mountains one after another. Jianyao was confused. Are they preparing to set up camp? Are you not afraid of such bad weather? Thinking about her piece of land, Jianyao couldn't feel at ease, so she decided to go up and take a look. The mountains are covered with snow. I'm afraid it won't be easy to go up the mountains in the future, so we have to build the house as soon as possible. Back in the room, Jianyao took out a pure white cotton padded jacket and put it on, and then took out pure white hiking boots and put them on. White hats, white scarves, white pants, etc. As long as you can hide your whereabouts. Wear white clothing. A few minutes later, Jianyao took advantage of the fact that there was no one around, put on her backpack and rushed into the forest. It snowed in the morning, but fortunately the snow on the road was not too deep. But even so, Jianyao still had difficulty walking. When they were halfway up the mountain, a helicopter flew overhead. Jianyao hurriedly laid down to hide herself in the snow. She waited until the plane left before getting up carefully. Unexpectedly, her feet slipped and her body rolled down the mountain quickly and uncontrollably. However, Jianyao was wearing thick clothes and did not feel any pain. In a panic, Jianyao finally grabbed the small tree beside her and stabilized her body. Her back hit a big tree, and all the snow on the tree fell on her, and some even fell on her neck. It was so cold that she couldn't help but shiver. Before she could stand up, she was hit on the cheek by a bird and ate a mouthful of bird feathers. As soon as Jianyao threw the bird away, a strange scene appeared in front of her. I saw many birds appearing in the forest at some point, flying everywhere, and some even rushed into her arms. Jianyao grabbed one with her bare hands and observed it carefully. She was very confused when she saw the bird's eyes turning around. No way! This fall also alarmed the bird tribe? As soon as I finished speaking, there were gradually more birds in the sky. As if by arrangement, all the birds flew down the mountain and hovered in midair over the sea, chirping very lively. Most of the little birds' wings were wetted by the snow, and they were forced to fall on the ice and flutter vigorously, falling more and more. Soon, there were many black moving dots on the ice. Seeing such a spectacular scene, Jianyao looked solemn and said, "Something's wrong." Thinking about yesterday's shaking and today's birds leaving their nests, it looks like a precursor to an earthquake. With a warning from the base, Jianyao finally paid attention to it, ignored the base on the mountain, and ran back from the mountain quickly. Just after running a few steps, there were sudden and frequent sounds of ice breaking on the sea. Jianyao looked down through the trees and saw the giant creatures in the sea opening their big mouths to engulf the birds on the ice. Some fish even jumped out of the water and went straight to the low-flying birds. In one bite, dozens of birds fell into their mouths. Such a spectacular scene happened in front of Jianyao. But she had no time to be surprised and started running again. After finally running back to the shore more than 10 minutes later, the Zhou family, Big Beard and others all stood outside, except for Li, who had black eyes and a dazed expression. Everyone else looked at the sea in shock. Zhou Han had been carried out by Zhou Jin and Zhou's father and placed on a 3-meter large stone. "Woof woof!" Tianxin spotted Jianyao coming down the mountain and shouted hurriedly and gathered around her. They heard the movement behind them and turned around to stare at Jianyao. Zhou Jin looked very unhappy. walked up to Jiang Yao and expressed her guess. Is this a sign of another earthquake? Can't tell. Jiang Yao looked at the still dark sky and found that the helicopter of the group had been grounded at some point, and there was no movement. Realizing something, Jiang Yao ran to the hidden place yesterday and took out the binoculars to watch. Zhou Jin and others were curious about Jiang Yao's behavior, so they also lay down and stared at the movement on the shore. I saw that the boat was full of people, and some of them seemed to be in a hurry. Jiang Yao could see at a glance what the man was commanding yesterday. Feng Qi stood on the board and gave orders to everyone. Quickly secure everything on the boat, and we'll leave here right away. Yes. The bodyguards and subordinates obeyed the order and quickly fixed the important things on the ship's board. Feng Qi just received news that the land plates around Fenglang Mountain are slowly moving and colliding with each other, and an earthquake is expected to occur within today. But the instrument cannot predict the magnitude of the earthquake, only its approximate time. Watching Feng Qi return to the cabin, Jiang Yao fell into deep thought. The other party has mobilized all its personnel, probably to leave here. Jiang Yao stood up. Let's pack our things quickly and leave with them later. Follow them? Zheng Nansheng questioned Jiang Yao's decision. Are you sure they won't attack us? Thinking that her whereabouts were exposed last night, and the other party did not launch an attack, Jiang Yao decided to take a gamble. I'll follow them anyway. You can make your own decision. She cannot influence other people's decisions, even if they live and die together. Everyone is an independent individual with their own ideas. She cannot decide life or death for others. After Jiang Yao made her decision, she quickly ran back to the boat. We're going with you. I am coming too. Big Beard and Zhang Jie followed Jiang Yao onto the speedboat. Zhou Jin and others were still hesitating. Zheng Nansheng looked in Jiang Yao's direction from time to time, feeling restless. What should we do? Do we want to go along? Zhou Jin looked at the restless sea and then at the group of people on the shore. He saw that they were all ready and starting their engines to leave. Zhou Jin gritted his teeth. Let's go! Follow! Yesterday, he also quietly observed that the opponent's power should not be underestimated. They were doing something on a large scale on the top of the mountain as soon as they arrived, and they didn't care about these little minions at all, which showed that they didn't take them seriously at all. Chapter 82. Follow them. If they wanted to launch an attack, the other party would have swept across the mountain with guns when they first arrived yesterday, and they would never be allowed to survive today. Okay. Zheng Nansheng saw that Zhou Jin had made a decision and no longer hesitated. Then he pushed Li and said, Hurry up and get Zhou Han on board. Li seemed to have no soul, staring blankly somewhere on the mountain, still immersed in the pain of losing his mother. He had a hunch that his mother was no longer here. For the past 2 days, he had been searching around the mountain, but there was still no clue of his mother, as if she had disappeared out of thin air. He didn't understand why his mother was gone after just one night. Since her father's death, her mother has always stayed alone, saying nothing and ignoring others. Occasionally she would glare at Jiang Yao with hatred, but other times she was fine. He has never understood why his mother would hate Jiang Yao, nor why his mother would put all the blame on Jiang Yao. Anyway, his mother is gone, and he can no longer get answers from her. Li has never been so calm. His heart is as calm as water, and he has no desires or desires. Zhou Jin couldn't stand it anymore and walked over to hug him. When the earthquake passes, we will come back and continue looking. Zheng Nansheng also came to comfort him. You and Zhou Han and Zhou Jin are destined to live and die. Mother Li must be watching you somewhere. You have to cheer up and live well. Upon hearing Zhou Han's name, Li finally moved his fingers twice. Yes, he still has Zhou Han. Only Zhou Han is left. He can't lose her again. Li suddenly woke up and his dead heart resumed beating. Although the pain of losing a loved one still exists, he must look forward and take good care of Zhou Han. Family ties are gone, but there is still love. Li walked to Zhou Han's stretcher and took the initiative to lift one side, while the other side was carried by Zheng Nansheng. Zhou Jin supported his parents, and they returned to the boat together. Jiang Yao had already started the speedboat and drove towards the sea at a speed of nearly 60 yards. She could still clearly hear the sound of the bottom of the boat hitting the ice. Although the ice has been broken by fish in the sea, it has not melted and naturally floats on the water. The number of birds in the sky gradually decreased, and the fish eating the birds finally stopped and lurked quietly in the deep water. Looking from below, you can still see their huge figures. Boss, there is a fish 20 meters ahead. Avoid it to the left. The bearded man stood outside the yacht and reported the obstacles on the sea to Jiang Yao. Copy that. Jiang Yao turned a corner and drove to the left. Through the rearview mirror, it can be seen that Zhou Jin's boat has followed. With a distance of only 30 meters, Jiang Yao is leading the way, and Zhou Jin is following closely. When he was 200 miles away from the shore, Jiang Yao pulled out the key and stopped. The reason why she deliberately stopped in the sea was to wait for that group of people's boats to appear in sight. As soon as they appeared, she would immediately follow them from a distance. Zhou Jin's boat docked on the right side of Jiang Yao and waited silently. After a while, the sound of helicopters sounded, and then 12 ships finally sailed towards the sea in mighty force. Here it comes! Jiang Yao is ready. Win team! Look! Xiao Lei, a subordinate next to Feng Qi, noticed that there were 2 more ships on the sea and immediately informed Feng Qi. The other bodyguards took off the guns from their backs, raised them in their hands, and pointed them at Jiang Yao's boat. Don't worry about them. Feng Qi had actually noticed Jiang Yao's movements a long time ago. The reason why he didn't take any action was because he felt it was not necessary. They are all on the run. Who is more noble than the other? Zhang Jie's sharp eyes immediately saw the guy in the opponent's hand. So he shouted, "Get down quickly! The opponent has a gun!" Upon hearing this, several people quickly squatted down, their hair standing on end. Jiang Yao tightened her grip on the rudder. She had experienced this posture last night and was not too nervous at this time. They were just a little worried that the other party would resist, and they followed. Put the gun away! If they want to follow, they can follow. An indifferent and majestic voice reached everyone's ears. Yes! The bodyguards and subordinates put away their guns, but their eyes were still following the 2 ships opposite. When the 12 ships were gone, Jiang Yao quickly started the speedboat and followed them. If the other party does not refuse to approach, it means that they have acquiesced to their existence. This is a good sign. Just over 10 minutes after the 2 groups left, Fenglang Mountain began to shake violently, and the sea surface also continued to sway up and down, stirring up waves. All the fish on the surface of the sea sank into the depths to hide. The hull of the ship kept shaking. Jiang Yao was forced to stop the ship and threw an anchor into the sea to fix the hull. Big Beard and Zhang Jie also came to help. With the experience last time, Jiang Yao did it smoothly this time. After stabilizing her body, she waited for the earthquake to pass quickly. Judging from the inclination of the shaking, the magnitude of this earthquake was not as high as the previous one. But Jiang Yao did not know the specific magnitude. As long as the boat is not damaged, she feels relieved. After Jiang Yao took all safety measures, the 12 ships in front were also forced to stop due to shaking. The people above had undergone rigorous training, so they did not panic when the earthquake came. Xiao Lei was worried about everyone's safety, so he leaned on the hull and walked to Feng Qi. Team Feng, there was news just now that the magnitude of this earthquake was 6.2 and the epicenter was 19 kilometers away. Do you want to take a helicopter to avoid danger? No need. The earthquake has a deep epicenter and is not very destructive. It will not cause a tsunami. It will not threaten lives except for strong shaking on the ship. Please hold on to the fixed objects around you and don't be shaken into the water. I see. Feng Qi stood on the boat board and looked at Fenglang Mountain, and found that there seemed to be snow collapse on the mountain. But it was not serious and did not fall to the foot of the mountain. The earthquake finally stopped a minute later, and the snow on the mountain also stopped sliding. Feng Qi let go of the railing. The first wave of earthquake has passed. Drive back. Don't you have to wait any longer? Xiao Lei was standing not far away, a little unsure of the captain's order. Feng Qi looked at the still snowing sky. His voice was low. The time is tight, and the task is heavy. We cannot delay it any longer. Yes. Xiao Lei left and relayed Feng Qi's order to everyone. As a result, the 12 ships turned around in an orderly manner and headed towards the foot of Fenglang Mountain. Jiang Yao covered her dizzy head, thankful that the earthquake had finally stopped. She would have vomited if it continued shaking. Boss, they are returning again. Before he could rest for a while, the bearded man thundered in his ears again. Jiang Yao endured the discomfort in her stomach and came to the board to take a look at the 12 ships. Sure enough, he went back in a grand way. Let's go back too. Good. The 3 of them collected their anchors and followed slowly, followed closely by Zhou Jin. We finally returned to the shore an hour later. There were several aftershocks during this period, but none of them threatened the hull. Chapter 83 Bear Infestation. Jiang Yao fell on the bed and wanted to sleep like this. But it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she still had a lot of things to do and had to cheer up. She would not have a peaceful day until her accommodation was ready. After taking out vitamins and calcium tablets, Jiang Yao had a simple lunch, put on her hiking tools, took out all the tools needed to build a wooden house, and went up the mountain alone. Not only was she busy, a team of nearly 400 people on the other side also started taking action. The sound of circling above the head is constant, and people and goods are transported up batch after batch. At this time, they have gone back and forth once, much faster than Jiang Yao's walking speed. But Jiang Yao was not in the mood to watch the excitement. Instead, she quickly climbed up to her destination, put down her backpack, and began to clear the snow on the ground. It was only cleared yesterday, so the snow was not very deep today. It took less than half an hour for Jiang Yao to clear the entire land. Looking at the scarf still hanging in the air, Jiang Yao hesitated for 2 seconds before taking it off. Seeing several helicopters carrying things flying by in front of her eyes, Jiang Yao finally became curious. From just now to now, this is already the 5th trip. The goods haven't been shipped yet. How rich are the supplies? But being curious, Jiang Yao had no intention of going to see what was going on. There were too many people on the other side, and they were all hot weapons, so it was better not to cause trouble. Putting aside unrealistic thoughts, Jiang Yao moved some house-building materials purchased at the base from the space and started building from the foundation. He first dug 4 holes in the ground, poured the sand into them, and carried the big logs to insert them. How to build a house depends entirely on your own imagination. Jiang Yao was very strong, and it was not difficult to carry heavy objects. And the foundation was completed in a short time. Are you building a house? Stranger. Jiang Yao was shocked by the sound that appeared out of thin air. She raised the shovel in her hand and rushed over. The person dodged easily. Jiang Yao bit her lower lip and rushed over again. The two soon struggled with each other, and their strength was evenly matched. Feng Qi raised his eyebrows slightly. He thought this woman only had some self-defense skills, but he didn't expect her to be so strong. Looking at this boxing technique, did she have been in the army? He had been observing her for a long time just now, and he only thought that her strength was amazing. She could easily pick up a log as thick as her waist. Looking at it now, it was not just her strength that was amazing. With his hands captured, Jiang Yao swept his legs and hit the opponent's lower body directly. Feng Qi raised his feet to block, swept again, and blocked again. Seeing that the other party showed no mercy, Feng Qi took a complicated look at the woman's stern expression, let go of her hands, and stepped back 5 steps. Jiang Yao wanted to attack again, but was stopped by the opponent. Stop! If you don't want to be beaten into a sieve. Feng Qi patted the dust on his trousers and threatened. As soon as these words came out, Jiang Yao froze in place and quickly glanced behind the man. After seeing the guys in the hands of the bodyguards, she did not dare to act rashly again. Jiang Yao stared at the man reluctantly. What do you want to do? Feng Qi straightened his collar and looked at the scarf flying in the air. I'm just curious about how powerful the person who can leave those words is. Feng Qi looked back and looked at Jiang Yao appreciatively. Not bad. He just saw a white figure busy here on the helicopter, and he was curious, so he wanted to come down and take a look to see if the opponent's strength posed a threat to them. Unexpectedly, she turned out to be a very capable woman. Even if she was thrown into his army, she would still be considered the best, if she could be included. Feng Qi's face darkened slightly. He didn't know the details of the other party yet, and needed to find out more before making a decision. Jiang Yao looked at the man expressionlessly. It was too dark at night, so she could only see his face clearly, not how tall he was. When she saw him today, she found that he was nearly 2 meters tall, a head taller than her, and had a burly build. The military boxing said just now was exactly the same as hers. Or even better, there was also the majesty on his face that could not help but be intimidating. Even she, who was used to life and death, felt a little afraid. Which disaster area are you from? Do you have proof of identity? Feng Qi took 2 steps forward. Don't come here. Jiang Yao didn't want him to approach, so she took 2 steps back. Whether I have proof of identity or not is none of your business. This is my territory. Please leave immediately. What's going on with this person? They're here to check her household registration. What is his identity? Feng Qi was a little uncomfortable with being contradicted for the first time. Since the disaster, 2/3 of the world's people have lost their lives due to professional habits. Feng Qi will not let go of any opportunity to recruit useful talents. You know, if you want to rebuild the army again, You need someone as strong as the woman in front of you. But the other party was too cautious. So Feng Qi had to give up. So he turned around and left without leaving a word. The 5 bodyguards standing in the jungle put away their guns and followed Feng Qi quickly down the mountain. Seeing this, Jiang Yao's tense nerves instantly relaxed. Even in such a cold day, there was still a lot of sweat on her forehead. When did so many people come? She didn't even hear them at all, which was enough to show how powerful the other party was. If it's someone from a serious force, that's okay. But if it's a new evil force, I'm sorry she can't accompany him. Jiang Yao waited there for a while, making sure that she couldn't see the other party. And then she felt relieved to continue building the house. The house is about 60 or 70 square meters, and she is planning to build it into a suite. It is not big but enough to live in. A person's progress is always slow. It was not until dark that Jiang Yao managed to build a third of the wall. Of course, the wall is made of wood, with a layer of soil on the outside and a little cement and pebbles mixed inside. Seeing the snow getting heavier and heavier, Jiang Yao knew that she couldn't stay any longer. So she packed up everything and hurried down the mountain. The temperature continues to drop, and it is very dangerous in the mountains and forests. So you must not stay longer. When Jiang Yao went down the mountain, he discovered that there was a lot of snow accumulated on the ground, which was as deep as his knees, making it very difficult to walk. I need to make a ski that is suitable for gliding in the snow. This will be much more convenient. Thinking that there is a skateboard in the space, I should be able to modify it to cope with it. But going up the mountain was much more difficult. Once the house was built, she just had to wait until the extreme cold passed before going down. Ouch! Jiang Yao stopped. What sound? It seemed to be coming from the left. The rich voice didn't sound like it belonged to a sweetheart. Ouch! As the sound got closer and closer, Jiang Yao became wary and hid her body in the snow. After a while, a black figure slowly walked over from the left. Jiang Yao looked at it intently and was immediately shocked. Good guy. It's a black bear. It's very big. It should be an adult bear. The meat that was brought to her mouth couldn't just let her fly away. Team phone! There seems to be a bear on the mountain. Chapter 84 Unexpected. Xiao Lei and Feng Qibin were exploring at the foot of the mountain, trying to measure the water level. But unexpectedly, there was a roar of a bear on the mountainside. The two listened intently for a while, and they realized it was Xiong. Take the guys with you, and give everyone extra food tonight. Feng Qi took out the gun from his waist, and quickly climbed up the mountain. Great! Bear meat is very nourishing. Xiao Lei looked excited. Xiao Lei and 2 bodyguards followed Feng Qi and ran towards the direction of the bear. Jiang Yao held a gun in her hand, crawling in the snow and quietly approaching the black bear. It was too far away and it was dark, so she was afraid that she would miss it and disturb the bear instead. Ouch! Ouch! Another bear's voice came from the left. Jiang Yao quickly lowered her head and saw 2 bears, which was a bit troublesome. Soon, another bear appeared from the left, ran to catch up with the one in front, pounced on it, grabbed the neck of the one in front, and the 2 bears began to bite each other. Ouch! The screams continued, and it seemed that they were fighting for territory. Jiang Yao planned to sneak behind them, wait until both sides were injured, and then kill them both together. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yao successfully walked around behind them, waiting for a perfect opportunity. At this time, the 2 bears were fighting extremely fiercely. The back of one was torn to pieces and bleeding. The other was pressed to the ground and rubbed. I'm afraid if the beating continued, it would definitely die. It's now! Jiang Yao raised the pistol, pointed it accurately at the bear above, and pulled the trigger. With a bang, it hit its head. The bear struggled twice, and then fell on the other one, panting heavily. The limbs of the bear underneath him were limp and seemed to be motionless. Just as she was wondering, excited voices came from down the mountain. Hit! The Win team is still awesome! Win team! Jiang Yao just stood up and fell down again. Here they come again! From Jiang Yao's perspective, for people were climbing up from the mountain. The leading man quickly walked to the 2 bears and kicked them with his feet. Both ends are exhausted, Xiao Lei said in surprise. Team Feng only fired 1 shot just now. I hit the lower end. What? We didn't take action just now. Is there anyone else in the forest? Xiao Lei loaded the pistol and looked around with a wary expression. Feng Qi squeezed the gun in his hand and squatted down to check the bear above, while Xiao Lei and 2 bodyguards surrounded him, looking wary. Jiang Yao heard their conversation and didn't dare to move for a while. But she was anxious in her heart that the two bears finally saw the flesh and flew away like that. Feng Qi searched the black bear for a while, and finally saw a bloody hole on the back of its head. He took out the dagger from his waist, dug out the bullet in his head, and examined it carefully in his hand. It didn't take long to recognize the model of the bullet. The .380-inch bullet is obviously from a women's pistol. Feng Qi clenched the bullet and stood up, looking sharply to the left. The bullet was shot from this direction, and only this direction could hit the back of the black bear's head. He took 2 steps to the left. Team Wind! Be careful! The bodyguards blocked him one after another. Feng Qi did not move forward and was still staring at something. Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Yao didn't dare to breathe, hoping that the other party didn't notice her. But the next second, come out! I know you're there! In Jiang Yao's opinion, the magnetic and melodious voice is a weapon for killing people. Killing people without blood. Since you can't hide, let's go! Jiang Yao held a pistol in her hand, stood up gracefully, and walked towards Feng Qi and others. Stop! Don't come here again! Xiao Lei pointed his gun at Jiang Yao and refused to let her get closer. The 2 bodyguards pointed at her equally warily. Jiang Yao stood still and stared at Feng Qi. Feng Qi saw the expression on her face and just smiled. It's okay. Put the gun down. What? Huh? He looked over with shocked eyes. Yes. Xiao Lei had no choice but to put away the gun. Feng Qi walked towards Jiang Yao. Did you kill that bear? It's me. What do you want? Jiang Yao raised her gun. Don't come closer, or I'll shoot. Win team. Xiao Lei and the bodyguard wanted to come forward, but Feng Qi stopped them. Don't even come here. Feng Qi didn't look away from Jiang Yao. Why are you so vigilant? I don't know how to eat people. Where did you get your gun? Jiang Yao paused, obviously speechless at the other party's question. In this apocalyptic world, isn't it normal to have a gun for self-defense? Give me the bear. The one I'll kill. Go get it yourself. When Feng Qi saw that the other party was avoiding the conversation, he was not interested in asking anymore. He was just trying to make some excuses. He didn't believe she could lift an adult bear weighing about 400 pounds. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes at Feng Qi, walked past him and walked behind her, but was blocked by Xiao Lei. What do you mean? Jiang Yao turned around and stared at Feng Qi's back. Feng Qi turned around and raised his chin. Let her pass. Xiao Lei swallowed his saliva and got out of the way. This was meat. So he let her take it away for nothing? Jiang Yao walked straight to the 2 bears, put the gun on her waist, and pulled the top bear off the other one, with a little more force with her hands. The 400-pound black bear was carried on her shoulders. Although it was a bit strenuous, Jiang Yao could bear it. The expression that Feng Qigong wanted to mock froze on his face, and he clenched his fists tightly. Is she really a woman? Step aside. Feng Qi stiffened and moved 2 steps to the side. Jiang Yao glanced sideways at Feng Qi and walked past him. Black Bear's foot hit his arm. Feng Qi turned sideways and followed the woman's back with his eyes. Team Feng, just let her go like this. Feng Qi looked over. Otherwise. Xiao Lei met a pair of sharp-edged eyes and quickly averted his eyes, not daring to look at Feng Qi again. Jiang Yao's back quickly disappeared from the eyes of the 4 people. There is silence in the mountains and forests. Feng Qi glanced at the black bear on the ground, walked over, grabbed its neck with one hand, and dragged it down the mountain, leaving a deep mark in the snow behind him. Xiao Lei wanted to laugh, but didn't dare to laugh out loud, so he could only cover his mouth and his shoulders kept shaking. I can hear you. Xiao Lei stopped smiling and quickly followed behind, not daring to challenge the captain's bottom line. Jiang Yao finally carried the black bear to a secret place and waited there for a while to make sure there were no footsteps behind her. Then she took the black bear into the space. There was a sudden light on the shoulder, and she couldn't help but fall backwards. Jiang Yao managed to steady herself by holding on to the big tree next to her. Not to mention, carrying over 400 kilograms of stuff for a long time is really tiring. And my back hurts. She definitely didn't read the almanac when she went out today. She met the guy twice, and she didn't even know who he was. She would have to avoid him tomorrow. Chapter 85. Sudden drop in body temperature. Mutation? After these 2 confrontations, Jiang Yao also knew that the other party had no intention of conflicting with her. But there were always surprises in everything, so you should not trust anyone easily. So be cautious. The Wen team is mighty! The Wen team is mighty! There was a high-pitched voice of praise in the distance, and Jiang Yao shook her head. It was just a black bear. And why was it holding it so high? But she also knew the person's last name. Team Feng. He should be their captain. Listening to the excited and happy voices on the other side, Jiang Yao quickly returned to her ship. In comparison, their side was much quieter. As soon as Jiang Yao sat down, the bearded man heard the sound and ran out, with a look of complaint on his face. Boss, why didn't you call me when you went up the mountain? How dangerous it is to come back so late. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger. It's fine if you don't. Seeing that there was indeed nothing on the boss, the bearded man relaxed, thinking about the hot food in the pot, and his face immediately became excited. I caught 2 hares in the nearby mountains in the afternoon, and I'm just waiting for you to come back to eat them. Let's go eat quickly. I can't wait. Jiang Yao glanced at the bearded man and said, I've eaten it. You can eat it yourself. Food was so precious, so she had better not take away other people's rations. When the bearded man heard this, his eyes darkened instantly. In order to thank his boss, he squatted all afternoon and finally caught 2. Since the boss had eaten dinner, he could only eat them with tears in his eyes. I'm going for a rest. Okay, let's go slowly. Boss. Jiang Yao's figure disappeared quickly, and the bearded man's saliva almost flowed out when he thought of the rabbit meat in the pot. He hurriedly rubbed his hands and ran into the kitchen, holding the pot and eating directly. It smells so good. Jiang Yao, on the other hand, was not in a hurry to eat, but took off her clothes and washed up first. She did not have this condition in her previous life, and her body was smelly and dirty. Now that the conditions are met, Jiang Yao would definitely rather be cleaner. Smelling the delicious fragrance on her body, Jiang Yao felt hungry. I took out a self-heating hot pot, a roast suckling pig, and 2 plates of braised duck from the space. The animals in the space have given birth again and are walking happily on the grass. Looking at the growing team, Jiang Yao feels relaxed. I don't have to worry about food and clothing in this life. Jiang Yao tore off a pig leg and nodded happily, oil dripping from the corner of her mouth and dripping on the ground. Jiang Yao found that her appetite seemed to have increased, and her body was not very comfortable. Her skin was cold and not as warm as before. He took out the thermometer gun and put it on his forehead, then took it off and took a look. 35.5 degrees Celsius. So low. After being surprised, Jiang Yao thought of a possibility. Probably because people adapt to the environment, their body temperature also decreases. It is impossible for humans to mutate. Impossible. Jiang Yao put the question behind her and still chewed on the crispy pig's trotters. But she couldn't swallow them anymore. I had previously speculated that it might be the water that caused the animals to mutate. After so many disasters, they had all been flooded by the seawater several times. But what would humans become if they mutated? Why didn't she discover this phenomenon in her previous life? Or is it that she has been staying in Haicheng and knows nothing about the outside world? In 3 years, she hasn't found any mutated animals. In less than half a year, animals have mutated. Has the Earth's magnetic field really changed? Jiang Yao shook her head and stopped thinking if she couldn't understand. When the water comes, the Earth will cover it. And when the soldiers come, it will be blocked. She is not a scientific researcher, so let nature take its course. After finishing the meal quickly, Jiang Yao lay on the bed and took out several electric ovens to bake. But her consciousness had already entered the space. Looking at the nearly 8-digit gold coins, Jiang Yao was surprised and happy. I spent another half of the gold coins to expand the land and each fence 10 times, and bought another half an hour of stay time, so that I could stay in the space for a total of 1 hour. I stopped by the mall to see if there were any new products. As expected, there were 3 more options. But she was a little disappointed. They were all seeds of 3 fruits: watermelon, strawberry and grapefruit. No new machines appeared, but the things in the space were enough. So she wasn't looking forward to it. A lot of food and finished meals had been piled up where the speedboat had been. They were all her harvest in the past half-month, and she couldn't finish them all. Let's grow all fruits this time. I want to eat watermelon, although there are ready-made ones in the space. Jiang Yao still wants to taste the ones grown in the space. After planting the watermelons, Jiang Yao also felt tired, so she closed her eyes and fell asleep after leaving the space. That night, a strong wind suddenly blew up in Fenglang Mountain. The hull of the boat was violently shaken, and the tables and chairs in the room kept sliding, making a sizzling sound as they scraped against the floor. Clang! The sound of broken glass. Jiang Yao woke up from her sleep. A gust of cold wind blew, making her shiver. Why is the glass broken? It's life-threatening. The window was facing the bed, and the snowy wind penetrated directly into the house. Jiang Yao's face was sore from being scratched, so she quickly put on her down jacket and got off the bed. She took out a paper box the size of a window from the space, shivered and cut it, then reluctantly nailed the window with nails. There was still wind seeping in from the edges, so Jiang Yao wrapped it around with tape to finally keep out the wind. The boat was still rocking, and her stomach began to churn again. She was destined to not be able to sleep peacefully tonight. There was a whistling wind outside. Jiang Yao folded her arms and listened quietly. From time to time, there were the sounds of big trees breaking and waves lapping around her, which made her extremely irritable. She took out her phone and checked the time, and found that it was already 5 o'clock. If she had to wait another hour, it would be dawn, no matter how cold the weather is. The season is summer, and the sky starts to turn white at 6 o'clock. After finally staying up until dawn, the wind still didn't stop, so Jiang Yao had a rare sleep. It wasn't until it was time to feed Zhou Han nutritional water that Jiang Yao slowly got up from the bed and wrapped herself tightly again. Woof woof! I heard Tianxin's cry from far away, and she sounded quite excited. Could it be that Zhou Han woke up? Jiang Yao jumped off the boat and walked towards Zhou Han's boat. As soon as I arrived at Zhou Han's room, I found that everyone in the Zhou family was crowded at the door. There was no need to guess this situation. Zhou Han must have woken up. Even if she wakes up, she won't have to run back and forth 3 times a day, and Zhou Han can eat some gruel. Jiang Yao did not go in, but turned around and got off the boat. Looking around in the cold wind, there was a thick white mist on the sea, making it impossible to see the distance. When she came to the shore, Jiang Yao squatted down and smashed the ice. But she couldn't do it. Then he smashed it with all his strength. Bang! The ice is still not broken. How thick it must be. Jiang Yao carefully stretched out one foot and tried to step on the ice. After standing still, there was no sound of breaking. I stepped on it with both feet, and it was still very stable. Jiang Yao finally believed that the thickness of the ice surface reached 20 to 30 centimeters. She felt very strange watching the water flowing under the ice layer. Can fish in the sea break through such a thick layer of ice? Chapter 86 Zhou Han tells the truth. The cold wind blew so hard that one could hardly stand. Jiang Yao sneezed suddenly, and quickly got on the boat and entered the room. It's really cold today. Let's have a seafood hot pot for lunch. It was still early, so Jiang Yao took off her shirt and started practicing boxing. Since arriving here, she had no time to train. She was free today, so she just happened to stretch. There was no heating in the room, so I didn't feel cold when I moved, and my body gradually warmed up. Just when Jiang Yao was enjoying herself, the boat shook a little. She stopped and heard footsteps coming from the deck of the boat, slowly approaching. Jiang Yao put on her clothes and walked out, and saw Zhou Jin standing outside the door. She knew why he came. Zhou Han is awake! Zhou Jin was a little surprised. Well, I'm awake. Let me tell you. It was Zhou Han who asked about Jiang Yao, eager to talk to her. Strangely enough, Zhou Han looked for Jiang Yao everywhere as soon as she woke up. Even if Li was around, she kicked him out and kept chanting Jiang Yao's name, afraid that she would be too excited. Zhou Jin had to bother Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao saw the seriousness on Zhou Jin's face and thought there was something wrong with Zhou Han's injury. Let me go and see with you. Good. The two of them arrived at Zhou Han's room one after another, and saw that she was still lying on the bed. But her face was much rosier. Seeing Jiang Yao come in, Zhou Han was very excited and struggled with his hands to get up. Zhou Jin walked over to stop him. Your injury is not healed yet, so don't move. Zhou Han couldn't get up, so he could only stare at Jiang Yao, and ordered Zhou Jin to be kicked out. Brother, please go out. I want to have a private conversation with Io. Zhou Jin glanced at Jiang Yao and finally compromised. Then don't get excited and talk less. I know. After Zhou Jin went out, Jiang Yao walked over and stared at Zhou Han in confusion, wondering what she would say. Does your chest still hurt? Zhou Han shook his head. Much better. It doesn't hurt. Yao. Zhou Han clenched his fists with a sad look on his face. Seeing that she hesitated to speak, Jiang Yao asked with concern. What's wrong? Do you have anything to say to me? Zhou Han had tears in his eyes. My injury. The voice was muffled, and Jiang Yao leaned closer to hear it clearly. What happened to your injury? Zhou Han shook his head. Why didn't you see Andy today? You mean Li's mother? Yeah. Zhou Han looked away. She got lost a few days ago. Jiang Yao didn't miss the fear in Zhou Han's eyes, and couldn't help but think of something. Lost? Zhou Han turned his head in shock. It turned out that was the case. Brother Yi was depressed when he came to see her, but it turned out that he was sad. Yeah. Jiang Yao didn't have much patience. Don't change the subject. What exactly do you want to say? Your injury is related to Mother Li? After hearing this, Zhou Han's face gradually faded, but her eyes seemed to be firm and confident. Since everyone was gone, she had nothing to hide. She pushed me down the mountain. I wasn't unconscious at first, but she pushed the rock down again and knocked me unconscious. Jiang Yao didn't know how to answer. It turned out that Li's mother had murderous intentions at that time. It is estimated that Li's father's death gave her too much stimulation, and she had a revengeful mentality. She did not dare to plot against her, so she started with Zhou Han. It seemed that it was right to get rid of her to avoid leaving hidden dangers. I don't understand why she wants to harm me, Zhou Han cried, wondering how she would face Brother Yi in the future. Don't think too much. She has already received retribution. Listening to Jiang Yao's cold tone, Zhou Han couldn't let go. Tears burst from the corners of his eyes, and he sobbed softly. Jiang Yao couldn't bear to hear others cry. She was very upset, but she didn't know how to comfort her. Maybe Zhou Han chose to tell her the truth in order to gain comfort and confusion. But he had a straightforward temper, and was not used to saying nice things. Hearing footsteps outside, Jiang Yao knew someone had come in. You take good care of yourself, and don't worry about other things. As soon as he finished speaking, Li walked in from the door, holding a bowl of gruel in his hand. The smell seemed to smell like fresh fish. Henan, are you hungry? I'll feed you some porridge. Zhou Han hurriedly wiped away his tears, and faced Li calmly, not intending to tell her boyfriend about it. Seeing the two of them stuck together, Jiang Yao quietly retreated. The wind has subsided at this time, and should stop in the afternoon, so we might as well go up the mountain. Back in the room, Jiang Yao took out the skateboard, used a tool to remove the wheels, tied the ropes to fix the feet, and sewed them together with needle and thread, and a simple ski was ready. However, it is difficult to go up the mountain, but Jiang Yao has no way to solve it. At noon, Space cooked seafood hot pot and beef shabu-shabu. Jiang Yao quickly cooked them while they were hot, took the tools, and prepared to go up the mountain. As soon as they got out, they saw Zhang Jia and Big Beard standing outside the boat. When they saw her going out, they had an expression on their face that I knew. Boss, are you going to go up the mountain alone again? The bearded man was a little aggrieved. Well, I don't need anyone else to follow me, but it's very dangerous in the mountains and forests. I heard bears barking and gunshots last night. What if you encounter a bear? The gunfire was probably caused by the gang, and the bearded man did not associate Jiang Yao with Xiong. I'll be back soon. But? Forget it. Since she said you don't need to follow, you don't have to. Zhang Jia stopped the bearded man and looked at Jiang Yao. Zhou Jin and others will also go to the mountains to find accommodation in the afternoon. Why don't you discuss it with each other? No need to worry. I like living alone. Jiang Yao picked up the tools and left. Since it hadn't snowed, and there was no new snow on the ground, yesterday's footprints had been covered up by the wind, but it was still much easier to walk. After walking for about an hour and a half, Jiang Yao arrived in front of her house. After the strong wind last night, a lot of sand on the ground was blown away. Fortunately, there are enough materials in the space. Otherwise everything I did yesterday would be in vain. The sound of a helicopter sounded again in the air. Jiang Yao looked up and found a lot of iron sheets hanging under the helicopter. She didn't know what they were used for. It would be great if it could be used to repair the house, but it's a pity that she doesn't have it. No longer thinking about anything else, Jiang Yao continued yesterday's project. Because the room specifications are very simple, she no longer has to think about how to divide the house. After a while, Jiang Yao built a wall. The lower part of the wall was made of sand, stone and cement. In order to avoid suspicion, most of the wall was made of sand. If anyone asks, just say you found it on another ship. The cement wall was made of wood. Jiang Yao used glue to seal the gaps 2 or 3 times. After confirming that there was no air leakage, he started to build other walls. The same method was used on the other 3 walls, and there was even a window made from waste paper boxes for insulation. Chapter 87, Knowing Important Information. As soon as Jiang Yao finished building the main body of the house, the crisp sound of iron tools and the sound of falling trees came from 100 meters above. She was curious. Should she go up and have a look? Take a look at it from a distance. The other party's supplies have been moving upwards since the beginning. Maybe there is some secret. Jiang Yao climbed up where there were many trees. Many branches and soil fell on the way, but she avoided them all. Jiang Yao climbed faster and faster as she became more and more curious. Finally, half an hour later, she saw 4 or 5 people busy about 10 meters away. Jiang Yao carefully laid down in the snow, used a big tree as a cover, and took out a telescope to observe. I saw those people holding electric saws in their hands, cutting down the surrounding big trees one by one and piling them together. A deep pit was dug where the trees had been cut down. Someone came over carrying iron bars and inserted them into the pit before burying them. Jiang Yao was surprised. What was he trying to do? Is he trying to surround the mountain? How can such a huge mountain be surrounded? What secret work are they doing in the mountains? If it is really fenced off and the floodwaters rise again, will the people below not be able to get in and be drowned alive? Jiang Yao couldn't stop it even if she wanted to. Team phone. There are a lot of big rocks in this place. I'm afraid it will be difficult to dig them out. A familiar voice came from the mountain, and Jiang Yao recognized it as the subordinate next to the man. If we can't dig it out, we'll take a detour. Today we must fence all the places in the north. We can't waste time. Yes. Everyone present saluted. It was a military salute. Could this group of people really be from the army? Jiang Yao followed the sound and looked over, and found that the man had changed into a work suit. He looked very capable. He was still holding a chainsaw in his hand, as if he had been working for a while. Crack! The sound of sawing the tree was very harsh, and it felt very close. After seeing clearly what the other party was doing, Jiang Yao didn't want to stay any longer, so she quietly stood up and ran back along the same path. Feng Qi on the mountain stared at the direction Jiang Yao left with deep eyes. He knew someone was coming from just now, except for her, who was not afraid of anything. No one dared to approach them. After 3 or 4 days in Fenglang Mountain, Feng Qi had already figured out Jiang Yao's group. Except for her, the others were not very witty. In such a cold weather, she was the only one making plans for the future. Her tough character was indeed suitable for being a soldier. Pity! When Jiang Yao returned to her residence, it was already dark. She simply packed up her things and quickly went down the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, Jiang Yao happened to meet Zhou Jin and others who had just returned home. Jiang Yao walked over. Have you found a place to stay? Zhou Jin nodded. I found it. It's dozens of meters away from your place, but the terrain is lower. Oh, I see. Jiang Yao knew which place Zhou Jin was talking about. There was indeed a relatively flat land just above the cave where the previous group of people lived, but it was too humid and cold, so she didn't know if they could endure it. The bearded man walked to Jiang Yao and raised the pheasant in his hand. Boss, there's something delicious again tonight. He is a good hunter. He grew up in the mountains, so catching game is a piece of cake for him. Yeah, Jiang Yao answered perfunctorily. It was a rare occasion for everyone to go home together, and then each returned to their own ship. In the evening, Big Beard invited Jiang Yao to dinner again and again, but she refused them all. For 3 days in a row, Jiang Yao kept going up and down the mountain, and finally built the house today. Fortunately, there was no extreme weather in the past 2 days. Otherwise she would not have gone so smoothly. The wooden house in front of me is not big but very cozy. If it is left to dry for 1 night, it will be ready to live in tomorrow. Jiang Yao looked again and again at this temporary place of residence and was quite satisfied. As for whether she would move in the future, she didn't know. The land next to it was still very empty. So Jiang Yao decided to make a few traps to protect against both humans and wild beasts. The house of Big Beard in Zhangjie is just a little bit to the lower left of Jiang Yao. There is a large bamboo forest there. The two used local materials to simply build 2 small bamboo houses. They looked no worse than Jiang Yao's house and felt very warm. Gone back. Okay, the bearded man responded, and Zhangjie stood next to him. When Jiang Yao passed by Big Beard's house, he called the 2 of them to go home together, and the 3 of them went home happily. But as soon as they reached the foot of the mountain, they couldn't be happier. Wow! There are quilts on this ship, and they all belong to me. I still have a lot of food here. A few 100 kilograms. Take it away before they come back. Listening to the unfamiliar voice, Jiang Yao knew that someone was escaping again. They actually wanted to get food from Zhou Jin's family. They really didn't want to live anymore. Zhou Jin didn't come back, so Jiang Yao couldn't stand by and watch. The three of them looked at each other, took out the daggers from their waists, and walked quietly to the side of the boat. Each of them gave the other a look. And Jiang Yao and the other two got on the boat from different places. Jiang Yao didn't know how many people came, but she knew there must be more than 2 or 3. Someone! The other person seemed to have discovered Zhang Jia's presence. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jia stopped hiding and walked out of the darkness to face the 3 people in the room. Put your stuff down! Hearing the sound, the 3 of them stood up from the pile of food and stared at Zhang Jia fiercely. Humph! What I see belongs to me! Come and grab it if you can! They thought Zhang Jia was the only one on board. So instead of panicking, they became even more unscrupulous. We fought all the way here, but we were still afraid of a weakling like you. Ha 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 ha! The short man looked up to the sky and laughed, with a look of contempt. What can you do to me? Jiang Yao had been observing carefully outside the door, and found that there were 6 people in the whole boat. There were 3 people in front of Zhang Jia, and 3 others were stuffing food into their mouths desperately in the kitchen. The 6 of them had sallow faces and thin muscles. They must have been hungry for a long time. Now that they have found so much food, they must want to have a full meal and keep it for themselves. Just when the 3 of them were arrogant, the bearded man also walked over from the other side and stood beside Zhang Jia. He can't do it alone, so he can do it with me. When the 3 of them saw another thin, but still burly man, their arrogance was extinguished a lot. Seeing that the situation was not going well, the short man drew a long knife from his back. Seeing this, the other 2 people also took the dagger in their hands, preparing to fight to the death. As soon as Jiang Yao saw the bearded man coming up to help, he stopped staying here and went to deal with the 3 people in the kitchen. Big Beard is quite powerful, and with Zhang Jia as her assistant, she knows that the other party has no chance of winning. So she makes an extremely decisive move. Coming to the kitchen, Jiang Yao took out a silenced pistol and shot one of the people in the leg. Ah! The scream broke through the roof of the ship and went straight into the sky. Chapter 88 Learn from Others. The other 2 people looked over in confusion after hearing the screams. When they saw the black muzzle of the gun in Jiang Yao's hand, they were so frightened that the rice in their hands fell to the ground. Who are you? The owner of the food. Jiang Yao didn't want to talk nonsense and shot another person. Ah! My hand! The man who asked the question folded his arms and screamed, blood dripping from his fingers to the ground, which was particularly eye-catching. You? Why are you so vicious? The third person pointed at Jiang Yao in disbelief. With rice still wrapped in his mouth, he was frightened and the rice splashed out. You will die if you steal my food! Jiang Yao doesn't know whether the other party is good or bad. Nothing matters. Materials are the most important. As long as the other party dares to rob, she dares to kill him. We fought her! Fight! A ferocious expression flashed across the faces of the 3 of them, as if they wanted to eat Jiang Yao. Humph! Jiang Yao smiled disdainfully. You are not overestimating your own abilities. The 3 people quickly helped each other and hugged each other, and wanted to rush over with their swords raised. But Jiang Yao did not give them a chance to struggle anymore. Bang, bang, bang! 3 shots were taken out. After the 3 fell to the ground, Jiang Yao didn't waste any more time, but raised her gun to help Big Beard and Zhang Jia. Zhang Jia should have a gun, but after so many days, I don't know if he still has bullets. As soon as she entered, she saw 5 people fighting in a ball, and Zhang Jia's gun was thrown aside. Sure enough, it was out of bullets. Just as they were about to help, Zhou Jin and others heard the gunshot and ran back, standing behind Jiang Yao not knowing why. What happened? Some people were robbing food, but I killed 3 of them, Jiang Yao simply explained, then raised her gun and fired at the nearest man. Ah! It hit the man in the chest. He fell to the ground and twitched for a few seconds before becoming motionless. Cheng Nanxing also took a gun from his room, his eyes stern. You 2 get out of the way! Big Beard and Zhang Jia stepped aside, seeing that their partner was shot to death. The 2 wanted to run away, but Big Beard grabbed him by the collar and could not escape at all. The 2 looked at each other and immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Don't kill us! Please! Please spare me! Jiang Yao walked over, pointed a gun at someone's head, and wanted to ask something. Tell me, how did you get here? The man was so frightened that he trembled all over and raised his head tremblingly to look at Jiang Yao. We originally came by boat, but the sea was frozen, so we had to abandon the boat and use planks to slide over. Is all the sea frozen? Zhou Jin asked again. Yeah. It's 10 times colder outside than here. It's already frozen. Jiang Yao frowned. Is there anyone else on the way? Which direction are you coming from? We came from the north, and there were many people approaching here on the way. They were starving to death and freezing to death. I'm afraid there won't be many left here. What he said is true. We are all fleeing. So just let us go. Both of them looked at Jiang Yao, begging for mercy. Jiang Yao ignored the two of them and spoke again when she didn't hear the answer she wanted to hear. Apart from people like you, isn't there any larger organization? Hearing Jiang Yao ask this, everyone else looked solemn. This question was also what they wanted to know. Organization? One person looked confused, then thought about it and couldn't wait to tell everything. Yes. They have many big ships, and they can also fly planes and cannons on them. Yes. Another person also remembered. It was about half a month ago. We were afraid and avoided it. Can you fly a plane? Jiang Yao was shocked. Isn't that? Several people looked at each other with shock in their eyes. I saw it half a month ago. So, they will be arriving soon? With such a large scale. They don't know what kind of situation it will create here. Fortunately, the house has been repaired and we can move to the mountain. The trap must be set up tomorrow for extra protection. Jiang Yao was deep in thought and did not notice anything unusual about the two of them. Be careful! The bearded man was shocked, watching one of them slash at Jiang Yao with a knife. Realizing the danger, Jiang Yao spun and took a step back, the blade falling close to her ear. Damn it! Originally, he wanted to sneak up on someone unprepared, but he didn't expect the woman to dodge him. Now he had to bite the bullet and fight. We'll fight you! The two men rushed over ferociously. Bang bang! After two sounds, the two men quickly fell into a pool of blood. White smoke was rising from the muzzle of the gun held by Cheng Nanxing. How are you? Zhou Jin saw Jiang Yao's ears bleeding. Jiang Yao wiped it casually. It's okay. It's just a little bit of skin. Zhou Jin took a closer look and saw that it was indeed just a scratch on the skin. So he didn't ask any more questions. Get rid of the body. Good. In the forest not far away, several figures stopped. Team phone. Do you want to help? Xiao Lei asked. He knew that the woman had a gun, but he didn't know if they had killed all the gangsters. No more gunshots were heard. Feng Qi turned around and said, No need. They have all been taken care of. He heard frequent gunshots just now, and thought she had encountered some terrible beast. But from what he saw just now, it was not the case. He doesn't have to doubt a woman's abilities. As long as she doesn't threaten his mission, he won't take action if he can. After all, it has nothing to do with him. Let's go back. Yes. Feng Qi, Xiao Lei, and other bodyguards quickly disappeared into the forest. Jiang Yao, Zhou Jin and others did not find Feng Qi and the others. Instead, they dragged the bodies to the shore and used shovels to hit the thinner ice. A 30-centimeter sized ice hole was opened and the bodies were stuffed in one by one. The bodies soon floated away with the current. Then several people held a small meeting. Zhou Jin turned on the radio frequently, trying to search for a signal. But since the last call, they could no longer find a signal. What should we do? Cheng Nanxing asked first. Zhou Jin gave up the search and joined the meeting. Jiang Yao touched the handle of the gun, with a light in her eyes that was different from others. Before she could speak, Zhou Jin expressed her thoughts. Which national team the opponent should be may not pose a threat to us. You can't slack off even if there is no threat. It's best to fence off your residence tomorrow just in case. Jiang Yao only agreed with the first half of Zhou Jin's sentence. For the second half, she could not trust any force, even the country. Jiang Yao is right. You can't let down your guard. The current situation is so serious. You must keep a close watch on your own world. Zhang Jia had the same idea as Jiang Yao. We don't know anything about the outside world, so we can only strengthen ourselves. Jiang Yao looked at the thick fog on the sea through the window. As long as she strengthens herself, the victims will not be able to do anything to her, no matter how many thoughts they have. The fear is that there are so many people on the other side that they simply can't handle it. I wonder if those people on the other side have any news from the outside world. Cheng Nanxing said cautiously while looking at the faces of Jiang Yao and Zhou Jin. They won't tell us if they do, so don't be too wild to think about it. Chapter 89 Thinking of a Way to Deal with It. Zhou Jin knew Cheng Nanxing very well, since he mentioned this issue. It meant that he had the idea of getting close to the other party. But he didn't know who the other party was. So there was no way to get close. I'm afraid it was beaten into a sieve before my hands even touched the hull of the ship. You can ask if you want, but don't bring us any trouble. Zhang Jia looked at the deflated Cheng Nansheng jokingly. He still knew a little about Cheng Nansheng's nature, his simple thoughts as a young master, and thought that everyone had the same unrealistic fantasies in his head. I'm just asking. I don't have any other ideas. There is no best. If you get into trouble, don't blame me for falling out. Jiang Yao glanced at Cheng Nansheng, put away the gun, and left the room. Big Beard and Zhang Jia followed, leaving Zhou Jin and the others speechless. The meeting on Jiang Yao's side was over, but the lights on the boat on the other side were still bright. Feng Qi summoned 4 subordinates. The communication equipment was still placed in front of them, and they listened to the sounds in the equipment with a serious face. Feng Qi, we will arrive at Fenglang Mountain the day after tomorrow. How are you preparing? Report to Commissioner Su that everything is ready. Feng Qi looked upright and spoke firmly. That's good. By the way, there are many refugees who may arrive first. They should be able to arrive tomorrow. Please make proper arrangements. Yes, Commissioner Su, he promised readily. But looking at Feng Qi's eyebrows that could kill a fly, he knew that this matter would be difficult to handle. But the order was hard to disobey, so he could only agree temporarily. Feng Qi's arm was pushed by Xiao Lei's hand. Feng Qi came back to his senses and continued to listen to the sound in the device. Hearing Mr. Su's voice gradually become serious, he couldn't help but become serious. Our geological exploration team has discovered through instruments that there is a problem in the center of the Earth, and there may be a global disaster in the near future. Before this happens, we must be fully prepared to deal with this devastating disaster. Feng Qi hesitated for a while, and then asked, have you found out what kind of disaster it is? Let's discuss the details when we get there. We can't tell for a while. That's it for today. We need to be more considerate of the refugees tomorrow. Yes, Commissioner Su. After the call ended, Feng Qi and others fell silent. Team Phone, what disaster is Commissioner Su talking about? Is it related to the center of the Earth? Feng Qi glanced at Xiao Lei. I don't know. The other 4 looked at each other speechlessly. Feng Qi casually crossed his legs, leaned back on the sofa, and crossed his arms over his chest. Okay, let's first talk about how to resettle the refugees tomorrow. Repair a house for them? Xiao Lei asked. I don't think it's appropriate. Let's not talk about whether there are so many supplies. It's really taking too much time. The speaker was Li Ming, who was specifically responsible for material management. He knew that their materials were not enough to build houses. What would happen if looting resulted from this? Then what do you think it should be? Feng Qi stared at Li Ming, wanting to know his opinion. They must have their own rules of survival after escaping all the way. They only need to distribute a little rice and noodles to appease people. As for where to live, there are so many suitable places to live on the mountain. I believe they can solve it on their own. Li Ming answered again. Yes, just like the people on the boat. After so many days of secret observation, we know that they have found a place to live and will move there tomorrow. From this point of view, it is very convenient to find accommodation. Chen He, the fat man next to Li Ming, spoke. Feng Qi understood the general meaning of the 2 people, but still felt that it was not enough. Let's do this. Tomorrow, you will divide your troops into 3 groups to separate the accommodation. Strange men and women will be separated, while couples and family members will live together. As soon as they arrive, just lead them up the mountain directly and distribute some supplies. They cannot gather at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise there will be chaos and accidents may occur. And they cannot be allowed to form gangs and attack each other. This is a good idea. Zhang Lei's eyes lit up. It's really good. Listening to the satisfied tone of several people, Feng Qi still had concerns. In today's world, can they still use the old system to restrain the people? It doesn't work if you think about it. It's hard to live. And who wants to be restrained? It can only be determined by the number of refugees tomorrow. It's okay if the number is not large. But once it increases, it is inevitable to compete with each other for territory. And even guns cannot stop it. On the speedboat, Jiang Yao lay on the bed after eating. After spending another hour in the space, Jiang Yao used the appliance factory to make a lot of barbed iron fences, hoping to surround his residence tomorrow. He also made a few thick arrows, which can be buried in when digging traps so that the enemy will be stuck in them and unable to get out. As for whether it would arouse suspicion, Jiang Yao had already thought about it, and said that she had searched it from a nearby ship. Or that the gang of bandits had thrown it away and then picked it up. As long as no one knows about the existence of space, most people will not think of going there. It was a peaceful night, and the day soon dawned. At the foot of Fengling Mountain, two people on opposite shores lit up their lamps together and became busy at the same time. On Fengqi's side, 3 teams of people have disembarked from the boat and are looking for shelter around the mountainside. Zhou Jin and others had already eaten. Zhou's father and mother were taking care of Zhou Han on the boat, while they waited for Jiang Yao to go up the mountain at the same time. By keeping each other company, we won't be alone if we encounter the scene like yesterday. Jiang Yao got off the boat, carrying a long bamboo pole with a barbed iron fence hanging on it, and walked over to everyone's surprised eyes. Cheng Nanqing's eyes shone. Jiang Yao, where did this treasure come from? I found it on a nearby ship. Jiang Yao spoke carelessly, and her eyes were open, making it easy for people to believe. She deliberately made the iron fence and arrows old. Otherwise it would be difficult to fool them. Oh, look at our brains. How come we only think about searching for food and forget these important things? Cheng Nansheng was extremely regretful. It was true that they had not searched other ships before, but he only had food in his eyes. So how could he notice these inedible things? Is there more? Li asked. No more. That's all. They were a little disappointed. Jiang Yao pouted apologetically. You guys give in. Be careful of getting hurt. She didn't dare touch it with her hands because it would hurt her hands. Several people obeyed and got out of the way, looking at the iron fence with envy. However, Zhou Jin and the others still have iron equipment, which is the armor left behind by more than 200 people last time. In addition to some for Jiang Yao, there are still about 100 left. There were only 6 of them, and they couldn't use that much. So they took it apart and pieced it together again to make a simple iron wall. As long as there is any abnormal noise, the iron wall will make a crisp sound, which has a good warning effect. They quickly went up the mountain, separated from Zhou Jin and others on the way, and walked to their own residences. After a night of drying, Jiang Yao's wooden house looked much clearer. The wall made of cement and sand below was repasted by Jiang Yao with yellow mud, so that no trace of cement could be seen. Chapter 90. Countless refugees. Unable to delay any longer, Jiang Yao fixed one end of the iron fence, then led the other end and walked around the cliff. As for the side next to the mountain, Jiang Yao dug the iron fence into the mountain and made a hollow fence. She calculated the length last night, and it was just right for use today. She thought there was still a little space left, so she simply took it out for Big Beard and Zhang Jie to use. Jiang Yao hopes that we can unite with each other and jointly resist foreign enemies. Now is not the time to distinguish between you and me. She can still tell the difference between us. As for Zhou Jin's side, which was too far away, she didn't care that much. If they were in trouble, she would help out when she had time. When Jiang Yao took down the iron fence, she happened to see Big Beard and Zhang Jie surrounding the entire house with iron sheets. The iron sheets were the pieces of armor Zhang Jie deserved. This is a bit too much for you to use. Jiang Yao put the iron fence on the ground. If you surround it with iron sheets, others will definitely not dare to approach. As soon as they saw the fence on the ground, Big Beard and Zhang Jie ran over excitedly to express their thanks. Thank you, boss. Thank you, Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao grinned. Okay, hurry up and move things down the mountain. Good. After an interlude, Jiang Yao returned to the front of the house and started digging traps with a shovel. She just counted, and it was best to dig out 5 traps and mark them so that the middle can be accessed. After making up her mind, Jiang Yao immersed herself in digging traps. 2 hours later, she finally buried the iron arrow. She used slender bamboo branches to cover the surface, and then spread a thin layer of leaves and soil. As long as someone came close, someone would step in and fall in. Big Beard and Zhang Jie also finished their work, and the 3 of them packed up their things and went down the mountain. On the way down the mountain, they happened to meet Zhou Jin and the other 2, so they went back to the boat together. Before they could take a breath, they heard Tianqin barking at the sea. Jiang Yao and others got out of the boat and saw only a thick fog on the sea and nothing else. But they knew those people were coming. I originally thought I would pack up and leave after I had enough rest, but I didn't expect it was too late. Several people quickly took out their guns and long knives and prepared to fight. Gradually, a few black figures came out of the thick fog, with hunched backs and many things on their backs. Like zombies, slowly approaching here. Although there were only a few people, they did not dare to relax. Jiang Yao knew that things were not that simple. As she expected, many more people gradually appeared behind the few black figures, and the darkness was overwhelming. When they saw Fenghuang Mountain, the pace under their feet increased significantly, like migrating wildebeests, running towards this side desperately. The distance is only 500 or 600 meters. Jiang Yao's face changed greatly. Let's go quickly. Carry all the food on Tianqin's back, and transport as much as you can. Be fast. Zhou Jin saw that the situation was not good, so he asked his father Zhou and Li Yi to carry Zhou Han up the mountain, while he and Cheng Nanshan carried the grain on their backs. Fortunately, Sweetheart was there, and he could carry 500 kilograms of grain on his back. Zhou Jin and Cheng Nanshan each moved 300 kilograms. Big Beard and Zhang Jie also stepped forward to help, and they had already taken away 7,788 pounds of food. After Jiang Yao waited for them all to leave, she put everything on the boat into the space, took some more in her hands, put her speedboat into the space, and ran up the mountain. There was nothing left on the ship except a few dispensable items. The place where Zhou Jin lives is closest to the shore, and it only takes 2 minutes to get there. However, the location is remote and covered with lush trees. It is difficult for others to find it with the trees as cover. Before everyone could take a breath after running around, Jiang Yao told them that there were still things on the boat. After they left, she would take things that were not hers out of the space and pile them together so that it would not be easy for others to see. In a panic, they would not carefully count how much they had moved. As soon as they went up the mountain on the second trip, those people had already arrived at the shore, and Jiang Yao, Big Beard and Zhang Jie returned to their residences. We're here. Everyone is on alert. Yes. Feng Qi and several hundred people stood on the shore, holding submachine guns in their hands, blocking the road to the mountain very tightly. The refugee who arrived first saw that the other person had a gun in his hand, and gradually stopped, not daring to take another step forward, and began to whisper. What happened? There's someone guarding this place. Are we too late? There is also a gun. I don't know where it comes from. Can you go up and ask? Why don't you go? I won't go. Several people pushed each other, but no one dared to go up and ask a word, so they could only stand there blankly and at a loss. Then hundreds more people arrived one after another, standing darkly on the sea on the shore, not daring to move rashly. I thought this group was over, but I didn't expect that there were still people gathering behind them. Endless. Xiao Lei was a little nervous while holding the gun. He quietly glanced at the Wen team and found that he was also frowning. Maybe he was shocked by the huge team. Commissioner Su didn't say there were so many refugees. Fortunately, they found a few good places in the mountains. Otherwise, so many people would surely have beaten them to death. But with so many people, can it really be arranged properly? Team Phone, what should we do? Feng Qi sighed softly, used his momentum, and took a big step forward, with the bodyguards following him closely. Everyone, listen up. The noise fell silent for an instant. Seeing this, Feng Qi nodded with satisfaction. We are a national army, specially here to welcome you. I hope everyone can obey the arrangements and don't panic. Now that we are here, we will be responsible to the end. As soon as Feng Qi finished speaking, the whole team exploded. Who is he? He looks awesome. I don't know if he can count on what he says. I don't know. I don't think it's reliable at all. I also feel that with so many of us, how can they be responsible? Do we have so much food? I'm tired of seeing it. No, we can't listen to their arrangements. Yes, it's such a big mountain. It's great if we go up there to find food ourselves. You all get out of the way. We are going up the mountain. I don't know who shouted. Go up the mountain. And everyone shouted loudly. They kept pushing and pushing, and some people were even pushed to the ground. But they couldn't care so much and still shouted loudly. We're going up the mountain! Go up the mountain! Jiang Yao's heart trembled when she heard the deafening shouts from the bottom of the mountain. How many people are needed? If everyone comes up the mountain, her place will be taken away sooner or later. The people below must be stopped. Jiang Yao knew very well that she couldn't place her hopes on others. But until now, she really had no other choice. These refugees are like locusts passing through the border, leaving no grass growing wherever they go. We have to find a way to prevent them from coming up the mountain. Everyone, be quiet! At this time, Feng Qi spoke again, with a loudspeaker in his hand, but his rich voice still failed to quiet them down. We're going up the mountain! Up the mountain! Up the mountain! Seeing that the crowd was about to rush forward, Feng Qi raised his submachine gun and fired several shots into the sky. Bang, bang, bang! A series of gunshots silenced the shore. Chapter 91. Shocking Refugees. Feng Qi calmly breathed a sigh of relief. After putting down his gun, he stared at everyone with a cold expression. We have found a place to stay on the mountain. If you are willing, just follow the instructions and go up the mountain one after another. If you don't, no one will be able to go up the mountain today. Crack! Submachine gun at the ready. When everyone saw it, they stepped back in fright. Especially the person standing at the front, who clenched his bag and shook violently. Jiang Yao was very excited by what she saw with a telescope on the mountain. These refugees should be suppressed with force. Looking behind the large army, there were countless black spots on the ice in the distance, which turned out to be a steady stream of refugees. Jiang Yao put down the telescope and frowned, not knowing what to do. Let's take a look and talk. I thought everything was going smoothly, but suddenly the crowd became restless. People behind them rushed forward desperately regardless of whether there was a gun pointed in front of them. We're going up the mountain now! Go up the mountain now! Hundreds of people suddenly rushed forward. Feng Qi's face changed drastically, and it was too late to stop them. Xiao Lei and several bodyguards stepped forward to protect Feng Qi from harm. Everyone listen to me! We will arrange for everyone to go up the mountain. Please pay attention to order. But no one paid any attention to him. Soon, someone fell down on the ice, and the person behind them tripped and fell a large area. But it was as if they didn't see it. Dozens of people stepped on the fallen people and ran forward, and screams could not be heard. Ah! My hands! It hurts! My stomach! Seeing this, Feng Qi knew that it would be too late if he didn't stop it. So the gun was fired again. Bang! After a gunshot, Feng Qi waved his hands. Stop them! Quickly! Yes! In an instant, soldiers rushed out and rushed towards the crowd, saving those who fell, stopping the crowd running towards the mountain, and controlling the refugees in one area. After a while, the trampled people were finally rescued and gathered together to sit on the ground and wailed. The remaining people had been divided into 3 groups and were surrounded by soldiers with guns. Seeing that the situation was not good, they did not dare to move anymore at this time. But there were still many people in the team who were dissatisfied and stared at Feng Qi fiercely. Why are you stopping us? This mountain is so big. You still want to occupy it. That's right. Everyone who sees it has a share. This mountain belongs to all of us. It's the end of the world. Don't try to use that trick to suppress us again. It's useless. Yes, it's useless. Everyone fought with them. Fight! There was a prairie fire in the crowd again. Feng Qi couldn't bear it any longer and wanted to rush forward and pull the leader out and give him a lesson. The mountain's fence has not yet been completed. If the refugees rush to the secret base and hinder the speed of the mission, it will be Feng Qi's dereliction of duty. Team Feng, hold back. Xiao Lei stopped Feng Qi in time. You must hold back. It is really difficult to obey so many people. We must find a way. What can I do? They won't take any advice. There's nothing I can do. Li Ming was furious. These methods don't work. There is only one last method. Feng Qi said with a stern face. What can we do? Xiao Lei and Li Ming asked at the same time. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Oh? Xiao Lei was confused. These people are not afraid of us. They are just determined that we will not harm them. If anyone disobeys later, they will be dragged out and beaten. But, Feng Qi also knew that this method was not suitable. But there was no other way. If time is really delayed and the task cannot be completed in time, how should we explain it? Their mission is very tight and must be completed before the next disaster strikes. But now that they are being hindered by refugees, don't blame Feng Qi for being ruthless. Special treatment during special times. Okay, you go and rest for a while, and I'll deal with these people. Xiao Lei volunteered to arrange for these refugees on Feng Qi's behalf. Feng Qi gave him the trumpet and then stood aside, making people tremble wherever he looked. Xiao Lei took the trumpet and started another round of persuasion. Everyone, listen carefully. We will not harm you. Food and accommodation have been arranged for you. But there is a condition. As long as you line up and go up the mountain, don't go where you can't go. You can only move under the fence. If anyone disturbs the order again, we will deal with it with military law. As soon as these words came out, Some people in the crowd started talking, questioning the credibility of Xiao Lei's words. It's okay if we go to the place you arrange. Each person has a pound of food. Otherwise, we won't go. That's right. Food. We want food. Food. Xiao Lei saw that they were getting worse and worse, and his face gradually turned ugly. Jiang Yao on the mountain couldn't stand listening anymore. If this continues, how long will these people keep pushing further? It would be better to just give him a beating. She is not a member of the army. If her safety is threatened, she will not hesitate to kill that person, especially the middle-aged man in the crowd who wanted food. Jiang Yao had noticed him a long time ago, and he was the one who lit the fire every time. So she took out her sniper rifle, attached a silencer, and pointed it at the man's head. If he said one more word, she would send him to see the king of hell. The next second, the man actually spoke. If there is no food, you can't do whatever you want with us. We are not soldiers, so we can't. Boom! The middle-aged man's eyes were bulging, and before he could close his mouth, the unfinished words were stuck in his throat, and he fell straight down while everyone was at a loss. There was a blood hole the size of a coin on the left side of his head, and blood was oozing out. Ah! Killed! It's murder! Everyone, run away! The bright red blood stimulated everyone's brains, and they scrambled to get up and run away instinctively. But how could Xiao Lei let them do so? Quiet! Everyone, be quiet! If anyone deliberately causes trouble, he will suffer the same fate as him. Xiao Lei seized this opportunity and gave everyone a stern warning. When everyone heard this, they shut their mouths and sat up straight. No one dared to cause trouble anymore. Xiao Lei glanced at Feng Qi, and when he saw Feng Qi gently nodding, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and continued with the arrangements. Feng Qi glanced at the direction of the shooting, with admiration in his eyes. He had wanted to do this for a long time. Seeing that everyone finally calmed down, Jiang Yao touched the muzzle of the gun with satisfaction. Now I'm not afraid of those people messing around. According to Xiao Lei's arrangement, people were divided into 3 groups to go up the mountain, except for family members and couples. The rest were divided into residences according to men and women, and each person received a piece of bread and a bottle of mineral water. Seeing that there was indeed food, those who wanted to cause trouble in the crowd gradually calmed down. Feng Qi and others got on the boat, entered the cabin and sat down, their ugly expressions softening. But what happened just now has not passed. Who fired that shot? Someone soon asked. Feng Qi looked over coldly. Don't ask what you shouldn't ask. Faced with the captain's threat, the man wisely shut up. Chapter 92 The Wise Tiger. Others didn't know it, but Xiao Lei had already guessed that it must have been the woman on the mountain who fired the gun. He had to say, well done. Okay, let's bury the man. After the burial, we will go up the mountain immediately. Yes. The group of people walked out and prepared to have someone dig a hole nearby and bury the man. Feng Qi got off the boat, still staring at the place where the shot was fired, thinking that the woman's house had already been built. He raised his feet and stepped forward, but was stopped by someone. Team Wind wants to go up the mountain. Feng Qi looked over and saw that it was Li Ming. Is something wrong? Facing the captain's indifferent eyes, Li Ming couldn't help but shudder. Arrangements have been made for the refugees. If nothing else happens, they should not cause trouble again. Well, you also need to pack up. We'll go up the mountain immediately. Feng Qi's footsteps changed direction and walked towards the helicopter. After going up the mountain, if there is nothing special, he will not go down easily again. They emptied everything from the ship, fixed it on the shore, and posted 10 men to guard it. When Sui goes up the mountain tomorrow, he will also be picked up by a special helicopter, so he doesn't have to come down at all. Jiang Yao listened to the noisy sounds on the mountain and wanted to see what kind of accommodation the other party found for the refugees. So she closed the doors and windows and walked towards the east. The voices in the east residence were the loudest, and she could tell that there were the most people here. It was 300 to 400 meters away, and Jiang Yao arrived there in a few minutes along a trail. I was lying under a big tree looking for the sound and looked over. I saw dozens of people sitting in the open space, including men, women and children. In the middle was a fire made of firewood, with a large pot on top. The 2 people were still stirring it with wooden sticks. This scene reminded her of the gangsters. But the pot was not filled with human flesh, but gruel with the aroma of rice. Even so, Jiang Yao's stomach was still churning. I hope this group of people can hold on and avoid such a scene again. After all, There is no one in the army to guard them at all times. Maybe I gave them enough supplies when I left to keep this group of people calm for a few days. What about a few days later? Jiang Yao quietly stood up and left, no longer paying attention to those people. 2 black bears were killed here last time. She believed that there were other animals in this mountain. Big Beard had caught wild game several times, so she should look for them again. By the way, let's take a look at where the troops surrounded the iron fence. Suddenly there was a gun in his hand. Jiang Yao walked towards the south, where he had never been. There is plenty of sunshine in the south, and the trees and weeds are relatively dense. Although there is snow cover, there is still flat land where the leaves have not fallen. For example, a large field of chanterelles appeared in front of me, but they were not frozen to death in this cold weather. Surprised, Jiang Yao carefully dug one out, held it under her nose and smelled it. The original smell of the mushroom penetrated her nose, making her salivate. I quickly dug out a few more and threw them into the space. And the chicken stewed mushrooms on the cooking machine were already ready. Jiang Yao shoveled away the soil where the chanterelles had grown and threw it into the land in the space. It would probably grow mushrooms again. She had picked all the mushrooms in this area and tried to find traces of game. But just a few dozen meters away, she saw the reflection of stainless steel shining in her eyes. The people in the army moved very quickly. Even the dense forest here was blocked without any gaps. I'm afraid it would be difficult to take advantage of the opportunity to get in. Get in? My heart skipped a beat. Yes. Why didn't she think of this method? Once curiosity emerged, Jiang Yao could no longer suppress her excitement. Just because others can't get in doesn't mean she can't. There are all kinds of climbing tools in the space, and digging a tunnel is not a problem. This place is very secret, and others can't find it even if they want to. But Jiang Yao took one look at the sky and knew that it wouldn't work today, and it would be best to come back and dig again tomorrow morning. After giving up, she continued southward in search of prey. When Jiang Yao walked to a patch of snow, she could clearly see several small holes in the snow and a large hole nearby. She used a shovel to shovel the snow around the big hole. She originally thought it was a hare or pheasant's nest, but the more she shoveled the hole, the bigger it became, and she could still hear the sound of squeaking inside. This doesn't sound like the sound of a hare. When the last shovel went down, Jiang Yao almost threw the shovel in her hand. Oh my goodness! There are actually 2 little tigers inside. Jiang Yao quickly collected them into the space. After taking it away, she looked around and saw no third one around. She patted her chest thankfully and left quickly. Ouch! A tiger roar came from the distance. Jiang Yao froze and turned around stiffly. Ouch! The sound quickly approached from a distance, and the bright yellow figure arrived nearly 10 meters in front of Jiang Yao in an instant. It was an adult tiger, 3 times larger than the tiger in the zoo. It had blood-red eyes and was staring at Jiang Yao, approaching Jiang Yao step by step. Jiang Yao was so frightened that she took out a gun from the space, held it in her hand, and slowly backed away. This is a mutated tiger. I'm afraid the speed of the gun is not as fast as it can jump. Can mutated animals understand speech? Jiang Yao tried to communicate with it. Can you understand me? Ouch! Return my child, or don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Yao sat down on the ground with goosebumps all over her body. Whose voice was that just now? Human! Give me the child back! Jiang Yao's eyes widened. The sound came from the mouth of this strange tiger? But the shape of its mouth is clearly like howling. Now is not the time to think about these things. Saving your life is the most important thing. Seeing the strange tiger getting closer and closer, its long fangs dripping with saliva, Jiang Yao swallowed in fear and released the tiger cub from the space. Here! They're all fine. You? Don't come over here! The 2 tiger cubs ran towards the mother tiger. He who held them in his arms and smelled them. After confirming that there were no traces of injury and only some special smell, he looked up at Jiang Yao again. This taste. Hesitation flashed in the blood-red eyes. But in the end, he did not attack Jiang Yao. Leave quickly! Receive! Jiang Yao quickly got up from the ground and ran back in the direction she came from. While running, she didn't forget to look back frequently to see if it was following. Just kidding. This exotic tiger is comparable in size to an elephant. And she is smart. She has absolutely no chance of winning if she fights head-on. What's more, the other party didn't make things difficult for her, and she didn't want to be an enemy of it. This time she was lucky and escaped from the tiger's mouth. Just now she wanted to hide in space. But luckily, when she returned to her residence, Jiang Yao locked herself in her room. She was so cool when she went there, but so embarrassed when she came back. But these are not problems. The problem is, how can she understand the tiger's speech? This question is worth pondering. I can't help but think of the body temperature before. Chapter 93. The secret was discovered. Jiang Yao took out the thermometer and placed it on her forehead to measure it carefully. The measurement result was still 35.5 degrees. And her body temperature really did not rise. Does it have something to do with this? Let's check the temperatures of the bearded men tomorrow, and then make a conclusion. It's time to celebrate after the disaster. Jiang Yao brought out a chicken stewed with mushrooms from the space. When she smelled such a fragrant smell, saliva secreted in her mouth. He quickly put a bunch of it in his mouth. And then put a chanterelle mushroom full of soup in his mouth. It smells so good. In order to prevent the smell from getting out, Jiang Yao has done a lot of work. The gaps in the doors and windows have been glued. If the windows are not opened, no smell will leak out. Seeing that there were more gold coins in the space, Jiang Yao bought another hour of time, accumulating 3 hours in total. Feeling that the yak fence was not enough, she doubled the size of the yak fence. The textile factory was successfully put into operation and could produce some underwear and quilts. After doing all this, there were still 6 digits of gold coins left. Jiang Yao clicked on them all and found that there was an additional option to purchase guns and ammunition. Jiang Yao, who was nibbling on the chicken neck, opened her mouth and the bones fell to the ground along the edge of the table. She knew that the equipment factory could not manufacture guns, but there was an option to buy directly for no reason, which she really couldn't believe. Is there no bottom line in space, and can we purchase unlimited supplies? If this is the case, this space should really be put to good use. Before she could be happy for a while, Jiang Yao was shocked again when she saw a row of gold coins under the gun from the corner of her eye. A pistol costs 500,000 gold coins, and a box of bullets costs 300,000 gold coins. This is too expensive. Jiang Yao was about to cry, but had no tears. So she didn't exchange it for the time being because she had enough guns in her space. So she might as well save up and buy new supplies. Half an hour later, after finishing her meal, Jiang Yao went to the living room to practice boxing. She took out a sandbag that could bear 1,000 kilograms of weight from the space and started strength training. She felt that her body's energy had not been fully stimulated, and she had to train regularly. She would not know where her body's limits were unless she pushed herself hard. After another 2 hours of training, Jiang Yao finally stopped. Thinking of tomorrow's mission, she decided to rest early. It was already around 10 o'clock in the evening. If I didn't sleep, I would be out of energy tomorrow. After washing, Jiang Yao lay on the bed. Although she was a little sleepy, she was still too excited to fall asleep. Tonight is the first time to spend the night in this wooden house. I don't know what it feels like. Feeling the coldness, Jiang Yao took out the stove. But there was no electricity. What should she do? Take out the generator? Wouldn't it be too eye-catching? There is electricity in the space, but it doesn't work at all. By the way, the solar charging plug-in board I bought before should be able to be used. When I bought it, the store said that the power inside was full. After taking out the solar charging plug-in, Jiang Yao didn't plan to use the electric oven and took out the air conditioner directly. As soon as the plug was plugged in, the warm air from the air conditioner blew out immediately. Jiang Yao happily patted the air conditioner. Fortunately, she was prepared. But the external unit needs to be covered. The best air conditioner she bought makes almost negligible noise, so she can just hide the external unit. Jiang Yao put on her clothes again and went outside the house. The bedroom was very close to the mountain wall. She hid the plug-in machine in a corner close to the mountain wall. It was remote and difficult to be discovered. I made a random frame out of wood to block it. Snowflakes gradually began to fall in the sky. Jiang Yao braved the cold and got into the warm room, shivering uncontrollably. After lying on the bed again, Jiang Yao fell asleep with the warm wind blowing. Jiang Yao was woken up by rustling sounds in the middle of the night. In a strange environment, just the slightest movement could wake her up. Jiang Yao quickly put on her clothes, took the silenced gun and stood at the door. Unexpectedly, someone came to the mountain in just one night. How did they escape the trap? Jiang Yao is puzzled. Is there a bug in the trap? There were 2 people secretly prying open the wooden door at the door. And occasionally the sound of discussions between the 2 could be heard. This house is in such good repair. It must be rich in supplies. No, it's much better than our cave. After saying a few words, he stopped. After a while, one of them spoke again. Brother, do you feel that this room is very warm? Huh? I feel it. It's warm. The man put his hand on the crack of the door and carefully felt the warmth inside. It seems like something is being roasted. This person is special. Hearing this, Jiang Yao's eyes flashed fiercely as she stood in the darkness. After they discovered the secret, these two people couldn't stay. Before the two of them could pry open the door opened from the inside, and a rush of heat hit them. Before they could get excited, a gun was pointed at their heads, and they were trembling with fear. The two of them looked at the expressionless Jiang Yao with trembling lips, thinking that this woman was indeed unusual and untouchable. But it was too late. Jiang Yao didn't give them a chance to beg for mercy. So he shot them twice, and his head was blown. Who wants to waste time on such a cold day? Looking at the motionless body on the ground, Jiang Yao couldn't help but cursed. After killing someone and burying him in the wind and snow, she was the one who suffered. I'm destined to have trouble sleeping again tonight. Resigned to her fate, she dragged the body deep into the jungle. Jiang Yao took out a shovel and was about to dig a hole when she saw a pair of red eyes staring at her not far away. Jiang Yao's remaining drowsiness disappeared in an instant. She threw away the shovel, took out a gun from the space, and pointed it at the opponent. What kind of mutated animal is it? She scolded the 18th generation of the other party's ancestors in her heart. Her luck today was really bad, and she encountered danger one after another. Human, give me your meat! A familiar voice suddenly appeared in her mind. Jiang Yao looked over in confusion. Who is the owner of these eyes? He who? For you. After knowing who it was, Jiang Yao's fear diminished a little, and she quickly threw the two bodies over. The strange tiger jumped and easily bit the body, then turned around and quickly disappeared into the dense forest. If the two corpses hadn't really disappeared, Jiang Yao would have thought it was a dream. There is something interesting about this tiger. Back at the cabin again. It was almost 6 o'clock. Jiang Yao lost her sleep and began to prepare for today's mission. In addition to the shovel, a newly made hoe and a flashlight were also taken out from the space, which were used to seal the wooden door of the cave entrance. Jiang Yao had a rough breakfast and walked around the trap area. She found that the two people just missed the place where the trap was set last night and walked across the 20-centimeter wide path next to the trap. Is it a coincidence or intentional? The person was gone, and she had nowhere to ask. After carefully processing the two people's footprints, Jiang Yao put on a body armor and down jacket and went out, walking towards the location he was optimistic about yesterday. Jiang Yao hesitated again after walking for a while. It happened to be not far from the nest of the strange tiger. Would he run into it if he went there? Chapter 94, Capturing the Tiger's Heart. That location was the most secluded yesterday, perfect for digging a hole in the ground. After the exchange with Ihu last night, he should not attack her. If there is an accident, the worst he can do is get into the space. Thinking like this, Jiang Yao finally approached the south with confidence. It didn't snow today, but it was still wet and cold. There was thick smoke at the foot of the mountain, and someone got up to cook. Jiang Yao stopped delaying and immediately quickened his pace. Half an hour later, she finally found the place where she was yesterday. Under the iron fence, there was soft grass. The grass was waist high, and there were woods around it for cover. It was the most suitable place for digging holes. After determining the location, Jiang Yao first dug lightly under the fence, only to find that the fence was sunk into the ground, and she didn't know how deep it was buried. If it's deep, she has to dig deeper. It was an arduous task. Jiang Yao rubbed her hands, raised her hoe, and dug 5 meters away from the fence. The hole must be dug today so that no one can suspect it. If we delay and are discovered by people on the mountain, it will be a big trouble. On the top of the mountain 6,000 meters above sea level, Feng Qi, wearing a thickened velvet leather jacket, was staring at the construction workers, looking at the slightly formed giant in front of him. He finally nodded with satisfaction. I hope they can catch up with the next disaster. Whether they can save mankind depends on them. Team phone. We have news from Commissioner Su. Xiao Lei came over, holding a communication device in his hand. Feng Qi immediately took it, and the two returned to the office together. Committee Su's voice soon came from inside. Feng Qi, our team arrived at Lang Mountain on time this afternoon. We could have arrived in the morning, but we met the troops of Country Yi last night, so the journey was a little slow. Copy that, Commissioner Su. Feng Qi replied solemnly. I didn't expect Country Yi to be so fast, but it is a neighboring country, so it makes sense to be faster than other countries. Have your accommodation been arranged? It's been arranged. It's around the base. You can move in as soon as you arrive. Feng Qi pinched his tired eyebrows. He didn't sleep a wink all night for the sake of accommodation for the large army. Okay. That's it. We'll talk about the rest when I get here. Commissioner Su cut off the communication. Feng Qi sat back on the sofa, worried about the situation in Fenglang Mountain in the future, once refugees from other countries arrived. If proper arrangements were not made, there would be another bloody storm. The situation then will be uncontrollable. Team Phone, do we want to go down and greet them? Xiao Lei looked solemn. They had not planned to go down, but there were troops from other countries, so they had to be prepared to receive them. They also had to deploy more manpower to supervise the movements of everyone in the base. You come down the mountain with me. Feng Qi nodded. Yes. Before this, send some people quickly to inspect the perimeter of the fence. There must not be any safety risks, let alone allow the refugees at the foot of the mountain to take advantage of the loopholes. Okay. I'll make arrangements right away. By the way, let Li Mingduo send some people to guard important places. Even if the troops come, they cannot enter at will. Yes. Xiao Lei quickly left the room, leaving Feng Qi alone in silence. Feng Qi couldn't help but think of the owner of the wooden house at the foot of the mountain. If she could be recruited, the army would have another strong general, with the headquarters of other countries joining in. All confidential places in the base must be strictly guarded by personnel. The more manpower, the better. The reason why Commissioner Su told him in advance was to let him deploy his defenses quickly and not allow outsiders to have access to confidential things. It might be better with her on board. While distracted, Xiao Lei walked in again. Team Feng, I have sent people to patrol. Well, let's go down the mountain now. Feng Qi got up, went back to the house and changed into formal clothes, then took a helicopter down the mountain. At the fence, Jiang Yao's hole had been dug halfway, and she was almost digging to the bottom of the fence when she was lying in the hole and exerting herself. The soil suddenly collapsed outside the hole. Jiang Yao tightened her grip on the hoe. Was it about to collapse? Gotta get out quickly. Putting the hoe into the space, Jiang Yao quickly climbed out of the hole with a diameter of 80 centimeters. Just as he was about to stand up, for bright yellow thick legs suddenly appeared in front of him, and heat was pouring from his head. Jiang Yao knew that He was standing in front of her, but she didn't dare to move, for fear that her head would be bitten by it. The figure in front of him moved, and Jiang Yao quickly dodged into the space to hide. The base layer on her back was soaked with sweat. Jiang Yao took off her jacket and panted. She didn't understand what He wanted to do, so she had to make this last resort. Huh? Where are the people? A surprised voice came from outside, and Jiang Yao was stunned. Can she also hear its voice in the space? Human, come out. The rich voice appeared again. I won't hurt you. I just want to tell you that someone is coming from the mountain. Someone coming from the mountain? The hole is not covered yet. Jiang Yao changed her clothes and ducked out again, still holding a gun in her hand, and landed right in front of Hu Tu, glaring at Yihu's blood-red eyes warily. Are you telling the truth? What's in your body? One person and one tiger each speak their own words regarding the strange tiger. Jiang Yao is obviously interested in it. Before, she just didn't want to be an enemy of it. But now, of course it's true. I can sense movement thousands of miles away. Yihu took 2 steps back, sat down on a raised stone on the ground, held his head high, and was very proud. I believe you for now. Jiang Yao didn't waste any time and quickly destroyed the traces of digging the hole. The entrance of the hole was blocked with a wooden frame that had been prepared long ago, and turf and stones were placed on top to restore the ground to its previous appearance. Jiang Yao stopped until no trace could be seen. She turned around to leave, but saw that Yihu hadn't left yet, staring at her expressionlessly. Jiang Yao felt scared. Why haven't you left yet? What's in your body? Yihu asked without answering. After the sons came out of the woman's body yesterday, they grew a lot taller overnight, and seemed to be as enlightened as her. Especially the smell on them makes it extremely salivating. But it knows that this smell is emanating from a woman's body. Nothing much. Jiang Yao took every precaution, but a tiger still found out the secret. She could only be glad that others could not understand it. Yihu stood up, said, ouch, and approached Jiang Yao step by step. My son said that the hair inside you is delicious. It is indeed good to have hairs in space. Did she accidentally put the tiger cub into the hare's fence last night? Jiang Yao held her forehead, feeling that she was being pestered by a foodie. For you? He quickly took out 2 hairs from the space and threw them to Ihu. Ihu quickly bit them. This is the taste. This is my secret. I can't tell anyone else. Otherwise. What else? Ihu said as he held 2 hairs in his mouth. Of course. It will take you into the space, and you will never come out. Otherwise there will be nothing to eat in the future. Ihu sneered. Don't worry. No one else can understand me except you. Only I can understand? Jiang Yao seemed to know something terrible. Shoo! They're coming! Let's go! After saying that, Ihu disappeared with a bounce. Jiang Yao quickly ran away after destroying the footprints. After a while, 10 inspection personnel appeared near the dug hole. Chapter 95 Emergent Virus. One of them walked near the cave and looked around carefully. Seeing nothing unusual, he walked back in confusion. Did you hear anything just now? I seemed to hear the cry of a wild beast. I heard it too. Me too. 10 people searched around the area, but there was nothing suspicious. The team leader accidentally came to the snow and was attracted by the huge footprints in the snow. He put his foot in it for comparison and was surprised to find that the footprint was bigger than his foot. Feeling that he had discovered something surprising, he hurriedly called others. Look, what kind of animal's footprints are these? They're bigger than my feet. Impossible. As soon as they heard the footprints were bigger than a human being, other people ran over one after another. When they saw the footprints, everyone's eyes widened. It's really that big? The captain observed carefully for a while and came to a conclusion. The plum blossom prints look like cat footprints. One of the subordinates looked at the team leader in surprise. What kind of cat has such a big footprint? It's almost time to catch up with the elephant's footprints. The team leader shook his head. I don't know. Go back and report to the team leader that there is something abnormal here. Yes. So, after the 10 people patrolled around again, they quickly returned to the mountain. They did not find Jiang Yao's hidden cave. At this time, Jiang Yao was using a telescope to observe what was going on down the mountain. On the way back just now, she seemed to hear someone crying down the mountain. As for what happened, she didn't know yet. Boss, what are you looking at? The bearded man had already paid attention to her when the boss came back. At this time, seeing her sneaking around, he couldn't help but be curious. He lay down next to Jiang Yao, stretched his neck and looked down. Have you been at home? Jiang Yao asked. No. The bearded man shook his head. I just went to catch game. He had nothing to eat, so he could only find some food in the mountains to satisfy his hunger, such as wild chestnuts, hares, fungi, and wild wheat as food. Jiang Yao glanced at the bearded man with his peripheral vision. Can you eat enough? Able. Jiang Yao hesitated for 2 seconds. I need 2 pheasants. Can you catch them? I can exchange them for rice. Yes. I'm going right now. When he heard that he could exchange it for rice, the bearded man quickly stood up and ran into the mountains and forests. How long had it been since he had eaten rice? Jiang Yao shook her head helplessly. If you want to survive, remember not to go south. Copy that. The voice faded away, and the bearded figure could no longer be seen. Except for Big Beard, everyone else in their team had supplies. Even Zhang Jia had hundreds of kilograms of food, which should have been prepared by Chief Zhang in advance. Jiang Yao continued to remain vigilant, looking down the mountain with a telescope. But some places were blocked by the woods, and she could not see all places clearly. Let's go down. Jiang Yao slid down the steep slope, shuttled through the jungle, and stopped when he was almost at his destination. The closer the distance is, the easier it is to hear clearly. Sister, wake up! The young woman cried. Mom! My mother has a fever. Please save my mother! A little boy cried bitterly while holding an unconscious woman. And my brother! Please save him! There were 4 or 5 cries for help one after another. We don't have any medicine. How can we save him? Just get through it. Just get over it. Listening to the calls for help and discussions in her ears, Jiang Yao finally understood why there was so much noise at the foot of the mountain. It was because someone was sick. It was okay for a person to be sick, but there were 4 or 5 figures lying on the ground, and Jiang Yao had to pay attention. He took out his binoculars and looked at the people on the ground. He saw a boy with his eyes closed tightly, his cheeks flushed, and his shoulders twitching slightly. It should be a spasm caused by a high fever. Looking at the other woman, she also had similar symptoms to the little boy, except that she had many little red spots on her wrists. Looking at several other people, they all had the same symptoms. What a coincidence. Something flashed through his mind. But Jiang Yao didn't catch it. Younger brother. The sound of panic once again made Jiang Yao look over. The youngest boy suddenly rolled his eyes and foamed at the mouth. His brother was hugging him tightly. Jiang Yao was a little moved by his helpless look. But that's all. After understanding the situation, Jiang Yao no longer planned to join in the fun, but got up and quietly went up the mountain. Fever, convulsions, foaming at the mouth, small red spots. She seemed to have seen these symptoms somewhere before. Where were they? Correct. On TV. Isn't the plague seen just like that? The plague is the virus. Jiang Yao took out a mask and put it on herself. Took out disinfectant and sprayed it on herself again and again. And quickly went up the mountain. She shouldn't be so reckless and run down to join in the fun. What should she do if she gets infected? If those people are anxious, they will definitely go to the people in the army. If they bring the virus to the mountain, won't she also suffer? The cries and panic at the foot of the mountain became louder and louder, and gradually became one large area. It felt like the whole foot of the mountain was a mess. Jiang Yao sat on the chair with her arms folded and listened quietly to what was going on below. Hoo-hoo-hoo! There were helicopters flying overhead. More than one. Jiang Yao jumped up and opened the door, looking at the sky. Sure enough, 5 helicopters flew across the sky and flew down the mountain. The man came down again, and something was going to happen at the foot of the mountain. It's not going to come down sooner or later. But now it's time to come down and hit the muzzle of the gun, waiting to be entangled by those people. Boss! The bearded man ran down the mountain, holding 3 fat and big pheasants in his hands, and ran into Jiang Yao's residence from a place without traps. Jiang Yao stared at the pheasant in his hand, feeling surprised. Caught it so quickly! That's amazing! In less than an hour, 3 pheasants were harvested. Hey! The bearded man broke off the pheasant's wings and threw them on the ground, scratching his head in embarrassment. It's cold and they can't fly. It's difficult to catch them in normal times. Okay, I'll give you rice right now. Wait! Jiang Yao turned around and went into the house. When she came out, she already had 5 kilograms of rice in her hand. He handed it to the bearded man simply. Here you go. When the bearded man saw the bulge in his pocket, he backed away in fright. Why are there so many? I'll just change a little and it'll be fine. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes, walked over and stuffed the rice directly into the bearded man's arms. Just take it. Stop talking nonsense. Meat and rice are both expensive these days. But in comparison, rice is 20% more expensive. As for meat, you can catch it all over the mountains. But since the land has been flooded, it is difficult to see rice. The bearded man's eyes were red, and he was very touched. The boss promised to take him in at first, and now he is taken care of by the boss. How can he repay the debt? He can only do what he can to repay. I'll chop some firewood for the boss tomorrow. Having made up his mind, the bearded man hugged rice tightly and smiled sincerely at Jiang Yao. Thank you, boss. Thank you. I'll keep these 2 chickens. You can take the remaining one. Chapter 96 Evacuating Refugees. Jiang Yao caught a male and a female, leaving the weak one to Big Beard. She just agreed to only have 2. The bearded man refuses to obey. He knew in his heart that the boss wanted to leave it to him, and he would not agree to it no matter what this time. You collected all 3. I still have some uneaten hairs at home. I can still have 1 meal today. Okay. When Jiang Yao heard that Big Beard had food in stock, Jiang Yao didn't hesitate and collected 3 pheasants generously. Thinking of yesterday's confusion, Jiang Yao pretended to take out the thermometer from the house and handed it to the bearded man. Take your temperature and see if it's normal. The bearded man took it in confusion. He didn't have a fever, but the boss has spoken, so he just obeys. So they clamped the thermometer under their armpits, and the 2 of them waited like this for 5 minutes. The bearded man took out the thermometer and looked at it. 35.3 degrees? So low, the bearded man said in surprise, and wanted to put the thermometer into his armpit. Is it possible that I measured it wrong? I'll measure it again. Jiang Yao knew it in her heart. Go back and measure it. Measure it again tomorrow and tell me the degree. Jiang Yao thought of the scene at the bottom of the mountain again. You and Zhang Jie, don't go down the mountain. Okay, I'll go back right away. They didn't understand why the boss ordered them like this, but the bearded man still obeyed and left. After the bearded man left, Jiang Yao quickly took all 3 of them into the space, stewed one, and raised the other 2 in the hair fence. It won't be long before there will be a lot of pheasants in the space. After simply taking out some food, Jiang Yao had just finished lunch and was ready to go out for some fun. The hole could not be dug today. On the shore, Feng Qi and others had been waiting for a long time. He looked through the binoculars until he saw a few black figures, and the corners of his mouth gradually raised. Coming! Feng Qi boarded the boat. Everyone is on alert. No one can get close to the shore. Yes. Slowly, a loud noise gradually came from the distance, like the sound of glass being crushed. Jiang Yao stopped and turned her head to look at the distant sea. After seeing the spectacular scene, she was stunned in disbelief. That's a boat? But the sea was frozen. How did those ships sail? She wanted to go to the Zhou family's residence to see Zhou Han. By the way, she couldn't go anywhere now because of what she saw just now at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yao took out the telescope and looked at it. She saw that the 3 ships in the front were very wide, with short hulls and tilted heads. The ice where they were crushed was all broken into slag. The ice ballast moved to both sides, opening up a wide waterway for the boat behind. And white water vapor was still rising from the water. Jiang Yao was shocked again. That was an icebreaker. Following the icebreaker were 2 very large aircraft carriers, with a national flag raised on the mast. And the decks were filled with aircraft and fighter jets of various sizes, which was very spectacular. Following the aircraft carrier were more than 23-story ships, forming a long queue and slowly moving towards Fenglang Mountain. The deafening sound gradually attracted everyone's attention, and there was another restlessness under the mountain. Jiang Yao quickly retreated. She didn't want to join in the fun. After returning to the wooden house, Jiang Yao moved a chair out and sat in the yard, staring down excitedly. The refugees at the bottom of the mountain seemed to have met a savior and rushed down the mountain desperately. Especially the family members of the sick ones rushed down the mountain desperately. Feng Qi stood at the bow of the ship and was waiting for the troops to approach, but his attention was attracted by the shouts coming from the mountain. Soon, the dark crowd swarmed down, broke through the army's defense line, and ran towards the shore. When all the soldiers saw this, they took out their guns to stop him. But it was too late. Feng Qi's entire face was horribly cold. What's going on? Didn't I tell them to stop them from going down the mountain? Xiao Lei panicked for a moment. I don't know what's going on. There are too many of them, and it's impossible to stop them from making trouble. Feng Qi's face was tense and his lips were tightly pursed, so he had no choice but to shoot again to calm people down. Boom! It didn't work the first time. Boom! Xiao Lei then fired the second shot, and the crowd successfully quieted down, pushing each other and not daring to speak again. Seeing that the ship was thousands of miles away, Feng Qi became anxious for a moment and waved his hands vigorously. All up the mountain! Upon hearing this, the crowd became lively again. A few people at the front even knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Please, sir. Please save my family. My brother is dying. Please help my mother. Please. As the cry for help rang out, others knelt down one after another, shouting for food. Because the cry for help was so loud just now, Feng Qi noticed the people kneeling at the front and turned his head to speak to Xiao Lei. Bring the sick ones here. This. Xiao Lei hesitated. I don't know what disease they have yet, so it's not a good idea to bring them here. Feng Qi took Xiao Lei's words into account. 10 meters away. Okay. Xiao Lei passed Feng Qi's words to his subordinates. The man quickly led the 4 people who were kneeling for help to the front. Their eyes were red and swollen, and there were 2 very clear tears on their cheeks. Feng Qi frowned. What disease is the family member suffering from? The 4 of them looked at each other, and the older boy mustered up the courage to look at Feng Qi. Back to sir. My brother just started having diarrhea, then had a fever and convulsions, and finally foamed at the mouth and is about to die. Please save him! The boy cried again at the end. The little girl continued sobbing while telling her symptoms. My mother also has a lot of red bumps on her body. She also has fever, convulsions and vomiting, and she also breaks out in cold sweats. What about you? Feng Qi looked at the other 2 people again. Returned to the officer. It's the same as what they said. Is this a bad thing? Xiao Lei didn't think too deeply. Feng Qi said nothing, but thought about these symptoms in his heart. Why does he feel that it is somewhat similar to ancient plagues? What are now known as infectious diseases? Isn't this current lifestyle a petri dish for infectious diseases? Thinking of this possibility, Feng Qi covered his mouth and nose and took 2 steps back, quietly biting Xiao Lei's ear. Coax them up the mountain at any cost. And quickly. Why? Xiao Lei was puzzled. Feng Qi didn't have time to explain. This is an order. Yes. Xiao Lei heard Feng Qi getting angry, and didn't dare to ask any more questions. Also, give them some disinfectant water, and heat clearing and detoxifying medicine. And disinfect all places under the mountain. Yes. Even though he didn't understand the captain's intention, Xiao Lei realized the seriousness of the matter, and quickly made arrangements. Chapter 97 Three-Person Meeting. Seeing that the main force was still hundreds of miles away, Feng Qi looked anxious in his heart. Seeing that the crowd on the shore finally relaxed and began to walk obediently towards the mountain, his shoulders slowly relaxed and sagged. If you don't leave, he will come hard. After settling the refugees, Feng Qi stood on the shore with relief and waited for the headquarters to arrive. Jianya was sitting on the hillside, with melon seeds and a water cup in her hand, a telescope in front of her eyes, watching dozens of ships approaching like an array. And she would be lying if she said she wasn't excited. The white ship was particularly dazzling in the sun, and occasionally there was a sound of horns, which made people feel too unreal. I have never seen such a spectacular scene on TV. It was as enjoyable as watching a blockbuster movie. I'm coming! Jianya watched excitedly as the two aircraft carriers approached each other at 100 meters, 50 meters, and 20 meters. Finally, all the ships docked on the shore. At this time, the boat was already full of people. The leader was composed of about 100 people, followed by stormtroopers and armed policemen carrying guns. And those behind them were wearing military uniforms representing land, water and air. There are really thousands of troops. Jianyao sighed. It was really the country's large army that had arrived. Feeling the majesty of the other party, she couldn't help but feel proud. If possible, she would also like to go down and greet him. The telescope looked at another ship, but it had the flag of another country hanging on it. Looking carefully, Jianyao quickly recognized it. That's the flag of Country E. Good guy. We arrived at Folang Mountain so quickly. Go down and have a look. Feng Qi and others stood on the shore, looked up at the man at the front, and gave a military salute with a serious expression. Commissioner Su. Feng Qi reports. Hello. Commissioner Su. Xiao Lei and others shouted in unison. Okay. Okay. Feng Qi. Thank you for your hard work. Comrades, thank you for your hard work. Su Ji, who is over 40 years old, has a weathered face, and the wrinkles on his forehead are very obvious, probably due to excessive anxiety. After half a month of long journey, my body has lost a lot of weight, but my figure is still upright, reflecting the military demeanor. The moment Su Ji saw Feng Qi, he smiled happily. Feng Qi also smiled, his eyes shining brightly. Thank you for your hard work, Commissioner Su. The others laughed together, and the atmosphere was very warm. Su Ji got off the boat with the help of his assistant. Feng Qi hurriedly followed him. Xiao Lei and Li Ming followed a few people and walked to the next boat. This ship is the big ship that Pulley, the leader of Country E, is on. At this time, Pulley was standing on the bow of the ship, looking down at Su Ji and others with a suitable smile on his face. With the help of his assistant, Pulley quickly got off the boat and stood face to face with Su Ji and Feng Qi. Su Ji stretched out his hand first, using the E-country language. Mr. Pu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pulley smiled and held it, speaking in awkward Mandarin. Hello, Su Wei. Hello, Mr. Pu. Feng Qi also stretched out his hand with a decent smile. Hello. Pulley shook hands with Feng Qi. Are you the Supreme Commander Feng Qi that Commissioner Su mentioned? Su Ji looked at Feng Qi and nodded with satisfaction. When Feng Qi heard this, he raised the corner of his mouth modestly. If you dare not take it seriously, it is my duty. You are young and have a lot of potential. Ha ha ha. Pulley laughed. Excuse me. Feng Qi always maintained the most appropriate behavior. After greeting each other, Su Ji didn't want to waste precious time. Okay, don't stay here any longer. Let's go up the mountain as soon as possible. Business is more important. Okay, let's go. Pulley nodded. After they left, some people on the ship returned to the helicopter one after another, ready to follow as soon as the leader's plane started. The remaining people were guarding the important supplies on their respective ships and transported them to the mountains using helicopters. The soldiers walking around on the ship frequently did not make any noise on the shore, which shows that the quality of the army is extremely high. Jiang Yao hid in a place full of grass, holding a telescope and moving in the direction of Feng Qi and others. finally seeing the faces of the two leaders clearly. Jiang Yao's heart trembled with excitement. She also saw the real person. I always saw it on TV before. But now when I see it in real life, how can I not be excited? The leaders are here. There must be some shady secrets on this mountain. We still need to dig a hole as soon as possible and go on a day trip. Seeing that the other party was on the helicopter, Jiang Yao also put down the telescope, stopped staying, and quickly returned to the mountain. While going back, she didn't even hear the voices of the refugees. She thought to herself that the Wind team was really good at calming people's hearts so quickly. Boss, are you down the mountain? The bearded man ran over with a red face. You went down to see those ships? Obviously, he also saw the meeting between the two sides and was very excited. Jiang Yao looked at the bearded man calmly. Yes, something will happen on this mountain soon. What's up? I don't know either. It's just a hunch. We have to be prepared. Although she didn't know what the specific matter was. With thousands of soldiers coming today, it was definitely not simple. Maybe people will come one after another in the future to do something big. The bearded man stood aside and thought about Jiang Yao's words. But he still couldn't figure it out. Jiang Yao looked at his naive look and couldn't help but laugh. Such a big man could have such an expression. How many times have you taken your temperature? How is it? The bearded man moved slightly. It's still hovering around 35.3. It should be because the weather is too cold and the body temperature has also dropped. Sure enough, a human being can only think of this place. But she thought of mutation. Okay. It's getting late. Go back early. Jiang Yao opened her door and walked straight into the house regardless of the bearded man still outside. As soon as we entered, the sound of helicopter rotors spinning could be heard at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yao quickly came out of the house and took out a telescope to watch. I saw dozens of helicopters taking off one after another and flying towards the mountains. The sound was deafening, and it felt like the ground was shaking. Boss, they are so rich in supplies. The bearded man did not focus on the helicopters, but looked enviously at the supplies hanging below the helicopters. Don't worry. You can go down and get food in less than 2 days. Jiang Yao's mouth curved. Really? Can I get it too? The bearded man was surprised. Why not? To them, we are also refugees. Jiang Yao knew her status very well. Great. The bearded man rubbed his hands excitedly. Boss, I'm going back first. He wanted to go back and tell Zhang Jie. The sound of the helicopter gradually became quieter, and Jiang Yao did not stay outside and returned to the house. If she guessed correctly, in less than 2 days, someone from above should come down to provide relief. And it would be up to them to decide what to give. But it's good to have food. In this end of the world, refugees have no right to be picky. Chapter 98 Missing Medicinal Materials. Jiang Yao was daunted by the thought of the virus at the foot of the mountain. She would not risk it for a little food. Anyway, the materials in the space are quite abundant. So she doesn't care about the tip of the other party's iceberg. It's not enough to fill her teeth. If the people below were really infected with the virus, they would probably take action. Sure enough, in the early morning, there was movement under the mountain. Jiang Yao heard the sound and hurriedly got up from the bed. Quickly put on her stab-proof clothing and walked out of the house. I quietly walked down the mountain in the dark. As soon as I arrived near a stronghold, I heard someone discussing something secretly. Quickly isolate the sick tonight. Yes, Team Wind. This is that Wind team again. Jiang Yao lay under the big tree and listened carefully. After someone left, the conversation continued. Captain, what kind of disease do they have that requires you to go down the mountain to deal with it yourself? Xiao Lei had a question mark on his face. The captain didn't sleep last night. Staying up like this all night would definitely be too much for his body. But he still insisted on coming down to deal with it in person. It must be a very serious problem. Jiang Yao pricked up her ears and listened carefully. She was also curious about whether it was a virus. Feng Qi pursed his lips and expressed his guess. I suspect it is an infectious disease. Their symptoms are similar to a plague. But whether it is true or not remains to be confirmed. What? Xiao Lei covered his mouth and whispered. Infectious disease? 90% chance. The two fell silent one after another. Jiang Yao clenched her fists. She was indeed right. Xiao Lei's voice sounded again. Then what should we do? If it is really an infectious disease, Uncle De must develop a medicine as soon as possible. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Well, I have brought Uncle De down. Okay, I'm going to help. The sound of footsteps ran away. Is the research drug coming out? Jiang Yao clicked her tongue. There are still doctors in the army. Suddenly there was the sound of footsteps in front of me, approaching from far away. Jiang Yao quickly lowered her head, hiding her body in the grass, and all she could hear was her own heartbeat. Come out! A familiar voice rang in my ears. Jiang Yao bit her lower lip. Was she discovered? Hold still. Or should I pull you up? Feng Qi stared at something. The corners of his mouth raised. His ears are extremely sharp, different from ordinary people, and he can hear the slightest disturbance. From the moment the woman lay down, he already knew where she was lying. Jiang Yao smashed the ground angrily, stood up, and walked to Feng Qi expressionlessly. How did you find me? No comment. Jiang Yao clenched her fists. Now is not the time to worry about this. What do you do with him? Do you want to go up the mountain with me? The two of them were stunned at the same time, and the atmosphere was awkward for a while. Jiang Yao suspected that she heard wrongly and picked her ears. What did you say just now that you want me to go up the mountain? The voice was high-pitched. It's good to go up the mountain. But the next second, Jiang Yao couldn't get excited anymore. Yes. Be my assistant. Jiang Yao was speechless. Is Ganqing supposed to be someone's subordinate? Don't go. Jiang Yao refused without thinking. She was capable of going up the mountain herself and did not need to submit to others. Feng Qi raised his eyebrows. Why? The troops are well treated. At least they won't sleep in the open. In this apocalyptic world, there are only advantages and no disadvantages. In the future, we can still... Feng Qi stopped in time and closed his lips tightly. What was he saying just now? Deserve punishment. What else? Why is this man half-speaking? Feng Qi glanced at Jiang Yao. It's nothing. Just forget it if you don't want to. Don't run around at night. I heard from my subordinates that there are giant beasts on the mountain and they are very dangerous. Jiang Yao didn't answer, not sure that the giant beast in Feng Qi's words was a strange tiger. Have they met? No. I have seen footprints. They are said to be the size of elephant footprints. Feng Qi felt that he had said too much and his attitude became much colder. Go back. After saying that, he glanced at Jiang Yao calmly, and then hurried down the mountain, forgetting to even ask the woman's name. Jiang Yao held her chin and thought, except that the strange tiger has the size of an elephant. There should be nothing else. No matter what. She would tell Yehu to be careful and go tomorrow morning. But why did this person want her to go up the mountain? Forget it. She won't go. Don't worry. Everyone. We are here to help treat the disease. Once the cause of the disease is found out, we will prescribe medicine as soon as possible. Another soothing voice came from the bottom of the mountain. Jiang Yao was curious and sprayed herself with disinfectant before following. When Feng Qi arrived at the shore, Xiao Lei was already doing his best to arrange for patients. He stood and watched from a distance, and found that the number of sick people had reached nearly 100 people. Without Uncle Da's inspection, he could tell that it was an infectious disease. Jiang Yao naturally saw the scene, and did not dare to go near the foot of the mountain anymore. So he returned to the mountain under the cover of night. I have to inform Zhou Jin tomorrow to ask them to be careful, and send some nutrient solution to Zhou Han. After a restless night, Jiang Yao returned to bed sleepily and fell asleep. Feng Qi on the shore thought of his gaffe just now, and immediately punished himself with 1,000 push-ups. He took off his coat, took off his belt, and lay on the ground doing push-ups quickly. The action is standard and quick. All the bodyguards and subordinates were wondering, what happened to the captain? They shook their heads together again, indicating that they didn't know. Xiao Lei was also startled when he saw Feng Qi's neat movements and trotted over. Captain, are you making a mistake? Of course. He didn't dare to ask. It's okay, the cold voice said without breath. Go and do your work and leave me alone. Yes. He came with a confused look and left with a confused look. 20 minutes later, Feng Qi finally finished 1,000 push-ups. His clothes were soaked with sweat. The veins in his neck had not receded, and he was panting slightly. Apart from my legs being a little sore, there was nothing else out of the ordinary. In these 20 minutes, he seemed to have figured something out. But he seemed to have thought about nothing. But his eyes were more forbearing and cold. The subordinate next to him handed over the towel, and Feng Qi naturally took it. How are the patient arrangements going? What did Uncle Da say? This subordinate doesn't know. He really didn't know. Feng Qi looked at the person in front of him and realized that he was not Xiao Lei. He pinched his tired eyebrows. I didn't sleep for 2 days and 2 nights. And I actually had hallucinations. Go down. Yes. After finding Xiao Lei and Uncle De, Feng Qi was immersed in work again. Has the cause been determined? When the two saw him coming, they nodded together. Uncle De stood up and said, It is indeed the plague. There is a vaccine in the base, but it is not enough. We can only make it fresh. But what? Feng Qi asked. Not enough medication is dispensed. Feng Qi closed his sour eyes. What's missing? A common antibiotic. Can't the base make it? Since it is common, the base should be able to make it. We left in a hurry, and we ignored many of the medicinal ingredients. So, there should be one on this mountain. At this time, there was a sudden uproar among the sick people. Chapter 99 Confrontation on the Mountain. Dead. She's dead. Feng Qi wanted to go over and take a look, but was stopped by Uncle De. Don't go there. You'll be infected. Leave it to us. There are indeed herbs on the mountain, but they're covered in snow, and it's hard to find them. I'll give you the pictures of the herbs later, and you're responsible for finding them. I understand. Feng Qi stopped causing trouble, and returned to the boat to wait for Uncle De's picture. Wait. It's morning. Feng Qi was shaken awake by Xiao Lei, and he was still a little dizzy when he woke up. Xiao Lei also rubbed his sleepy head. Captain, the pictures are already on the table. Let's go up the mountain after you've had enough rest. Well, let's go! Feng Qi brought 2 subordinates and 2 bodyguards, and the 6 of them quickly went up the mountain. Jiang Yao woke up at dawn, and was already at the place where she was digging a hole, ready to take action again. Just as he was about to take out the tools, the ground shook a little. Jiang Yao's heart tightened. Is this an aftershock? After the tremor passed, Jiang Yao continued to take out the shovel. Just as she was about to enter the hole, the ground shook violently again. Boom! Jiang Yao quickly lay down on the ground. There are undoubtedly aftershocks. But then, a dazzling light suddenly shot from the sky, and the temperature was very high, scorching the earth. The sound of collapse was heard on the high mountains at the same time. The snow collapsed, and the snow around Jiang Yao also tended to slide down. But she didn't prepare to run away. Instead, she put on her goggles and looked carefully toward the sky. I saw that the sun on the sea level had turned into a huge fireball, with faint lines of fire flowing around it. In a moment, the sun returned to its normal size, and the heat gradually receded, returning to about -30 degrees. Jiang Yao has never seen such an abnormal phenomenon. Has even the sun changed? It was extremely cold, and there was an earthquake. Why did she feel that the earth was getting further and further away from the sun, and she could no longer feel its temperature? It's really possible. Jiang Yao looked at the sun in the sky again. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but she felt that the sun had really become smaller. Feeling that the ground was no longer shaking, Jiang Yao withdrew her gaze and continued digging the tunnel. It was delayed yesterday and must be dug out today. On the same mountaintop in the south, Feng Qi and the others were almost buried in the snow. When they got up from the snow, Feng Qi's eyes flashed with complicated light as he looked towards the sky. Is this the sign of the catastrophe that Commissioner Su said? Director Su had mentioned to him on the plane yesterday that geologists had discovered that the rotation of the Earth's core was slowing down. If this continued, the Earth would be completely out of control without gravity. It may even cause lightning and may explode. Not only in the center of the Earth. They discovered through the latest satellite system that many meteorite fragments appeared around the sun and were slowly moving towards the Earth. Before long, meteorites will hit the Earth like meteors, causing inevitable damage. Maybe human beings will disappear completely, and life on Earth will once again become extinct. Therefore, they must create a container that can withstand high temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius and low temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius below zero, and can hold all the survivors in the world to survive every disaster in the future. But when it was actually implemented, we realized how difficult it was. Fortunately, they found the material needed for the container on the top of the mountain. Otherwise, it would be difficult to make such a container. The container has just been made into a frame. As for the shape, it will take half a year. I hope there will be no disasters in this half year. As far as he knew, survivors from other countries around the world had arrived at the mainland one after another, and would arrive at Fenglang Mountain soon. With more architects, the process would be more efficient. Team Phone! Is this the herb in the picture? Xiao Lei held a piece of grass in surprise, and compared it carefully with the picture. Feng Qi picked it up, and took a look and immediately confirmed it. This is it! Keep looking! Yes! Several people no longer thought about the natural disaster just now. but were immersed in the task of finding medicinal herbs. They were lucky. The snow collapsed, revealing the ground that they had not seen for a long time. There were several herbs on the ground that they needed. After they finished searching this place, they continued to search up the mountain. Jiang Yao finally dug the hole and got into the other end of the iron fence, planning to rest for a while and then hide the hole. Her whole body was covered with dirt, as dirty as she wanted. She wanted to go back and take a shower as soon as possible. So Jiang Yao quickly hid the hole in the ground and got out of the hole. As soon as she got out, she heard someone talking not far away. "Captain, we have them here too. Dig." "Yes." Jiang Yao was so shocked that she was sweating. This voice was so familiar. She knew that the Feng team was on the mountain without having to guess what to do. It was too late to hide the cave entrance. Seeing the footsteps getting closer and closer, Jiang Yao quickly took a wooden board to block the entrance of the hole, and then roughly spread it with weeds. After finding that the entrance of the hole was probably hidden, she quietly hid behind a big rock. "I want to wait until they leave before coming out." Feng Qi and others were 10 meters away. He had heard the noise and slowly walked over to investigate. Jiang Yao heard the footsteps getting closer and nervously wanted to hide in the space. Just when she was about to enter the space, a bright yellow figure blocked Feng Qi's way. "Ouch!" The tiger's roar penetrated everyone's eardrums. "It's a tiger! A mutated one!" Several people followed Feng Qi closely, pointing guns at Yihu. "This is its lair! Don't act rashly. Move back slowly." Feng Qi stared closely into Yihu's eyes, feeling very nervous. This was the first time he had seen such a big tiger, and several people standing in front of it looked so small. Forget about the fish in the water. Now there are mutated animals even on the mountains. Will they become a threat in the future? Feng Qi gave up all thoughts. Now was not the time to study this. He had to find a way to escape, no matter how big the tiger is. As a cat, it is very light and can trample them to death with just one jump. So it cannot fight head-on. If they resist with guns, they have no chance of winning. Yihu threatened step by step, and the people retreated slowly. "Ouch!" Yihu roared and wanted to charge forward. It is a carnivore and eats humans. "Win team! It's about to attack!" Feng Qi naturally noticed it. In this case, they could only give it a try. So he took out the gun from his waist and pointed it at the huge tiger in front of him, and whispered to his subordinates, "We'll split up and run away later. If we can get out, we'll count them all. No, we must ensure your safety." Xiao Lei was unwilling. "That's right. We can't leave you." Feng Qi was angry. "What time of day are you talking about protection? Life is equal. I don't need your protection. Life or death is up to you. Let's go!" Feng Qi's voice was loud, and Jiang Yao listened intently to what he said. Jiang Yao was extremely shocked that he could say these words. In her previous life, she had long seen clearly the selfishness and ugliness of people. But now it is really rare for someone to still maintain their original intention. Maybe it's because this environment has not pushed him to a desperate situation, and he has not seen the evil in the world. At this time, the strange tiger suddenly made an offensive crawling posture. Feng Qi was shocked. "You guys leave quickly! Bang bang!" He fired, but Yihu dodged it. Jiang Yao couldn't care so much. She couldn't let Yihu get hurt. "Stop!" Chapter 100 Saving People from the Tiger's Mouth. Jiang Yao ran out of the grass and stood in front of Yihu, blocking the attacks from both sides. Feng Qi saw the person clearly and looked shocked. "What are you doing? Come here!" "That's a tiger. Isn't she even afraid of it?" In his desperation, Feng Qi didn't notice that Jiang Yao was not protecting them, but the mutated tiger. "Ouch! Humans, get out of the way!" Yihu was completely enraged, exposed his sharp fangs, and pushed Jiang Yao away with a palm. They should pay the price for violating their nest. And their sons are still hungry. Yihu's strength was too great. Jiang Yao fell to the ground and watched as Yihu rushed forward. Bang bang! Bang bang bang! There was a constant stream of gunshots, and Yihu scurried around, completely evading the attacks of Feng Qi and others. The next second, it appeared in front of Feng Qi, opened its bloody mouth, and bit into his head. "Captain, be careful!" "Ah!" Xiao Lei and others came to help, but they were all shot away by Yihu. Feng Qi turned over to avoid it, but Yihu attacked again. Seeing that he couldn't dodge, Feng Qi prepared to fight it head-on. But a bang shot grazed Yihu's front leg. "Ouch!" Yihu felt the pain and became even more ferocious and angry. The attack speed was twice as fast as before. Feng Qi couldn't dodge at all, and was slapped to the ground by Yu's paw. Feng Qi's pupils dilated, and the reflection in his eyes got closer and closer. Others were already frightened. "If you hurt them, you will do so at your own risk." A cold and threatening voice came from behind, and the bloody mouth stopped abruptly. Yu froze in place, standing on the ground in a twisted posture. Upon seeing this, Jiang Yao quickly ran to Feng Qi and glared at Yu displeased. The warning in his eyes was very obvious. It's clearly saying, if you still want to eat hairs, shut your mouth. Ouch! 5 hairs. Yu sat obediently on the ground, stretched out a paw to discuss terms with Jiang Yao. Like a docile big cat, Jiang Yao blinked. Deal. I'll pick it up at 8 o'clock tonight. Yu's mouth twitched. Jiang Yao nodded calmly. Okay. Everyone only saw one person and one tiger facing each other in strange postures. Occasionally they saw Yu making a coquettish sound from his mouth. But Jiang Yao remained motionless. They felt very strange. Feng Qi was helped up from the ground by the bodyguards, covering his chest and watching Yu's every move vigilantly. He could feel that Yu no longer had the anger and offensive intentions he had just now. And this was also thanks to the woman standing in front of him. Do they know each other? Just when Feng Qi was confused, Yu suddenly stood up. Several people backed away in fear. Yu glanced at Feng Qi with disdain, then turned around and walked away slowly, disappearing into the jungle after a while. Jiang Yao patted her chest in fear. The blood in her body began to flow, and she was still panicking. She just wanted to test the reaction of the strange tiger. But she didn't expect that this trick was really effective. It was really greedy for the hair in the space. It can only be said that she made the right bet. Ahem. Feng Qi's chest felt tight and painful, and he sat back down on the ground as if he had lost his strength. The power of this palm was not small, and he might have suffered internal injuries. Win team! Team leader! Several people came over to help. Are you okay? Jiang Yao turned around. Feng Qi was supported by someone. It's okay. This is its nest. Don't come near it again. I just warned her last night, and today I bumped into her. It's not a big deal. Seeing Jiang Yao's disgusted expression, Feng Qi was stunned for a moment, thinking that she cared about him. But it seemed that he was overthinking. Leave quickly! Jiang Yao didn't want to talk anymore. After looking at the position where she dug the cave, she left decisively. Several people were left staring blankly at her back. Feng Qi withdrew his gaze and stood up despite the severe pain. Pack the herbs and go down the mountain. Yes! The others all suffered minor injuries, but none were as serious as Feng Qi. They still acted quickly and collected the herbs in a few minutes. Let's go! Xiao Lei supported Feng Qi and took the lead down the mountain. Don't mention what happened today when you go back. Why? Let's take some people with us. Kill the tiger, and let's all eat meat together. It's not easy to find such a big guy. It would be nice to kill him to cheer everyone up. No! Most of the mutated animals have become wise. It's better not to become enemies with them now. Feng Qi's thoughts were more complicated. He didn't know what the future would be like. If humans were enemies of mutated animals, there would be no good but only harm. It would be nice if they could be tamed. Feng Qi's thoughts were exactly the same as Jiang Yao's. Remember, you cannot harm mutated animals. Otherwise you will be dealt with by military law. Yes. Xiao Lei was unwilling, but still obeyed the order. Several people quickly went down the mountain and headed towards the refugee camp. Near noon, Jiang Yao had returned to the wooden house, and after observing the mountain with a telescope for a while, she went out again. She wanted to go to Zhou Jin's house to see Zhou Han. After so many days, he should be able to get up and walk around. It was only a few dozen meters away, and he soon arrived at Zhou's house. He took out some glucose and put it in a bag outside the door. I saw that the courtyard was surrounded by iron sheets, leaving only a small door wide enough for one person. Jiang Yao entered from the small door and saw Zhou Han sitting in a daze under the eaves. There were also a lot of dried rabbits, pheasants and other food in front of her. Hearing the movement at the door, Zhou Han immediately looked over. When he saw it was Jiang Yao, his vigilance turned into surprise. "I'll! You finally came to see me!" Jiang Yao crossed her arms unnaturally. "I'm quite busy these days." "I know. It would be great if you could come." Zhou Han couldn't get up yet, so he had to sit and talk to Jiang Yao. "Henan, who are you talking to?" Zhou Jin walked out of the house and saw Jiang Yao next to Zhou Han, with a gentle smile on her face. "You came. Well, let me see Johan. Jiang Yao handed the glucose in her hand to Zhou Jin. Let me tell you about the situation at the foot of the mountain. What's wrong at the foot of the mountain? Zhou Jin and his family have not been down the mountain in the past few days. They occasionally go to the mountain to catch some game. This place is hidden, and they have no idea what is going on down the mountain. There is a virus and it's contagious. So don't go down there. Virus? Both of them were surprised at the same time. Are they the new ones? Zhou Jin asked. That's right. Zhou Jin was silent. Li went to the boat again before. But there was nothing on the boat. It was all searched by those people. Even the tattered rags were collected. It is enough to see their crazy behavior. With so many people crowded together, it is normal for them to contract the virus now. We will pay attention, and we will not go down the mountain. Zhou Jin smiled and said, Please make a special trip. Jiang Yao shrugged. I have nothing to do today, so I came to take a look. Just as he finished speaking, his feet trembled. Chapter 101 Abnormal Aftershocks. The expressions of the three people changed, and there were aftershocks. It's the second time today, but luckily it's not serious. Be careful. We don't know what kind of disasters there may be in the future. We must be on guard. Jiang Yao spent 3 years in her previous life, and the last disaster was an earthquake and flood. Now all disasters have disrupted her life, leaving her with no clue. She could only stay 1 day at a time. But fortunately, the space can save time and produce materials, so she has no worries. You need to buy an hour to stock up when you go back later. Otherwise it won't be enough by then. We know. You have to be careful too. I'll go back if nothing happens. I'll see you next time. Jiang Yao said to Zhou Han. Zhou Han was a little reluctant to let go and held Jiang Yao's hand. It's rare for you to come here. Let's eat before leaving. It's noon. Let's eat before leaving. Zhou Jin also wanted to keep Jiang Yao, but Jiang Yao shook her head. No. I suddenly thought of something, and I must do it now. She has nothing to do. She just doesn't want to eat here. They don't have much food in stock. So why should she eat from others? Okay. Will you come back in 2 days? Zhou Han let go of Jiang Yao's hand. Looking reluctant, Jiang Yao laughed and said, You have to get better soon, and come to me when the time comes. Okay. After hearing this, Zhou Han finally laughed. In fact, she was worried that Jiang Yao was separated from her. Now that Jiang Yao took the initiative to let her play, it showed that she still regarded her as a sister. After saying goodbye to the 2 Zhou brothers and sisters, Jiang Yao returned to the wooden house. She had nothing to do in the afternoon, so she put on tights and started practicing boxing in the yard. While practicing boxing, he observed the movement at the foot of the mountain. Even if she doesn't go down the mountain, she still needs to know what is happening every moment. There was the sound of several people walking down the mountain not far away. They must have gone up the mountain to find food. They were still discussing something. Jiang Yao stopped practicing boxing and squatted in front of the entrance of her courtyard to listen carefully. This time she really heard some news. Have you heard that most of the people who are sick are dead? No. It's said that infectious diseases can infect people. It's really scary. Fortunately, I didn't live with them. It's outrageous that such a large army has no cure. Yes. The footsteps gradually faded away, walking from the right side of the yard. No medicine? On the mountain, Jiang Yao accidentally saw green grass in the man's pocket. Did they go up the mountain just to find herbs? Natural disasters strike suddenly, and people run away in a hurry. It is normal for them to miss something. But now that so many people have died, will the infection continue? What if it spreads to the mountains? Jiang Yao hurriedly took out the heat-clearing and detoxifying granules, went back to the house, dissolved it with boiling water, and drank a bag. From now on, she would drink it 3 times a day. She hoped that the virus would pass soon. She wanted to go down the mountain to check the thickness of the ice. The weather had stayed at more than 30 degrees below zero, and it was inconvenient to wear too thick clothes. The whole world was frozen, with heavy snowfall for 2 days and light snowfall for 3 days, which made her, a southerner who had never seen snow, feel irritable. In boredom, Jiang Yao took out a telescope and looked at the sea. People came one after another in the past 2 days, making Folang Mountain even more noisy. She had to count her numbers and be prepared whether it was friend or foe. This time, I really saw the figure on the sea. This time, it was not coming from the north, but from the south. The tsunami hit the south first. Are there any survivors? Jiang Yao was very curious about how they survived. When the people gradually approached, Jiang Yao counted the number of people who came. There were 35 people in total, all wearing black down jackets. They were all wrapped up in the down jackets, and their faces could not be seen clearly. If you look carefully, you can see that the person being supported at the head should be a woman. She is short and staggers when walking, so it is easy to tell, looking at everyone's body shape. It seems that they are not sallow and thin, but rather strong. They all carry a bag on their body, but they are all bulging. Although the journey was slow, he was very energetic and did not look like a refugee who was hungry and short of supplies. But this has nothing to do with Jiang Yao. As long as the other party doesn't go up the mountain to anger her, it will be easy to handle. 35 people finally arrived at the shore. They were led by soldiers on guard duty and slowly climbed up the hill near Jiang Yao. This time, they lived higher up, 50 meters below the yard. Big Beard and Zhang Jia heard the sound and walked out of the house. The two looked down, seemingly dissatisfied with what the troops were doing. Jiang Yao frowned. It seemed that she had to establish her own territory. If this continues, everyone will be able to come to her yard and take a look. Jiang Yao's peripheral vision glanced at the short figure, and she paused. She always felt that the man's back looked familiar, and she didn't know where she had seen it before. There is only a 100 million chance of meeting an acquaintance here, so she cannot be among the 100. Jiang Yao turned around and saw Big Beard and Zhang Jia carefully testing the trap they had dug, trying to get into the yard. They didn't know where there was no trap, and without Jiang Yao's warning, the possibility of getting in was slim. Come in from the corner and move quickly. Jiang Yao lowered her voice and told them the way in. Upon hearing this, the two of them hurriedly entered the courtyard from where Jiang Yao pointed, walked to and stood next to Jiang Yao. Boss, they live so close. So be careful, especially at night, the bearded man said. I know. You should also be more alert. Good. Zhang Jia looked at Jiang Yao's serious-eyed face and relaxed a lot. He always felt that Jiang Yao could bring people a strong sense of security. He had a cold these past few days and had not gone out, so he didn't come to visit. It was rare to come out today, so he wanted to get together with Jiang Yao anyway. Let's go hunting in the mountains. The bearded man has caught pheasants and hares every day in the past 2 days, and my hands are itchy. Jiang Yao glanced at him. You go ahead. Remember not to go south. Why? They both asked at the same time. Big Beard remembered that his boss told him the same thing last time. Is there any beast in the south? In the morning, I vaguely heard a tiger-like sound, coming from the south. In the northeast, people are familiar with tigers, and he knows that tigers' calls are normal. Are there really tigers in the south? We know. We won't go. Zhang Jia was still confused, looking at this and that, but he didn't know why. The bearded man took Zhang Jia's arm and walked up the mountain. It was getting late, and he had to find today's food as soon as possible. At night, it is dangerous in the mountains and forests. The ground is shaking slightly, and if you don't pay close attention, you may not be able to notice it. But for the keen Jiang Yao, it was difficult not to discover it. The thick fog on the sea's surface quickly dissipated, revealing the pure white ice. There was a 2-meter wide crack on the ice. The crack was quickly moving towards the shore, and the other end extended overseas with no end in sight. Jiang Yao sat up and looked through the binoculars. It's true that you can't see the camera, but you can see the fish in the water emerging from the water. Today is very unusual. Aftershocks are coming one after another. Are there any signs? Chapter 102 Revenge. Killing like crazy. Jiang Yao planned to observe again. But while observing, the people below suddenly started to make a noise. Jiang Yao was very irritable. She finally found a quiet place, but it was destroyed again. Just as she was about to go back to the house, a sharp voice from below reached her ears. You all get out of my way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. This voice. Jiang Yao turned around in disbelief. Her face turned pale. She would never forget this voice in her dreams. It's that bitch. Why is she still alive? Did she escape by chance during that tsunami? Impossible. Jiang Yao's cheeks tightened on both sides. She wanted to confirm if it was true. She would go down and have a look to find out. So Jiang Yao put on her hat and mask and quickly went down the mountain to the place where everyone was making noise. I saw 2 groups of people confronting each other in the refugees' residence. One group was the refugees who came a few days ago, and the other group just arrived today. Both sides hold long knives in their hands. It seems like they are fighting for territory. I've taken a liking to this place. You all, get out! The voice is extremely arrogant and arrogant. At this moment, Jiang Yao was stiff, staring at the back of the woman who was speaking. The more she looked at her, the more she looked like the bitch in her mind. We lived here first. Why should we give it to you? The woman smiled disdainfully, glanced arrogantly at the men behind her, and glared at each other fiercely again. Why? Just with the machetes in our hands. Heh. Let's have a fight. Come on. The woman exchanged glances with the man next to her, and the atmosphere took a turn for the worse. When the woman turned her head, Jiang Yao's eyes widened in surprise. It was indeed her. Deng Wenwen. The bitch who betrayed her to the underworld even caused her to be beaten to death by more than 30 people. Hateful. Jiang Yao's clenched fist made a crunching sound, but she had to hold back. Now was not the best time for revenge. She would hide in the dark and observe quietly for a while. I want revenge and don't care about this little time. If the bitch falls down here, there is no need for her to do anything. The refugees all escaped from the gates of H.L. Their lives were so cheap that they would not give them up to others for food and shelter. There are almost the same number of people on both sides. It just depends on who is stronger. The mantis stalks the cicada, followed by the oriole, watching the fire from the other side, waiting for the opportunity. Hack me! Kill! Leave no one alive! The woman's gloomy eyes were like the god of death coming. Soon, the two sides started fighting each other fiercely. Everyone started slashing to death, and soon someone was stabbed and fell in a pool of blood. The screams continued and blood splattered everywhere. I thought Deng Wenwen would also join in, but she didn't expect that. She just retreated to the end, holding a machete to watch the fun. Jiang Yao sneered. Da Qing is still the same as in the previous life. As cowardly as a dog. How could Jiang Yao let go of this opportunity, and took a step towards Deng Wenwen? When he walked behind her, Deng Wenwen suddenly raised his knife and struck at her, as if he sensed danger. Jiang Yao dodged, and was surprised that she had become so sharp. Deng Wenwen glared at Jiang Yao fiercely. Who are you? Are you with them? Huh. You may not recognize me, but I remember you clearly. Deng Wenwen. When it came to the name, Jiang Yao gritted his teeth and squeezed it out. He took off his mask and hat and threw them on the ground, staring at Deng Wenwen sharply. When Jiang Yao saw Deng Wenwen's appearance clearly at close range, the darkness in Jiang Yao's heart gradually took control of her brain. She will never forget this ugly face. Jiang Yao took out the dagger from her waist. She wanted to cut off Deng Wenwen's flesh piece by piece, making him miserable. Deng Wenwen's eyes widened, and he tightened his grip on the machete in his hand. It turned out to be Jiang Yao. Why is she here? Go to H.L. Jiang Yao didn't give her too much time to think, and rushed over with the dagger. Deng Wenwen didn't have the strength to restrain a chicken, and he didn't know how to fight at all. He could only avoid it in a panic. But there was still a bloody mark on his arm. We have no grievances. Why do you want to kill me? Deng Wenwen deliberately tried. Before the disaster came, she and Jiang Yao didn't know each other at all. Now Jiang Yao hates her so much that if she hadn't been reborn, she wouldn't believe anything he said. You don't need to know. In such an environment, do you still need a reason to kill someone? After saying that, Jiang Yao thrust forward again. Help! Deng Wenwen shouted in shock and fell to the ground in a panic. Jiang Yao stepped forward and kicked her in the stomach. Ah! It hurts! Deng Wenwen curled up on the ground, moaning in pain. Jiang Yao used all his strength in this kick, and Deng Wenwen's ribs would be broken. Hansi! Come and save me! At this time, Deng Wenwen's voice was weak, and sweat was dripping on his forehead. When everyone behind him heard this, they all stopped fighting and looked at Deng Wenwen, the man who was with Deng Wenwen before. Hansi, seeing that she was in danger, hurriedly walked out of the crowd and held her in his arms, with a worried look on his face. Wenwen, are you okay? I'm fine. Deng Wenwen bit her lip in pain, pointed at Jiang Yao and shouted, Kill her! Hansi put down his girlfriend and looked at Jiang Yao gloomily. Who are you? I'm your aunt. Jiang Yao didn't talk nonsense to him, and stabbed him with a dagger. The other party offered to give him his head. How could she not accept it? Hansi raised his machete and faced him. The two knives intersected and sparked, eyes facing each other. The two quickly separated, then started punching and kicking each other. Deng Wenwen sat up from the ground and gave orders to the people behind him. What are you doing standing still? Come on over and kill her! If Jiang Yao is not eliminated, her secret will be exposed sooner or later. Let's go together! Kill! The shouts of killing continued and resounded throughout the mountain, and the remaining 20 people rushed towards Jiang Yao with their swords raised. Jiang Yao's eyes were glazed over. The scene of being beaten in her previous life reappeared, and now her mind was filled with thoughts of killing. But she didn't want to use a gun to solve the problem. Using it on them would be a waste of bullets. She hadn't had such a happy fight in a long time. Touching the scratched arm, Jiang Yao rushed forward needlessly like a man-eating trap beast without any sense. It doesn't matter whether she wins or loses. She is a killing machine. Jiang Yao quickly killed the 3 people in front as he rushed over, then swept his legs and trampled one of them under his feet. The dagger was stabbed hard and then pulled out. The person under her feet was splashed with blood, which sprayed onto her sharp chin, and the smell of blood hit her face. Jiang Yao smiled evilly, wiped away the blood and slowly stood up, approaching the enemy step by step. The whole body exudes the aura of death. The rest of the people were shocked. They had never seen such a fierce woman. They were so frightened that they backed away and even wanted to run away. Deng Wenwen was shocked. Why is Jiang Yao becoming more and more powerful? In her previous life, she wasn't that strong at all. Could it be that she also gained something special? Seeing that the situation was not good, Hanzi picked up Deng Wenwen and ran down the mountain. But Jiang Yao would not give them a chance to escape. Her goal today is Deng Wenwen. Chapter 103. She is also reborn? Go to a hidden place quickly. Good. Hanzi understood what Deng Wenwen wanted to do, and the 2 of them rushed down quickly as if they were running for their lives. But they were still not as fast as Jiang Yao, and they were soon caught up by her. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of Jiang Yao, and seeing that no one was following her, Deng Wenwen showed a strange smile to Jiang Yao, and the 2 of them disappeared. Jiang Yao is stunned. What is going on? Where are the people? Jiang Yao froze on the spot and thought of a possibility. She is familiar with this operation. Isn't it just space? Deng Wenwen was also reborn. Jiang Yao's eyes turned red, unwilling to let her run away like this. If there is really space, it will be difficult. No weapon can hurt the opponent, so we have to think of a way. Deng Wenwen didn't use the space just now, probably because she was worried. But now that she was able to hide, she was forced to do so, and she didn't hesitate to expose her secret and run for her life. When she was not sure whether Deng Wenwen's space was the same as hers, Jiang Yao was not going to act rashly and decided to come back and take a look at it quietly at night. Jiang Yao put away the dagger and returned the same way. When the people with Deng Wenwen saw her returning, they fled frantically and disappeared after a while. Jiang Yao was not in the mood to settle scores with them, and focused on Deng Wenwen's space. Deng Wenwen and Hanzi hid in the space and listened carefully to what was going on outside. Only when there was no sound outside did they relax their vigilance. Hanzi hugged his girlfriend and sat on the sofa, pouring her a glass of water. Wanwen, this space only lasts for half an hour. What if she hasn't left yet? Jiang Yao doesn't know the existence of space. She will definitely not stay where she is. Deng Wenwen took the water and took a sip. She understands Jiang Yao's character very well. If she is not sure about something, she will definitely retreat first, and then find a way to break through. Jiang Yao would be shocked for a while if she thought they disappeared for nothing. Deng Wenwen looked at her space with a very proud face. The space had appeared naturally since her rebirth, although it was only 100 square meters in size. It could hold a lot of supplies, enough for her to eat for several years, and he can still stay there for half an hour every day, which Deng Wenwen thinks is enough. However, since Jiang Yao is also reborn, will he also have space? The same as hers? Let me bandage your wound. Hanzi took gauze and alcohol and applied medicine to his girlfriend's injured area. When he saw a bruise on the right side of his abdomen, his eyes showed distress. Your ribs should be cracked, so you can't move for the time being. If she comes to cause trouble again, I will definitely kill her. Hanzi gave his girlfriend medicine while venting his anger. Deng Wenwen endured the pain and expressed his decision. You can't beat her. She's very powerful. We just need to avoid her from now on. We can't stay here anymore. We have to find another place. Okay. We'll look for him when we go out later. Hanzi listened to Deng Wenwen's words very much. Half an hour later, the 2 of them were forced to eject from the space. After lying in the grass and observing for a while, they ran away in despair. Jiang Yao had already returned to his wooden house, sitting on a chair in trance, thinking about ways to deal with Deng Wenwen. In her previous life, she was betrayed by Deng Wenwen, who told everyone in the unit building that she had a lot of supplies on her, which made her afraid to go out every day. Once she went out, there were dozens of people waiting for her. The other party had a large number of people, so she was inevitably beaten severely and her supplies were taken away. During that time, I was like a rat crossing the street, hiding in the house hungry. She endured this for a week without food or drink. Fortunately, it rained on the last day, so she finally got some water. But once the food was in his stomach, his hunger revived, and he suddenly had a crazy urge to eat. Jiang Yao endured it until night, and finally couldn't stand it anymore. She secretly went out to look for supplies in the middle of the night, and finally found a box of instant noodles. However, before she could eat it, she was surrounded by people, and she was so weak that she'd lost her life. All this is thanks to Ding Wenwen. Treat others with their own treatment. In this case, let that bitch suffer what you have suffered. Isn't this more exciting and torturous than killing her? Jiang Yao smiled evilly. It was currently 6 o'clock in the evening, which happened to be the time when everyone was eating. What would happen if they were told that Ding Wenwen had supplies on him? Quickly go out and go down the mountain to the cave where those people live. As soon as he arrived there, Jiang Yao saw 12 people gathered around the fire to keep warm. He didn't know what was cooking in the pot, and he couldn't smell it. She's here again! When the people facing Jiang Yao saw her figure, they immediately screamed in panic and stepped back uncontrollably. Who's making the fuss? Everyone turned their heads, and after seeing who it was, they jumped up from the ground, holding their knives to guard against Jiang Yao. One of them dared to glare at Jiang Yao. What are you doing here? Dang Wenwen and her husband ran away long ago. Where are you going? Jiang Yao crossed her arms and looked like she had known for a long time. How do we know? Really don't know? Seeing everyone's fearful looks, Jiang Yao sneered. I'm not here to see her. I'm here to see you. Looking for us? Everyone's expressions changed and they retreated faster. We have no grievances with you. If you want to settle the score, go to Dang Wenwen. Jiang Yao put down her hands and stopped pretending. Don't you want to know her secret? What a secret? She has a secret? I do not know. TSK Tisk. Jiang Yao looked sympathetic. She has endless food in her hand, and you are working hard for her. Don't you get half a point? What? Are you telling the truth? The crowd was in a state of excitement, with incredible expressions on their faces. Of course it's true. Jiang Yao looked at the other party sincerely. There is a magical treasure in her belly that can hold everything in the world. You can get it by just opening the belly. After you get it, you will naturally not be hungry. A treasure that can hold things? Impossible. How can there be such a magical treasure in the world? Looking at the sincere expression on Jiang Yao's face, they still didn't believe it. Jiang Yao shook her head helplessly. Did you follow along all the way and not notice that they haven't lost any weight at all? Not only is he not losing weight, but his face is rosy, like someone who has been hungry. Everyone was silent, and the atmosphere instantly solidified. Yes, Dang Wenwen and her boyfriend have never complained about being hungry, and they even feel a little fatter. One of them finally thought of the key point. If you say so, I also discovered it. Another person's eyes lit up. I also saw them stealing food, but they didn't admit it. Do they really have treasures on them? There must be. Some people have already believed Jiang Yao's words. Once trust collapses, doubts will take root in their hearts, and will never be eradicated unless they are verified. Chapter 104 I owe you a favor. Jiang Yao snickered in her heart, finally able to sleep comfortably. Ding Wenwen must still be on this mountain. If you don't look for them, they will run away. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed out of the cave. Let's go quickly. We can't let them escape. 20 people ran out from Jiang Yao one after another, holding knives, with greedy excitement on their faces. Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows proudly. Dang Wenwen, you have endured enough this time. It was already dark when Jiang Yao returned home, but she didn't want to have dinner. Her whole mind was occupied by Ding Wenwen, a bitch, and she lost her appetite. I looked at the watch on my hand and found that it was almost 8 o'clock. Jiang Yao did not forget to go to the mountain to feed the big cat. After wrapping herself in a thick cotton coat, she went out again. As soon as I walked out of the door, I caught a glimpse of a very tall figure outside the courtyard. Jiang Yao took out a gun and pointed it at the opponent. Who? It's me. With a deep voice, Jiang Yao quickly recognized who it was, put down the gun and walked over. How did you come? Feng Qi walked out of the darkness, looking particularly mysterious under the red moonlight, making it difficult to see the expression on his face. Ahem. Just the way he was hunched over showed that he was seriously injured. Sending you medicine. We have developed an antidote to the virus. Jiang Yao walked up to Feng Qi with a complicated look on her face. Are you okay? It's okay. Feng Qi handed the medicine to Jiang Yao. Once a day. Thank you. Jiang Yao took it. You'd better see a doctor. Feng Qi curled his lips. I know. The atmosphere was awkward for a while. Jiang Yao touched her nose and said, I want to rest. You can go back. Ahem. Feng Qi covered his mouth. Looking weak. I don't know your name yet. Jiang Yao. It doesn't hurt to tell him. And we might cooperate in the future. You really don't want to go up the mountain with me? Feng Qi's eyes flashed. Jiang Yao rolled her eyes and said, No. I'm used to being alone and not restricted. Ha. Feng Qi chuckled. It's your style. If you don't want to, just go. He won't force it. If you have any questions, come to me. Feng Qi hesitated for a moment. I was on the mountain today, thank you. Jiang Yao was confused. I'm not doing it for you. Feng Qi was stunned. Jiang Yao didn't want to explain. Nor could she. Ahem. Feng Qi lightly clenched his fist and put it on his lips to hide his embarrassment. Everyone has a secret. And he won't ask why. Anyway, thank you. If you don't take action today, maybe we will all be eaten by tigers. Jiang Yao waved her hand. It's just a coincidence. I'm in. Before turning around, he looked at the medicine in his hand and sincerely thanked Feng Qi. Thanks. Polite. After the two said goodbye, Feng Qi went down the mountain. When he couldn't see his back, Jiang Yao came out of the house in the dark. It was already past 8 o'clock. So Yihu should be waiting in a hurry. Arriving at the strange tiger's lair, Jiang Yao looked around but couldn't see it and couldn't help but wonder. Hasn't it come back yet? Ouch! Over there. The voice sounded a little unusual. Jiang Yao walked over looking for the sound. And sure enough, she saw a bright yellow figure in the woods, with 2 little tigers standing under it. Different. Before the word tiger could be shouted out, Jiang Yao quickly hid behind the tree. Just now, I felt that the strange tiger's voice was unusual. It turned out that he was fighting another tiger. Jiang Yao looked through the gap and saw that the other one was obviously larger than Yihu and had a stronger aura. Are they fighting over territory? Human. I leave my child to you. Jiang Yao was surprised by the anxious voice. In the next second, 2 round figures flew over and landed heavily in front of her. Looking at the 2 cute creatures in front of her, Jiang Yao felt a little dizzy. She didn't know if the other strange tiger had also discovered her, so she didn't dare to reveal herself. Hare! The 2 little tigers smelled Jiang Yao's scent and mistook her for a hare. They stood up and pounced on her. Just in time. Jiang Yao had no time to care about the 2 little ones, and quickly moved into the space when she touched their hair. There are many hares in space, so feel free to eat them. When the 2 tiger cubs saw so many hares in the space, they immediately chased them excitedly through the fence and had a great time, completely forgetting about their mother's safety. Ouch! Ouch! The 2 exotic tigers quickly bit each other and hit a big tree nearby. Crack! The big tree broke in half. 3 or 4 big trees were affected one after another, all of which were broken and fell to the ground. Ouch! Yihu was pinned to the ground by another one and could not struggle for a long time. Jiang Yao was a little anxious looking at Yihu, who was not dominant in size. Holding the submachine gun in his hand, he hesitated whether to step forward to help, not to mention whether the other one is smart or not. This amazing fighting power is not enough for the opponent to slap it with one palm. While Jiang Yao was wondering, Yihu finally stood up. But it couldn't withstand the opponent's strength and was bitten and kept retreating. Jiang Yao no longer hesitated and rushed out with the gun in hand, charging straight at the opponent. Bang, bang, bang! The serial gunshots were extremely loud in this quiet mountain forest. People at the foot of the mountain looked to the south one after another, wondering what was happening. Ouch! A tragic tiger roar followed. The expressions of the people at the foot of the mountain changed. Someone actually killed a tiger. Even if they knew someone was killing the tiger, they would not dare to go up the mountain to watch. The other tiger was unprepared and was shot 3 times by Jiang Yao, all of which were on the back. The pain made it wail incessantly. Yihu found an opportunity and immediately rushed forward and bit the opponent's neck without letting go. Jiang Yao was afraid of accidentally hurting it, so she stopped shooting and stood there watching. Feng Qi stood at the foot of the mountain and looked at the direction from which the sound came, with a complicated expression on his face. Captain, should we go up and take a look? Xiao Lei has not given up on the tiger hunting plan yet. Are you very free? No. Seeing that the captain was displeased, Xiao Lei gave him a military salute. Let's set off back to the mountain. Yes! Feng Qi and others got on the plane. The alien tiger directly bit off the opponent's neck. The wailing sound gradually weakened until it disappeared. The whole body fell limply to the ground. But its neck was still bitten by the alien tiger. It seems to be dead. Jiang Yao approached cautiously and stood in front of his head to observe. He was relieved when he found that there was indeed no breath. Let go! Die! Yihu relaxed obediently. Where is my child? Yihu's mouth was full of blood. Jiang Yao's hair stood on end. So the two little tigers were quickly released. When they were released, they still had a fat hair in their mouths and ran back to the strange tiger. Thanks, human. Yihu licked his son's hair. His red eyes filled with gratitude. I owe you a favor. Jiang Yao put the gun into the space and took a few steps back. The smell of blood was too strong. Remember what you said today? I never lie. Yihu changed his gratitude and stared at Jiang Yao with contempt. Humans are indeed the greediest animals. That's good. Jiang Yao didn't know what Yihu was thinking. She just felt that today's harvest was not small. And she was one step closer to Yihu. Chapter 105, How could she only be stabbed once? Looking at the tiger on the ground, Jiang Yao had other thoughts. This tiger, you should accept it. Yihu looked at Jiang Yao coldly. It does not eat its own kind. Very good. Jiang Yao was so excited that she quickly put the body into the space. The tiger was covered in treasures. And just this tiger's skin was enough for her to make several sets of clothes. After putting it away, Jiang Yao was ready to go home. Thinking of something, Jiang Yao took out 5 more hairs from the space and placed them on the ground. This is a thank you gift. The consciousness explored the space, and Jiang Yao almost fainted. Good guy. The hair is directly missing by 1/3. There were only more than 200 of them in total. As soon as the 2 little guys went in, they killed dozens of them. They couldn't afford to raise them. Jiang Yao's heart was bleeding. But she had eaten all the food, and there was no way she would let them spit it out. Just use that tiger to offset it. Calculating it this way, she still has an advantage. The consciousness came out of the space, and she wanted to say goodbye to the 3 of them. But there were no traces of them in front of her. So Jiang Yao had no choice but to go home listlessly. Before he could lie down after returning home, there was another loud noise coming from the west. Jiang Yao was so startled that she ran away from her drowsiness. Could it be that Deng Wenwen was discovered? A must visit. So, Jiang Yao changed into her body armor and went out. As soon as she arrived at the place, she saw a few familiar faces. Sure enough, they were the group from the afternoon. There were 2 people standing in the middle of them. Who else could it be if it wasn't Deng Wenwen and her boyfriend? Jiang Yao stood in the dark and watched the excitement. She didn't plan to go up now, but wanted to see how Deng Wenwen was tortured to death by them. Deng Wenwen was seen leaning on her boyfriend, her face pale. It looked like he was seriously injured. At this time, the crowd around finally spoke. Deng Wenwen, as long as you hand over the treasures and supplies honestly, we can spare your life. Hand it over. Hand it over. Deng Wenwen's eyelids drooped. He raised his eyes and glanced at everyone before denying it. I don't understand what you are talking about. I have no treasures and no supplies. His face was calm. But in his heart, he had already cursed Jiang Yao hundreds of times. Damn it. Jiang Yao must have betrayed her. Jiang Yao must be seeking revenge for being betrayed by her in her previous life. If I had known earlier, I would have fled farther away. But it was really unlucky that I was found when I ran out of space and time. As long as they survive the early hours, they can hide in the space as soon as 12 o'clock in the morning comes. Deng Wenwen subconsciously glanced at the watch on his wrist, which read 11:50. 10 minutes left. With a smile on her face, she told her boyfriend the good news. Hold on for 10 more minutes and we'll be safe. Hansi nodded firmly. Okay. Try to delay it as long as possible. Seeing the 2 of them whispering furtively, the leader in the crowd became impatient. Throughout the journey, you 2 are still rosy-cheeked, while we are sallow and skinny. How could you have grown so well if we really had no supplies? You really think we are fools? If I give you another chance, will you hand it over? We didn't. Hansi frowned and hugged his girlfriend tightly. Seeing that the other party still refused to admit it, the leading brother became completely angry. If you don't eat the damn toast, you'll have to drink wine as a penalty. Everyone will serve me and cut her belly open. Superior. Hansi raised his knife and prepared to fight back. Wait a minute. Deng Wenwen shouted and secretly glanced at his watch. 5 minutes. I can't help but feel anxious. Jiang Yao had long noticed something strange about Ding Wenwen. Why did she keep staring at her watch? Are you waiting for the opportunity? Jiang Yao also raised her hand. 11:55. What's the meaning? Who told you that I have supplies? Ding Wenwen's voice sounded again in the crowd. And Jiang Yao looked up. Don't care who it is. Today is the day you die. The leading brother glared at the other party fiercely. You must understand that you must die. You don't want to be haunted by my ghost in the future. Right. Ding Wenwen stared at the leading brother secretly, with a strange light shining in his eyes. In his spare time, he looked at the clock again. 3 minutes. The crowd fell silent. They were indeed afraid of ghosts. Just as the leading brother was hesitating, Jiang Yao noticed something was wrong. Ding Wenwen was obviously stalling for time. Something flashed through his mind. But Jiang Yao just couldn't think of the key. Time. Jiang Yao's chaotic brain suddenly became clear. Space-time? Is there a limit to the time Ding Wenwen can stay in space? Thinking of this, she suddenly knew why Ding Wenwen looked at his watch frequently. Okay. Let you die clearly. After everyone's discussion, the big brother who took the lead finally decided to speak out. Every wrongdoer has his own debtor. But don't pester him. The witch who wants to kill you today told us. It's indeed her. Ding Wenwen gritted her teeth, and her vicious eyes were about to pierce the leader's head. Although she already knew the answer, she was still very angry. 1 minute. What 1 minute? Everyone was confused after hearing the time Ding Wenwen mentioned clearly. In anger, Ding Wenwen accidentally told the time, and realized that he had made a mistake. And finally, the expression of winning was no longer on his face. Hansi took the initiative to hold her hand to calm his girlfriend's panic. Give us another minute to discuss. Ding Wenwen and her boyfriend looked at each other, and when they clenched their hands, they could feel the moisture in the other's palms. Yes, let's discuss it. The leading brother showed a fierce look on his face. No matter how much we discuss it, we will die. The witch said that we must cut open your stomach to get the treasure. After saying that, he took the lead and rushed out. Hack me! Superior! They quickly pushed Ding Wenwen to the ground. In order to protect his girlfriend, Hansi raised a knife and slashed wildly. However, one of them slashed her right on the neck, and finally fell to the ground in pain. Hansi! 30 seconds. Hurry! Ding Wenwen was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. And suddenly, there was severe pain in his stomach. Ah! I don't know who opened her stomach. 10 seconds. Someone is taking off her clothes. Ding Wenwen struggled hard and endured the pain to hold her boyfriend's hand. 5 seconds. Jiang Yao watched this cruel farce with half-squinted eyes. Arrive. Ding Wenwen finally took the hand of her unconscious boyfriend. And as soon as her consciousness moved, the two disappeared in front of everyone. Where are the people? Why is it missing? Everyone was milling around in surprise. The leader stomped his feet angrily and threw the machete to the ground. That bitch really has a treasure on her. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have wasted my time and let them escape. Jiang Yao stood in the dark with an expression like this. She didn't know how long Ding Wenwen would stay in this space. But she could wait. If the guess is correct, Ding Wenwen's space can only be entered once a day, and each stay is only for a short time. And just like her space, you can come out wherever you go in. If you just wait here. Search for me again. We must search them out. Yes. The leading brother was unwilling to give in and rushed towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao suddenly realized and disappeared, listening to the footsteps running outside. Jiang Yao took out a bottle of Coke and drank it. When she finished drinking, the forest returned to tranquility. Jiang Yao came out of the space, walked to a big rock not far away, and sat down, patiently waiting for Ding Wenwen to come out. Thinking that Ding Wenwen only had a cut in his stomach, he felt very upset. How could she let Ding Wenwen only get one stabbing blow? Chapter 106. This is just an appetizer. At this time, Ding Wenwen and Hansi were lying on the ground in the space groaning in pain. Both of them were seriously injured. However, because of the thick clothing, the wound on Ding Wenwen's stomach was not deep. Hansi! Hansi was still in a coma and couldn't hear her call at all. Ding Wenwen leaned sideways towards her boyfriend, seeing the blood coming out of her boyfriend's neck. She quickly covered it with her hands. The hatred in his heart grew more wantonly, and his eyes were quenched with poison. Jiang Yao, I will definitely kill you. Ding Wenwen sat up on the sofa and picked up gauze to stop the bleeding of her boyfriend. Fortunately, the carotid artery was not injured. Otherwise now, she didn't dare to think about it anymore. Hansi had always been very kind to her. He took good care of himself during the escape and didn't suffer at all. Now because she almost lost her life, Deng Wenwen feels very guilty. Jiang Yao sat outside wondering what the two of them were doing in space. She glanced at her watch from time to time. 15 minutes had passed. And time passed too slowly. It was cold and snowing. So she couldn't help but put another coat on her body. The cold was isolated, and her body gradually warmed up. She had no intention of entering the space and waiting. The time she stayed there was precious, and she couldn't bear it. Fortunately, there is no one in the forest now. Otherwise people would think she was crazy when they saw her, enjoying the scenery here despite the wind and snow. While you have nothing to do now, put away the vegetables in the space. The pheasant that Big Beard caught 2 days ago has hatched more than 20 chicks. And they are chirping. Jiang Yao was surprised by the gross speed of space creatures. It was so fast. After collecting vegetables and machine-made things, the gold coins in the space continue to rise. And the longer the time goes by, the more expensive the gold coins will be by 1/2. If things go on like this, the gold coins will never be used up. He bought another hour of time with gold coins. It had only been 4 hours since the day he found out. Jiang Yao felt that it was so slow. But she couldn't help it. Who made time so expensive? By expanding the space and various fences by another 10 square meters, there is room for the machine-made materials. When she clicked on them all, Jiang Yao found that there was indeed an additional option. When she looked carefully, she was stunned. Pharmaceutical factory? What? Pharmaceutical factory! Jiang Yao stood up and paced back and forth excitedly. With the pharmaceutical factory, she no longer had to worry about the shortage of medical supplies. After seeing the number of gold coins below, Jiang Yao's grin froze. 36565543, more than 2 million gold coins. Looking at the remaining gold coins, her excitement suddenly fell to the bottom. It can produce about 120,000 gold coins every day, and it will take almost a month to reach 20 million. So long. The day lilies are cold. Fortunately, there are still a lot of medical supplies in the space. Otherwise, Jiang Yao would be anxious for a while. She should save gold coins from now on, and not use them elsewhere. 25 minutes passed in a flash. Jiang Yao took out a plate of fried chicken legs and 3 ounces of white wine to eat. I don't know how long Deng Wenwen's space lasts, but it should not exceed 2 hours. It doesn't hurt to wait a little longer. As soon as she picked up the second chicken leg and put it to her mouth, 2 figures appeared on the ground in front of Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao put down the chicken legs and drank all the white wine. Here comes the work. I looked at my watch. It was exactly half an hour. I curled my lips in disgust. It hadn't been that long. It definitely doesn't have as much space as hers. Deng Wenwen sat up holding his stomach in pain, staring at Jiang Yao angrily. And a dagger appeared out of thin air in his hand. Bitch! I'm going to kill you! Ha ha! Are you kidding me? Do you think you can beat me in your current state? Jiang Yao stood on tiptoes and approached step by step. You can't beat me when you're healthy. Deng Wenwen held the knife in both hands and backed away in fear. I know you are also reborn. Enemies meet on a narrow road. It's my misfortune. Oh, I still have some self-awareness. But how did you know that I would appear here? Do you know about space? Deng Wenwen glanced at her boyfriend out of the corner of her eye and found that he hadn't woken up yet, and couldn't help but worry. Is that thing rare? Unfortunately, I also have one, and it's better than yours. Jiang Yao snatched the long knife from Deng Wenwen's hand. Do you know how I died? After speaking, his eyes became fierce, and the long knife in his hand pierced Deng Wenwen's abdomen. That's it. Uh-huh. A groan came from Deng Wenwen's mouth. In just a moment, she lay on the ground unable to move. Her chest was shaking with pain. Her lips were trembling, and she could not speak. There was a rough wheezing sound in the throat. Jiang Yao actually has room. She is not willing to give in. In her previous life, because of her good skills, Jiang Yao was supported and coaxed by people in the same building every day. For fear of angering her, she would not be able to eat in the future. So they treated her as the boss. It was obvious that she and Jiang Yao had found the supplies together. But everyone only saw Jiang Yao and didn't even say a word of thanks to her. After that, she fell in love with Jiang Yao, and she did not hesitate to betray him to people outside the same building, so that her glory would no longer exist. As long as she was gone, the people in the building would soon flatter her. But not long after Jiang Yao died, the forces that killed Jiang Yao turned their targets towards them, and everyone in the same building was robbed and killed. Ironically, She also died at the hands of those same people. Hey! Jiang Yao squatted next to Ding Wenwen, slowly twisting the hand holding the knife. Do you still have something to think about? Oh! Ding Wenwen finally woke up from his memories, and couldn't bear the severe pain. Jiang Yao tightly covered his mouth before he screamed out. What's it called? This is just an appetizer! Whoa! Whoa! When he heard it was an appetizer, Ding Wenwen was so frightened that he shook his head, his eyes begging for mercy. Want to beg me to let you go? Jiang Yao licked her lips. Impossible. Tears flowed from the corners of Ding Wenwen's eyes, and he could even clearly feel the knife turning in his stomach. Laugh! The moment Jiang Yao pulled out the knife, blood flowed to the ground like a faucet. But Ding Wenwen could no longer feel the pain, and his body began to numb. With the loss of blood, she gradually lost strength and collapsed to the ground. Like a rag doll, Jiang Yao didn't care whether she lived or died, and continued to insert the knife into the opponent's stomach, arms, thighs. 1 knife. 2 knives. The blood in his body had been drained out, and the blood stained the snow on the ground red. Ding Wenwen's eyes opened wide, and his pupils gradually expanded until the light disappeared. Hee. Jiang Yao knew that Ding Wenwen was dead, so she pulled out the knife and threw it on the ground. After looking at the man next to her, who didn't know whether to live or die, she turned around and left. She will not kill innocent people indiscriminately. But if the other party wants revenge, don't blame her for being cruel. Late at night, Jiang Yao quickly returned to the wooden house and immersed herself in the barrel. Although she got her revenge, she was not happy at all. Looking at her hands stained with blood, confusion flashed in Jiang Yao's eyes. She wanted to return to the peaceful and comfortable life before. But no more. Chapter 107. This cancer must not be left behind. Coming out of the bucket, Jiang Yao took out a bag of medicine given by Feng Qi and drank a bag. The bitter taste filled her throat. She quickly drank some water to suppress the bitter taste. Then he got into bed and slept peacefully. Jiang Yao slept deeply that night. Until morning, she was woken up by the noise. Jiang Yao sat up suddenly, so tired that she ran away instantly, because these sounds came from the same place last night. Could it be that Ding Wenwen's body was discovered? No matter if it is discovered, it will let those people know that Ding Wenwen is dead and will no longer worry about any treasures, thus avoiding a lot of trouble. Jiang Yao put on her clothes and prepared to take a look. As soon as she opened the door, Jiang Yao saw Big Beard and Zhang Jia standing in the yard. They were relieved to see her come out. Jiang Yao found the expressions of the two people very interesting. What's wrong with you? Your face looks like a bitter melon. A woman died in the woods. What a tragic scene. TSK TSK. Zhang Jia couldn't help but hug his arms tightly, and the hairs all over his body stood up as he continued to speak. As long as you're okay. What can happen to me? Jiang Yao knew that the two of them cared about her. A woman died? Jiang Yao pretended to be surprised. Go and have a look. With that said, he walked out of the courtyard. It's better not to go. I'm afraid you won't be able to eat. The bearded man blocked the boss's way. Ah, will she not be able to eat? Joke. She was the one who killed the person. It's miserable. It's very miserable. They were drained of blood. The bearded man swallowed his saliva, and both of their faces looked a little white. Jiang Yao suppressed laughter. So cruel? The two nodded heavily. Indeed, all she had done last night was her aorta, so it would be strange if the blood was not drained. Okay. What a man. What are you afraid of? Jiang Yao pushed the bearded man away. If you are afraid, just go home. She was going to see if the man named Hanzi was still there. Big Beard and Zhang Jia looked at each other and followed immediately. The three of them quickly arrived at the scene of the incident. There were people standing around them, and 4 men who looked like soldiers stood in the middle. Jiang Yao was surprised. Are they even alarmed? Well, someone went to notify him. Zhang Jia replied. Jiang Yao no longer asked, but put on a mask and squeezed in from the crowd. At a glance, she saw the body covered in white cloth. The corpse was stiff, and the blood stains on the ground turned black and blue. But the smell of blood was still strong. Jiang Yao looked around and didn't see Ding Wenwen's boyfriend. Jiang Yao pinched her chin. This shouldn't happen. Doesn't he seem to love Ding Wenwen very much? Why didn't he stay here? Are you afraid of these soldiers? Suddenly being tapped on the shoulder, Jiang Yao quickly struck out, pinched the opponent's wrist, and pulled him forward. Oh! It's me! The person behind him couldn't help shouting in pain. Jiang Yao let go of her hand. Is it you? It was the big brother who took the lead last night. And he wasn't afraid of her? What's up? The leader rubbed his painful wrist and whispered. It's nothing. We spent the night with Dangwon on the mountain last night. But we didn't expect that this bitch would stay where we were, causing our feet to almost freeze through. The treasure you mentioned is really powerful. People can hide in it. But I don't know if it is still in her belly. You can find out if you are there or not. Jiang Yao no longer looked at him, but watched the 4 soldiers handling the corpse. I saw them simply wrapping the body in a plastic bag, and one of them carried a corner and prepared to go down the mountain. The leader stared closely at the corpse. You're right. I'll follow them, and I'll look for them after they leave. The greed on his face was clearly revealed. He had just taken the opportunity to send away his younger brothers just because he wanted to take it all for himself. It's over. It's over. Please don't gather and cause trouble. Otherwise we will be driven out of Fenglang Mountain. The soldier at the front pushed away the crowd while carrying the body. Some people are afraid of being driven down the mountain and run faster than rabbits. Jiang Yao slowly walked back with Big Beard and Zhang Jie. I have nothing to do today. Why don't you go for a walk in the mountains? Having made up her mind, Jiang Yao wanted to get rid of the 2 of them. I still have something to do. You go back first. Big Beard and Zhang Jie stopped and looked over in confusion. It's so cold today. Why don't you go home? If you don't want to go back, you can go back. Jiang Yao turned around and headed up the mountain in the opposite direction of the way home. He turned around from the hidden place on the mountain and walked towards the south. Just halfway, his feet began to tremble slightly again, and the snow on the branches continued to fall. Jiang Yao stood still, waiting for the aftershocks to pass. It's been happening more and more frequently in the past 2 days. Don't forget to hold back some big moves. The ground quickly returned to calm. Looking at the sea level from the mountain, Jiang Yao was surprised to find that the crack by the aftershock was not frozen. You could vaguely see the big fish swimming freely on the sea. Jiang Yao took out the telescope and looked at it for a while before putting it down. There was no figure in the water that she wanted to see. Since going up the mountain, Jiang Yao rarely goes to the shore, and she has never seen a baby killer whale since the ice. If she has time, she will go to the beach again. My thoughts drifted far away, and I didn't even know when someone was standing in front of me. It wasn't until she saw the other party's trousers that Jiang Yao sounded the alarm. Quickly took a few steps back, took out a knife and pointed it at the other party. After standing still, Jiang Yao could clearly see who was in front of her. Isn't it the same Hanzi who didn't collect Dang Wenwen's body? The wound on his neck had been simply treated and wrapped with thick gauze. He was unconscious in such a cold forest, but he could still stand here well. It was really lucky. Get out of the way! I don't want to see blood today. Jiang Yao swung her knife to both sides, signaling Hanzi to get out of the way. What one was killed by you? Hanzi couldn't hide his sadness and despair. He held the dagger in his right hand and kept shaking, and his whole body trembled. It should be because he lost too much blood and was too weak. I killed him. Jiang Yao readily admitted that she would kill him without any excuses. Why? Hanzi was emotional, bent down and roared. We just arrived here, and we wanted to live well in this apocalypse. But why did you kill her? What should he do if Dang Wen dies? All the supplies are in her space. If she can't take them out, he won't be able to survive. This is a grudge between the 2 of us. You don't need to know. Get out of the way. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. You should know her space. Right. Hanzi took 2 steps forward with a firm tone. Did you take away the space? I do not know what you're talking about. Jiang Yao looked at Hanzi as if he were an idiot. Space exists in consciousness and is not a physical object. If she could take it out, she would have taken it out long ago. Give me back the space. Hanzi wasn't sure whether the space belonged to Jiang Yao, but he could only take a gamble. So he raised his dagger and planned to fight Jiang Yao to the death. Jiang Yao originally wanted to let him live, but he already knew the secret of space and wanted to keep it for himself. So she gave up the idea of letting him go. Chapter 108. Drilling into the ground and climbing up the mountain. This cancer must not be left in the world, as it will cause endless troubles. She would not go back to the old path of her previous life and be betrayed foolishly. I didn't intend to kill you, but you walked in front of me and asked for trouble. Don't blame me for being heartless. Jiang Yao inserted the dagger back into her waist, took out the silenced pistol again, and moved her index finger to hit the trigger. Hanzi's eyes widened. Jiang Yao actually had a gun. Seeing that the situation was not good, he hurriedly ran down the mountain. He was ready for everything, but he didn't know that the other party had a gun in his hand. He was careless. But how could Jiang Yao let him escape? With 2 bang bangs, he accurately penetrated Hansi's chest. Snort! After groaning, Hansi was forced to stop. But his body fell forward due to inertia. Lying face down on the ground, he bent his fingers twice and stopped moving. Why did you kill him? Before Jiang Yao put down the hand holding the gun, a familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Yao calmly put the gun back, then turned around and looked at Zhou Jin expressionlessly. He deserves to be killed. Why? Zhou Jin asked again. You asked too many questions. Jiang Yao stopped talking nonsense and turned around to walk up the mountain. She was not afraid that Hansi's body would be seen by others. Zhou Jin looked at Jiang Yao's figure complexly, unable to explain how she felt. After hesitating for a while, he dragged Hansi's body to a hidden place and prepared to dig a hole and bury it. After walking a certain distance, Jiang Yao didn't hear any footsteps coming, so she quickly quickened her pace and walked towards the cave. As soon as he arrived at the place, Jiang Yao found a sleeping exotic tiger lying next to the entrance of the cave, and 2 chubby tiger cubs lying next to him. Huh? It seems that he has grown up a lot compared to the previous 2 days. Isn't this family waiting for her? Hearing the sound, Yihu opened his blood-red eyes. Human, you are finally here. Do you have anything to do with me? He really came here to wait for her. The 2 little tigers also woke up at this time. When they saw Jiang Yao's figure, they immediately stood up from the ground and stared at her expectantly. Jiang Yao suddenly felt bad. My son wants to eat hair. Really? This family regards her as a shit sweeper. Unable to refuse, Jiang Yao had to take out 2 hairs and put them on the ground in front of her. 2 little tigers quickly ran forward and took the hairs away. Okay. Eat and eat. I'm going to do my business. Don't bother me. Jiang Yao lifted up the turf to reveal the wooden planks underneath. When he opened the wooden planks, there was a dug hole underneath, leading directly to the mountain opposite the iron fence. You want the mountain? Yihu touched Jiang Yao's arm with his paw. Yes. I want to go to the base to see what good things those people are doing. Jiang Yao nodded. It's dangerous. They have guns. Jiang Yao stopped what she was doing. Do you still know about guns? Yihu knows quite a lot. Nonsense. The blood-red eyes suddenly rolled their eyes. Really white eyes. Yihu hesitated for 2 seconds and finally made a decision. I'll go with you. You? Jiang Yao was surprised. Really want to go? Don't think too much. I just want to go up and have a look. Yihu stood up straight and gestured twice under the iron fence. At this height, it should be able to jump over. You can go up. But don't come with me. Jiang Yao curled her lips in disgust. Why? Yihu was displeased that humans actually rejected his kindness. Such a big guy. So eye-catching. Jiang Yao had no intention of angering Yihu. If they really got together, wouldn't he deliberately use him as a target? Take them in. Yihu said nonsensical words. Why are you taking it in? I'm leaving. Jiang Yao was puzzled. Do not talk nonsense. Jiang Yao was speechless and had no choice but to do as he was told. She was going to lose a lot of hairs again. The 2 little ones were quickly taken into the space by it. Okay. Jiang Yao looked at Yihu helplessly. But the next second she couldn't speak. The open mouth forgot to close, and even showed signs of opening wider and wider. And the eyes slowly moved downward until they stopped somewhere. This. Yihu actually shrunk, turned into a cute yellow and white striped orange cat. How about it? Can you take me with you now? The red eyes of the alien tiger were filled with pride. Even its sons didn't know its secret, so it gave this human an advantage. That's all. It's good to be with her and protect her. Jiang Yao closed her mouth with her hands, her shocked pupils not having time to recover. What's wrong with you? A mutated pervert? I don't know. It's been like this ever since I ate fish from the sea. The little alien tiger walked on cat steps, raised its tail and kept rubbing Jiang Yao's trouser legs, like a coquettish kitten. Fish in the sea? Jiang Yao fell into deep thought. Is the mutation really related to the flood? Sweetheart also mutated after drinking the flood, as did the fish in the water, and even the human body temperature dropped. She was not sure before, but now it seems that her guess is right. Are you going or not? Little Yihu became impatient. Go! Jiang Yao stopped thinking about it, picked up the little tiger and got into the hole, then covered the hole with wooden boards and lawn. A minute later, they successfully passed through the iron fence and exited the hole. Putting down the little strange tiger, Jiang Yao carefully covered the hole and restored it to the same appearance as the grass next to it. Then one person and one tiger walked up the path that was trampled on. Neither of them said a word to each other, and they communicated tacitly with their eyes. Because they didn't know where the people on the mountain were located, they tried not to speak in order not to alert others. The further up she went, the colder she felt. Jiang Yao finally took out the space warmer and stuck it on her body, almost covering her entire body. "What is this?" Lily, who was curious. "Put one on me too. You're not afraid of the cold. So why bother?" Jiang Yao did not meet the requirements of the Lily Who. The hair on his body was so thick that there was no need to warm the baby, and it could not be wasted. Not even one piece. "Stingy!" Lily Who jumped on Jiang Yao's shoulders, acting angrily, and not wanting to leave by himself. Jiang Yao ignored the arrogant Lily Who, but enjoyed the warmth brought by Nguyen Bao Bao. Jiang Yao then touched the Lily Who's head. "Angry? No." Lily Who turned his head away to prevent Jiang Yao from touching him. "If not, just sit tight and don't fall. This place is steep and high, and it will be difficult to pick up if you fall." Lily Who did not answer Jiang Yao anymore, but fell asleep on Jiang Yao's shoulder. Jiang Yao continued to walk up, and soon she felt that the surrounding air became thinner. Her body gradually felt labored, and her breathing became more severe. This is a state of hypoxia. Why hasn't it arrived yet? They won't build a base on the top of the mountain. It is definitely impossible to reach a height of more than 8,000 meters. At most, it is about 6,000 meters. If you are on the top of the mountain, people must wear oxygen masks to live. At a glance, there were fewer and fewer trees, and the snow was getting thicker and thicker. Everything that came into view was silvery white. Jiang Yao rubbed her eyes that were getting tired. From time to time, take out the green gloves and take a look at them to relieve fatigue. If this road hadn't been cleared long ago, Jiang Yao might not have been able to go up the mountain so smoothly. "Be careful. There's someone up there." The little tiger pricked its ears and looked behind the snow above. Needless to say, Xiao Yihu's hearing was good. Jiang Yao looked left and right, but didn't see the hiding place, and kept walking in place a little anxiously. "They're coming!" Jiang Yao did not hesitate anymore and entered the space with the Lily Who in her arms. Just as they disappeared, two heads were exposed from a protruding position 10 meters above their heads. Chapter 109, dealing with Yihu. They are the soldiers patrolling the base. "Did you hear footsteps just now?" The other person looked down carefully and saw nothing unusual before answering. "It should be the wind." The two looked left and right again, and after confirming that there was no movement, they walked in again. "What kind of place is this? It's so big. It has everything." The little tiger was running around in the space, looking at all the supplies in the space, and was surprised. He didn't expect that besides hares, there were other things to eat. "Of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't be willing to feed the hare to your son." Jiang Yao ran directly to the hare fence and saw the two little guys sleeping soundly. More than 100 hares in the fence were huddled together and shivering, their eyes rolling, looking frightened. Jiang Yao shook her head helplessly. The little tiger followed and walked over. All he could see was the meat that made him salivate. Wild boars, pheasants, yaks, and wild deer. The little Yihu drooled with greed and looked at Jiang Yao expectantly. "Can I eat a yak?" "No." Jiang Yao decisively refused. "Why?" Xiao Yihu was aggrieved. "There is no such thing as a free dinner. You have to show your worth." Jiang Yao took the opportunity to make a request. Deliberately luring the little exotic tiger to the livestock farm is to let it see that it has so much rich food, and then take the opportunity to win over or make it surrender to you. Yihu's family are all foodies, and she doesn't believe that she can give up such a good opportunity. What's more, Yihu had said before that there was something special about her space that could make her son grow faster. So how could she let go of these special sources of food? Jiang Yao guessed right. Xiao Yihu really didn't want to let go of such a good opportunity. It knew what Jiang Yao meant, and it just wanted him to surrender. If this request had been made before, it would have refused. But now that I know the strength of the other party, if I can eat the food here every day, I will make money by myself. After thinking about it, Xiao Yihu easily agreed. "Okay, I will listen to you from now on, in exchange for 2 cows or 2 deer every day. If it is a hare, 20 every day." Jiang Yao turned her head, showing a victorious smile, and immediately turned away after smiling. "Make a deal." There are already 500 yaks in the fence, more than 300 wild deer, and the wild boar production is high, reaching thousands. The appetite of the exotic tiger is quite small, only 2 a day. Not much at all. If you have time, let him lead the way to the mountains to buy goods. It won't be a loss. After the transaction, the strange tiger returned to its original size. With Jiang Yao's permission, it took a yak directly from the fence and ran to the corner to eat it. Jiang Yao also ate the freshly cooked seafood hot pot. And she didn't stop until she was sweating all over. Seeing that half an hour had passed, Jiang Yao hurriedly made Yu smaller, and the two of them got out of the space. When he came out, he was still in the same position as before. The soldiers above had gone to patrol other places. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiang Yao put on her silencer shoe covers and walked through the 50-meter-long cave into the base. The little Yu just lay on her shoulder, listening intently to the movements within 1,000 miles, alerting Jiang Yao at any time if there was any abnormality. As soon as she entered the base, Jiang Yao was stunned by the scene in front of her and hurriedly found a hiding place to observe carefully. The world inside is completely different from the world outside. The mountainous area of nearly several thousand square meters in the middle has been hollowed out, and the inside is illuminated as brightly as day. The body temperature is definitely above 10 degrees, which is much warmer. There were hundreds of engineers working on welding in the center. Looking from Jiang Yao's side, he could only see dozens of huge black frames, which were 20 meters high. She didn't know what it was, but seeing so many people working hard, it must be important. Team Wind, I heard from the staff at the meteorological station that the extremely cold weather will pass in 2 days, and the temperature will continue to rise. A familiar voice came from a hut not far away. Jiang Yao looked over curiously and found that the door of the hut was not closed. Jiang Yao quietly moved closer, wanting to hear clearly. At this time, a more familiar voice came from the house. Continues to rise? Did you say how many degrees? Feng Qi sat on a chair and stared seriously at the geological report on the table. Xiao Lei stood in front of him. No, I heard that the weather will become more abnormal. Abnormal weather? Jiang Yao pricked up her ears to listen. I see. After reading the report, Feng Qi raised his head heavily. The weather forecast is good, and the center of the Earth has slowed down its rotation. Sooner or later, the Earth will be out of orbit, getting closer and closer to the sun. The atmosphere will weaken, and the surface temperature will get higher and higher. By then, Feng Qi pinched the bridge of his nose tiredly. Let's go notify Committee Su. Yes. Xiao Lei also looked worried. The days are getting worse and worse in the future. Are humans really going to be abandoned? Hearing the footsteps, Jiang Yao hurriedly hid her body, before she could hold back the shock on her face. Feng Qi's voice was not loud, so she didn't hear it clearly, but she still heard the key words. As we get closer to the sun, the temperature will get higher and higher. In the future, there will be no fever and madness, and humans will not be extinct. It is indeed a very serious problem. After the two left, Jiang Yao quickly followed them. She must understand the future disaster clearly and make plans early. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei walked through a long corridor and entered the room on the left. Commissioner Su. The two of them bowed. Su Ji raised his head and saw Feng Qi and Xiao Lei, and hurriedly pointed at the chairs. It's you. Sit down. Yes. The two sat down politely. Su Wei leaned on the chair and asked, Feng Qi, what's going on? Feng Qi handed the report in his hand to Commissioner Su, turned the page and pointed at a red chart. This is a new report that mentions the geological changes that will occur in the next 2 days. Su Wei put on his glasses and looked at where Feng Qi was pointing. His face became heavier the more he looked at it. It was so quiet in the house that you couldn't even hear your breathing. A few minutes later, Commissioner Su finished reading all the reports. This is just the beginning. Changes in the center of the Earth will affect the entire world. Looking at this chart, it shows that the underground magma is becoming more and more active, and it is uncertain when it will erupt from the ground. However, these will not happen yet. What we have to consider is the weather changes in the next 2 days. Feng Qi nodded. Yes. Once the temperature rises and the glaciers melt, the sea level will inevitably rise much higher, and the refugees at the foot of the mountain may be in danger. Su Wei was silent, his eyes looking where he didn't know where to look. Then what should we do? It's impossible to let them come up the mountain. Right. Xiao Lei was confused. No. People talk too much and can easily do bad things. Feng Qi directly rejected the suggestion of letting everyone go up the mountain. Sigh. Commissioner Su was a little depressed. In this situation, we really can't manage so many people. Tomorrow, a group of people will come from all over the place. and we will be even more unable to control them. Chapter 110 Base Eavesdropping. I wanted to protect the survivors who finally survived. But now, I can only take one step at a time. Let's tear down the iron fence. Whether they can survive, or how much they survive is up to fate. Commissioner Sue. No. Okay. Feng Qi still wanted to persuade, but was interrupted by Commissioner Sue. This is the end of the world. Natural selection of the fittest survives. Feng Qi. It's time for you to realize. Feng Qi suddenly felt a headache. How could he not understand? With these words, Su Wei clearly gave up on those people at the foot of the mountain. It's not considered giving up. At least the iron fence was removed, and they were given the right to choose their way out. Commissioner Su also looked sad. It counts as much as we can save. We have done our best to protect and pass on the most important things to mankind. What's more, there are insufficient materials to make the Arkansas. I can't ensure that everyone can sit on it, let alone that the ark can be completed on time when the end comes. Whether we can survive or not is also unknown. Feng Qi clenched his fists. I understand. Commissioner Sue. As a soldier who protects the country and the people, it is indeed difficult for him to give up. But now the country is no longer a country, and the home is no longer a home. Feng Qi closed his eyes, and then opened them immediately, ignoring the heartache, and only determination remained in his eyes. Jiang Yao hid not far away, and listened clearly to the conversation in the room. At this time, she felt very uncomfortable. When faced with a choice, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. It wasn't that she didn't agree with Committee Sue's decision, but she felt helpless for herself, and for the people who had managed to survive. Next, Jiang Yao decided to do nothing and focus on upgrading the space, saving as much time as possible. When the end comes, she just wants to survive on this earth. She will not place her hope on the ark, but rely on herself. Jiang Yao doesn't believe in the saying, my destiny is determined by God. Life is one's own, and should be decided by oneself. Humph. Human beings are selfish. Little Yihu showed contempt for everything in his eyes. Jiang Yao hit Yihu on the head. Stop talking nonsense! How dare you hit me? Yihu glared at Jiang Yao displeasedly, and kept rubbing his sore head with his paws. Shoo! Jiang Yao covered Yihu's mouth. Shut up! With such a loud voice. You are not afraid of being discovered. Feng Qi's calm voice came from inside the house again. Tomorrow I will take people to dismantle the fence and distribute some supplies to them. As for the future, it depends on their own destiny. Go ahead. Commissioner Su picked up the report again and looked at it carefully. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei came out of the house. In the corridor, Feng Qi stopped and looked at the staff in the distance, who were working hard to catch up with the progress. He only hoped that the ark could be built in time. Otherwise, he cannot see the hope of human life. Xiao Lei, we will send 2 teams down the mountain tomorrow. One team will tear down the fence, and the other team will distribute food to the people. Each person will have 10 kilograms of rice and flour, and a bag of salt. Yes. Xiao Lei didn't dare to disobey the order. He hesitated and asked about his worries. But, will there be too much food? There is not much food in stock, and there are so many people on the mountain to feed. Feng Qi interrupted him. Then order it. Everyone eats 2 meals a day. From now on, I will only eat 1 meal at noon. Team Wind, how could you abuse yourself? Xiao Lei's eyes were red with anxiety. He had been following Feng Qi since he was 18 years old, and he had already regarded the captain as a relative. He would rather go hungry than let the captain go hungry. Go down and make arrangements. Yes. Xiao Lei had already made up his mind and left with a sullen expression. Feng Qi wiped his face and returned to his office to work. After coming out of the base, Jiang Yao took the little Yihu down the mountain quickly. When they arrived at the cabin, it was already dark. After the Yihu agreed with her on the time to go up the mountain tomorrow, they parted ways and returned to the lair. Jiang Yao locked herself in the room, and after a simple meal, she focused on the space. The materials in the space are enough. After reigniting the seeds, you only need to buy time like crazy. The more, the better. If she can't stay anywhere in the future, she can stay in the space. Fortunately, she put in the bed, table and chairs before. Otherwise she would have nowhere to look for them now. Even the bed in the wooden house is taken out of the space. Jiang Yao upgraded all the machines and shortened the time for producing things by half. In this way, more gold coins can be obtained in a short period of time. Because the livestock farm can also produce gold coins, Jiang Yao decided to go up the mountain tomorrow to catch more animals and put them away. Otherwise, the gold coins would not be enough just based on the things in the space. The current gold coins were only enough to exchange for 5 hours. So Jiang Yao simply exchanged them all. I went to the mall again to see if anything new had come out. After clicking in, Jiang Yao found a pass card that could be redeemed. 100 yuan can be exchanged for 7 gold coins. 500 grams of gold can be exchanged for 15,000 gold coins. Various finished meals can be exchanged for 300 gold coins. And 1 livestock can be exchanged for 1,000 gold coins. This, Jiang Yao hurriedly took out a total of 160,000 grams of gold and gold jewelry. But she only planned to exchange half of it into gold coins. There are still 20 million in cash, and 20,000 various dishes left. She doesn't plan to exchange them for livestock. Maybe it won't be enough to eat in the future. Jiang Yao took out the calculator and calculated carefully. Gold can be exchanged for 2,400,000 gold coins. Cash can be exchanged for 1,400,000 gold coins. And different dishes can be exchanged for 6 million gold coins. The total amount is exactly 10 million gold coins. 50,000 gold coins can buy 2 hours. And can be exchanged for a total of 400 hours. Which is 17 days. I'm sorry. I got dizzy. Don't blame me if you made a mistake. That's too little. Jiang Yao was shocked. There were real money and silver piled in front of her. She didn't expect that she only had so little time to exchange them. Jiang Yao was sad. But she still gritted her teeth and redeemed the 17 days. Just when I was about to exit the emo space for a while, a free gift package popped up. Jiang Yao couldn't wait to go in and found that the gift package contained 10 days for free. It's really great. Maybe Space also thinks she redeemed it too much. So it's an extra reward. In this way, the stay is 1 month. After exiting the space, Jiang Yao planned to have a good sleep and get up early tomorrow to go hunting. When the heat comes, you can't go anywhere. At dawn the next day, Jiang Yao climbed out of bed, put on tight and warm clothes, and went to join Ihu. When we arrived at the place, the strange tiger had been waiting there for a long time. Seeing that it was a little unhappy, we took out a yak and fed it. Eat quickly. After you eat it, go catch the prey. You're late. The alien tiger killed the yak with a click and enjoyed it with his sons. Jiang Yao gave it a roll of her eyes. It's not too late. While still eating, he started talking to Jiang Yao again. You also know that these days are the most important time to stock up on food. We cannot waste time on unnecessary things. Jiang Yao smiled secretly. I know. Chapter 111 Crazy Stalking in the Forest. I know you're still late. Huh? Eat it quickly. You are wasting your time now. Ihu licked his lips, glanced at Jiang Yao, and then buried his head in the yak's belly. The little guy next to him was eating with gusto. I hadn't noticed for a few days, but the 2 little guys were actually taller than me. I was really surprised. 10 minutes later, the 3 finally had enough food and clothing. Jiang Yao walked in front, and the 2 little ones followed Ihu behind. But the next second, the strange tiger bit Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao was shocked, thinking that she was going to be eaten. So she quickly took out a gun and pointed it at its head. Before she could shoot, her vision blurred for a while. Her body spun around and then sank suddenly. Then she sat firmly on Ihu's back, her long hair covering Jiang Yao's eyes. What are you doing? Jiang Yao peeled off his hair and looked into the intimidating tiger eyes. Did you just want to shoot me? Ihu said in a very bad tone. How do I know why you are so crazy? I thought you were going to eat me. Jiang Yao looked away guiltily. You're walking too slowly. Ihu turned his head and didn't care about her. Jiang Yao put away the gun and breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. In a blink of an eye, Ihu led Jiang Yao to the east forest. There were quite a lot of trees inside, and they were all evergreen vegetation that Jiang Yao could not name. Are there a lot of prey here? Jiang Yao searched around curiously. Well, this is my hunting ground. Ihu stopped, tilted his head, and sniffed with his nose. Then his paw pointed in a direction. There are sheep over there. Go over and have a look. As soon as he finished speaking, the strange tiger started running again. The 2 little ones had already disappeared. Maybe the strange tiger took into account his own endurance and did not run with all his strength. Not long after running, they came to an open place. There were no trees in this place, only a large green grassland, and it was not covered by snow. Jiang Yao felt strange. Why is there no snow here? Ihu looked at the mountain peak not far away. That is a volcano. The temperature nearby is suitable, and there is no snow. Jiang Yao looked over and saw a volcano emitting some smoke. Ouch! The two little ones were calling. My son has found the sheep! Jiang was excited. Hurry over! On the way here, Jiang bought 2 more fences worth hundreds of square meters, just waiting for the prey to enter and graze. When he was about to get close to the sheep, the strange tiger suddenly lay down on the ground. Jiang got off its back and carefully stared at the sheep in front. At a glance, Jiang attention was attracted by thousands of wild goats. There were so many wild goats that she couldn't fit them in her space. Then put it in first, and then exchange it for gold coins. Just do it. Having made up her mind, Jiang was ready to capture. You can catch them all alive, and you can raise them in space. I know. Yihu quietly called the 2 little ones back and sat together for a meeting. Of course, Jiang couldn't understand. Yihu was probably talking about the tiger's hunting skills. After a while, the 2 little ones ran away again, running back and forth to surround the sheep. The sheep on the edge were frightened by them and ran in the opposite direction. The sheep in the middle realized the danger and turned around and started running, some with grass in their mouths. Jiang watched the sheep running towards this side and wanted to find a place to hide. But when she saw Yihu standing up from the ground and walking back and forth, she had no intention of hiding. Seeing that there was a bigger tiger blocking the way, the sheep began to gather in the middle as if they had seen a ghost. Go quickly! Hearing Yihu's voice, Jiang didn't hesitate anymore and quickly walked over and took the goat into the space. Some goats were docile and entered the space the moment they were touched, while others would rush over and attack. Jiang was flexible and cleverly avoided the goats' horns, because Yihu was behind them. Most of the goats had been frightened and were staring at Jiang tremblingly. Jiang didn't look at their pitiful eyes, and stayed in the space whenever he touched them. When the 2 fences were full, Jiang exchanged the remaining goats for gold coins. 2 hours later, thousands of goats were taken into the space by Jiang, and they were gnawing on the grass in the fence. Phew! I'm exhausted. Let's take a rest. Jiang wanted to sit on the ground and rest for a while, but was picked up by the strange tiger and thrown onto his back. You rest. I will continue to find the next target. Okay. As long as you're not tired. I don't have any objection. Jiang slept on the spacious back, holding a piece of wheat in her mouth and looking at the sky relaxedly. But the smell of mutton was so strong that it made her chest feel clogged. Leaving the grassland, Yihu took Jiang to a large green lake, which seemed to cover an area of several hundred square meters. Jiang looked at the lake in shock, surprised that it could appear in the forest. Are there fish in it? Has it mutated? There should be no mutation. There are no traces of flood pollution here. I think the fish inside are normal. But the water is frozen. How to fish? There are a lot of fish here. My son and I occasionally go into the water to catch fish to eat. Yihu walked to the lake and sat down. Jiang slid down its back, walked into the lake, and kicked on it a few times. But the ice didn't react at all. Through the ice, you can clearly see the swarms of fish swimming happily below. How can we fish when the ice is so thick? Yihu stared at Jiang with confusion in his eyes. I thought you had a solution. Jiang head was full of black lines. How do I break the ice? Break the ice? By the way, there seems to be an electric cutting machine in the space. I bought it at the appliance market. As soon as Jiang realized it, the cutting machine appeared on the ice. Jiang picked it up easily. With it! These ice cubes are nothing! Turn on the switch, and the cutting machine will start working quickly. Jiang found a relatively weak spot in the ice, aligned the saw blade of the cutting machine, and then pressed down hard. The ice layer was quickly cut by the cutting machine. Jiang cut a 1 square meter hole in the ice layer, and then pressed down hard with the cutting machine. The ice cube sank into the water and floated to other places. An ice cave was exposed. The cave wall was 70 or 80 centimeters thick, which showed that the ice layer was very thick. Jiang tested the water temperature and found that it was still warm, so she washed her hands comfortably. When she was thinking about how to catch fish, she noticed a school of fish swimming towards her and exposing their heads to suck oxygen. They did not regard her as a human being at all. The opportunity has come. The moment his hand touched them, each fish quickly entered the pool of space. The pool is not big, but Jiang feels it is quite deep. The last time she kept the red-eyed Christian carp inside, it was difficult for her to see it in the water. It can still hold most of the fish in the lake. Afterwards, fish kept coming from all over the place, sucking in big mouths as if they hadn't breathed oxygen for a long time. It was the first time to see so many fish crowded together. Even Jiangyao, who did not have trypophobia, felt a little short of breath. Each fish weighs more than 10 pounds, and its scales glow white in the water. The two little ones also came over to catch fish with their paws, and even the exotic tiger became greedy. With one paw, 4 or 5 fish were slapped ashore by it. The 3 tigers, mother and son, were happily enjoying a feast of fresh fish. Jiangyao was drooling when she saw it, and she also caught a fish and made him spicy boiled fish. He could eat it in 2 minutes. Chapter 112: The Sky-Swallowing Python. When the fish school was almost collected, Jiangyao exchanged the remaining fish into gold coins. After the boiled fish was ready, Jiangyao took out the gas stove, put the fish on to keep it warm, took another bottle of beer and braised meat, and had lunch in the center of the lake. The 2 tigers, mother and 3 tigers, had already finished the food, and sat obediently waiting for Jiangyao to finish. Jiangyao threw some bones to the 2 little ones from time to time, and they happily ate them. Half an hour later, Jiangyao packed up her things, stood up, and prepared to climb onto Yihu's shoulders. "Where are we going this time?" Yihu squatted down, and Jiangyao sat on his back smoothly. "Just follow me." After saying that, Yihu started running again. This time it was different from the previous speed, and was obviously much faster. Jiangyao buried herself in its deep hair to avoid the cold wind. Yihu took her to a forest again. Wherever she went, thousands of hares scrambled to escape, burrowed into holes in the ground, and disappeared. Some were curious and even poked out their little heads to look at them. When they got closer, they quickly retracted their heads, like intelligence agents on sentry duty. The strange tiger stopped, and Jiangyao climbed down from its back. The ground under her feet was filled with countless holes of different sizes. Jiangyao was confused. "You brought me here because you want me to dig holes one by one to catch hares?" Yihu held his head high. His nostrils pointed upward, and hot steam was coming out from inside. "Otherwise, despite their small size, the bones are crispy, and the meat is tender and smooth. My son likes them best." "Is it true that the places you brought me here are all the prey your son likes to eat?" "That's right." Yihu nodded as he should. Jiangyao put her hands on her hips. "Forget it this time. Take me to a place with many fungi and plants later. The combination of meat and vegetables is highly nutritious." "Good." I thought Yihu would not agree, but I didn't expect it to agree so readily. Jiangyao nodded with satisfaction. When I saw these holes, I had a headache again. "How can I catch him when he's hiding in a hole?" "Smoke it?" But this is too noticeable. Thinking of the various medicinal powders in the space, there should be some that are specially designed to deal with animals. The kind that smells very smelly. Just sprinkle some in there, and you won't be afraid that they won't come out. So, Jiangyao took out the pungent and unpleasant medicinal powder from the space. When Yihu not far away smelled it, he sneezed nonstop. Sneeze! Even Jiangyao couldn't help but sneeze a few times. This thing smelled really bad. Jiangyao took out the mask and put it on, finally feeling a little more comfortable. He stood up and looked up at Yihu. "I will smoke them out later, and you 3 are responsible for catching them. Remember, don't bite them to death." Yihu dug his paws into the ground and said, "I know." Ouch. The 2 little ones next to him also turned around in a circle to show that they understood. After discussing it together, Jiangyao started to spread the medicine. She poured the medicine powder into the hole and fanned it gently with a fan. The smell soon spread into the hole. After a while, many rabbits were smoked out. Seeing this, the Yihu mother and her son hurriedly caught them everywhere. Once they caught them, they were sent to Jiangyao, and they all entered the space. Then more and more rabbits came out, and they couldn't catch them all. Jiangyao also joined in the action of catching the hare. As long as she touched a little hair of the hare, she would smoothly take it into the space. Repeating this method dozens of times, thousands of hares were finally caught in 2 hours. And the fence in the space was full, and could no longer be accommodated. Jiangyao once again exchanged the extra hares for gold coins, and exchanged them for time when he went back at night. Next, Yihu took her to the pine forest. The ground was full of matsutake mushrooms and various non-toxic fungi. Jiangyao packed all the fungi into the space, especially the matsutake mushrooms, which are not only delicious but also of high value. They are absolutely nourishing to the body. Jiangyao was sitting on the ground to rest, when her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of red next to the big tree. She stood up and ran over in surprise. "Ginseng! This is ginseng!" There are several red fruits in the middle of the leaves, which must be ginseng. Jiang Yao took out a small shovel and dug into the soil bit by bit, for fear of cutting off its roots. Seeing her excitement, Ihu also came over and stared at the leaves on the ground curiously, and immediately recognized the things on the ground. This stuff doesn't taste good at all. Why do you use it? Jiang Yao kept moving her hands. You don't understand. This is a good thing. It is very nourishing to the body. Upon hearing this, Ihu twisted his mouth in disdain. This thing is all over the mountain, and there are no animals to eat it. Man Shan? Jiang Yao sat down on the ground, holding Ihu's thighs with both hands. Where is it? Take me there later. It's not far. Hurry up. It's getting dark soon. The strange tiger seemed very impatient. It couldn't figure out why humans like to eat these strange things. Isn't meat delicious? But the thought of going to that guy's territory made Ihu a little nervous. You really want it? Of course. Ginseng is a medicinal material and has extremely high nutritional value for humans. Then you take my son into the space. Huh? Jiang Yao stopped what she was doing. Why? Don't ask. Ihu didn't want to say. How could he, the majestic forest overlord, tell his embarrassing story? So shameless. Fine. Jiang Yao simply stopped digging and tried to put the ginseng into the space. When she realized the ginseng was indeed put into the space, she didn't expect that things growing in the soil could also be put in. In addition to being excited, Jiang Yao carefully observed the dug things. They were thin and long, with many roots at the tail. They were indeed ginseng. Finally relieved, Jiang Yao neatly put the two little ones into the space, then climbed on the back of the strange tiger. Take me quickly! Looking at the gray sky. It is indeed getting late, and I have to go back early. A few minutes later, Ihu took Jiang Yao to the soil slope full of ginseng, which shocked Jiang Yao. Why so many? Do not care. Jiang Yao quickly got down to the ground, stretched out her hand and ran around the slope. She collected all the ginseng into the space, freed up the land in the space, and planted most of the ginseng. She wants to try to see if ginseng can grow in space. If it can, she will have endless ginseng to eat. Walk home. Jiang Yao is satisfied with the presence of the strange tiger. It is indeed twice the result with half the effort. The harvest today is not small. I am afraid that I will not be able to finish the supplies in the space in my lifetime. Come up quickly. Jiang Yao was quickly picked up by Ihu and placed on his back. Before he could sit still, Ihu started running. Jiang Yao grabbed its hair tightly. What's wrong with you? You've been nervous since just now. Ihu hesitated for 2 seconds and finally said it. There is a giant python nearby, and I am no match for it. Jiang Yao was surprised. You are so big. You are no match for it. It's thicker than me. Ihu's voice was trembling. He had almost been swallowed by the opponent before, so it would be strange if he wasn't afraid. In the past, it was never afraid of any giant python. But that giant python also mutated and became stronger than it was. Especially its huge mouth and tail covered with barbs made it scared just thinking about it. Chapter 113. The giant python comes down the mountain. But the giant python only lives in the depths of the forest and rarely comes out to hunt in the surrounding areas. Today, it has invaded its territory. It is best not to be discovered by it. Otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Really? The hair on Jiang Yao's body stood up. Glad she didn't meet him just now. Why are you lying to me? I never lie. Ihu reached the bottom of the mountain in a few jumps. As if running for his life, his entire aura became cold. Jiang Yao was so upset by it that she felt like she was motion sick. It wasn't until he reached home that Ihu slowed down and his body relaxed. No longer tense, Jiang Yao quickly got off its back, clutching her belly with a look of discomfort on her face. After releasing the two little ones, she waved her hand to the strange tiger. I'm going back. After watching Jiang Yao leave, Ihu also left the jungle with his two sons. Instead of returning to his previous nest, he was preparing to find a new one, just in case. It was already dark when Jiang Yao returned to the wooden house. Just as she was about to open the door, she heard movement outside the yard. When he stepped forward and took a look, it turned out that Feng Qi was walking up from the bottom of the mountain, and he seemed to be carrying something in his hand. How did you come? Thinking of what he said at the base yesterday, Jiang Yao felt a little suffocated. If there were no natural disasters, people like Xiang Fengqi would definitely shine. Feng Qi stood outside the courtyard and did not ask to go in. Instead, he handed out what he had in his hand. This is the relief food for the army. 10 kilograms each of rice and flour. Please keep it. Jiang Yao was stunned when she looked at the bag in his hand. She didn't expect that she also had relief food. He hesitated and asked knowingly, "Why are you giving out food? Is there something unexpected? The weather has been unusual these 2 days, so you have to be careful. The fence above has been removed. If the seawater rises, you can consider moving." Feng Qi could only say so much. The army had strict regulations, and internal information could not be disclosed to the outside world. Jiang Yao squeezed her palms and took the food from his hand. "I understand. Please go back." Ouch! As soon as he finished speaking, a roar suddenly came from the mountain behind the house, and the whole mountain trembled, making people tremble. The two were startled and looked towards the mountain at the same time, but found nothing unusual. There seemed to be a bit of anger and coldness in the voice. Jiang Yao had never heard of any animal calling like this. Jiang Yao turned to look at Feng Qi. "Do you know what kind of animal sound this is?" "I don't know. I haven't heard of it either." Feng Qi shook his head, the gun in his hand already loaded. Jiang Yao's expression changed. "Is it another mutated animal?" Thinking of the giant python that he had said, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel cold. It couldn't be such a coincidence. Could it? They just walked around its territory twice and were discovered. This cry was definitely unusual. In order to prevent the beast from descending the mountain, Feng Qi had to be prepared. So he gave the food to Jiang Yao and quickly turned around to go down the mountain, not forgetting to remind her before leaving. "Be careful. I'll call someone." Jiang Yao put the food into the space, took out the submachine gun that had not been used for a long time, and stared at the mountain with eyes like knives. Ouch! Jiang Yao's whole body tensed up. The sound is near. Did it really go down the mountain? Soon, there was the sound of snow falling on the mountain. In the night, Jiang Yao saw big trees 100 meters away falling down in rows and falling down the mountain. Behind the big tree, a purple light pierced Jiang Yao's eyes. Jiang Yao looked at it in surprise. "What is that, and why is it still glowing?" "Boss! Jiang Yao!" At this moment, Big Beard, Zhang Jie, Zhou Jin, Cheng Nanxing, and Li ran over with guns, and Tianqin followed behind the three of them. When they heard that the sound was close to Jiang Yao's residence, they thought something had happened to her, so they all ran over to help. Jiang Yao looked at them with the corners of her mouth raised. "You're all here. What's going on?" Zhou Jin looked at the dazzling purple light on the mountain. "I don't know. Maybe some animal came down the mountain." Jiang Yao was not sure if the other party was the giant python mentioned by Yu. If the scales were glowing, it should be it without a doubt. Why? Thinking of the thousands of ginseng roots in the space, Jiang Yao made a bold guess. Could this giant python want to take back the ginseng? If this is the case, it will be difficult. Ouch! There was another tiger roar on the left. Everyone's expressions changed. They held their guns and wanted to shoot. Woo! Sweetheart was ready to attack. "Don't shoot. My own people." Jiang Yao stood in front of them. "Don't be afraid. It won't hurt you." He who appeared from the darkness walked to Jiang Yao and stood next to him. "It really came down. I saw it." Jiang Yao was convinced of Yu's words. Facing the 3-meter-tall behemoth, several people swallowed their saliva in fear. Even though they looked calm on their faces, their hearts were already broken. How did Jiang Yao know such a big tiger? Isn't she afraid? But Jiang Yao said that the tiger couldn't eat people, so they put their minds aside and focused their attention on the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the giant python came to the mountain behind Jiang Yao's house and stopped 50 meters away. "Everyone, be careful. Back off." Zhou Jin took a big step back. As Zhou Jin's voice sounded, everyone finally recovered from the shock and retreated to the corner of the yard with their guns in hand, shivering. "It's a python!" Cheng Nanxing exclaimed. Why, it's so big!" Li Yi's throat tightened, and he was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly. Zhou Jin and others finally had their legs trembling, and the hands holding the guns were shaking. They have never seen such a big snake. If the other party really attacks, they will not be able to hold it back and may be swallowed by the snake. The sweetheart, who was protecting Zhou Jin, and others had white hair on end and kept whining. Jiang Yao clung to his thigh and looked at the motionless python through the gap. After a rough calculation, she found that the snake's head was 3 stories high when it was raised, and even covered most of the moon on the top of the mountain. The purple scales on its body glow with a dazzling purple light, just like the spiritual beast described in the novel. And it also spits out slender snakes. making people feel chilling. The mountain behind it was already bare, and all the trees had been broken off from the bottom and piled up beneath it. Purple eyes as big as wheels stared at them coldly. Jiang noticed that it actually had 2 horns on its head. Are all mutated animals so tall and fierce? What should we do? Jiang asked Yihu. Don't act rashly yet. Yihu stared at the giant python closely, and the hair all over his body stood on end. If it attacks later, remember to hit its abdomen. There is a very soft area there, and the rest is protected by hard scales. Even I can't bite through it. I see. Jiang retreated to Zhou Jin and relayed what Yihu had just said. I'll hit its belly later. There's a soft spot there. The gun shouldn't be able to penetrate other places. Chapter 114, Asking for Ginseng. There was silence behind him. Jiang frowned and looked over. She sighed slightly when she realized that several people had been scared to death. How about you run away? She was the one who brought this thing down, so it was better not to affect them. I won't leave. I'll be wherever the boss is. The bearded man shook his head resolutely, holding the long knife firmly to his chest. We're not leaving either. Zhou Jin and others spoke together. Then please be safe and don't force yourself. Jiang stopped persuading and gave Big Beard the submachine gun in his hand, then turned around and went into the house. When he came out, he had another submachine gun in his hand. At this time, uniform and continuous footsteps came from the bottom of the mountain. Everyone looked over and saw hundreds of soldiers carrying guns running up. The one at the front was Feng Qi, followed by Xiao Lei. Everyone stood outside the hospital and stared at the place where the giant python was staying. Jiang walked over and opened the fence of the yard. Come in through this path. After hearing this, Zhou Jin obediently walked in from the alley and came to Jiang side. What's going on? Is that a giant python? Jiang turned her attention to the giant python again. Well, it stood there motionless. It probably wants to test our strength. It would be best if it stays still until daybreak. Everything will be easy to say. I heard that snakes have poor vision and hearing, and rely entirely on their keen sense of smell to locate their prey. But the giant python is a mutant, and I don't know if it has evolved in terms of vision. To it, there is no difference between day and night. But for Jiang and others, it is easier to fight back during the day. Feng Qi turned his gaze to Hu again, his pupils shrinking slightly. It's not the tiger that hurt me. That's it. Xiao Lei raised his gun and wanted to shoot. Don't shoot. It won't hurt anyone. It's my friend. Jiang pushed away Xiao Lei's gun and stared at him with warning eyes. Friends? Feng Qi was surprised. It's friends with you. That's right. Jiang didn't know how to explain it, so she didn't explain it at all. Now is not the time to talk about this. Let's find a way to deal with that giant python. As soon as he finished speaking, the giant python finally made some movement. It swiped its tail hard, and the big tree next to it broke and fell to the side. Ouch! The roar was like thunder, and the ground shook like an earthquake. Everyone looked pale and stood still, not daring to move. It's about to attack. Jiang also thought it was about to attack, but after a roar, it made no further moves. Jiang pushed Yihu. What does it mean? Have no idea. Yihu really didn't know that it was not like this the last time he fought with it. Once this guy's temper got angry, he would do anything if he didn't accept it. But now, it really can't guess correctly. Human, return the ginseng. A childlike voice entered Jiang brain. Jiang froze and her brain short-circuited. This. It's actually a snake that hasn't grown up yet. Jiang looked to both sides again and found that no one was abnormal. As expected, she was the only one who could understand mutant animals. What to do? Wouldn't it be exposed if I answered it? You can answer me without opening your mouth. The python spoke again. Jiang took a step back and stared at the giant python. Do you know what I'm thinking? Of course. The giant python moved its neck. Give me back the ginseng. I didn't take your ginseng. Jiang didn't want to admit it. You're lying. I can already smell your scent. The child's voice suddenly became sharp, and Jiang hurriedly covered her ears. What's wrong with you? Feng Qi noticed something strange about Jiang. Jiang stood firm and said, I'm fine. Yihu also turned his head at this time. Did it talk to you? Jiang nodded calmly. Yihu narrowed his eyes slightly. I can't hear what it said. Jiang looked over unexpectedly, but Yihu couldn't hear him. How did she hear it? Human, don't make me angry. The giant python refused to give up. Jiang Yao had no time to think about it. She had to drive the giant python away quickly. There are ginseng everywhere on the mountain. How can you be sure that the ginseng in my hand is yours? You are looking for death. The giant python swung its tail again, and a big tree fell next to it, hitting everyone's heart hard. Is it about to attack? Get ready. All the soldiers pointed their guns at the giant python. Ready to go. Waiting for Feng Qi's order. Jiang Yao will never return the ginseng to the giant python now. Otherwise the space will be exposed. The worst outcome is to fight it. Back off! Yihu howled, pushed Jiang Yao away, and faced the impact of the giant python. Jiang Yao was pushed and staggered a few steps. Feng Qi grabbed her arm, and she stood firmly. Seeing that she was fine, Feng Qi gave orders to everyone. Shoot! Target the python. Don't hurt the tiger. Yes! Bang! Bang, bang, bang. As soon as the order was given, gunshots rang out. However, the giant python is covered in scales, and bullets cannot penetrate it at all, as if they are tickling it. Hit it on the belly. That's the weak spot. Jiang Yao would never have thought that this snake would be impatient. She originally wanted to negotiate a deal with him, but now it was useless to say anything. When the giant python heard this, it became even more angry. With an ouch sound, its tail swept towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao had been guarding against the giant python for a long time. She rolled several times and barely escaped the fatal blow. However, she was still shaken by its residual force, and her chest was clogged with pain. Cough! Cough! Jiang Yao couldn't help but spit out blood. Feng Qi supported Jiang Yao after frightening the few people who cared about her. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Yao gasped and looked at the giant python, the murderous intent in her eyes gradually getting stronger. Seeing that the strange tiger was losing ground, Jiang Yao held back the pain in her chest and hit the giant python in the abdomen with her submachine gun. Others also followed Jiang Yao and shot at the giant python. Finally, the giant python couldn't bear the power of hundreds of guns and rolled twice on the ground in pain. But it didn't give up and wanted to attack Jiang Yao when it found a chance. But they were all stopped by Yu. You all deserve to die. The giant python was completely enraged, and finally used all its abilities. The snake's head climbed onto the neck of the strange tiger, and its body, which was dozens of meters long, tightly wrapped around the strange tiger. Ouch! Ow! Yu screamed. His body was completely powerless, and he couldn't break free. It's over. It's going to die in the hands of this giant python. Thinking of his son, Yu looked at Jiang Yao, his lips moving. My son is in a mountain call in the south. I hope you can take good care of them. What nonsense are you talking about? I don't have time to take care of them for you. Jiang Yao was very worried about Yu's safety, but there was nothing she could do. Suddenly thinking of something, Jiang Yao ran to Yu. Stop fighting. I have what you want. However, the giant python didn't listen to her at all, and opened its bloody mouth to bite the strange tiger's neck. If you hurt it, I will destroy the ginseng. A light sentence, but full of intimidation. The giant python closed its mouth and spit out the snake letter, and looked at Jiang Yao coldly with its purple eyes. You dare! Those ginsengs have been protected for hundreds of years. How could they be willing to be destroyed by a human being? Seeing that things have turned around, Jiang Yao knows that the python's weakness is those ginseng, so it should be easy to negotiate terms. Chapter 115, Conquering the Giant Python. Let it go first. Save the strange tiger first. Tell them to stop. The giant python threatened Jiang Yao and tightened its grip on Yu. Ouch! Yu was strangled and lacked oxygen, and his voice gradually became hoarse. Jiang Yao knew that the giant snake wanted her to compromise first, and for the sake of Yu, she had to let Feng Qi give the order. Tell them to stop. The sound was so loud that several people around heard it. Feng Qi raised his right hand, and the sound of submachine gunfire stopped immediately. What's wrong? Feng Qi asked, confused. Just as Jiang Yao was about to speak, she heard the bearded man exclaim, Boss! That tiger is almost out of control. Big Beard looked at the huge tiger being wrapped so tightly by the giant python that he was about to suffocate. I couldn't help but feel anxious, fearing that it would be strangled to death by the giant python. According to the boss, this tiger is her friend, and she must find a way to save it. Jiang Yao glanced at Yu and waved his hands. You guys stand down first. Everyone moved back, but Feng Qi still stood beside her and refused to leave. Jiang Yao glanced at him and said, You also go to the back. Feng Qi pursed his lips and finally listened to Jiang Yao's words and retreated to Zhou Jin. Zhou Jin glanced at the man with complicated eyes. They didn't even know when Jiang Yao knew him. Jiang Yao came to the two giant beasts again and communicated with the giant pythons with her thoughts. You can let it go! Hearing this, the giant python reluctantly let go of the strange tiger. The animal's thoughts are so pure. So he let it go. The moment he was released, his heart that was about to stop suddenly resumed beating. Due to the lack of oxygen, its chest immediately kept rising and falling. It wasn't until the air penetrated into the lungs along its nose that it felt like it was alive. But his body is still weak, and he cannot stand up yet. Jiang Yao walked over and touched it to show comfort. Never mind. Whoops! He didn't have the energy to speak. So he only snorted in response. The giant python has no patience. And its spiny tail always maintains an aggressive attitude. If the human regrets, it will directly beat Ihu and her to death. Human, I say it one last time. Return the ginseng to me. Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows and crossed her chest with her hands. You can do it, but you have to give me half of it as a reward. How presumptuous. You stole my ginseng, and you still want me to pay you? The giant python was so angry that its tail swung wildly. When everyone saw it, they wanted to rush forward with guns. But Jiang Yao raised her right hand. Don't move. Either of you. But Zhou Jin didn't agree with Jiang Yao's recklessness. What if the giant python lost its mind, and she got hurt because she was so close? However, before he could finish speaking, he was pulled by Feng Qi. Listen to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao didn't listen to what the people behind her said. She just wanted to negotiate terms with the giant python. Perhaps you don't know that things that enter my space have strong effects when taken out. And eating them will make them even more powerful. Ginseng has been in my space for so long. And it must have acquired this effect. If you want me to take it out, do you have to give me something in return? What is space? Effect? The giant python sneered. I don't believe it. Watch carefully. Jiang Yao knew it wouldn't believe it. So she quietly took out a ginseng stick from the space and quickly stuffed it into Yu's mouth. Hope she is right. It was so dark that everyone just thought Jiang Yao was stroking Ihu and didn't see anything stuffed in her. Ihu felt something in his mouth and knew that Jiang Yao was trying to save it. So he hurriedly chewed it like a jujube. After eating, I licked my lower lips with unsatisfied taste. This ginseng thing was really delicious. Completely different from the taste in the soil. The giant python stared at the strange tiger's movements with cold eyes. Its purple eyes gleaming. It didn't believe the woman's words. But it was somewhat curious and expectant. Within 2 minutes, Ihu felt that his whole body was full of strength. He stood up from the ground and shook his body comfortably. Then he stared at the giant python coldly, showing no anger or fear. Jiang Yao curled her lips. She was right. The giant python raised its head in surprise. How could this be possible? The reason why it gathered thousands of ginseng roots was to make itself stronger. But eating them all had little effect. But the cat in front of it only ate one and saw such a big change. It is estimated that all the people in its lair participating will not be as useful as the one in the woman's hand. So, I didn't lie. Did I? Jiang Yao raised her head proudly. Cough! The giant python pretended not to care. After coughing twice, it made a childlike and stubborn sound from its throat. So what? Those are my ginseng. You must return them to me. All ginseng has miraculous effects. After eating it, its strength will definitely increase greatly. TSK. 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 You are really short-sighted. Jiang Yao pinched her chin and looked at the giant python sarcastically. Human, how dare you despise me? Jiang Yao didn't care that the giant python was angry again. Think about it. The longer the ginseng is kept in my space, the greater its effect will be. Why don't you let them be stored in my place? After the effects of ginseng reach its peak, why not take it out to enhance your own strength? The giant python was silent, feeling that what the woman said made sense. But there is a condition. I want half of the ginseng. You must listen to me in the future. Don't even think about it. The giant python opened its bloody mouth and exposed its 2 fangs. I can give you half of the ginseng. But let me listen to you. Don't even think about it. Jiang Yao gradually lost her patience. It seems that you haven't seen the situation clearly. There are so many of us. And we still know your weaknesses. How long do you think you can last? If you want to die, you should listen to me. You choose one. Are you threatening me? The giant python bared its teeth, still unwilling to agree to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao saw that it was unable to get in, so he quickly led Ihu back to the main force. Since you don't agree, Then I don't have to be merciful. Everyone, get ready. Jiang Yao took the initiative to pick up the submachine gun and pointed it at the python's abdomen. Click! The sound of all guns being loaded. They had worries when they attacked just now. But now that Ihu has been rescued, there is naturally no resistance, and they can attack the giant python with confidence. The giant python is well aware of the power of bullets. It is not cost-effective to injure the enemy by 1,000 and damage himself by 800. If ginseng is really given to this human being for safekeeping, it will eat special ginseng every day, and its strength will be greatly improved. From this point of view, it doesn't seem to suffer at all. So why doesn't it agree to the woman's request? Snort. What can a human being do for him? It's nothing more than showing off his power. After thinking about it, the python lowered its raised head. I agree to your request. But you give me 5 ginseng sticks every day. 3. The giant python stopped breathing and stared at Jiang Yao with an expression that wanted to swallow her whole. Endure it. Make a deal. Listening to the python's unconvinced tone as he gritted his teeth, Jiang Yao finally laughed. Okay, that's it. Chapter 116 Gift of Miracle Ginseng. Jiang Yao realized that she had been communicating with the giant python for a long time. And if she continued to talk about it, she might arouse the suspicion of those behind her. Let the giant python leave first, and send the people behind him away. Leave quickly, and come find me tomorrow. Remember, be quiet, and don't let anyone discover you. You don't need to say it. The giant python glanced at Jiang Yao for the last time, then crawled away quickly, leaving traces everywhere it went. Everyone watched a curved figure on the mountain go further and further away, and they didn't know why for a while. How did it go? Yeah, that's weird. Others did not notice Jiang Yao's abnormality, but Feng Qi and Zhou Jin discovered the mystery. Jiang Yao must have the ability to communicate with the giant python and have reached a consensus. So the giant python left silently. She confronted the python for about 10 minutes, and they waited quietly for about 10 minutes. During this period, Jiang Yao kept looking at the giant python, and her expressions changed very much. What else is it but mutual communication? As for Jiang Yao's special abilities, neither Feng Qi nor Zhou Jin would ask. After getting rid of the giant python, Jiang Yao felt that she had accomplished something she had to do. Although she didn't know the use of conquering them, she always felt that they would be used in the future. Since animals can mutate, there is a reason for them to exist and play a role. After all, except for weapons, humans do not seem to have any skills of their own. Her ability to understand mutated animals is considered a skill. After Jiang Yao got excited, she remembered that there was a team of 100 people behind her, and she should thank them properly. Thank you all for your hard work tonight. The giant python has escaped. You should go home and rest quickly. Feng Qi glanced at Jiang Yao and gave orders to Xiao Lei and others. Everyone go down the mountain. Yes. Xiao Lei led everyone away, but Feng Qi still stayed where he was, with no intention of leaving. I won't leave. If the python turns back again, I'm afraid you will be in danger. The bearded man refused to leave. I'm not leaving either. Zhang Jia also stood up. Wait another 5 minutes. If there is no movement after 5 minutes, I will leave. Zhou Jin and the other 3 were also hesitant, not knowing whether to leave or not. He knew Jiang Yao didn't like to be disturbed, but the situation tonight was special. How about waiting? Jiang Yao knew that they were worried and was a little touched. Thinking about the ginseng in the space, Jiang Yao decided to give one to each of them in return. Just wait. After saying that, he turned around and returned to the wooden house. Although the others didn't know Jiang Yao's intention, they still waited there obediently. Jiang Yao walked out after a while, holding a few ginseng sticks in his hand. I dug this on the mountain today. Each of you can take one to replenish your health if necessary. She didn't know if the special effects of space were useful to humans. She didn't feel anything strange when she ate the food in space. She just felt that her body was stronger. It should have the effect of strengthening the body. Several people were not polite, and each took one. Thank you, boss. The bearded man smelled the ginseng happily. This tastes much better than the ginseng from my hometown. It should be very tonic. When the others heard this, they all showed gentle smiles. Feng Qi looked at the thick ginseng in his hand. He didn't expect that Jiang Yao could dig so many. There should be a lot of them on this mountain. Would he like to go dig and replenish everyone's health? Jiang Yao seemed to have read Feng Qi's thoughts. And seeing the unknown expressions on everyone's faces, she knew that they also wanted to dig. After thinking about it, it's better to remind me. If you want to dig ginseng, don't go to the east. That's the territory of the giant python. Several people looked up in surprise, and Feng Qi reacted immediately. So the giant python came to our door because you broke into its territory while digging ginseng? Jiang Yao scratched the back of his head and said, That's right. After saying that, he stuffed the only 2 sticks in his hand into the mouths of Tianqin and Yihu. Woo! Tianqin didn't expect that she was also involved. When the giant python was still there just now, it saw Jiang Yao giving Yihu this thing. This smell should be something good coming from there. Tianqin couldn't wait to chew the whole ginseng and swallowed it. After a while, her body felt completely relaxed, as if she was about to fly into the sky. But the tiger was reluctant to eat it, and wanted to leave it to his son. Jiang Yao saw through it but didn't tell the truth, and sent it to the 2 little ones tomorrow, thanking Yihu for his help. Seeing that she was not stingy with her pets, Feng Qi unconsciously curled up his lips. Since there's nothing wrong, I should go back to the mountain. Jiang Yao waved her hand kindly. Go on. You all can go. I'm fine. Zhou Jin carefully put the ginseng into the bag, not forgetting to remind Jiang Yao. Call us if you need anything. We're not very far away. I know. After hearing Jiang Yao's sincere response, the few people quickly disappeared into the night. Captain, it's time to go back. Xiao Lei's call came from the bottom of the mountain. After Feng Qi glanced at Jiang Yao and the strange tiger beside her, he turned around and wanted to leave. Jiang Yao hesitated and called Feng Qi to stop. I'm sorry to have delayed you for so long today. He took out 3 more sticks from his bag. These are to thank them. Say thank you for me. There were hundreds of soldiers, and Jiang Yao couldn't give one to each of them. With these 3 boiled in the soup, it would be enough. Okay, I'll convey it. Feng Qi was a little surprised when he saw someone giving ginseng as a carrot for the first time. But thinking about Jiang Yao's character of repaying kindness, he readily accepted it. After sending Feng Qi away, Jiang Yao sat on Yihu's feet and looked at the white sky happily. The giant python has been convinced by me. You have a powerful teammate. Yihu moved his paws. It's because you have a powerful teammate. It's impossible for me and him to get along well. Jiang Yao stared at Yihu's chin and smiled. How is it impossible? With my help, you will definitely become the most tacit friends. Daydreaming. I go home and my son is still waiting for me. Yihu didn't buy it, and with a slight lift of his feet, Jiang Yao was forced to stand on the ground. It turned around and was about to leave, but heard a, Wait a minute. Yihu turned around in confusion. And huh? Jiang Yao stuffed 2 ginseng sticks into his mouth. Don't waste it for your 2 sons. Make sure they eat them all. Yihu stuffed the ginseng into his mouth and said, You gave me so much at once. And you're not afraid that the giant python will settle the score with you? What are you afraid of? I should be able to grow it in my space and not eat it all. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, Yihu's eyes lit up. Sure enough, this woman still has the strength, and it won't be a loss to follow her. Then I'm leaving. If anything happens, just scream. Jiang Yao chuckled. Okay, let's go. She might as well go back inside and take a nap. After Yihu left, Jiang Yao had a simple breakfast and exchanged all the gold coins for time, in addition to the 5 days of free space. The total is 50 days, which is still very good. Just as Jiang Yao was about to lie down and sleep, there was another loud noise from the bottom of the mountain. She jumped up from the bed, put on her clothes and went out, taking out her binoculars to observe. After a short period of observation, Jiang Yao figured out the truth. It turned out that the sound was caused by the cracking of the ice on the sea surface. All the ice broke into pieces like cracks, floating back and forth in the sea. The waves rise and fall one after another, as if something is happening in the sea. Chapter 117. The red-eyed fish I haven't seen for a long time. In order to understand the situation, Jiang Yao decided to go down the mountain for a walk. After locking the door, Jiang Yao suddenly felt a little hot. But she was clearly dressed as usual, so how could she be so hot? Jiang Yao took out the thermometer and held it in the air for a while. She couldn't help but feel a little strange when she saw the 10-degree mark on it. From 30 degrees below zero to 10 degrees above zero? The span is big enough. Thinking of what Feng Qi said at the base, Jiang Yao knew that the temperature had indeed become abnormal. The human body is prone to illness due to large temperature differences. To avoid illness, Jiang Yao drank a bag of medicine given by Feng Qi to prevent virus invasion. After taking off her coat, Jiang Yao dozed off and went down the mountain. When she got to the bottom of the mountain, She realized that the soldiers on the shore had left long ago, leaving only the refugees looking for supplies and catching small fish on the shore. Looking at the rows of large ships and aircraft on the aircraft carrier on the shore, Jiang Yao became thoughtful. There is no need to take in big ships, but small boats and small helicopters can. But she can't fly a plane. So, if you have time, ask Zhou Jin or Cheng Nansheng to teach you. I used to see them flying airplanes very easily. It should take less than 2 days to learn. Just do it. Jiang Yao walked to a deserted place and quietly boarded the aircraft carrier. There were many small planes, helicopters, and even various cars parked on it. She didn't plan to collect more. There were 2 helicopters, 1 small plane, and there was already 1 car in the space. Let's collect another one. Although the space is already as big as 2 football fields, there may be more machines to produce materials in the future. It would be better to leave a little space, and a small boat will be collected later. Jiang Yao walked around the various large ships twice more and found that they were all emptied, with no supplies left at all. He simply jumped off the boat and walked to the boat he had long been optimistic about. After taking a good look at it, he quickly took it into the space while there was no one around. Just when Jiang Yao was about to leave, she noticed something moving under the ice. Jiang Yao knelt down and observed carefully. Hey! Unexpectedly, the little killer whale popped its head out of the water with 2 big crabs in its mouth. Baby killer whale! Jiang Yao touched its head happily and found that it had grown a lot and seemed to be about 10 meters long. It grows up so fast. Hey! The little killer whale moved its mouth closer to Jiang Yao again, signaling her to put away the crab. Thank you for remembering me. When Jiang Yao touched the crab, she took her into the space, took out another ginseng, and threw it into the mouth of the little killer whale. Eat this. It will be good for you. Huh? Hearing that it was good, the little killer whale quickly swallowed the ginseng and slipped it into his stomach without even tasting the taste. Squeak! Hey! Suddenly, a huge fish knocked the baby killer whale away and came to Jiang Yao. As if facing a formidable enemy, Jiang Yao quickly left the shore and took out a gun and pointed it at the fish's head. If it attacks, don't blame her for being rude. The human class shot. It was me! As soon as he finished speaking, the fish in the sea revealed a very ugly, pointed head, opened a big mouth full of sharp teeth, and looked at Jiang Yao with smiling eyes. Jiang Yao was stunned when she heard its voice. She couldn't count how many times she had been surprised since she could understand the mutated animal's speech. Who are you? Jiang Yao looked at the fish that was twice as big as the baby killer whale, forgiving her for not recognizing who it was. The crucian carp you put into the pool. Crucian carp? Jiang Yao's jaw almost dropped to the ground. You grew so big as soon as you came out? When it was first released, it was only a few meters long. Now seeing its huge body, it should be almost 20 meters long. Really? There are a lot of fish and shrimps in the sea. I eat a lot and grow fast. The crucian carp slapped its tail and made a big splash. The moment it was released, it kept eating nearby, just to become stronger and come to find as human. It was a coincidence that I met him today, but luckily I was found by him. The crucian carp looked at the human happily and said, Thank you for saving me. Jiang Yao put away her gun and approached the crucian carp carefully. So you came here just to thank me? Hey! The little killer whale on the side saw Jiang Yao approaching and raised his head to let her touch him. Don't worry. I'll chat with the crucian carp for a while first. Jiang Yao touched the little killer whale's head to calm it down. The collision with the crucian carp just now almost knocked it unconscious. Squeak! The crucian carp wanted to hit it again. Don't bully it! Jiang Yao glared at the crucian carp. It's my friend. What about me? Crucian carp pursed his lips, as if he was aggrieved. Jiang Yao was stunned to see that a fish actually had an expression. This world is fantasy. You? Jiang Yao wanted to test and ask. You also want to follow me? And? The crucian carp spoke without hesitation. It has not forgotten the human pool. The water there is really delicious. And there are delicious aquatic plants at the bottom of the pool. Jiang Yao has never seen such a cheerful fish. Hey! The little killer whale jumped out of the water, as if to say that it would follow. Okay. You all get along well. And we will be a family from now on. Jiang Yao looked happily at the 2 big heads in front of her. She should not be afraid of being in the water in the future. But why couldn't she understand the baby killer whale's language? Is it because it is still young and not yet mature? Jiang Yao no longer thought about it, but thought of another question that puzzled everyone. Do you know what it's like under the water? I know. Crucian Carp nodded. Hey! The little killer whale turned over again. Jiang Yao became serious. Let's talk about it. The bottom of the water was the continent, and she really wanted to know what was going on the land. There are many things under the water that I have never seen, but I know that there are many cracks in the houses where humans live, and sometimes unpleasant smells come out of them. Jiang Yao knows the house. But this smell? Is it poisonous? The Crucian Carp shook his head. No, but it will make the fish uncomfortable, and we don't dare to stay at the bottom of the water for too long. Jiang Yao doesn't know what kind of gas there is underground. She should mention it to Feng Qi next time she meets him. How deep is the shore to the bottom? How deep? Crucian Carp was confused. I don't know, but it will take a long time to sink at my speed. That must be pretty deep. Jiang Yao frowned. Couldn't the water recede? What will happen if you can't get out of the water? I heard that Feng Qi told that committee member Su that changes in the gravity of the earth would cause underground magma to erupt. Could it be that water and fire will merge in the future? It's impossible. It's impossible. If that's the case, humanity will be completely doomed. Somebody is coming! The Crucian Carp and the little killer whale quickly sank into the water. Jiang Yao took out the dagger and turned around. If the other party made a sneak attack, she would not show mercy. However, as soon as she turned around, she saw the person coming clearly. She put away the dagger silently and looked at the person speechlessly. How did you come? Chapter 118, Learning to Fly a Plane. It turned out to be Zhou Jin. Well, come and see. What are you doing here? Zhou Jin originally wanted to try his luck on the shore and catch some fish to replenish Zhou Han's health. But he happened to meet Jiang Yao. It's okay. Of course Jiang Yao would not tell him the truth. By the way, Zhou Han has recovered a lot after taking ginseng and can walk on his own today. Zhou Jin was very grateful to Jiang Yao. Without her ginseng, Zhou Han would probably not be able to walk for another week. The current situation is so tense. If Zhou Han's injury is worse, he will not be able to escape if something unexpected happens in the future. As long as she gets better. Zhou Jin happened to be here. Did you mention flying a plane to him? Jiang Yao approached Zhou Jin. Can you teach me to fly a plane? Fly a plane? Zhou Jin was a little surprised. You want to learn? That's right. Jiang Yao looked at the water. I want to learn. Okay, I'll teach you. Jiang Yao's eyes were gentle. Thank you. Why are you so polite? Zhou Jin laughed. They wanted to thank Jiang Yao for his help along the way. As for Jiang Yao, Zhou Jin's family has been very helpful to her. So Jiang Yao will not be stingy or conceal anything. The weather may change in the past 2 days. You all should be careful. If the seawater rises, escape to the mountains. Will it heat up? I feel that the temperature has suddenly risen a lot. Zhou Jin naturally felt the change in weather, but he didn't know how serious it would be. Yes, I have medicine at home. Follow me up the mountain to get some to drink. Okay, but you have to wait a while. I'll catch some fish and go back to make soup for Zhou Han. After Zhou Jin finished speaking, he walked to the beach and threw the bamboo-like net in his hand into the sea. Jiang Yao was speechless. If you just arrest me like this, can you arrest me? Many fish in the water are mutants, and a very small number are normal. It is impossible to catch fish like this in a net. There is no other way. Let's try it first. Zhou Jin just grabbed the long pole and walked back and forth on the shore. The net bag in the water moved with it. Maybe he could catch it if he was lucky. Seeing how serious he was, Jiang Yao left silently and came to an unseen shore to stare at the water. Baby killer whale! Crucian Carp! Gigi! I'm coming! 2 heads quickly emerged from the water. Good boy! Jiang Yao touched their heads excitedly. Help me catch some fish. Be quick! Hey! The little killer whale sank to the bottom of the water first. Seeing that the Crucian Carp was about to leave, Jiang Yao called to stop it again. Are there any sea cucumbers? If so, catch some for me. Got it! The Crucian Carp twisted its huge body and dived into the water. Jiang Yao could not imagine the scene when it caught the sea cucumber. Zhou Jin never saw Jiang Yao speak, so he turned his head to say a few words. But when he saw that no one was there, he realized that Jiang Yao had left long ago. Without too much disappointment, Zhou Jin was immersed in fishing again. Jiang Yao hid on the boat on the shore, staring at the water and waiting for the little killer whale to come back after catching fish. Hearing a sound like breaking glass, Jiang Yao knew that the ice was beginning to melt. I just don't know how high the seawater can rise. I hope it won't flood the wooden house. The wooden house is more than 200 meters above sea level from the foot of the mountain. It should be safe for now. But if the snow on the mountain also melts, it will be difficult to say in the future. Worrying aside, Jiang Yao still paid attention to the movements on the water. 10 minutes. That should be about the time. Sure enough, the little killer whale came out of the water, with a few big fish weighing more than 10 kilograms in its mouth. And then jumped. And the big fish was thrown onto the boat. Jiang Yao quickly put 2 in his pocket. And the others were thrown into the space. He touched the smooth head of the little killer whale and said, "Thank you for your hard work." Hey, the little killer whale rubbed Jiang Yao's hand and swam back and forth in the water. "Human, here I come!" Jiang Yao heard the sound and wanted to turn around. But she heard a pop sound. And there was a giant sea cucumber weighing several dozen kilograms in front of her, slowly wriggling with its tentacles on the ship's board. This is the first time Jiang Yao has seen such a big sea cucumber. It must be mutated. Can this mutant be eaten? Jiang Yao touched it with her hand. And the cold and soft touch made her excited. They are edible. There is no other abnormality except that they have grown in size. The crucian carp grinned, revealing its fangs. How is she going to give this to Zhou Jin? Too big. Forget it. Let's just give it to the fish. And we can't be suspected anymore. It was almost noon. Jiang Yao was about to go back to the mountain and touch the heads of the 2 fishes again. Thank you for your hard work. I'll come see you next time. Good. The crucian carp and the little killer whale quickly disappeared into the water. And Jiang Yao also walked in the direction of Zhou Jin carrying the 2 fish. Zhou Jin no longer had any fish in the net at this time. The net bag in front of him was upside down with nothing in it. From a distance, he seemed a little unhappy. Probably because he didn't catch any fish. Jiang Yao walked over quietly and put the bag directly in front of him. This is what I caught just now. You can take it back. 2 fresh fish suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhou Jin raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao with deep eyes. You? Stop talking nonsense and go home quickly. Jiang Yao turned around and left. The ice has begun to melt. Be careful when you come to the shore in the future. Zhou Jin pursed her lips tightly, picked up her bag and net bag and followed Jiang Yao. Whenever you are free, I will teach you how to fly a plane. Jiang Yao put her hands in her pockets and said, It's afternoon. It's almost noon. Let's talk after dinner. Okay. Zhou Jin looked at Jiang Yao's back. I'll wait for you where the helicopter is this afternoon. Good. Zhou Jin had always tied the helicopter to the boat, because no refugees knew how to drive it, and because there were soldiers guarding the shore before. It was not stolen or damaged. The 2 of them went up the mountain and returned home. Zhou Han's eyes lit up when he saw his brother carrying 2 big fish. Brother, you really caught a fish. That's amazing. Jiang Yao caught it. When she heard that you wanted to eat fish, she caught it. Zhou Jin put the fish in the barrel. The fish opened its mouth wide and breathed hard due to lack of oxygen. Zhou Han glanced at the intersection, but didn't see the figure he expected to see, and his face was full of disappointment. Why didn't she come with you? She has something to do. Zhou Jin helped Zhou Han walk back. Get well soon, and you can go find her when you are. Yeah, I know. Zhou Han muttered softly, hoping to make himself feel better soon, after recovering from his injury for almost a month. Zhou Han was about to become depressed. She didn't want to hold anyone back, and she didn't want everyone to devote their energy to taking care of her, not even her own relatives. Brother, do you still have the ginseng Ayao gave you? Give me some more today. Good. Ginseng was originally reserved for Zhou Han, and Zhou Jin would take the initiative to use it to make soup even if she didn't tell her. Jiang Yao returned to the wooden house. Before she even opened the door, she felt that Yudeo's eyes were still on her. He took out his gun and carefully looked around, but saw no suspicious figure. Strangely, she clearly felt the other party's coldness. Jiang Yao was very depressed. Chapter 119 Bargaining. Ah! On top, Jiang Yao exited from the eaves and pointed his gun at the mountain above his head. Who is it? Come out! Human, you want to kill me? A childlike and arrogant voice came, and Jiang Yao knew who it was even if he couldn't see her. It's you! Come down quickly! Jiang Yao quickly took out 3 ginseng sticks from the space, put them under his nose and smelled them, pretending to be exaggerated. Well, it's this powerful smell. The ginseng is mine! The sound was getting closer, but Jiang Yao still didn't see the giant python. She couldn't help but look up again. but still didn't see it. In front of you. The giant python wrapped around Jiang Yao's calf and slowly climbed up. Ah! Get down quickly! Jiang Yao stamped her feet on the spot, trying to shake it off. She hated cold-blooded animals the most. It's amazing that a giant python can become smaller. It was dark last night, and I couldn't see clearly. It turned out that its body was blue with purple in color, and its scales shone faintly in the sun. It looked very noble, like a cold and proud emperor. Not only was the body slender and beautiful, but even the two horns on the head were extremely cute. Jiang Yao wanted to reach out and touch it, but was swept away by the tail of the giant python. You can't touch my horns! Tisk! If you don't want to touch, don't touch. The giant python rolled its eyes at Jiang Yao, then climbed onto her hand and bit the ginseng in her hand. Jiang Yao was afraid that it would bite her, so she quickly loosened her hand, and the ginseng was swallowed directly by the giant python. After eating, she still vomited the ginseng and was still unsatisfied. Jiang Yao wanted to see what happened to the giant python after eating ginseng, so she kept watching closely. The python was apparently waiting, too. After a while, a wave of heat rose up in his heart and quickly spread throughout his body. He felt light and airy all over, and the giant python raised its neck and sighed comfortably. At this moment, it felt full of power, and the purple light in its eyes deepened, making Jiang Yao look at it for a moment. It turns out that food in space is so useful. The giant python felt that the energy had passed, and looked at Jiang Yao coldly with purple pupils again. Can you give me 2 more? It's not enough. Jiang Yao directly grabbed 7 inches of it and threw it to the ground, looking like an iron rooster. There are only 3 ginseng a day. If you want to eat more, just find more ginseng and put it here with me. The giant python was not annoyed by Jiang Yao's rude behavior. Instead, he nodded and said, Okay, I'll go right away and give me 5 starting tomorrow. 4. The giant python was about to leave when he heard Jiang Yao's bargaining tone and turned around to glare at her displeased. Jiang Yao took out a wet tissue and wiped her hands, trying to wipe off the cold and sticky stuff in her hands. It's no use glaring at me. Just 4. You're cruel. Humph. Knowing that it couldn't take advantage, the giant python twisted its slender body and disappeared into the forest. It also knows a place where ginseng grows. When the time comes, it will be pulled out and thrown in front of humans to see how long it can stay proud. It must be eaten up to 5. After eating, Jiang Yao changed into simple clothes and walked towards the direction where Zhou Jin said the helicopter would be released. When they arrived at the shore, Zhou Jin was already waiting there, followed by Li Yi. Jiang Yao walked over quickly. You must have been waiting for a long time. We just arrived. Zhou Jin shook his head. Li Yi simply nodded to Jiang Yao to say hello. He seemed much more indifferent and not as talkative as before. The 3 people quickly got on the boat, opened the iron cables that fixed the helicopter, and then got on it. Zhou Jin gently pressed the button, and the spiral wing quickly started spinning. Jiang Yao sat in the co-pilot and watched carefully how Zhou Jin started the engine and raised and lowered the helicopter. Zhou Jin felt her nervousness, so she opened her mouth to relieve it. Actually, flying an airplane is very simple. As long as you understand the buttons on it thoroughly and learn how to operate it, you will be able to fly it by yourself soon. I see. Jiang Yao had learned everything before, except how to fly a plane. She thought she would never need it in her life. Who would have thought that airplanes are the most important means of transportation now? She regretted not learning, but luckily it was too late now. Zhou Jin spent the entire afternoon teaching Jiang Yao how to familiarize herself with flight instruments and control systems, as well as how to use the joystick. Jiang Yao listened very carefully and wrote everything down. But before she could start to operate, it got dark. It wasn't until the helicopter stopped on the ship again that Jiang Yao realized that she had been flying for so long without knowing it. Zhou Jin took off his seat belt and looked at Jiang Yao's regretful expression and couldn't help but comfort him. We will come down to study early tomorrow morning, and the progress will not be delayed. Okay. Jiang Yao also unbuckled her seat belt, opened the cabin door, and got off the plane. Before leaving, Jiang Yao thanked Zhou Jin again. Thanks for your hard work. Zhou Jin smiled and shook his head. It should be. Jiang Yao is not good at expressing her thoughts, and just wants to send 2 fish over tomorrow. After the 3 of them separated, Jiang Yao finally returned to the wooden house and lay on the bed. She hadn't slept since last night, and the black and blue under her eyes were particularly obvious. After the excitement passed, My body also felt tired. This time Jiang Yao slept very soundly, except for being a little hot when she got up. There was no other discomfort. It seems the temperature has risen again. Jiang Yao simply freshened up, put on a thin coat, and got ready to go out. When she opened the door, the dazzling light shone straight at her. Jiang Yao was not used to the bright light, so she quickly took out her sunglasses and put them on. Then when she looked at the sun that had already risen in the sky and saw the faint light around it, Jiang Yao always felt that something was going to happen in the past 2 days. Don't think about it. Just learn to fly quickly. Jiang Yao hurried down the mountain and onto the boat. But Zhou Jin hadn't arrived yet. Before they arrived, Jiang Yao took out 2 more fish and put them on the board of the boat, pretending that they had just been fished out. She also stuffed the fish in with the medicine she had given him yesterday, and would give it to Zhou Jin when he arrived. A few minutes later, Jiang Yao saw 2 figures appearing in the mountain. Zhou Jin and Cheng Nansheng. Li did not follow. The 2 came to the boat and saw Jiang Yao already waiting here, and they felt a little embarrassed. I've kept you waiting for a long time. Zhou Jin made a fist with one hand and put it to his mouth, pretending to cough twice. It didn't take long. Jiang Yao raised the fish and handed it to Zhou Jin. I just caught 2 fish. You can take them back later. Zhou Jin and Cheng Nansheng were stunned when they saw 2 more fresh fish. Zhou Jin couldn't ask for it no matter what, and even took 2 steps back and refused to take the bag. No, you just gave it yesterday. It's just a fish, to replenish Zhou body. Jiang Yao couldn't help but put it into his hand. You don't want it. Someone will come and snatch it later. What? Zhou Jin hasn't reacted yet. Jiang Yao glanced at the side, and Zhou Jin followed his gaze, only to find that there were more people on the shore at some point, all staring at the fish in their hands. Zhou Jin quickly covered the bag and threw it to Cheng Nansheng. You are responsible for keeping an eye on it. Do not worry. Cheng Nansheng hugged him tightly, took out a gun from his waist, and shook it intentionally or unintentionally. When those people saw the gun in the other person's hand, they quickly looked away and gave up the idea of grabbing it. When the 3 of them saw this, they all got on the plane. Chapter 120. Someone stole the house. Zhou Jin took the initiative to give up the driving seat to Jiang Yao. He sat in the passenger seat, while Cheng Nansheng sat in the back and watched what was going on outside. After the 3 of them put on noise-canceling headphones, Zhou Jin spoke. You're here for a test flight today. Jiang Yao glanced at the serious co-pilot Zhou Jin and nodded firmly. Okay, I'll try. Jiang Yao straightened her waist and breathed hard to regulate her nervousness. Don't be nervous. Nothing will happen. Zhou Jin saw her nervousness and comforted her. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from her palms and pressed the button seriously. She relaxed a little as she heard the rotors begin to spin. It's time to move up. Zhou Jin stared closely at Jiang Yao's operation. When Jiang Yao heard this, she quickly pulled the rudder and lifted it up. The helicopter slowly rose up and left the ground. When it got further and further away from the sea, Jiang Yao finally had a smile on her face. Zhou Jin was assisting with the operation, and the helicopter stopped firmly. Cheng Nansheng, who was sitting behind, also breathed a sigh of relief. Adjust the throttle and push the control column forward. Jiang Yao followed suit, and the next second, the helicopter flew forward with its head lowered. Successful! Jiang Yao shouted excitedly. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly the first time. Fortunately, I remembered all the steps yesterday, and there were no accidents today. After a few familiar laps in the air, Jiang Yao landed the helicopter firmly on the boat, and the 3 of them had happy smiles on their faces. Especially Jiang Yao. From this moment on, she is also a woman who can fly a plane. But she didn't forget to thank Zhou Jin. Thank you so much for today. Before Zhou Jin could speak, Cheng Nansheng took over the conversation. What's the matter? It's something as simple as flying a plane. Don't worry about it. Zhou Jin agreed. Yes. You don't have to be so polite. I haven't thanked you for the fish yet. The enthusiasm between the 2 made Jiang Yao feel embarrassed. She didn't know if the 2 fish were enough to thank her, so she thought that sending 2 more fish tomorrow would be considered a thank you. After the 3 of them got off the plane, Jiang Yao reluctantly looked at the helicopter and said goodbye to them. Cheng Nansheng stared at Jiang Yao's back, thoughtfully. Have you ever felt that Jiang Yao is different from before? What's different? Zhou Jin was confused. He didn't see anything different about Jiang Yao. It's getting more mysterious. Boring. Zhou Jin glanced at him and went up the mountain first. Cheng Nansheng hurriedly followed. But he still kept chattering. Seriously? Think about it. Who dares to be friends with such a big tiger? She must be the only one. How did they communicate? Why didn't the tiger eat her, but instead tried his best to protect her? Zhou Jin stopped suddenly, and Cheng Nanxing almost bumped into his shoulder. What's wrong? Zhou Jin turned around coldly and said, Don't bring this issue up in the future. It will do no good to Jiang Yao. You or me. I'm just curious to ask. Curiosity killed the cat. Zhou Jin warned again. You don't want to be eaten by a tiger. Right. In no mood. Cheng Nanxing shook his head vigorously, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble when he thought of the sharp fangs on the tiger's mouth. If you don't want to, just be honest. Zhou Jin continued to move forward, no longer caring about the pale Cheng Nanxing. He knew that he spoke a bit harshly, but Cheng Nanxing was used to being careless and a big mouth, so he had to remind him all the time. Otherwise he would not know how he died. Curiosity killed the cat is not just a saying. Even though he knew there was something unusual and secret about Jiang Yao, he would not take the initiative to ask about it. And he could not risk the lives of his entire family just for his own curiosity. When Jiang Yao returned to the wooden house, she found that the trap outside the yard had collapsed. There were also many unfamiliar footprints in the yard. Looking at the door lock that had been pried open, Jiang Yao's alarm bell rang. Someone has come in. She held the gun in her hand and slowly approached the wooden house. When she reached the door, Jiang Yao kicked it hard. There was a loud bang as the door was knocked open. There was no one in the living room, but there were signs of being rummaged through. Jiang Yao stretched out her hands and slowly walked in with her gun raised. After walking around the house and finding no one there, Jiang Yao silently put away the gun. I quickly walked to the trap and found that there were 2 people inside who had been pierced by sharp arrows in the chest. I knew they were dead without even looking. Someone actually stole something while she was away. She was really looking for death. But since they had left, she had no way of knowing who had been there. Ignoring the corpse in the trap, Jiang Yao prepared to go back to the house for dinner. Boom! Something hit her shoulder, and then fell to the ground and rolled far away. Jiang Yao looked over and picked it up in surprise, and looked around. Ginseng! The next second, countless ginseng fell from the air, and hit Jiang Yao's body, and the ground in front of her. There was joking laughter above her head, and Jiang Yao couldn't bear it anymore. If you don't come down, there will be no ginseng to eat today. Bangji! The giant python fell from the roof and glided in front of Jiang Yao with a look of contempt on his face. I was just kidding. How stingy! Jiang Yao pointed to the ginseng lying on the ground. Pick them all together. The giant python was stunned, then became angry, and its body kept getting bigger and bigger, until it was 3 meters high. It stopped and stared at Jiang Yao condescendingly. Human, are you ordering me? She was in a good mood after learning how to fly. But as soon as she came back, she encountered thieves, and even a giant python came to join in the fun. It's no wonder she didn't look good on her. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you. If you want to eat ginseng, hurry up. Seeing that humans were not looking at it, the giant python couldn't find an outlet to vent its anger. Out of the corner of its eye, it happened to see 2 corpses in a trap. So he quickly rolled up the body with his tail, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it into his belly. And his belly bulged up instantly. Seeing that Jiang Yao didn't say anything and thought he had scared her, the giant python became proud for a moment. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, take out the ginseng quickly. When Jiang Yao heard this, he laughed out loud. He also took out a hole-like tool and stabbed it mercilessly into the python's abdomen, which happened to be its weak spot. Ouch! The giant python was in pain, curled up and crawled further away, staring at Jiang Yao with a look of resignation. You're so arrogant as a human! If it hadn't been greedy for the ginseng in her space, it would have swallowed the other person up in one gulp. Damn it! If you are so easily grasped by humans, how can you show off your power in the community in the future? Jiang Yao slammed the whole heart on the ginseng on the ground and threatened. Will you pick it up? I'll pick it up! The giant python looked at the smashed ginseng and cried out heartbrokenly. This was the result of digging all night, and it couldn't be destroyed like this. So he shrunk his body again, picked up the ginseng one by one honestly, and piled them in front of Jiang Yao. Okay! Looking at the ginseng piled into a hill, Jiang Yao smiled proudly. I can't cure you, little brat. The giant python could only watch aggrievedly as Jiang Yao took all the ginseng into the space. When he saw the 4 ginseng in her hand, he felt happy and expectant again, completely forgetting the unhappiness just now. Jiang Yao stuffed ginseng into its mouth and said, "Perform a show with me tonight." "Don't do it." The giant python quickly swallowed the ginseng, dragged its tail, and tried to run away, but was caught by Jiang Yao, who had sharp eyes and quick hands. "If you don't help me, I'll eat no ginseng tomorrow." The giant python was about to cry without tears. "What do you want me to do?" Jiang Yao touched the python's slippery body. Her eyes filled with coldness. "Nothing. Just scaring some bed bugs who don't know how to live or die." Chapter 121 Anomalies occur on the seabed. Jiang Yao guessed that those people didn't steal anything and they should come again. "Okay, I'll go find some more ginseng and come back in the evening." The giant python spit out the letter and ran away quickly. Jiang Yao looked at the traces of the snake crawling on the ground and laughed. It ran pretty fast. After returning to the wooden house, Jiang Yao tidied up the house again and felt a little more comfortable after finishing it. Jiang Yao didn't go anywhere all afternoon and continued to upgrade the area in the space. Seeing that the gold coins had accumulated to 7 figures, Jiang Yao bought another 10 days, which added up to a full 2-month stay. The more living creatures and factories produce things in the space, the more gold coins there are, and the larger the space expands. Looking at the growing and vibrant space, Jiang Yao felt unprecedented satisfaction. Clicking on them all, Jiang Yao found that there was another option in it. But it was no longer a factory, but a painting of beautiful mountains and clear waters? Jiang Yao looked carefully and found that there were mountains, water and trees inside, which looked like a paradise. When she saw the gold coins below, Jiang Yao's eyes widened. How could it be so cheap? Only 58,423 gold coins? Buy it or not? The appearance of this painting must have its purpose. Jiang Yao bought it without thinking at all. But before she could appreciate it, the painting ran away with a silver thread. Unable to catch it, Jiang Yao had no choice but to chase it in the direction it was going. When it reaches the edge of space, the painting suddenly disappears into the darkness. Jiang Yao was in a daze. What kind of operation was this? Just when I thought I had spent my gold coins in vain, a ray of light gradually appeared in the darkness at the edge. From dark to bright, wherever the light shined, green soon appeared, even swaying left and right in the breeze. Full of vitality, Jiang Yao wiped her eyes. She felt that this scene was a bit similar to that painting. Soon, an independent space appeared in front of Jiang Yao out of thin air, with mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, and pastoral scenery. Jiang Yao was shocked. It really looked like that painting. Looking up from below, these mountains are dozens of meters high, and they look like a small mountain village, with fields scattered under them. The whole picture is like a carefree little world, which makes people not want to come out after entering. Moreover, the river has no end, and both sides are connected to the darkness. Jiang Yao touched her chin and thought of a possibility. There may also be a small world next to it, and it has not yet been developed. But this is also Jiang Yao's guess. But it would be great if it is really as she imagined. If there is a disaster, exotic tigers, giant pythons, and fish can all survive inside. When Jiang Yao came out of the space, she felt a rush of heat. She quickly took off her coat and felt a little more comfortable. If it got hotter, she would have to turn on the air conditioner. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, there were frequent signs of snow falling downwards on the mountain, accompanied by the sound of big trees being broken. Jiang Yao knew that it was not the breaking of a big tree, but the cracking sound made when the snow melted. Fortunately, the mountain above the wooden house is relatively gentle, and there is a natural protective barrier on the roof, which protects her from the wind and snow like an umbrella, and the falling snow cannot hit the wooden house. The water is rising! Everyone, run to the mountains! Quick! Not far down the mountain, someone started making noise again. Jiang Yao was disturbed and could no longer rest, so she had to come out of the house. Viewed from the mountain, the sea surface is undulating at some point, and the ice blocks above are rushing towards the shore, forming continuous ice hills. Some boats were even buried in the ice, and only a corner of the boat could be seen. There are also various big fish in the water constantly coming out of the water to breathe, and the water is filled with smoke, like the phenomenon after water evaporates. What's going on? Did something happen under the sea? The crucian carp and the little killer whale should be fine, so it would be better to go down and have a look. Jiang Yao locked the wooden house and went down the mountain wearing only a t-shirt and flip-flops. The long broken hair in front of her eyes covered her right eye, and she felt like she was keeping strangers away. She rubbed her head and cut her hair when she went back later. It would be too obstructive to block her sight. While going down the mountain, many refugees rushed up the mountain carrying all their belongings on their backs. They all stared at Jiang Yao curiously as they passed her. It was probably Jiang Yao's clean clothes and strong body that caught their attention. They had never taken a shower or even had a good meal since they had fled. They were all starved, with sallow complexions and prominent cheekbones. When he saw such a fair woman like Jiang Yao, his eyes were filled with surprise, envy and jealousy. In order to avoid conflict, Jiang Yao quickly ran past them, exuding a faint fragrance. The refugees stared at her back with complicated expressions. This woman doesn't look like a refugee. She seems to be on vacation. And I have never seen her at the foot of the mountain. Does she live on the mountain? Many refugees stared at somewhere on the mountain with evil thoughts in their hearts. Jiang Yao didn't know how much trouble her appearance would cause. But she quickly came to the shore and called her allies 2 fish. Jiang Yao lay on the ice and stuck her head out to look at the sea. A pungent smell came out of the water, causing her to retreat quickly. Crucian carp! Baby killer whale! Jiang Yao was anxious in her heart and kept walking back and forth on the shore, staring at the waves of the sea. However, the two did not hear her call and came to the shore. Jiang Yao suddenly felt bad. After seeing that there was no one on the shore, her voice became louder. Crucian carp! Baby killer whale! Finally, a big head emerged from the water. It's Crucian carp. The Crucian carp got its head out of the water and stared at Jiang Yao with its red eyes. Human, you called me? Jiang Yao hurriedly approached it. What happened in the sea? Why are there sudden waves? They say there is no wind without waves. But today's sea seems a bit unusual. There are many cracks on the seabed, and a lot of gas comes out and pollutes the water source. As for the waves, it may be the reason for the migration of a large number of fish schools. Fish migration? Jiang Yao was stunned. Is there such a thing? Crucian carp nodded. Yes. Find a place to live that is not polluted. If we don't leave, we will also be polluted and get sick. After saying that, Crucian carp looked at Jiang Yao with some hope in his eyes. It seems right. Jiang Yao lowered his head, thinking that the wide river in the space should be able to hold Crucian carp and killer whales. In this way, you go find the little killer whale and bring it over, and I will take you into space, so you don't have to worry about running around anymore. When Crucian carp heard that he was about to be taken into the space again, he nodded excitedly. I'll go find it right now. Just now, I wanted humans to take it away again, but thinking about my huge body, the pool should no longer be able to accommodate it. Unexpectedly, humans took the initiative to mention that there is also a spacious river inside, which is really great. The Crucian carp raised its tail and quickly got into the water. Chapter 122 Waiting for the Rabbit. Jiang Yao waited on the shore like this for about 10 minutes. The unpleasant smell coming out of the water became stronger and stronger, almost like the smell of burnt plastic. Jiang Yao was far away, and after hearing it for a long time, she felt dizzy and uncomfortable. Just when Jiang Yao thought that the Crucian carp could not find the baby killer whale, 2 big heads popped out of the water. We are coming! The voices of the Crucian carp and the little killer whale were filled with happiness. The little killer whale also had a manta ray in its mouth, as if it was looking forward to Jiang Yao taking them into the space. Jiang Yao stepped on the icebergs and squatted down to touch them. Just come! I'll take you in now. I'm afraid something might happen on the mountain. I can't waste time. Understood. Hurry up. The Crucian carp also tried its best to raise its head and try its best to touch Jiang Yao's hand. The little killer whale was drilling back and forth in the water, waiting for Jiang Yao. Finally, Jiang Yao touched the beard of the Crucian carp, and in the blink of an eye, the huge figure of the Crucian carp disappeared. Hey! The baby killer whale was stunned. Come here quickly, Jiang Yao urged. Hey! The little killer whale quickly swam towards Jiang Yao, and the moment it touched him, it also disappeared into the water. Jiang Yao used her consciousness to explore the space and found that they were really swimming safely in the river, and her tense heart relaxed. The water in this river is so comfortable. The Crucian carp swam freely in the river. Hey! The little killer whale jumped up and down in the river, very happy. Jiang Yao just stepped out. Could she hear the Crucian carp talking to the little killer whale? The space has been upgraded again. Without thinking any more, Jiang Yao quickly rushed to the wooden house. The seawater continued to rise, and all the refugees had basically moved to the mountains. It was better not to settle around the wooden house. When she returned to the wooden house, Jiang Yao saw many refugees staying outside the yard, and some of them kept looking in. They looked as greedy as they wanted. She didn't know if any of these people came to steal things in the morning. She had to be on guard against others. So she had better be careful. It's definitely not peaceful in the mountains at night. Jiang Yao ignored the eager eyes, unlocked the door, closed the door, and bolted it in one go. Hungry. There were so many people outside, and she didn't dare to take out strong flavored food. So she could only make do with bread and biscuits all night. While eating, a woman's cry and crisp slaps suddenly came from outside the yard. "Ah! Give me back my food! It's for my son! Get the heck out of here! Whatever I grab is mine! Give it back to me! Please give it back to me! Oh wow!" The cries of women and children were close to my ears. Jiang Yao looked at the still dark sky outside and sighed softly. Unfortunately, it was not even evening yet. But it was already not peaceful outside the hospital. But she didn't intend to meddle in other people's business. In this world, she either hid the food or was strong enough not to be afraid of others snatching it. However, women and children are already a vulnerable group in the last days, and are the targets of bullying by evil people. In her previous life, Jiang Yao had seen many such scenes. Children were snatched away, women were raped by multiple men, and then their bodies were thrown into the sea. There were also people who were betrayed by their own family members in exchange for supplies and committed suicide. At that time, she would still meddle in other people's business, snatch children back from evil people, and even angered evil people for some women. And they took revenge. Now that this kind of scene appears again, Jiang Yao has long been accustomed to it, and ignores it as if she didn't see or hear it. The child's aggrieved voice came to my ears again. "Mom, I'm hungry. Be good, my child. Mom will get the food back for you right now." The woman glared fiercely at the man who had just snatched her food. She secretly took out a dagger and prepared for a sneak attack in a desperate fight. "Otherwise, my son will starve to death." The woman approached sneakily, and the man turned his back to her. He didn't feel that there was a sneak attack from behind, and no one else noticed. Ah! The man let out a shrill scream, and a hole was stabbed in his back with a dagger. However, the woman did not stop and kept inserting the dagger into the man's back. After a while, the man's voice became smaller and smaller, and gradually became silent. The woman's face was covered with blood, and the expression on her face was very twisted and ferocious. She felt angry after killing the man, and kicked her a few more times. "Ha ha 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 ha! You have to take your life but not eat it. You deserve to have a short life." The others were already frightened, swallowed nervously, and hugged their bodies tightly, fearing that the woman would turn her target on them. "What are you looking at? If you look any further, he will be your fate." The woman raised her knife in protest. People quickly averted their eyes, not daring to confront her again, for fear that they would be retaliated by the woman while sleeping. They had never seen her fierce aura just now, and they all thought that the woman would do something murderous because she was crazy. The woman quickly snatched back her food, took out the dry food and handed it to her son. "Eat quickly. Mom will guard it for you. If someone comes to snatch it, I will fight him tooth and nail." The woman seemed to be talking to her son, but her eyes were scanning everyone fiercely. Jiang Yao heard the sounds outside clearly, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. It seemed that women were slightly better, which was a good sign. "Human, here I come." Outside the window, the giant python coiled its body and stared directly at Jiang Yao, with a pile of ginseng placed at its tail. "I'm coming too." Ihu turned into a cat and squatted next to the giant python. Jiang Yao walked over and opened the door for them, put the ginseng into the space, and looked at Ihu again. "Why did you come with me? One snake is enough. I asked it to come." The giant python scuttled into the house, and Ihu followed. "Well, it's quite on time. Of course, this python will keep his word and will not go back on what he promised." The python arrogantly sat cross-legged on the sofa and spit out the letter. Jiang Yao stuffed a ginseng root into its mouth and said, "This is your reward." The giant python swallowed it in one gulp and kept shaking its head with its eyes closed. Then he gave Ihu another one, and Ihu accepted it happily. Next, one person, one snake and one tiger took a nap in the house, listening to what was happening outside at any time. Towards the early morning, there was finally a strange noise outside the hospital. Jiang Yao stood up excitedly and quietly came to the window to observe the situation outside. The giant python opened its purple eyes and followed him to the window, staring deeply at something outside the window. There were 13 men in total. armed with machetes. Can you see so clearly? Jiang Yao lowered her head and looked at the giant python. Isn't the snake blind? The giant python retorted coolly. I am a mutated python that has lived for 200 years. Don't confuse me with those ordinary snakes. Jiang Yao was speechless. Coming. The strange tiger jumped on Jiang Yao's shoulder. Its red eyes especially strange in the dark. Ah. Ghost. Someone discovered the strange tiger, but thought it was a ghost. It's over. Exposed. Jiang Yao originally planned to play with them, but it was boring to be exposed so early. So he opened the door with a gun and walked out, looking at the dozen men in front of her. Jiang Yao suddenly became murderous. You are the ones who came to my house to steal things today? Chapter 123. The countdown to the end begins. So what? You, a little bitch, still want to kill us? Ha ha. The leading man held up his machete, very arrogantly. Ha 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 ha. I thought who lived in this wooden house, but it turned out to be a girl. Ha ha ha. Now we have enough fun. The person behind him looked at Jiang Yao with a mocking look on his face. Jiang Yao sneered and took out a gun and pointed it at the leading man. When everyone saw it, they opened their mouths in surprise, and the laughter stuck in their throats. Jiang Yao curled her lips evilly. Smile. Why don't you smile? Boom. Ah. A shot hit the leader in the leg. The man immediately knelt down and covered his wound. Blood flowed out from between his fingers and dripped on the ground. Hack it all. Hack it all. However, no one dared to go up. They were pushing each other to get the people around them to rush up first. You dare to steal things like this? Jiang Yao touched the broken hair covering her eyes, pushed it aside, and exposed her right eye. The strange tiger and the giant python sat on her shoulders respectively. Their red and purple eyes made them even less courageous. They always felt that the cat and the snake were not good friends. The man endured the severe pain and stood up from the ground. Hand over the treasure, or we will not give up even if we die. Scar said that the people in this room have a treasure, which is full of supplies and cannot be used up in a lifetime. After they heard this, they suddenly had evil thoughts and gathered together to grab the treasure. Treasure? Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes. Who said that? There is no one else but those people. If he really revealed it, then she would go all over the mountain to kill him. I won't tell you. Hand it over quickly. Otherwise don't blame me for being rude. The man suddenly took out a grenade from his bag, holding the ring in his left hand with his right hand, as if he wanted to die together. The reason why he is not afraid of guns must be because he has a backup plan. Jiang Yao stared at the grenade, but she didn't expect that this man had something else. The grenade was a dangerous thing. Jiang Yao gave the giant python a look without leaving any trace. The giant python received it, quietly dimmed the purple light in its eyes, slid down Jiang Yao's back, and sneaked into the opponent's camp. Tell me who that person is, and I will give you the treasure. Jiang Yao did not dare to anger him, and delayed time for the giant python. He stretched her neck, also in a posture that she would pounce on the opponent if he dared to move. When everyone heard that Jiang Yao really had a treasure, they completely forgot about their fear just now and looked excited. The man holding the grenade hesitated for more than 10 seconds, and then handed over the scar. His name is Scar. The man with a scar on his chin. Men with scars. Jiang Yao frowned. And then she remembered the man she had coaxed before, who happened to have a scar on his chin. It turns out to be called Scar. Oh, then don't blame her for being rude. He is actually lying to you. I have a personal grudge against him. He just wants to use your hands to kill me. Jiang Yao searched for the giant python in the crowd, and finally saw it at the feet of the man holding the grenade. Everyone turned their attention to Jiang Yao, who would have thought that there was a snake right under their feet. Regardless of whether what he said is true or not, you must hand over the supplies. The man in charge is not so easy to fool. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant python wrapped around his calf and bit him severely. What bit me? The leading man shifted his gaze, and his left hand unconsciously left grip hook. It's now. Jiang Yao raised her gun and shot him directly in the chest. The leading man's attention was still on his legs. He was suddenly hit and fell down. He twitched twice and then died. Killed! Run away! As if facing a formidable enemy, everyone ran out of the yard regardless of their safety. Stop them! Don't let anyone go! As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, the giant python and the strange tiger recovered their true forms and rushed towards them. Ah! Then the screams continued. After a while, 13 corpses were neatly placed in front of Jiang Yao. The strong smell of blood hit her face. Jiang Yao pinched her nose in disgust, picked up the grenade on the ground, and turned around and entered the house. The body will be left to you with a helper. You don't have to waste an extra bullet. Which is great. There were constant chewing sounds outside the house. Jiang Yao went directly into the shower room to isolate the creepy sounds. He who even disappeared into the mountains and forests with 3 corpses in her mouth. Her sons had not eaten yet, so she wanted to go back to feed them. The giant python did not leave. With a sweep of its tail, it swept away the blood-stained ground at the scene, leaving only a slight smell of blood still floating in the air. Jiang Yao was about to lie down when the ground began to shake. She thought it was the vibration caused by the two, so she couldn't help but sit up and scold him. What are you doing? Stop fighting. It's so noisy that I can't sleep. The giant python that was alone outside was confused. Are humans talking about it? Tiger has come home. And I'm here. The voice entered Jiang Yao's mind lightly, causing her drowsiness to disappear instantly. He hurriedly stood up from the bed and opened the door. Sure enough, he only saw the giant python curled up outside, staring straight at somewhere down the mountain. Jiang Yao's nerves were tense. What's wrong? What's wrong? If I guessed correctly, it was another earthquake. It was still shaking with no intention of stopping. The ground is cracking under the mountain. The giant python was more serious than ever. That day is coming soon. What day? Jiang Yao didn't respond. The day we die. There was reluctance in the voice. Jiang Yao's heart was beating fast, as if she had discovered a secret. Why do you think we're going to die? Something strange is happening underground. The earth we live on is about to be destroyed. How can we survive without oxygen? No oxygen? Jiang Yao was stunned. She actually learned something incredible from a giant python, and felt that the whole world was in chaos. How long exactly? At the latest, half a month. At the earliest, a week of survival time. 1 week. Jiang Yao's mind went blank. It was so fast, and she wasn't ready yet. It's only a week. What should I do? She can still hide in the space. But what about the others? Let them die like this? No. We have to take Shou Han's family up the mountain and ask Feng Qi to let them board that ark. It would be great if they can survive by chance. As for myself, Jiang Yao would not believe in any ark. It was not as safe as space, since it is the end of the world. All humans and creatures around the world will be destroyed. Jiang Yao closed her eyes and calmed her mind. When she opened her eyes, she had already made her decision. Let's sit on the ark when the time comes. If she really can't bear the destruction brought by the earth, at least she can use space to save a few humans. At least he couldn't let himself live alone with these mutated animals. Chapter 124. Go to the base to find Feng Qi. None of us will die. Jiang Yao touched the python's neck. Don't worry. How do you say this? The giant python tilted its head and didn't understand why humans were so sure. You'll know then. Jiang Yao didn't want to explain. She thought she would go up to the mountain tomorrow and tell Feng Qi about the situation before bringing Big Beard, Zhang Jia, and the Zhou family up there. There is still a lot to do in this week to half a month. The giant python went into the forest again to gather food. This time it not only harvested ginseng, but also all the precious medicinal materials in the mountains. Of course, there are plenty of prey. After Jiang Yao closed the door and glanced at the refugees around the yard, she calmly went to find Yu. After last night's fight, the refugees outside the compound no longer dared to build wooden houses, but stayed in their own territory. Jiang Yao was dripping with sweat from the heat of the sun. She was dressed very freshly today. Even so, she still felt hot. It was still morning, but the temperature had already risen to about 30 degrees. After the seawater had risen overnight, it was only about 100 meters away from Jiang Yao's wooden house. The water was still steaming, as if the seawater had also heated up. Even the ground under your feet is a little hot. But these phenomena are not something that a temperature of 30 degrees can achieve. There is only one possibility. The center of the earth has changed again. When she came to the strange tiger's lair, Jiang Yao didn't see it. Only 2 little ones sleeping in the cave. Where have you been? Jiang Yao looked around but didn't see Yu. Praise! The snow on the mountain in front of Jiang Yao suddenly collapsed and rushed in her direction. Many trees were broken by the snow and were buffered to a certain extent. Jiang Yao's expression changed dramatically. She walked up to the 2 little ones and put them into the space, then turned around and ran away. Sure enough, when the temperature rises, the mountain becomes unsafe. Jiang Yao looked back while running, and happened to see Hu running towards this side. Yihu bit Jiang Yao whole and shook it hard. And Jiang Yao landed firmly on its back. Jiang Yao was in shock, clutching its hair tightly. Where did you go just now? Yihu tilted his head and said, There is something abnormal in the mountain. I went to check it out. Did you see anything? Jiang Yao asked again. Not sure yet. Yihu's voice was extremely serious. At dawn today, there was a strange sound coming from somewhere on the mountain. It couldn't tell what animal's voice it was, but it felt that the other person's aura was very strong. And there were more than one. He had never heard it on the mountain before, so Yihu was not sure whether it was the sound of an animal. What do you want from me? Let's go up the mountain, Jiang Yao said loudly. Going to the base? The strange tiger finally stopped, and Jiang Yao jumped down from its back. Yes, I have to go today. Good. Yihu turned himself into a well-behaved cat and squatted on Jiang Yao's shoulder. After finding the old path up the mountain, Jiang Yao still climbed up cautiously, because the snow melted and the steep hillside became extremely slippery. If you are not careful, you will fall off the cliff. After putting on a pair of climbing shoes, Jiang Yao continued walking up, which was much easier than last time. It only took half an hour for Jiang Yao to take Yihu to the base. This time Jiang Yao is no longer sneaky, but blatantly intends to be discovered. Who? I'm looking for Feng Qi. Jiang Yao stood up straight, holding the little Yihu in her arms. The two guarding soldiers looked at each other. Do you know Team Wind? I know him. He asked me to come up. If you don't believe me, just go and report him. He will definitely come out. After hearing this, the two exchanged words with each other. You stay here and I'll report it. The other person nodded. Okay. Go and come back quickly. One person was left to guard here. You wait a moment. He went to inform the Wind team. Okay. Thanks. Seeing someone coming in to report, Jiang Yao smiled. Soon, Feng Qi took Xiao Lei out. Seeing familiar faces, Feng Qi's pace became faster. When he reached Jiang Yao, he suppressed his joy and spoke in a normal tone. How did you come? Jiang Yao glanced behind him and said, Let's talk about it after we go in. We have important information. When Feng Qi heard this, he immediately became cautious. Go in. After speaking, Jiang Yao turned sideways and walked past him. Xiao Lei led the way to the office where Jiang Yao eavesdropped last time. Sit down. Do you want some water? Feng Qi reached out to pour water, but Jiang Yao stopped him. I won't drink. Jiang Yao sat down and looked at the door. Close the door. Xiao Lei stood at the door and closed the door after listening to Jiang Yao's words. Feng Qi sat on his chair, looking a little worried at Jiang Yao's tense state. Did something happen at the foot of the mountain? Why are you so nervous? No. Jiang Yao leaned her head. Feng Qi leaned over, and the two of them were very close to each other. I received a secret message. The Earth will be destroyed in a week at the earliest and half a month at the latest, and we will disappear from the Earth. Feng Qi suddenly stood up and put his hands on the table, staring at Jiang Yao in surprise. How did you know? They had been researching for so long and couldn't get the exact time. But how did she get it? Someone told her? Compared to Feng Qi's excitement, Jiang Yao was much calmer. Don't worry about how I know. I just want to ask you what your plans are. Are you relying on that ark? Is it really useful? Feng Qi tensed his chin and sat back on the chair slumped. The ark has not been built yet. It will take almost a week to barely complete it. Jiang Yao was very dissatisfied with the progress. I can't wait any longer. It must be built within 5 days. Otherwise, the end will come before the ark is built, and all their efforts will be in vain. Is it useful? Jiang Yao is worried about the quality. Feng Qi stroked his forehead. The ark can withstand 95% of damage from high and low temperatures. It is very safe. That means there is still a 5% chance of an accident. Jiang Yao squinted at Feng Qi, obviously dissatisfied with this data. If the 5% is truly fulfilled, wouldn't everyone be buried with it? This is already the most accurate data. The materials are limited, and there is only so much we can do. Jiang Yao looked at the tired Feng Qi and asked her a question. Can we get on the ark? As long as you find refugees here, you can come. The function of the ark is reflected here. How could it not allow humans to get on it? Feng Qi stared at Jiang Yao. Even if she didn't mention it, he would let her get on the boat. That's good. Jiang Yao breathed a sigh of relief. Come up in 3 days. If we increase our manpower and work day and night, we should be able to complete the work in 3 days. Feng Qi mentioned a specific date, and he had to plan carefully for these 3 days. Chapter 125 Mutated Rat Spider. Okay, it's decided. After the words were brought, Jiang Yao stood up and wanted to go down the mountain. Are you leaving now? Feng Qi also stood up. If not, she still had to go down to inform Zhou Han and the others, and collect the things in the cabin. It might not be convenient to stay at the base now. Whatever. Feng Qi knew that Jiang Yao was not bound. Since the appointment was made in 3 days, she would definitely arrive on time. The two of them left the office, and Feng Qi finally noticed the little exotic tiger in Jiang Yao's arms. After a brief inspection, he found that it looked very much like that tiger. Why does it look familiar? Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi's guessing eyes and said, It's what you think. Feng Qi once again refreshed his view on mutant animals. It's amazing how small it can get. Not just it, but also the giant python. Jiang Yao said shockingly again. Feng Qi stopped. He thought that Jiang Yao was also special before, but now it seems that he is not only special. Are you scared? Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi jokingly. Feng Qi shook his head and then stepped up to follow. That's not true. It's just a bit unexpected that you can get along well with them. Well, they are actually quite good. They don't have as many thoughts as humans and are very simple. The human heart is too complex and still pure as an animal. Yes. Feng Qi sighed. The two of them soon arrived at the exit of the base. Feng Qi stopped walking forward and watched Jiang Yao off. Be careful when going down the mountain. It's not very peaceful on the mountain. Okay. As long as it is here, I will be fine. Jiang Yao did not turn around, but still waved her hand with Feng Qi. Let's go! Looking at Jiang Yao's back, Feng Qi was full of hope for survival for the first time. There should be many people like Jiang Yao at the foot of the mountain. Even if the end is imminent, they are still persistent in their desire to live. It was approaching noon when we went down the mountain. The temperature was getting higher and higher. The ground was getting hotter, and the ultraviolet rays were burning our skin. Jiang Yao didn't know how they would die on the day of doom. She hoped they wouldn't be burned to death. Tortured and painful. Swish! 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 There was an unknown sound on the left, and it was very loud. Careful! Ihu jumped off Jiang Yao and returned to his original form, looking to the left warily. Jiang Yao took out her gun and carefully hid behind Ihu, observing the surrounding situation. Did you see anything? Ihu shook his head. No. Go down the mountain slowly, and don't let your guard down. Good. Jiang Yao walked in front. Ihu followed behind, his eyes looking at the place where the noise just happened from time to time. Get on my back! Ihu bit Jiang Yao's waist and put her on his back. Jiang Yao has long been accustomed to Ihu's rude behavior. Swish! 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 Stop! Jiang Yao shouted softly. This time, it wasn't just the left side, but the entire surrounding area was filled with the sound of something crawling. It sounded like there were a lot of them, and they shouldn't be big. Ihu stood there obediently and stopped moving. His whole body was tense. Jiang Yao was sweating profusely, and his eyes were bloodshot from nervousness. What the hell is this? Why can't I see them? I don't know. I've never heard such a sound in the mountains. Ihu has lived for more than 10 years, and he has never seen such a mysterious animal. Russell! Coming! At the bend of the mountain, the animals surrounding them finally showed their presence. The eyes are red on the head, and the head is surrounded by fluff. The mouth is like a clamp, and the mouth is hidden in the fluff. Jiang Yao is confused. What is this? Slowly, they finally revealed their true colors. It's a rat spider! Jiang Yao had seen this kind of spider before, and remembered it very clearly. Giant rat spider. Highly venomous. And they all have mutated body shapes. Almost 1 meter in height. And their hind legs are very long, making a rustling sound when crawling. It may be that as the temperature rises, various poisons wake up from hibernation. It also eats like crazy. A mutated rat spider like this might not even let people go. Jiang Yao's hair stood on end as he looked at the rat spider that was about to approach and surround him. Run! Jiang Yao grabbed Ihu's hair tightly and ordered Ihu to run for his life. Ihu also reacted and ran with all his strength, successfully broke through the siege of the rat spider, and ran down the mountain with Jiang Yao on his back. I thought I could get rid of them easily, but I didn't expect that dozens of rat spiders were following closely behind me, and the distance was not very large. Jiang Yao turned around and fired randomly with her submachine gun. Some rat spiders spit out silk and dangled themselves in the air to avoid the bullets. Jiang Yao couldn't hit them at all. Seeing that they were about to reach the wooden house, Jiang Yao remembered the grenade last night, took it out from the space, pulled a ring and threw it out, just in time to throw it into the group of rat spiders. There was a bang sound. 3 or 4 rat spiders were blown up and flopped on the ground. The others saw the miserable condition of their companions and chased Jiang Yao even harder. What should I do? I can't get rid of them. Facing the chasing rat spider, Jiang Yao was helpless. He who has never seen a spider before. I don't know either. When Zhou Jin and others at the bottom of the mountain heard the sound of gunfire, they quickly took out their guns and ran towards Jiang Yao's wooden house. Zhou Han's injury is healed, and he has joined the team. They could see the trees on the mountain swaying from a distance, and occasionally black figures emerged, but they could not see their appearance at all. He who successfully brought Jiang Yao back to the wooden house, and Zhou Jin and others arrived just in time. They were relieved to see Jiang Yao back. Io, are you okay? Zhou Han took 2 steps forward and looked at her worriedly, because she didn't dare to get too close because of the strange tiger. I'm fine. Jiang Yao shook her head. What happened? Jiang Yao jumped off the strange tiger. It's a mutated rat spider. A highly poisonous spider. If you are bitten by it, you will definitely die. Rat spider. Several people clenched their guns in fright, their hearts pounding. Boss, I finally see you. Big Beard and Zhang Jia also came down from the mountain. They were catching pheasants in the north when they heard unusual noises and hurried down the mountain. Fortunately, they were not late. Jiang Yao nodded with them and focused on a certain place in the mountain. Coming! He whose hearing was sensitive, and he made an attack posture. Everyone, pay attention. They are coming! Jiang Yao held a submachine gun and prepared to fire. Them? Several people swallowed. The rustling on the mountain was getting closer and closer, and several people were concentrating on raising their guns. As long as they saw the figure of the rat spider, they would shoot directly with the guns in their hands. The refugees on the mountain didn't know the situation yet. They just thought that another group of people was going down the mountain to grab things. They all sat under the trees and watched the fun, without any idea of escape. It wasn't until the first rat spider emerged from the woods that they were so frightened that they ran away. But it was too late. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots continued, all fired at the rat spider. But in the hail of bullets, more and more rat spiders emerged and launched attacks in the direction of the refugees, Jiang Yao and others. Some people ran so fast that their figures quickly disappeared and hid under the mountain. Ah! Woo-woo! Screams and panic continued. Some people were caught by the rat spider's large jaws and put directly into its mouth. Some were even eaten, torn into 2 halves, and swallowed into their respective stomachs. Chapter 126. The temperature suddenly soars. Their LS are too hard, and the gun is useless. Zhou Han pointed at a rat spider and thrust it hard, but he couldn't penetrate it. Jiang Yao, be careful. There was a rat spider on the left that wanted to sneak attack. Jiang Yao turned around and pointed the gun at its mouth. The other parts were hard, so the mouth was always soft. 2. As expected, the sneak-attacking rat spider covered its mouth and let out a sharp scream. Really? Jiang Yao finally discovered their weakness. Shoot them in the mouth! When several people heard this, they all aimed their guns at the mouth of the rat spider. And soon the rat spider was killed. Seeing that it was really effective, a few people no longer panicked and focused on attacking their mouths. The strange tiger had been entangled with the rat spider for a long time. With one bite, the fangs easily pierced the rat spider's back. The rat spider soon met the king of hell. Human, you didn't notify me when you were in danger. At this time, the giant python quickly flew over and joined the team attacking the rat spider. You finally came. Jiang Yao's eyes lit up. With the help of these two, they could feel much more relaxed. Zhou Han had never seen a giant python. She was distracted for a while and stared at the giant python. It wasn't until she was tapped on the shoulder that she started shooting again. Seeing that the situation was not good, the rat spider finally had the consciousness to escape. Squeak! I don't know which one made a short whistle. And all the rat spiders climbed up the mountain, hiding in the woods and disappearing. But they did not relax their vigilance and still looked around with guns in hand for fear of a sudden attack by rat spiders. The giant python and the strange tiger returned to Jiang Yao's side, protecting her like bodyguards. Jiang Yao stood under the 2 tall and powerful beasts, making her look very small. They're gone! Jiang Yao didn't really relax until the python spoke. Okay, Let's all rest for a while. Jiang Yao took the lead and sat on the ground. Big Beard and Zhang Jie followed suit. Seeing this, Zhou Jin and others also put down their guns and sat in a circle. The strange tiger and the giant python shrunk in size and joined the team. This. The bearded man covered his mouth in surprise. Is what he saw real? The giant tiger turned into a kitten, and the giant python turned into a little snake. Why have you become smaller? Not only the bearded man, but everyone was also surprised. Yihu and giant python rolled their eyes at them. They were both human beings who had never seen the world. They don't want to keep pretending anymore because they sense that the end is coming. They want to be as comfortable as they want, since they won't be able to survive for long anyway. Jiang Yao waved her hand in front of their eyes. Don't be curious about them. You all are here just in time. I have something to tell you. Just say it. Zhou Jin replied. Say it. Several people were mentally prepared. Whether it was good or bad, they could accept it. In about half a month, the end may be coming. The earth will be destroyed, and we will all face destruction. Even though they were mentally prepared, they were still shocked. Jiang Yao must tell the truth regardless of whether they can accept it or not. It could be a week later. 1 week. Only 1 week to live. Several people shocked turned to unwillingness, followed by despair. In just a few seconds, they recalled their short lives. So what can we do if we are unwilling? After all, we cannot resist the power of nature. But, Jiang Yao touched her nose. There is an ark on the mountain, which should be able to withstand this disaster. We will go up the mountain in 3 days. Several people's hearts felt like a roller coaster, and they couldn't stand the excitement. Jiang Yao held up her cheeks and said, You must pack your things in these 3 days. We get it. Zhou Jin exhaled. You scared us to death. Phew? Zhang Jie patted his chest and felt his heart beating again. Zhou Han's pale face gradually turned rosy. We can't take it lightly. I don't think that ark is very reliable. How do you say that? Zhou Jin was confused. Several people looked at Jiang Yao again. Nothing. Even so, it is the only means of transportation in the world that can save lives. Jiang Yao didn't want to explain too much. She just didn't want them to let down their guard. Go back, everyone, and be careful at night. I think the rat spider will come down the mountain again. Jiang Yao stood up, hugged Yihu, and tried to open the door. Zhou Jin and others also stood up and went back with solemn expressions. Only Big Beard and Zhang Jie remained where they were. Why don't you go back? Jiang Yao asked. Boss, is everything you said true? Can we really survive? Bearded asked cautiously. Maybe. Who can tell what will happen in the future? Jiang Yao opened the door and waved to the two of them. Go back and pack your things. She also wants to expand the space, make the redemption time longer, and purchase a pharmaceutical factory. If there is any disease in the future, it is best to have medicine to treat it. After Big Beard and Zhang Jie left, Jiang Yao simply freshened up and laid down on the recliner with Yihu in her arms. When her mind entered the space, she found that the gold coins had reached 9 figures. Jiang Yao accepted this surprise. After successfully exchanging gold coins for 10 days, he bought a pharmaceutical factory. As soon as the deal was settled, the pharmaceutical factory started working and produced a drug to treat cardiovascular diseases in less than 2 minutes. Jiang Yao was very satisfied and doubled the size of each fence again. The number of animals in the fences was increasing, and the number of gold coins was also rising. And there was no way to use them all, because she spent a lot. The space gave her another lucky bag. Jiang Yao went in curiously and found that there were only 3 words written inside. Teleportation talisman? 5 in total. Jiang Yao clenched her hands. Was that what she meant? Can you teleport to any place by hiding in space? If that were the case, that would be great. Jiang Yao wanted to try it. But when she saw that there were only 5, she gave up the idea and was reluctant to use it. Key things should be used at critical times. Time passed by, and Jiang Yao unknowingly focused on the space for 4 hours. When she came out, everything was already in chaos outside. Jiang Yao felt a stinging pain on the sole of her foot. She quickly lifted her foot off the ground. When she looked carefully, she discovered that there was a blister on the sole of her foot. A stream of heat rose from the ground, and Jiang Yao realized where the blisters came from. It was obviously burned. Even the slippers were burned. Is the surface temperature so high? Jiang Yao quickly took out the thermometer to measure it. She didn't know if she looked at it, but she was shocked when she saw it. 45 degrees. More than that. Definitely more than that. Jiang Yao quickly turned on the air conditioner and adjusted it to the lowest temperature. The scorching temperature in the room slowly dropped. The strange tiger and the giant python jumped to the window and stared seriously at the sea outside the window. Jiang Yao took out a pair of good quality sneakers and put them on. Then followed his gaze and looked over. She saw that the heat on the sea became more intense. And there were even many fish jumping around, as if they couldn't stand the water temperature and were trying to escape from the sea. Jiang Yao wanted to see more clearly, so she opened the door and went out. But the heat that hit her face made her want to retreat. Jiang Yao closed the door with a look of horror on her face. In just a few hours, the temperature soared so quickly. Chapter 127. No more waiting. Go up the mountain immediately. Jiang Yao did not go out again, but lay on the bed and slept with the air conditioner on. The strange tiger and the giant python were lying next to her, enjoying the brief coolness. In the middle of the night, when Jiang Yao was sleeping in a daze, there were constant screams outside, mixed with rustling sounds. She was forced to sit up, and her head suddenly cleared. He quickly put on his shoes and went to the window, holding his breath to observe what was going on outside. If I guessed correctly, the rat spider should have come down the mountain to look for food again. Jiang Yao wanted to open the door and go out, but the python wrapped around her hand to stop her. Don't go out. Stay safe inside. Jiang Yao put down her hand. They won't find us. Probably not. The python was unsure. If they are discovered, they have no choice but to fight. But there are so many of them that they won't have an advantage at all if they fight hard. Jiang Yao returned to the dormitory, took out the gun from the space, and put it on the table. She just kept listening to the movement of the rat spider outside. Help! The monster is eating people! Ah! Occasionally someone ran away and shouted for help, only to be bitten to death by a rat spider. The sounds of footsteps and screams were heard constantly, and Jiang Yao was about to fall asleep. Swish! 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 The roof suddenly creaked. Jiang Yao opened her eyes suddenly, held the gun in her hand, and stared at the roof. 1. The giant python slid down from the roof beam. Don't act rashly yet. Jiang Yao just nodded and did not respond. It would be dangerous to say another word now. It would be okay if the rat spider left like this, but if it attacked the wooden house, Jiang Yao would have to escape. He who stood at Jiang Yao's feet, his ears pricked up to listen to the sound. Click! 2 holes were poked in the roof by the rat spider's mouth, and the jaws were pushed in and out. After a while, there was another click sound, and 2 holes were poked in the roof again. There were no lights on in the house. Jiang Yao hid in the darkness, and the rat spider did not notice her. However, Jiang Yao didn't want to endure it anymore. If she continued to endure it, she would be buried under the wooden house. Careful! A piece of wood fell, and was about to fall on Jiang Yao's head. Jiang Yao dodged it sideways, and the giant python swept the piece of wood away with its tail. Let's get out! We must take the initiative. Jiang Yao held the gun, quickly opened the door and ran out. The giant python and the strange tiger jumped down from the window, came to Jiang Yao, and quickly grew up and changed back to their original appearance. The rat spider on the roof was biting the wooden block with its mouth, as if it was hungry, and had even chewed up the wooden block and swallowed it. Jiang Yao no longer hesitated, directly picked up the submachine gun and started shooting at its mouth. The rat spider stopped eating, and with a squeaking sound, it quickly climbed down from the roof and rushed toward Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao dodged, and he who ran forward and bit the rat spider, inserting its long fangs directly into its abdomen. Squeak! The rat spider screamed. The giant python saw the right opportunity and wrapped the rat spider's right leg to prevent it from getting close to Jiang Yao. Squeak! 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 The rat spider twisted its body in pain and kept screaming. But in Jiang Yao's opinion, it was calling for its companions. Kill it quickly! Jiang Yao breathed rapidly. Upon hearing this, the giant python and the strange tiger worked harder. The giant python bit the rat spider's back and released venom. The rat spider was quickly poisoned to death and lay weakly on the ground. As soon as the giant python returned to Jiang Yao, the sound of crawling rat spiders sounded in his ears again, getting closer and closer. Here we go again! Jiang Yao was shocked. How many are there? 3. He who made an attack posture. 3 of them are not easy to deal with. Boss! Jiang Yao! Big Beard and Zhang Jia rushed up with guns. As soon as they heard the gunfire, they went out. During the process, they encountered a rat spider, and after dealing with it, They came to support Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao finally had an expression on her face. You are all here. Be careful. I know. The three of them were back to back, each looking in one direction. As long as the rat spider dared to get close, they would attack without mercy. Coming! Zhang Jia opened fire, and Jiang Yao turned around and directly attacked the rat spider's mouth. 2 more! The bearded man frowned and fired randomly at the opponent. The strange tiger and the giant python rushed forward at the same time, blocking their way, biting and tearing at the back with their sharp teeth. The rat spider wanted to resist, and pushed its head back hard, trying to fight back with its jaw pincers, and spin silk from its mouth, trying to stick the alien tiger to it, but whose body was too flexible, and the rat spider's silk had no effect at all. Squeak! The attacking rat spiders were forced back by Jiang Yao and the others. In the end, the 3 rat spiders were quickly eliminated by them. The sky began to turn white, and the giant python and the strange tiger noticed that the rat spider had disappeared before returning to Jiang Yao. They retreated. Call! There were no more rat spider attacks, and the 3 of them sat on the ground tiredly, panting. It's finally safe. The bearded man exhaled a breath of air and put the gun on the ground. Zhang Jia lay directly on his side, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. The heat from the ground spread to his back, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Jiang Yao disagreed with Big Beard's words. She thought that the rat spider's descent was just the beginning. Fenglang Mountain is so big. After the climate gets warmer, many mutated animals from hibernation wake up, which is when they are hungry. It will not be safe these 2 days. Stay vigilant at all times and cannot slack off. Good. New. Zhang Jia sat up. Can't we go up the mountain in advance? Jiang Yao lowered her head and was silent for a moment. It's not impossible. It's just what? The bearded man asked. Jiang Yao shook her head and buried her worries in her heart. Call Zhou Jin's family, and we'll go up the mountain right away. Okay. Big Beard and Zhang Jia quickly stood up. I'll inform Zhou Jin. After the bearded man finished speaking, he ran towards Zhou Jin's house. Then I'll go get the belongings. Zhang Jia also ran down the mountain. Jiang Yao went back to the house and put all the facilities inside into the space, including air conditioners, beds, tables and chairs, etc. All she had in hand were some simple clothes. Half an hour later, Zhang Jia had already placed his own things and bearded man's supplies in Jiang Yao's yard. The two waited in silence. After a few more minutes, the bearded man finally came over with Zhou Jin and others in large and small bags. There were a lot of supplies tied to both sides of Tianxin's back. Jiang Yao felt a headache looking at them. Why are there so many? Just throw away the unnecessary things. Zhou Jin put down the things and said, These are for food and cannot be thrown away. Zhou Han glanced at the baggage and felt a little reluctant to part with it. Yes. How can we survive without food? Jiang Yao silently looked away. The most important thing she needed was food, but she couldn't expose it yet. She wouldn't expose her space to others until the last moment. Go up the mountain immediately. Jiang Yao threw some things on Yu's back and tied them up, then stroked its paws. I've wronged you. It's not a big deal. Yihu stood up and took the lead to clear the way for everyone. Zhou Han looked at Yihu with envy and came to Jiang Yao. It would be great if I also had such a handsome pet. Jiang Yao glanced at her. Isn't your sweetheart handsome? Tianxin turned around and looked at her master after hearing this. Huh? Chapter 128 The Monster That Combines a Corpse with a Rat Spider. Handsome! Zhou Han nodded heavily. Her sweetheart is the most handsome. After Tianxin heard this, she licked her master's cheek. At this time, Tianxin was already more than 2 meters tall, and she looked down at Zhou Han. Crash! The ground shook for a while, shaking everyone unsteadily. Get down quickly! Zhou Jin shouted. As soon as these words came out, everyone fell to the ground and waited for the earthquake to pass. However, the earthquake not only did not stop, but became more violent, and cracks 50 to 60 centimeters wide like fishing nets began to appear on the nearby ground. There was even a pungent smell coming from below. Jiang Yao could smell it immediately. It was the same smell as the volcano erupting on the day of the tsunami. It was extremely unpleasant. Everyone was shocked and didn't understand why the earthquake turned like this. It was unheard of. This is not an earthquake! Jiang Yao quickly came to a conclusion. She thought of what Feng Qi had said. There was only one reason that could cause the ground to crack. There was a huge change in the center of the earth, and the underground magma might erupt. After about 5 or 6 minutes, The tremors on the ground finally stopped. Zhou Jin sat up from the ground and looked at Jiang Yao. Did you just say it wasn't an earthquake? Jiang Yao also sat up from the ground. Yes. The center of the earth has changed. I will explain it to you in detail when I get to the base. Now is not the time. After speaking, Jiang Yao looked towards the nearest crack and saw that the crack was bottomless and dark, with heat and smoke coming out from inside. Ahem! The smoke made her cough. Jiang Yao stopped being curious and stayed away. The center of the earth? What is that? Big Beard asked. He had never read any books. So when he heard about the center of the earth, he didn't understand it at all. Apart from him, many people in the crowd didn't understand. Even the elder Zhou's father and mother couldn't explain the reason. They only knew that the deepest part of the earth was called the center of the earth. It is the core at the center of the earth, 3,470 kilometers away from the surface. The temperature is very high and there is magma activity inside. Zhou Jin explained to everyone carefully. So that's it. Several young people suddenly realized. Then, there was silence for a few seconds. Let's go quickly. Jiang Yao touched her sore, and quickly stood up from the ground. Good. After cleaning up, several people followed Ihu up the mountain one after another. The giant python walked at the end to keep a lookout for everyone. Jiang Yao sat on Ihu's back and took out a telescope to observe the nearby scene. Everyone avoided the cracks in the ground. Some of them couldn't avoid it, so they had to jump over them with all their strength. Or sweethearts picked them up one by one. The giant python would occasionally help, rolling up everyone, crossing more than 10 cracks in a row, and safely placing the people on the safe ground. The corpses of refugees were everywhere along the way. The baking ground gave off a strong smell of blood. Some of the corpses were incomplete and very miserable. Several people pinched their noses and quickly shuttled along the path of the corpse. No one spoke a word along the way, but were alert to the surrounding environment. However, before they were halfway through the journey, the strange tiger in front suddenly stopped. Jiang Yao raised her gun. What's wrong? There is movement ahead. Ihu stretched his neck and smelled the smell in the air. It was mixed with the putrid smell of rat spiders and human corpses, which was indescribably unpleasant. Jiang Yao stood on Ihu's back and said softly, You all stay here. Then he turned around and told Ihu, Let's go over and take a look. Good. The strange tiger slowly moved forward without making any sound from its limbs. Several people looked at each other in confusion. The strange tiger was so big that it blocked the view in front of them. They didn't know what was happening in front of them. The giant python passed several people, crawled past them, and followed the strange tiger quietly. When they came to a jungle, Ihu stopped, and the sound came from behind the jungle. Jiang Yao jumped off the back of the strange tiger, carefully opened the branch, and looked around. Her head happened to be facing a monster that was not a human and a rat spider that was not a rat spider. The next second, Jiang Yao quickly retracted her head, her heart pounding in fear. What did she see? Was it a human or a spider? The facial features that were originally on the face have grown on the head. The eyes are glowing green. The mouth has turned into a pincer, chewing on his arm. And there are 8 spider legs on the back, like a rat spider. Assimilated, there are many monsters like this behind it, lying on the ground silently gnawing on human corpses. Go quickly! Jiang Yao's first thought was to escape. The world is becoming more and more strange. Although her feet were very hot, Jiang Yao still walked quickly, with the strange tiger and the giant python following behind. What did you see that made you so scared? The python wondered. I don't know what it is. It should be a mutated monster. Jiang Yao kept walking and had to go up the mountain as soon as possible. However, Jiang Yao was forced to stop just after reaching the team, because Zhou Jin and the others were already surrounded by the same monsters. They were motionless, staring at everyone strangely. The 8 legs behind him stood firmly on the ground, and the corpse completely melted into the body of the rat spider. It was not known whether the rat spider swallowed the corpse, or whether the rat spider grew out of the corpse. Jiang Yao took out his gun and shot at the monster without hesitation. They were disturbed by the sound and all attacked in the direction of Jiang Yao. They were very fast. In just 1 second, they arrived. Jiang Yao was shocked. No wonder Zhou Jin and the others were fine. It turned out that if they didn't make a sound, they wouldn't attack. She fired, but was attacked instead. Too careless. The strange tiger and the giant python used their huge bodies to resist the advance of dozens of monsters, and Zhou Jin and others ran over one after another. Are you okay? I'm fine. Jiang Yao shook her head. Run! Behind the dozens of monsters, many more rat spiders appeared. A mass of darkness, running towards them like crazy in a rustling manner. Damn! Jiang Yao cursed. She had encountered all kinds of weird things. Run for the hills! Ihu! All of you come back! Jiang Yao held a submachine gun and ran up the mountain while firing, not forgetting to turn around and call out to the strange tiger and the giant python. Zhou Jin and others quickly followed Jiang Yao. They didn't want any packages and just wanted to escape. The strange tiger and the giant python rushed over after killing the monster. The strange tiger held Jiang Yao, Big Beard and Zhang Jia on its back. Seeing this, the giant python also used its tail to roll up Zhou Jin and others and threw them on its back, regardless of whether they held on tightly or not. They quickly climbed up the mountain. Jiang Yao turned her body to face the rat spider behind her, released the cannon into space, aimed at the direction, loaded the SH/LS, and lit the fuse. A cannonball landed firmly in the group of rat spiders. Dozens of rat spiders were blown away. Broken limbs were scattered everywhere, and green blood splashed on Zhou Jin and others. Zhou Jin and others had no time to think about where the cannon in Jiang Yao's hand came from. They only focused on shooting at the rat spiders behind them. Their eyes and mouths were their weak points. Jiang Yao fired 5 cannonballs in succession. But there were still countless rat spiders crawling over the bodies of his companions to fill the vacant positions. Just like locusts crossing the border. No grass grows wherever they go. And the trees, flowers and plants are eroded by their venom. Jiang Yao was injured by the impact of the cannon, and gradually became deaf in both ears. She covered her ears with her hands and shook her head. But she still couldn't hear anything. It felt like the whole world had become quiet. And the group of rat spiders in front of me was like a pantomime animal migration blockbuster, without any sound. Jiang Yao was a little panicked. But she had no time to be sad. Chapter 129. Jiang Yao is deaf. The rat spider that was killed in front was quickly eaten by its companions, and then grew up quickly, fully doubling its size before. Then it chased after it like crazy, much faster than the smaller one. Jiang Yao held the cannonball in her hand and threw it firmly into the cannon, aiming at the big one in front. Boom! The cannon fell into the group of rat spiders again and exploded. Dozens of rat spiders exploded and died, and were quickly eaten by their companions to fill the empty spaces. The cycle continued, and Zhou Jin and others gradually felt the difficulty. The giant python was almost running out of venom, and Ihu used all his strength to support his exhausted body and quickly ran forward. Jiang Yao stood up. This can't go on. Otherwise, she would be exposed if she went into space. Anyway, when she took out the cannon, she forgot about the issue of space exposure. Just when Jiang Yao was hesitating whether to enter the space, 4 or 5 cannonballs appeared one after another above their heads. One by one, they landed in the group of rat spiders and exploded quickly. Countless rat spiders were killed in front of their eyes. Bang, bang, bang! Countless gunshots rang out overhead. Jiang Yao looked up in surprise. It turned out that they had unknowingly escaped to the base 100 meters away. If they persisted for a while, they would be safe. Looking at the upright figure on the top of the mountain, Jiang Yao felt more at ease than ever before, and finally found a chance to comfort the two. Strange tiger. Giant python. Can you hold on? The reason why she endured not entering the space was because she believed in their speed. But she did not expect that the rat spiders would pursue them so closely. Now there is only one mutated creature, the rat spider, and I am afraid that all other animals in the mountain will die in their hands. I'm fine. We're almost there. Ihu breathed with his mouth open, and his tongue was thrown to one side by inertia and exposed outside the mouth. This was a sign of fatigue. I am not tired. The giant python is originally a reptile that shuttles through the forest. It is a powerful existence among mutations, and it eats ginseng every day to replenish energy. Running is a piece of cake for it. Thank you for your hard work. Jiang Yao put the cannon into the space, took out the submachine gun, and continued to shoot at the rat spider in front. A few minutes later, they finally escaped into the base. As soon as they entered, the door of the base was closed forcefully. Jiang Yao got off Ihu's back and ran to Feng Qi to continue shooting. Zhou Jin and others also followed to the city wall and fired with guns. Cheng Nanjun's bullets were distributed to everyone before, and they have been almost used up by now. At this juncture, no one noticed that they had run out of ammunition and food, and Jiang Yao's bullets were inexhaustible. The rat spiders stayed below the base. Seeing that the cannonballs in the opponent's hands kept coming, they did not dare to continue climbing up the mountain to pursue them. So they had to give up. So at the command of Squeak, they quickly separated and fled. After a while, they disappeared, leaving only crawling marks on the ground and the gradually spreading black smoke.
It's finally safe.
Jiangyao leaned against the wall and gasped.
Yes. Fortunately, there are tigers and giant pythons. Otherwise, we would have become their prey.
Zhou Jin put the gun on the ground and smiled sincerely at the tiger and the python.
Thank you all. Thanks.
A few people are no longer afraid of the two. At this moment, they only feel grateful. However, Ihu didn't reply to them at all. He turned himself into a cat and lay on the ground panting. It is the king of the jungle. It is very easy to hunt for it. It basically does not need to travel long distances. Now it suddenly runs, which is really a bit troublesome. The giant python also turned into a small snake and crawled around Jiangyao's arm. Xinzi vomited very frequently, indicating that it was also tired. When several people saw it, they were amazed. These two strange beasts were so attached to Jiangyao. How did she tame them? Everyone's eyes turned to Jiangyao, but the latter didn't notice at all.
Jiangyao, are you okay?
Fengqi couldn't help but feel a little worried when he saw Jiangyao's disgraced look. Jiangyao continued to lean against the wall and did not answer.
Jiangyao?
Still no response. When several people saw her, they all came over to surround Jiangyao worriedly. Zhou Han walked over and held her arm.
Io, are you okay?
Huh? Sensing being touched, Jiangyao turned around in confusion.
What's wrong? Are you okay?
Zhou Han thought Jiangyao didn't hear, so he asked again. However, Jiangyao really couldn't hear it. In her eyes, Zhou Han just opened his mouth twice and made no sound at all. She completely forgot that she could no longer hear.
What are you mumbling? Louder!
Zhou Han tightened his hold on Jiangyao and opened his eyes wide. Others also stared at Jiangyao in surprise.
Jiangyao?
Fengqi tried to shout. Jiangyao still looked at Zhou Han and did not respond to Fengqi. The atmosphere was tense for a moment. And then they realized that there seemed to be something wrong with Jiangyao's ears.
I'll?
Zhou Han leaned close to her ear and called loudly. Being stimulated by Zhou Han, Jiangyao paused on the spot and then thought of her ears. He covered his ears with both hands and rubbed them vigorously, trying to loosen the blockage in his ears. Her ears soon became red, but she still couldn't hear. The reason why she was able to talk to the two just now was because they could communicate spiritually. But now, Fengqi couldn't stand it anymore. So he quickly stopped her rude behavior, and then turned to ask other people.
What happened? I don't know.
Zhou Han's eyes were red. A Yao couldn't be so deaf. Right? No. Definitely not. Zhou Jin hesitated for 2 seconds before telling him about the cannon.
Could it be because of the cannon?
In fact, this is not a secret. They all saw Jiangyao shooting the rat spider with a cannon.
Cannon?
Fengqi looked into Jiangyao's confused eyes.
It's possible that the impact of the cannon is very powerful, and your ears will be injured if you don't pay attention.
Why does she have a cannon?
Will it get better?
Zhou Han worried.
Yes. It's a matter of time.
Fengqi answered firmly. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this.
As long as it gets better.
The bearded man rubbed his eyes. At this moment, Jiangyao is already immersed in her own quiet world, thinking of the pharmaceutical factory in space. She no longer panicked. With a thought, the pharmaceutical factory quickly produced many drugs for temporary deafness. As long as she swallowed it quietly, she believed it would be fine. Chapter 130 Jiangyao regains hearing. Everyone still stared at her with worried expressions. Jiangyao chuckled.
I'm fine. I'll just rest for 2 days. Don't worry.
After speaking, he turned to Fengqi and said,
Is there a room? I want to rest for a while.
Fengqi just wanted to open his mouth to respond, but then thought that she couldn't hear him, so he could only nod silently.
Deputy Captain Xiao, arrange accommodation for them. Yes.
Xiao Lei saluted, and then made an invitation gesture to several people.
Follow me.
Good. After Zhou Jin and others glanced at Jiangyao, they all followed Xiao Lei. They were too dirty and should freshen up. But thinking of throwing away everything, they felt helpless. They didn't want to trouble the base. But now it's not their decision. Looking at the people leaving, Jiangyao also wanted to follow, but Fengqi held her back.
You come with me.
Huh? Jiangyao couldn't hear. Fengqi sighed and made 2 gestures with his hands.
Follow me. Let's go.
Jiangyao understood.
Okay.
Fengqi took Jiangyao's sleeve and took her to the next door to his residence. which was fully equipped with toiletries. Jiang Yao nodded towards Feng Qi.
It's very good here. Thank you.
Feng Qi just smiled and did not answer. After Feng Qi left, Jiang Yao sat in a chair and froze. Her ear was only injured by the impact of the cannon, so it should be fine. When she was in the army, some teammates had their ears injured by gunshots or cannons, and they returned to normal within 2 days. So her ears will also get better. Taking out the medicines made by the pharmaceutical factory, Jiang Yao read the instructions of all the medicines again and again. Finally selected 2, and swallowed a few pills with mineral water. He took out another set of clothes and prepared to go into the bathroom to take a shower. The door opened at this moment. Jiang Yao felt the hot wind blowing. She looked at the door and walked over after seeing 2 familiar figures.
Is something wrong? I'll bring a doctor to take a look at you.
Feng Qi walked in with Uncle De. Although Jiang Yao didn't understand what he said, she understood when she saw the old man next to him wearing a white coat. So she took the initiative to sit on the chair and let the doctor check her ears.
Trouble.
Feng Qi nodded to her. Uncle De took out the ear detector and checked it carefully, and then took out the instrument to test it before stopping.
How is it?
Feng Qi asked nervously.
It's nothing serious. It's the sequelae of overexertion. Just rest for 2 days, and it will be fine.
Uncle De replied while packing up the instruments.
That's good.
Feng Qi finally had a smile on his face. Jiang Yao watched the 2 people discussing and saw the change on Feng Qi's face. She felt slightly relieved. It seemed that her ears were fine. Feng Qi turned around to face Jiang Yao and nodded slightly towards her. Jiang Yao smiled to show that she understood. After the 2 went out, Jiang Yao entered the shower room again and washed her body. The strange tiger and the giant python got out from under the bed and returned to Jiang Yao's bed to rest. They didn't want more people to find out and pay attention to them, so they had to hide. In the evening, Jiang Yao did not go out to avoid trouble, but planned to take a good rest. After running around for so long today, I was really exhausted. So after a simple meal, I lay on the bed and slept. I slept until the next morning, and there were footsteps outside from time to time. Hearing the sound, Jiang Yao woke up suddenly and covered her ears with her hands.
Can I hear you?
Jiang Yao couldn't believe it when a familiar voice echoed in her ears. I just took medicine once last night, and I'm fine today. The medicine made in the space is indeed extraordinary, and I can really hear it. Miraculous medicine. She had been prepared to be deaf for 2 days, but now it seemed that she was overly worried. It's so nice to be able to hear it again. Outside the house, Johan kept walking back and forth, wanting to go in but afraid of disturbing Jiang Yao. Can you get in or not? Johan was still hesitating. The door suddenly opened from inside the house, revealing Jiang Yao's round head, and Johan ran over excitedly.
You finally woke up. Well, I'm awake.
Jiang Yao raised her lips.
What's the matter? It's nothing.
Johan froze before he finished speaking.
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Jiang Yao smiled and nodded.
I didn't expect it to heal so quickly. Great. I thought.
Johan took Jiang Yao's arm and put his head on her shoulder.
It's okay now. Don't worry. There are refugees coming up the mountain,
a soldier announced. After hearing the words, the 2 stood up straight. Jiang Yao rubbed her ears and walked over in search of the sound. When they reached the city wall, 2 familiar figures caught Jiang Yao's attention. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei? Not far away, Feng Qi and Xiao Lei stood by the city wall and looked down the mountain. Sure enough, they saw many refugees standing outside the base, with more and more refugees gathering together. It was so dark that there was no end in sight. The cracks under their feet are getting bigger and bigger, and thick black drugs are coming out. Everyone is basically shirtless. Because it is too hot, they have to do this.
Let them in.
Feng Qi waved his hand.
Do we really want to let so many people in? The base simply doesn't have that many places to live.
Xiao Lei did not accept the order.
I said, let them in.
Feng Qi faced Xiao Lei with cold eyes.
Yes.
Xiao Lei quickly walked away. Jiang Yao walked over.
Aren't you afraid of causing trouble by letting them in?
Feng Qi looked at the person who came, and Ling Ran's face changed slightly at this moment.
No matter how troublesome it is, we can't let them face the destruction of natural disasters alone. Yes, indeed.
This voice. Feng Qi turned his head in surprise. It was really Jiang Yao. Didn't her ear hurt? It healed so quickly. Didn't Uncle De say it would take 2 days to heal? Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi and chuckled.
My ears are healed. So don't be too surprised. How good.
Feng Qi still couldn't believe it.
Well, just take a nap and you'll be fine.
Feng Qi still wanted to ask. But he heard a creak sound and someone opened the door. The two of them looked down at the same time. As soon as the base gate opened, countless refugees rushed in, gradually forming a crowded and stampede situation.
Let us in! Hurry up! We're still outside. Ah! Who pushed me?
Someone fell to the ground, and the people behind him fell down, lying on the fallen person, and screams came one after another. When Feng Qi saw this, he said,
Not good!
Then walked down. Jiang Yao frowned as she looked at the people blocking the door.
It would be better if nothing happens.
However, as soon as the words were spoken, there was a rustling sound coming from around the base. Jiang Yao clenched her fists. It was the rat spider again. You must go down and notify us. Otherwise it will be too late. Jiang Yao came to Feng Qi.
Close the door quickly. The rat spider is here again.
What? Feng Qi's expression changed. Xiao Lei was also surprised for 2 seconds, and then increased his strength and pushed the refugees, who were still at the door in.
Come in quickly. The monster is here again.
Chapter 131 Enhanced Version of Winged Bird. When the refugees heard about the monster, they tried their best to push the people in front of them. Countless refugees poured in from the door and ran in all directions of the base. The door less than 5 meters was almost broken by them. Feeling that the rat spider was outside, Jiang Yao was very anxious. The strange tiger and the giant python came to her at some point, ready for war.
Shashasha!
The voice was very close.
Ah! Help!
There were constant screams outside. Jiang Yao gritted her teeth and finally made a decision.
It's too late.
She came to the door and pressed the button.
No!
Feng Qi hurried over to stop him.
Wait a little longer. If you wait any longer, you will all die.
Jiang Yao glared at Feng Qi. But Feng Qi was still hesitant. Jiang Yao no longer had any hope in him. So she ran back to the wall again, pushed away the soldiers beside the cannon, and fired without thinking.
Boom!
The cannonball fell among the rat spiders, blowing up more than a dozen rat spiders. Only then did Jiang Yao see clearly that there were not only rat spiders outside, but also the monster from yesterday, and even a large bird with wings spread out about 5 meters wide. The mouth was long and tapered, and there was still a hint of red at the tip. So it was clearly a carnivore. Before the gate of the city wall was closed, Jiang Yao continued to fire cannon fire without stopping. Seeing this, the soldiers on the side also lit cannon fire and fired one after another. Most of the rat spiders were wiped out, but the big birds in the sky were still there. After landing among the refugees, many refugees were pierced by its sharp beaks, and their bodies quickly shrank in seconds, turning into mummies. Some birds even attacked the rat spiders. Their sharp beaks easily pierced the body of the rat spider and quickly shriveled up. The blood in the body had been sucked clean by the big bird. Jiang Yao was frightened when she saw it. She took out a submachine gun from the space and pointed it at the big birds, launching an attack. Originally, we had to guard against rat spiders, but now it seems that this big bird is the biggest enemy. Fortunately, their attention was focused on the refugees, and the people in the base were able to breathe and fight back. Otherwise, they would all die.
Jiang Yao! Boss!
Zhou Jin and others ran over one after another and surrounded Jiang Yao.
Stop talking nonsense! Hurry up!
Jiang Yao didn't look at them at all, but was focused on the monsters outside. If they were not destroyed, there would be no rest today.
Good!
Everyone took out their guns and shot at a certain big bird. Soon, the corpses outside were spread out on the ground, including those of refugees, rats, spiders, and big birds. Most of them were burnt, and the smell of paste hit their faces. The faces of the people on the city wall suddenly turned pale. It smells so bad. Most of the refugees had already run into the base to take shelter, and no more refugees entered the city. Feng Qi quickly closed the city gate and ran up the city wall.
How's the situation? Returning team. The rat spiders have retreated. It's that strange big bird. We are helpless.
Xiao Lei reported with a gun.
Big bird?
Feng Qi then saw the big bird outside the city wall.
Blast it with cannons. If they explode, they will fly. So the chance of hitting them is low.
Xiao Lei continued to answer.
Then shoot. The gun is not powerful enough and cannot penetrate.
Jiang Yao said coldly. The feathers of big birds are very thick, like hard armor, and ordinary damage has no effect on them. Twitter! The chirping of birds filled the sky, making people unable to help but cover their ears. Jiang Yao's ears were just fine, and couldn't bear such stimulation. She didn't expect the bird's cry to be so harsh.
They're flying this way!
The refugees outside the base were all dead, and their bodies were hollowed out by the big birds. They were not satisfied yet, and pointed their finger at the people inside the base.
Quickly retreat!
Jiang Yao shouted, and quickly retreated. Upon hearing this, everyone on the city wall gave up their cannons, and ran towards the base. However, the big bird was too fast, and flew to the city wall in the blink of an eye.
Boom!
The sharp beak attacked the last person running, and someone was quickly impaled, fell to the ground, and quickly turned into a mummy. During this gap, Ihu and Giant Python recovered their true forms, covering up everyone's escape. As long as the big birds dare to get close, they will go all out.
Twitter!
A big bird saw the strange tiger, and after screaming, all the birds gathered together and began to launch a fierce attack on the strange tiger and the giant python. Ouch! Ihu jumped hard and successfully grabbed the big bird in the front with his front legs. The giant python's tail rolled hard and wrapped the big bird in Ihu's hand tightly.
Shaw!
The trapped big bird screamed repeatedly, fluttering its wings and struggling. But it could not escape smoothly. The giant python tightened its tail hard, and the big bird opened its mouth wide due to the strangulation, and pecked hard at the giant python's body with its sharp beak. But the scales on the python's body are like steel, and its mouth cannot harm it at all. After a while, the big bird died of lack of oxygen. The giant python threw the body out and successfully hit the big bird that was attacking again. The two birds fell to the 30-meter-high cliff and stopped moving. All the people on the city wall had successfully retreated. Before the other big birds attacked, the strange tiger and the giant python quickly retreated, shrank their bodies, and ran towards Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao has gone back to hide in his house, and is recalling the origin of Big Bird. She always felt that she had seen this kind of bird somewhere. Where was it? On TV? No. Video? Neither. Correct. Jiang Yao slammed the table.
Dinosaur fossils are in the museum.
Winged bird. Those guys are clearly enhanced versions of winged birds. Aren't they extinct? How would it appear here? Could it be? Jiang Yao thought for a long time, but couldn't figure out the reason. The center of the earth slows down and temperatures rise rapidly. There are no intact places on the ground anymore. They are all cracks 5 or 6 meters wide. They are deep and hot, and they clearly lead to the center of the earth. But what does this have to do with winged birds? Could it be that they came out of the ground? Impossible. Jiang Yao quickly gave up this idea. The temperature in the center of the earth was very high, and it was impossible for living things to exist. No one knows what kind of world is under the center of the earth. Animals have mutated, so it seems not surprising that such a thing would happen. Winged birds are extinct animals. How many mysterious species are there in the center of the earth? Today is the 3rd day. The ark should have been built. When the winged bird leaves, Jiang Yao is going to ask Feng Qi if they could hide in the ark as soon as possible. They would have more hope. The window banged, and Jiang Yao took out her gun to be on guard.
It's us!
Alien tiger and giant python. Jiang Yao ran over to open the window, and the two got in.
How's it going outside? Most of the people successfully retreated. The big bird is still lingering outside and may not leave for a while.
The giant python spit out the letter and wrapped it around Jiang Yao's arm.
Well, I suspect they came up from the ground. They must be very hungry and want to eat. It happened that a refugee came up the mountain and was hit by them. Underground?
Ihu was startled.
2 days ago, I discovered an unusual scene in the mountains. There is a cave in the south, which is bottomless. There is always a cry like a big bird inside. It can't be there. Is it connected to the underground place?
Chapter 132. The ark was successfully built. Jiang Yao sat down and said,
It's very possible. We can't control that much at the moment. We just have to escape. Given the current situation, the base is still very safe.
If nothing else worked, she took the two of them and hid in the space. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. Jiang Yao took out 10 ginseng sticks from the space and gave them to the strange tiger and giant python respectively. He also took out 2 deer and let them fill their stomachs.
Thank you very much for your hard work these days.
In Jiang Yao's heart, she never regarded them as pets, but as true friends. Friends of different species. Although I occasionally joke about them, it is always bullying from friends, rather than a condescending gesture.
What's the matter? You can take us to escape and save our lives. We are also very grateful.
The giant python swallowed an adult deer, and its belly was bulging. It knew that the world was about to be destroyed, and it thought it would die too. But this human said it could keep it alive. From that moment on, the python had no second thoughts and decided to follow her whether it could survive or not. In the snake tribe, strength has always been respected. The reason why it planted so many ginseng was because it wanted to occupy a place in the snake tribe. Until one day, the giant python unexpectedly mutated and became more powerful, fulfilling its wish to become the king of the snake clan. However, the good times did not last long. At the moment when they knew that the world was about to be destroyed, all the snakes in the clan quickly ran away, leaving it still holding on to its territory and not allowing others to infringe. He has only been king for a few days, but he would rather obey a human being. The giant python had mixed feelings in his heart. It might be destined to have such good luck in this life.
That's right. I'll have meat to eat with you.
Ihu agreed after finishing the deer. Jiangya was about to cry, but she couldn't help but feel that these two guys were eyeing the food in her space. But that's fine, since space has strong regenerative capabilities, and supplies can't be used up.
When the winged bird leaves, we will ask Feng Qi if the ark has been built. Okay.
They both nodded at the same time. Looking at the strange tigers, Jiang Yao thought of the two little ones in the space.
Ihu, can your sons become smaller?
Ihu shook his head.
I don't know. I didn't let them try it. They should be coming of age soon. Right.
Jiang Yao asked again.
Well, there are still 2 days until adulthood.
Ihu blurted out without thinking.
I see.
Jiang Yao used her consciousness to explore the two little ones and found that they were chasing each other in the group of hares, as if they had grown up again. Whether they can be made smaller will wait until they reach adulthood. If the fighting power is enough, Jiang Yao will not be stingy in releasing them all. Ever since the crucian carp and the little killer whale entered the space, they fell asleep quietly. Jiang Yao thought they were dead at first, but when she saw their mouths opening and closing, they were clearly asleep. I don't know what caused it, but it's not harmful to them, and Jiang Yao won't waste time thinking about it. Jiang Yao bought another 20 days to save, no matter whether he would need it in the future or not. Just in case. The giant python said that the earth will gradually become deprived of oxygen, indicating that it is really no longer suitable for biological survival. As for when it happened, Jiang Yao was not sure.
The winged bird left.
The giant python climbed down from the window and came to Jiang Yao's feet.
Let's go find Feng Qi.
Jiang Yao quickly opened the door and walked out. The strange tiger jumped on her shoulders, and the giant python wrapped around her waist, and she could follow without any effort on her part. Jiang Yao was speechless about their behavior. She didn't expect that the two of them would be lazy sometimes. However, what she didn't know was that the reason why giant pythons and exotic tigers like to be close to her is because she has a special smell that can make their bodies relax and become harder. Feng Qi was in the room not far next door, and Jiang Yao knocked on his door within a minute.
Boom! Boom!
After waiting for more than 10 seconds, there was no sound of footsteps inside. Jiang Yao frowned.
He's not here. I should be busy with something.
Ihu raised his head. Jiang Yao thought of Commissioner Su. Feng Qi should be there. Commissioner Su's office has to pass through a long corridor, and outside the corridor is the place where the ark is built. When Jiang Yao passed by the corridor, she happened to see many people gathered in front of the dozens of meters long ark, with excited and happy smiles on their faces. The tallest man was surrounded, and Jiang Yao could tell at a glance that the man was Feng Qi, with a slight smile on his face. This smile was so contagious that Jiang Yao, who didn't like to smile, unconsciously curled up the corners of her mouth.
The ark must have been successfully built.
Jiang Yao crossed the corridor and ran towards the crowd, and heard their happy cheers before she even got close.
It's done. It's finally done. Yes. After 2 full months, the ark was finally built successfully. We are saved. We don't have to die.
Jiang Yao slowly approached and looked at the smiles on their faces, feeling very complicated. I hope this ark can withstand the power of the center of the earth and not let down everyone's efforts. Sensing the familiar sight, Feng Qi looked over here. After seeing clearly that it was Jiang Yao, he pushed through the crowd and walked over.
The ark is successful. As long as it passes tonight's test, it can be fully used by us.
Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi.
What structures and facilities are there inside?
Feng Qi put his hands in his pockets.
It has 4 5-meter wide wheels at the bottom and can travel on land. The entire structure is like a ship, which can also sail in the water. It can withstand extremely high and low temperatures and is very safe. As for the facilities inside, we have prepared enough oxygen to last a month. There is a constant temperature air conditioner inside, which is always maintained at about 20 degrees. And there are various exercise equipment to give people the best experience. Are they all freshly made?
Jiang Yao was surprised. She was already looking forward to such a perfect arc.
Yes, it's freshly made.
Feng Qi nodded. Jiang Yao glanced at the huge arc, and she couldn't help but walk forward. Although the space was not as big as hers, unknown things always made people curious. Looking at Feng Qi, who was following him, Jiang Yao looked expectant.
Can I go up and have a look during the test?
Feng Qi agreed without thinking.
Okay, I'll take you in then.
Good. When she came to the ark, Jiang Yao felt the sense of security it brought. She couldn't help but touch its SHL. It was smooth and delicate, with no traces at all.
The people who built this are amazing. Yes, we have the top builder in the country in our team. He spent a whole month to develop such a perfect ark.
When it comes to construction engineers, Feng Qi can't help but feel proud. The country is indeed lucky to have such versatile talents. Chapter 133 Mountain Fire. At this time, Zhou Jin walked out of the crowd, saw Jiang Yao here, and immediately stepped forward to say hello.
Jiang Yao. Team Feng. Yes.
Feng Qi nodded politely. When Jiang Yao saw it was Zhou Jin, she was a little worried about the safety of Zhou Han and Big Beard.
Are you guys okay?
Zhou Jin smiled and said,
If you retreat in time, everything will be fine. Aw, that's good.
Zhou Jin glanced at Feng Qi and then at Jiang Yao's ears. Zhou Han had already told him about Jiang Yao's ear recovery. Seeing that she could talk normally made me happy.
Ahem.
Feng Qi put his fist to his mouth and pretended to cough twice, successfully attracting the attention of the two people.
You guys chat. I have something else to do, so I'll take the first step. Okay, I'll wait for your news.
Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi and specifically reminded him about entering the ark at night.
Walk slowly.
Zhou Jin nodded. Feng Qi turned around and walked toward Su Wei in the crowd. Jiang Yao couldn't help but look at the place where there were thousands of people, but she couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth. Completely relieved, Jiang Yao turned around to leave. When she saw Zhou Jin was still there, she said goodbye to him.
I'm going back.
Good. As soon as Jiang Yao left, Zhou Jin also walked to her room. But Jiang Yao did not go back. Instead, she walked to the city wall and took out her telescope to carefully observe the surroundings of the mountain. The corpses under the city wall had been dried by the hot air from the ground, leaving only skeletons on the ground. The pungent smell of burning wafted in the wind, making Jiang Yao couldn't help but take out a mask and put it on. Looking around, Jiang Yao saw billowing smoke rising from somewhere on the mountain, rising straight into the sky. She took out her binoculars and took a look, only to see clearly that beneath the thick smoke was a red fire several meters high. It was flying around in a twisted posture, mercilessly devouring everything around it. The fire startled the birds in the forest, and they flew into the air in droves, scurrying around like headless flies. The screams of wild beasts occasionally sounded in the forest, and Jiang Yao's hand holding the telescope trembled unconsciously.
It's a mountain fire. The sky fire is developing very fast, and all the animals in the mountains will die.
The giant python's voice trembled. The strange tiger and the giant python trembled unconsciously when they saw the fire. What they feared most was the sky fire. As long as there is a fire, it will be difficult for animals in the mountains to escape.
The temperature is too high, and spontaneous combustion of trees is common.
Jiang Yao knew that the two were afraid, but she didn't know how to comfort them. With high temperatures of more than 40 degrees, trees spontaneously combust, forming mountain fires. If not extinguished in time, the entire mountain will be surrounded by fire and burned to death. Although the base is built in a mountain, the altitude is high and there is insufficient oxygen. If it is eroded by thick smoke again, the oxygen consumption rate will definitely increase, and the consequences for them can be imagined. We must inform Feng Qi and find a way to escape. Jiang Yao put away the telescope and returned to the center of the base. She met no one along the way, because everyone gathered at the Arkansas. There was no one guarding the city gate, and no one noticed the fire on the mountain. As soon as she arrived at the center of the base, Jiang Yao saw Feng Qi, the tallest person in the crowd, who was being supported in the middle. There were more than twice as many people as before, so she couldn't squeeze in and get close to Feng Qi. Gotta find a way. Jiang Yao stroked Hu and felt a coolness on her neck. And she suddenly had an idea.
Giant python. Squeeze in and bring Feng Qi out for me. Remember not to attract anyone's attention. Copy that.
The giant python on its neck quickly climbed down and got in through the gap under people's feet. Jiang Yao waited anxiously outside, her eyes not leaving Feng Qi for a moment. The moment she saw his head lowered, Jiang Yao's heart was no longer upset. The python must have crawled on top of him. Sure enough, Feng Qi put the giant python into his bag and looked in Jiang Yao's direction. The scene was too lively, and the two could not talk. Jiang Yao waved her hands vigorously, and after the two looked at each other, Feng Qi said something to Committee Su next to him, and then walked out of the crowd smoothly.
What's wrong?
Feng Qi came to Jiang Yao and saw Jiang Yao's anxious look, and his heart tightened unconsciously. Jiang Yao didn't hesitate for a moment and pulled him towards the city wall.
The mountain is on fire. Fire?
Feng Qi was surprised, but felt that the fire was reasonable. The temperature has been so high for 2 days. It is God's blessing that the wildfire broke out today. The two quickly came to the city wall. Jiang Yao handed Feng Qi a telescope, and Feng Qi took it. The two took the telescope and looked at the place where the fire was. It was just a wildfire, but in just a few minutes, thick smoke was now rising in 4 or 5 places, and it was spreading rapidly. Jiang Yao put down the telescope and looked at Feng Qi.
What are your plans?
Feng Qi shook his head.
There is no way to put out such a big fire. Should we just let it go?
Jiang Yao couldn't help but worry.
Do you know the consequences of the mountain fire continuing to burn?
Feng Qi put his hands on the wall.
Of course I know. But I really can't help it.
There are countless cracks in the ground, and the temperature of the heat coming out of the ground reaches about 50 degrees. Even if it can be extinguished now, it will rekindle soon, which cannot be fundamentally solved. Jiang Yao was discouraged.
In less than half a day, the fire will spread here. What will we do then?
The land where the base is located is like a naturally formed steamer. They are surrounded by fire, and will be steamed in a short time. Now we are in a difficult situation. We can't get out or get in. How about hiding in the ark?
We can only go into the ark to take shelter. We will come out after the fire is past.
Feng Qi looked at Jiang Yao. Yes, I want to go together.
But didn't you say that the ark hasn't been tested yet? Will there be any trouble if we go in now?
It doesn't matter to her. It's just other people. Alas, it's good to be able to protect yourself now. So how can you still have the energy to take care of others? Jiang Yao discarded the distracting thoughts in her heart. Now that Feng Qi had spoken, she stopped asking any more questions. Feng Qi stared at Jiang Yao's head. He had his head buried and didn't know what he was thinking. But he still gave an explanation.
Just go in and hide for a while without starting the Arkansas. There is oxygen circulation inside, so it won't affect anything. Oh, you can make arrangements.
Jiang Yao hugged Yu, and the giant python had returned to her neck.
I'll make arrangements now. Come with me.
Feng Qi knew that this matter could not be delayed, so he took the lead and walked in front. Jiang Yao looked back at the mountain fire that was getting closer, and then stepped up to follow. After tomorrow, this mountain will be bald. The two quickly walked to the ark, and Feng Qi called Xiao Lei.
Open the gates of the ark and bring everyone in. What happened?
Xiao Lei didn't know anything about the outside world.
Fire! Fire!
Xiao Lei was surprised.
I'll make arrangements right away.
Chapter 134. Everyone enters the ark. Feng Qi had no time to take care of Jiang Yao, so he went to invite Commissioner Su and President Pulip out. The three of them walked in through the special small door of the ark. Jiang Yao was waiting outside the ark, feeling a little confused for a moment. Zhou Jin and others came over quickly. As soon as Big Beard and Zhang Jie saw her, they quickly stood around her.
Boss! Jiang Yao!
Jiang Yao simply nodded.
Yeah. What happened outside? Why did you call us here?
Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao in confusion.
Fire!
Jiang Yao didn't want to say more and gave the answer in just 2 words.
Fire!
Zhou Jin was surprised, but calmed down after a few seconds.
The weather is too hot, so it's normal for there to be a fire. So what do we do now?
Zhou Han looked at the dark crowd and noticed the people queuing up.
Do you want to go over and line up? Let's go quickly. Walk.
Jiang Yao walked away, and a few people didn't hesitate and quickly followed behind. Everyone lined up behind a shorter team. But even at the shortest, there were 600 to 700 people in front. It wasn't until she was in the queue that Jiang Yao saw clearly that there were not just one ark, but 3 and 4 long teams were lined up in front of each ark. Among them were many refugees who had just escaped, as well as workers who built the ark, and finally soldiers and officials. Many people in the crowd looked confused. It was probably that Feng Qi had not revealed the fact about entering the ark. Jiang Yao waited for more than 10 minutes. And finally there was a click sound, and the ark's door opened.
Wow! The door is open. Can we go in?
Surprised voices rang out from the crowd, all staring at the door that was opening to the right. There were 4 gates on the left and right sides of the ark, and long lines of people stood in front of them. It wasn't until the door was completely open that the soldiers standing at the door began to bring people in. Jiang Yao's team slowly started to move, then stopped after walking a certain distance, and then started moving again half a minute later.
Why is it so slow? Can we go in?
The bearded man was a little worried.
I don't know.
Jiang Yao shook her head. Feng Qi never told her how many people the ark could hold. Although the ark is more than 30 meters long and 20 meters wide, there must be facilities inside. An ark can only accommodate a few thousand people at most. There were 4,000 to 5,000 people in the base alone. Including the refugees, there would probably be about 6,000 people. She was really worried that they wouldn't be able to get their turn. Just when everyone was anxious, Xiao Lei suddenly walked over in casual clothes. Jiang Yao was shocked. Couldn't it be? Sure enough, Xiao Lei stood in front of Jiang Yao, leaned down and whispered in her ear.
Jiang Yao, the Wind team asked me to take you and your companions into the ark. Is it possible to do something special like this?
Jiang Yao was surprised, but she would definitely not refuse such a good thing.
Yes. Please be quiet so that no one can see you.
Good. Jiang Yao turned around and passed the message to Zhou Jin. After Zhou Jin received it, he passed it to his parents behind him, followed by Zhou Han, Big Beard, one by one, and the group broke away from the team and followed Xiao Lei. After about 2 minutes, Jiang Yao and others finally led by Xiao Lei to the small door where Feng Qi entered just now. Xiao Lei did not go further in, but simply said to Jiang Yao,
"You guys go in. I still have something to do." "Okay. Sorry to trouble you."
Jiang Yao nodded gratefully.
"Team Feng will be here soon. You guys can find your own room and stay there first,"
Xiao Lei said before leaving.
"Good."
After bidding farewell to Xiao Lei, Jiang Yao walked in first. As soon as she entered, a chill hit her. Jiang Yao walked in surprise, seeing surprises everywhere she looked. In front of you is a very large and empty living room, with more than 10 small rooms scattered around the living room. The main light is light blue, and the interior is like a science and technology museum, which is eye-catching. The living room is fully equipped with tables and chairs, TV, fitness equipment, and even a mahjong table. Everything is available.
Wow! It's so luxurious!
Zhou Han quickly stepped forward and was attracted by the house in front of him. How long has it been? How long have you not lived in such a nice house? She held back the tears that were about to burst out of her eyes, and couldn't help but think of her home and her room. How happy it was then. But now, everything is ruined. Not only Zhou Han was filled with emotion, but everyone who entered the ark missed their happy family. Soon the ark was filled with cries that were deafening. Jiang Yao looked at the sky speechlessly. Why is this ark not soundproof? There is nothing to be sad about. The matter has come to this. Looking forward and trying our best to survive are the issues that should be considered at the moment. Unable to stand Fang Zhou's loud cries, Jiang Yao randomly chose a room, placed the strange tiger and the giant python on the single bed, sat down on them, and observed the environment in the room. There are bathrooms, toilets, and even a game console just for entertainment. The games in it should not require an internet connection. Yes, it's simple but has everything. Jiang Yao walked over and turned on the game console and chose a speed mobile game. After putting on the headphones, all outside sounds were blocked out, and she was immersed in the passion of the game. The strange tiger and the giant python had been silent since they came in. They only had one question in their minds. Can such a good place really withstand disaster? Can it really save lives? They never believed in humans, but they didn't expect to be rescued by humans one day, and they felt mixed emotions for a while. Seeing Jiang Yao having fun, Evu and Giant Python looked at each other, lying on the bed and waiting for her to come out of the game. The crying outside gradually disappeared, followed by people's excitement, and the noise became louder and louder. It was estimated that everyone was on the ark now. Even with headphones on, Jiang Yao could still hear the noise outside and was no longer interested in playing games. So she took off her headphones, opened the door to the room and walked out. As soon as she went out, Joe, Jean, and others looked at her.
Boss, are you awake?
The bearded man thought Jianya was sleeping, so they deliberately lowered their voices to discuss.
I haven't slept at all. How can I fall asleep with such a loud noise?
The bearded man's expression changed.
We talked very quietly.
The others also looked at each other, and they did speak very quietly. Jianya came to them and found a chair to sit down.
I didn't mention you, but the other people in the Arkansas, they cry and laugh sometimes. It's annoying to hear it. Crying and laughing? Why didn't we hear it?
Joe Jean was confused.
I didn't hear it either.
Joe Han shook his head.
Me neither.
Everyone stared at Jianya blankly, wanting to know the authenticity of her words. Jianya was confused. What happened? Only she heard it? He glanced at the two at his feet and asked silently.
Did you all hear it? I heard it.
They both replied at the same time.
I heard it too.
Only then did Jianya confirm that she heard correctly. There was only one answer, and that was that there was something wrong with her hearing. Is it because of the medicine in space? Chapter 135 Talking to Commissioner Sue. Jianya said.
This medicine is really miraculous.
Joe Han's voice awakened Jianya, who lowered her head to hide her excitement.
Maybe I heard it wrong. What are you discussing? Discuss about the future life.
Joe Jean blurted out.
Life?
Jianya was speechless.
Let's get through the current crisis first.
They didn't know if the fire outside had spread to the base. They were hiding in the Ark and couldn't notice anything going on outside. The temperature in the base is moderate, and Jianya feels very comfortable. It was a rare 2 days of peace, and she no longer thought about those bad things. The few of them looked at each other and felt that Jianya was right, so they should take care of the present first. Father Joe slumped down from his chair.
Old man!
Joe's mother shouted anxiously, supporting Joe's father, who was about to faint. Several people looked at him at the same time, and Joe Jean hugged his father directly, with a look of panic on his face.
Dad's old problem has returned again. Quick! Put him down quickly!
Joe Han opened the table, and several people followed to make room. Joe Jean laid Zoe's father flat on the ground, placed his hands in the middle of his chest, and performed CPR and artificial respiration.
Dad!
Joe Han's voice was choked with sobs.
What's going on?
Jianya was confused. Since being separated from them, Jianya has never seen Joe's father and Joe's mother again, and she has no idea what disease Joe's father is suffering from. Judging from Joe's father's dark lips and pale face, he must have a heart problem.
My father has a heart disease. We didn't know it before. It wasn't until the disease started half a month ago that my mother told us.
Joe Han wiped away tears.
It turns out that my dad has always had heart disease, and he endured it.
Oh, so that's it.
Is there no medicine?
Jianya asked as Joe Jean kept moving.
I finished eating a long time ago.
Joe's mother sat on the ground and wiped her tears. I heard that Sushu Joshin pills are necessary for heart attacks. I wonder if there are any in the space. Jianya used her consciousness to check, but she didn't expect that she actually found them. Jianya turned around and entered the room. When she came out again, she already had a bottle of medicine in her hand.
Auntie, can you take this medicine?
When Joe's mother saw that there was medicine, she quickly jumped up from the ground, ran over, and grabbed the medicine from Jianyao's hand. After seeing it clearly, she was so excited that she forced out a smile that was uglier than crying.
That's it. But it's just one of them. But it's better than nothing. The old man is saved.
After saying that, he walked tremblingly to Joe Jean, took out a medicine from the bottle, and handed it to Joe Jean.
Son, give it to your dad quickly.
Joe Jean stopped rescuing, quickly took the medicine from her mother's hand, and stuffed it into Father Joe's mouth.
Here is water.
Joe Han fed his father himself. Joe Jean continued to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation until Father Joe opened his mouth wide to breathe. And then he stopped. Jianyao saw that the color of Zoe's father's face had returned to color, and his lips were no longer blue. And she was shocked that the medicine had taken effect so quickly. If it were any later, Father Joe might not be able to be saved.
Thank you, Jianyao. Any kowtows to you.
Mother Joe was about to kneel down as she spoke, but Jianyao quickly dodged to avoid her.
Auntie, I can't help you. I'm just doing it with a little effort. You don't have to take it to heart. Mom!
Joe Han supported Joe's mother and looked at Jianyao gratefully.
Thank you very much. No thanks between you and me.
Jiang Yao waved her hand. She has a pharmaceutical factory, so there is no need to worry about such a small amount of medicine. Zhou Jin helped Zhou's father sit up. Zhou's father was leaning in his arms, and still gasping for air. Fortunately, he was not in danger. After the short episode passed, Jiang Yao seemed bored. She wondered if Feng Qi had arranged for everyone. Why couldn't she hear the noise outside? Could it be that hearing has returned to normal?
No, because I didn't hear any noise.
The giant python raised its head and wagged its tail.
That's good. I finally have a special skill. So don't take it back.
Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard the giant python's words. Just as Zhou Jin was about to say thank you to Jiang Yao, the small door next to him that had been closed suddenly slowly opened with a click, which attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Lei came out and walked to Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao, Team Feng invites you. What's the matter again?
Jiang Yao was confused. Why didn't Feng Qi come over to see her if something happened?
This.
Xiao Lei's eyes fell on the others, with a look of embarrassment on his face.
He can't get out.
Several people caught Xiao Lei's gaze and immediately understood the meaning. Zhou Jin took the initiative to help his father back to his room, and the others also returned to their rooms one after another. Xiao Lei was relieved to pass Feng Qi's words to Jiang Yao.
Team Feng said, we have something important to discuss, and we can't let anyone else know about it. Commissioner Su is also here. Didn't you say anything?
Jiang Yao wanted to ask clearly. Commissioner Su is here. She is not from the army. Why would he see her? Xiao Lei glanced at the closed door and whispered.
Yes. It's about the doomsday you mentioned. I understand. Let's go.
Jiang Yao followed Xiao Lei and waved to the two.
Follow the strange tiger and giant python. Receive.
The strange tiger jumped on Jiang Yao's shoulder, and the giant python also wrapped around her wrist. If you didn't look carefully, you would have thought it was Buling's bracelet. Xiao Lei led Jiang Yao to open more than a dozen doors and pass through more than a dozen rooms. After finally opening the 15th door, Jiang Yao saw a familiar figure, and Su Wei was sitting opposite him. Commissioner Su gave Jiang Yao a friendly smile and pointed to the seat next to Feng Qi.
Please take a seat. Thank you.
Jiang Yao sat down and waited for the two of them to speak. Xiao Lei sat on the other side of Feng Qi, standing tall and straight.
Comrade Jiang Yao Jiang. Right.
Commissioner Su brought a cup of tea to Jiang Yao.
You're welcome to drink tea. Thank you.
Jiang Yao took it with both hands, put it to her mouth, and took a sip before putting it down.
I am Jiang Yao. What does Commissioner Su want from me?
Jiang Yao doesn't like to talk in roundabout ways. She just says what she needs to say without wasting time. Su Wei glanced at Feng Qi, and his cheeks that had been smiling just now suddenly became tense.
I heard from Feng Qi that you told him the specific time of this disaster?
Jiang Yao readily admitted.
Yes, it's me. How did you know?
Su Wei couldn't wait to ask. Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi and then looked away.
No comment.
The giant python originally told her this. She couldn't let others know about her two special skills. If someone cared about her, she would be in endless trouble in the future. Sure enough, Su Wei showed an unhappy expression.
We have no other intention. We just want to ask on which day the disaster will occur. I said the time is within half a month, but I'm not sure of the specific day. Why should Mr. Su be embarrassing a little girl like me?
She really didn't know the specific day. Su Wei faced Feng Qi again, and Jiang Yao sneered at their actions.
If nothing happens, can I leave?
Jiang Yao could understand Feng Qi's approach of telling others about her existence. When she told Feng Qi, she wanted him to prepare in advance and make the last effort for the extinction of mankind. As for letting her participate in other things, forget it. The army seems to be a strict and orderly place. But who can understand the intrigues inside? What's more, in this world that is about to perish, people's hearts are more complicated. So it is better for her to get less involved. Chapter 136, starting the arc. Feng Qi glanced at Su Wei and stood up with a smile.
I send you. No need.
Jiang Yao stood up and nodded to Mr. Su.
See you later. Walk slowly.
Su Wei's mouth tilted slightly. Feng Qi opened the door, and Jiang Yao walked past him and walked out, sensing something was wrong in the atmosphere. The two followed silently, consciously not saying anything to disturb Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao looked at the floor under her feet, but she was thinking about the reason why Commissioner Su wanted to talk to her. It couldn't be out of curiosity. She probably had other questions. Since Su Wei's face changed so quickly, it's better not to have any contact with him in the future and just take care of his own land. Back in the living room, everyone sat on chairs and stared in the direction of the small door. When they saw Jian Yao coming back, Zhou Han was the first to run up.
Are you okay?
Jian Yao shook her head.
I'm fine. Don't worry.
Mother Zhou brought a glass of water to Jian Yao with a kind face.
Drink some water to moisten your throat.
Jian Yao took it with a smile.
Thank you, Auntie.
I just drank strong tea, so I really should clear my throat. She doesn't like drinking tea. Jian Yao put the water cup on her mouth and was about to take a sip when the ark suddenly shook and the water in the cup sloshed on her chest.
What's going on?
Zhou Jin grabbed the chair and stood up, but then fell into the chair because of his unstable center of gravity.
Ah!
Zhou's mother and Zhou Han fell to the ground together. Others were clinging to their chairs. Jian Yao quickly grabbed something stable to steady herself, and both the strange tiger and the giant python climbed on top of her to seek stability. Something must have happened outside. Otherwise the ark wouldn't be shaking for no reason. Jian Yao's guess was correct. The fire at the bottom of the mountain was so fierce that it had already surrounded the entire mountain. The fire was soaring into the sky and thick smoke was billowing. The bottom of the mountain has burned out, turning all trees and animals into ashes. The base is high above sea level, and the flames burn slowly due to lack of oxygen. But despite this, the fire continued to grow, coupled with the instability of the Earth's crust. The soil quality of the entire mountain has changed during the burning process, causing landslides. The gravity of the Earth changed again, causing violent vibrations. The cracks in the ground became wider. Even Fenglang Mountain had cracks formed from the inside out, as if there were signs of disintegration.
Twitter!
A harsh sound rang in her ears. Jian Yao covered her ears tightly, her heart tightening.
It's a winged bird.
Yihu moved his mouth.
How did they enter the base?
The giant python was puzzled.
There are still a lot of them, and they are attacking the Arkansas.
Jian Yao listened carefully, and could hear the sound of the winged bird flapping its wings through the ark. In addition to the gates and city walls that can accommodate them, the inside of the base is equipped with iron mesh to prevent wild beasts from invading, making it impossible for winged birds to enter the base, unless there is their nest under the base. And because the crack in the ground has become larger, they have come out of it. This is not good. Thinking of this, Jian Yao shuddered. She didn't know how many winged birds came out of the center of the earth. But what is certain is that the center of the earth is not as simple as humans think. Everyone thought that there was magma under the earth's core. But judging from the current situation, there should be other creatures living in the earth's core. Now that the surface of the earth has changed, they are all scrambling to get out and gain freedom, attack the creatures on the ground, and want to use the surface as their territory. Jian Yao's voice was very loud, and the others clearly heard what she said. When they heard that it was a winged bird, they all stared at the ground seriously. The bearded man put his hands on the ground, lying on the ground, and approached Jian Yao.
Boss, if this continues, will the ark be destroyed by them? I don't know either.
Although the ark has not been activated, the material is special and can withstand high and low temperatures, so the winged bird should not be hurt. If it is really damaged, then this is too fragile.
Wow, wow.
Suddenly the lights of the ark were turned on, and a rapid, harsh, and recurring alarm sound sounded. The shaking continued, and it slowly tilted to the left, and the furnishings on the shelves began to fall down. Everyone's bodies fell to the left involuntarily. Li and Zhang Jie rolled against the wall, with objects hitting them, grinning and breathing heavily.
Careful!
Zhou Jin flew up and took Zhou Han into his arms. The glassware on it fell on him and let out a muffled groan.
Brother, are you okay?
Zhou Han was worried about Zhou Jin's safety.
It's okay.
Zhou Jin shook his head.
Old man.
Mother Zhou was worried about Father Zhou in the room, so she crawled towards the room regardless of the danger. When she entered the door, her waist hit the door frame hard, but she did not cry out in pain, and she quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Zhou Jin was worried and ran in too. The panic and screams of thousands of people echoed in Jian Yao's ears.
Help! I don't want to die yet, so don't let anything happen to me. Hold on. Ark!
Annoyed by the noise, but helpless, Jian Yao tried her best to ignore the noise and held on to the fixture tightly, thinking a lot. Is the ark about to start? Fenglang Mountain is no longer safe. Should ark leave here? But Fengqi wasn't around, so she couldn't find the answer in person.
The day of destruction has come?
The giant python tightly wrapped around Jian Yao's arm, its purple eyes showing panic.
Are you here today? I don't want to die.
Yihu hugged Jiang Yao's neck and refused to let go, his claws still trembling slightly. Jiang Yao felt difficulty breathing and quickly signaled Yihu to let go.
Relax a little. I'm about to be strangled to death by you. How could I die so easily? Even if everyone dies, we won't die.
Thinking of Jiang Yao's face, Yihu's claws really relaxed a bit and his body stopped shaking.
Why did I forget that place? Hee. Where?
The giant python wondered.
Human, are you hiding something from me? Oh, now is not the time to talk about this. I will explain it to you later.
Jiang Yao just sighed and threw her body up uncontrollably, then hit the ground hard.
Ouch! It hurts!
There was another burst of miserable screams of pain, and everyone in the ark was tortured by the sudden disaster. Jiang Yao touched her sore, but guessed that after this disaster, many more people would be eliminated. Slowly stood up from the ground, carefully feeling every move of ark. Gradually, the ark began to move. Jiang Yao was now sure that the ark had really started and was preparing to leave Fenglang Mountain. At the foot of the mountain is the sea, and she doesn't know whether the sea water has receded a bit after the cracks in the ground. There was no time to think about anything else, so he let out a soft "ah." Jiang Yao touched her painful head again, leaning forward and pressing against the wall. The ark is coming down the mountain. Fenglang Mountain has a very steep slope and steep cliffs. Can ark really go down the mountain smoothly on flat ground? Jiang Yao wanted to go to Feng Qi to ask clearly, so he stood up holding on to the wall, walked close to the wall and walked to the small door, opened it and walked in.
Boss, I'll go with you.
The bearded man struggled to stand up, but still couldn't get up from the ground. Jiang Yao turned her head and said,
You all stay here. I'll be back soon.
The people in the room were extremely worried when they saw Jiang Yao disappearing at the door. Chapter 137 Leaving Fenglang Mountain. Jiang Yao walked through 2 rooms. She was not sure if Feng Qi was still in the room just now. She would not be able to search blindly like this. By the way, isn't Yihu able to detect movement within 1,000 miles radius? Then can the taste of a certain person also be?
Yihu, can you smell Feng Qi? Do you know his location? Let me try.
The strange tiger climbed on top of Jiang Yao's head and stretched its neck to sniff the air. There are so many people in Ark. It is not easy to find someone, because the sound was too noisy. Jiang Yao couldn't isolate them yet, so he couldn't distinguish Feng Qi's voice, and could only rely on Yihu's ability. While Yihu was looking for Feng Qi, Jiang Yao shuttled through various rooms, patiently waiting for Yihu's response. The giant python had no sense of smell, and could not provide help to Jiang Yao, so it had to hold her arm firmly. Until 5 minutes later.
Found it!
Yihu looked into Jiang Yao's eyes.
He is in the front room. The front?
The front of the ark. Isn't that
cabin? Are you sure?
Jiang Yao pulled Yihu down and stared into its eyes.
I'm sure he's there,
Yihu replied decisively.
Go find him now.
Jiang Yao put Yihu on her shoulders and leaned back to walk forward, because she would not fall if she placed her center of gravity on it. The ark was still moving fast, occasionally vibrating up and down and making a loud, ear-piercing sound. Ever since her ears became sensitive, Jiang Yao felt that she was about to become deafened by the external sounds. It would be better if she was deaf at this time, because she would not hear the howling sounds of ghosts and wolves. Trying her best to endure the noise, Jiang Yao and the two quickly walked to the end of the ark and arrived at the last room. However, before she even touched the door handle, 3 bodyguards surrounded her with guns drawn.
No other people are allowed in. Please leave quickly.
Jiang Yao stepped back cautiously. Seeing these 3 bodyguards, she was even more sure that Feng Qi was inside.
I'm looking for Team Feng. Please inform me.
The 3 bodyguards looked at each other and still stood upright, blocking the door into the cab.
We can't go in either.
He couldn't go in, which troubled Jiang Yao. It seems that we can only rely on the giant python again. The giant python knew Jiang Yao's thoughts and had already quietly crawled off her body, looking for a gap to enter the cab. Jiang Yao retreated to another room, closed the door, and listened carefully to the movements in the cab. Jiang Yao closed her eyes and soon heard the sounds in the cab.
Commissioner Su, the ark is currently in good condition, even on such a steep cliff.
It's Feng Qi's voice. Jiang Yao concentrated and listened carefully.
It's no problem. When can I go to the sea?
In the cab. Su Wei and Feng Qi stood in front of the control mirror, looking at the fast-moving red dot of the ark through the screen. Feng Qi calculated the time and then spoke.
In about 2 minutes, the ark will enter the sea and be used as a submarine. Submarine?
Jiang Yao was surprised. It turned out that Ark could be used in this way. It was really amazing.
Well, if it can drive on water, of course it would be the best.
Commissioner Su thought about it and gave his suggestion. After all, there were too many unknowns underwater, and he didn't dare to gamble.
Okay, I'll give the order right now.
Feng Qi wanted to leave, but Xiao Lei called him to stop him.
Team Phone, we found an abnormality on the sea surface.
Feng Qi looked at Xiao Lei nervously.
What's abnormal? The seawater was receding rapidly, turning dark red and billowing with thick smoke. At some point, a large amount of magma emerged from the cracks on the seafloor and merged with the seawater, turning the entire ocean into a sea of fire. Sea of fire?
Feng Qi could imagine what the ocean looked like now. Jiang Yao, who was in the corner, also understood that the current situation was probably the same as the seawater when the volcanic eruption caused a tsunami. In this case, the Ark cannot sink to the bottom of the sea. Compared with the bottom of the sea surface is safer, and the temperature is lower. Feng Qi said Committee Su's suggestion.
The order goes down. The Ark must sail on the water and not sink. Yes, I'll make arrangements right away.
Xiao Lei walked to the door and said,
Ding!
The door opened and Xiao Lei walked out.
Vice President Xiao.
The 3 bodyguards saluted in unison. Xiao Lei passed the 3 people and entered another room on the right. Just as the cab door was about to close, the giant python took advantage of the moment and sneaked in. After shaking his head from side to side, he finally sensed the direction of Feng Qi. The giant python crawled over and bit his trouser leg and pulled it out. Sensing the movement under his feet, Feng Qi lowered his head, saw it was a giant python, and immediately understood that Jiang Yao was outside. Feng Qi knelt down and hid it in his sleeve, quickly opened the door and walked out.
Team Phone.
The 3 bodyguards saluted. Feng Qi looked around but didn't see Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao, who was hiding in the room, heard Feng Qi's voice and hurriedly covered her mouth and coughed twice.
Ahem.
Who? The 3 bodyguards quickly stood in front of Feng Qi and were about to open the door, but were stopped by Feng Qi.
Everyone, please step aside. Our own people. Yes.
Feng Qi's mouth curved slightly. He stepped forward to open the door and walked in. The giant python jumped off his sleeve and returned to Jiang Yao. Feng Qi closed the door and saw Jiang Yao in the dark in the corner.
What's up?
Jiang Yao walked out of the darkness and was exposed to the light.
Yes, just now. As for now.
Jiang Yao hesitated. She heard everything she could hear just now and didn't want to repeat the same question again. But she still had to ask questions about the end of the world.
The end has come?
Feng Qi frowned, not expecting that this was what she asked. But he still chose to answer truthfully.
No. Folang Mountain is cracked and there are signs of collapse. We must leave the base. So that's it. I thought.
Jiang Yao really thought that the end was coming. She was still thinking about why the power of the doomsday explosion was so small. It turned out that Folang Mountain was about to collapse. Thinking of the appearance of Winged Bird before, Jiang Yao once again told Feng Qi what she had guessed.
Have you ever thought that the winged bird came out of the ground, and that the center of the earth is not all filled with magma, but that there is another world? You are right. We have used instruments to explore it. There are indeed life forms in the center of the earth, but we don't know what they are.
Jiang Yao wanted to say more, but suddenly her body leaned forward uncontrollably, and Feng Qi supported her. It turned out that during the conversation between the two, the Ark, which had been tilting just now, suddenly stabilized and even felt slightly shaking. Jiang Yao's center of gravity shifted, and her body became unstable, and she leaned forward. After the two stood still, Feng Qi's eyebrows relaxed.
The Ark has entered the sea area. What if we enter the sea area?
Jiang Yao asked. Chapter 138, I had a strange dream. Feng Qi smiled.
Compared to land, the ocean is safer. At least it won't face the danger of collapse at any time.
Jiang Yao disagrees. She has been drifting on the sea for several days. She is well aware of the unknown fear brought by the ocean. Once there is a storm, even the Ark may not be able to withstand it. At that time, there was another cry in the Ark, but she couldn't make a decision about where to go. Now she was just in a state of ruin and just drifting with the crowd.
Then what's the next destination? We don't know yet. The geological exploration crew is looking for a safe place. The current situation is that we must stay away from Folang Mountain. Well, this is necessary.
Jiang Yao looked at the sealed Ark and asked,
Can we see the outside world from the Ark? For example, windows or something? No, because it is predicted that it will be affected by high temperatures in the future. The entire Ark is made of special materials, and the glass windows cannot withstand high temperatures. So,
Jiang Yao nodded to express her understanding.
I understand.
Not being able to see the outside world is indeed a bit troublesome. If you don't know the situation outside, how can you quickly make defensive preparations? Or do you mean you can only rely on instruments? Maybe? The Ark calmed down and Jiang Yao stopped asking.
Then I'll go back to my room first. And you can do your work first. Okay.
Feng Qi really didn't have that much time to chat. He had to pay attention to the news outside in real time. Jiang Yao locked herself up after returning to the room. Since she couldn't go out, she entered the space. The space should have saved a lot of gold coins. And she had to buy some time and expand the area. Jiang Yao ducked in and saw the finished products next to various machines, and knew that the gold coins this time greatly exceeded her expectations. Sure enough, the gold coins on it already numbered 13 digits. And there was no way to use them all. The crushing carp and the little killer whale were still sleeping. Jiang Yao did not disturb them, but enjoyed spending the gold coins. I bought a 1-month stay, and the space was expanded to the size of a football field. Each fence has also doubled in size, and the number of animals inside has more than doubled. They are all alive and kicking, and all of them are strong and strong. He who had come in before, so he was not surprised, and went to the hair fence to find his son. As for the giant python, it had already slipped from Jiang Yao's arm and fell to the ground, looking at everything in front of him in shock.
Is this the place you said can save your life? Yeah.
Jiang Yao put her hands on her chest.
How about it? You're awesome. Cow!
The giant python couldn't accept it for a moment.
Why didn't you tell me about this place earlier?
It makes it so anxious these days, always thinking that it will not survive tomorrow.
It's not like I have no time, and I'm running for my life by chance. It's not too late to tell you now. It's not too late. But you are all unkind.
After snorting coldly, when he saw the ginseng in that area, the giant python quickly crawled over and looked at Jiang Yao expectantly.
Can I eat these?
Jiang Yao took a roasted whole lamb and gnawed on the leg of the lamb.
Eat it. I have worked hard for you these days. I will reward you with 6 ginseng sticks and a yak. Great.
When the giant python was happy, its childlike voice was revealed, and its entire body quickly grew in size, and it stopped growing until it almost reached the top. After eating the ginseng, it rolled up a cow and, regardless of the other person's struggle and screams, opened its bloody mouth and swallowed the whole cow. A lump suddenly bulged in its abdomen. The giant python looked like he was enjoying himself, frequently vomiting blood, and looked like he was still unsatisfied. Seeing this scene, Jiang Yao put down the leg of lamb from her mouth and suddenly lost her appetite. But this is how snakes eat, and she can't bury them. After thinking about it, Jiang Yao turned her back and focused on chewing the mutton. Out of sight. A few minutes later, Jiang Yao noticed that the space had sent another lucky bag. She was curious and clicked it directly. I saw 5 more talisman papers inside the lucky bag, and there were still only 3 words on them. Heavy pressure talisman. Heavy pressure talisman? Jiang Yao was confused. What kind of fuss is going on in this space? Why are you sending these random talisman papers? But since it was given away, there is a reason for its existence. Jiang Yao carefully put them into a safe and put them together with the previous teleportation charms. After doing all this, Jiang Yao clapped her hands and faced the direction of the fence.
Have you rested enough? It's time for us to go out. Enough,
the two said in unison. When He who came over, she was accompanied by 2 tigers about the same age as her, both of them as cute as cats. Jiang Yao was stunned.
This is your son?
He who nodded.
Yes, they can become smaller, as long as it can be changed. It will be easier to travel in the future.
Jiang Yao picked up the 2 little ones with satisfaction and looked at their red eyes. It seemed that these 2 little guys had also mutated, but they couldn't communicate yet. She didn't know how long they would have to wait. After being intimate with each other for a while, Jiang Yao put them down.
It's time to go out. If you don't take these 2 with you, they will easily get into trouble. I know.
Of course he who hopes that his son can stay in the space. It is so dangerous outside. But the space is safe. 1 person and 2 people soon appeared in the room. Jiang Yao looked at the light boredly. I don't know what's going on outside. Is it day or night? So he looked at his watch. and the hands pointed to 2 o'clock. They entered the Ark in the afternoon. So it's exactly 2 o'clock in the morning? Why is she so excited when she's not sleepy at all? It can't be the function of the Ark again. It probably isn't. Without drowsiness, Jiang Yao had to play the game again. However, just as he turned on the monitor, a man's voice suddenly appeared above his head.
It's rest time. In order to save resources, we will turn off all power sources. Please sleep peacefully.
Jiang Yao looked up and saw that there was an invisible speaker in the corner of the roof, which was used to notify various news.
Snapped.
The room was completely dark. Jiang Yao still kept her head raised and fell down on the bed, without any entertainment tools. Let's go to sleep. The two still slept next to her, and they slept very deeply that night. The entire Ark was silent, without any noise. This is the most peaceful night for people who have fled and slept the most peacefully. It wasn't until the lights came on again that Jiang Yao woke up from her sleep. After sitting up and stretching, she touched the two beside her.
Good morning. Alien Tiger Python. Morning.
Jiang Yao took out today's meal again, fed two of them, and then left the room together. There were only Zhou Jin and Zhou Han in the living room. Their faces were a little heavy, and they were motionless in a daze. Jiang Yao walked over and sat down, facing Zhou Han, and asked,
What happened? Why do you look like you are about to cry?
Zhou Han's eyes were red.
Ask my brother.
Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Jin blankly.
What happened?
Zhou Jin pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Yao solemnly.
I had a dream last night. I dreamed that all living things were extinct. And, hey!
Jiang Yao interrupted Zhou Jin.
What do you think is going on? Isn't this something you already knew? As for being so sad?
It's really not that bad. Zhou Jin was surprised.
Do you all know?
He hasn't finished speaking yet. This dream was so real that Zhou Jin couldn't sleep all night. Chapter 139, Surrounded by the Whirlpool.
Jiang
Yao sat up straight.
Did you dream of other things?
Zhou Jin nodded.
I did dream about it. The old man in the dream told me that the extinction of life on Earth is a conspiracy. But he didn't tell me what the specific conspiracy was.
Jiang Yao didn't take it seriously.
Could it be fake? After all, it's just a dream.
It's just a dream. It can't be taken seriously.
You don't know. My brother's dreams are very accurate.
Zhou Han looked at Jiang Yao with a mysterious face.
As long as the dreams he has had, they are not inaccurate. I didn't tell you before because he didn't dream. Anyway, if he dreams, he will come true. So magical?
Jiang Yao didn't believe it. Zhou Han nodded quickly. Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Jin again. Zhou Jin looked serious and did not deny Zhou Han's words.
It's not 100% accurate, but most of it is true.
Seeing the two people's serious looks, Jiang Yao quickly accepted this fact.
The conspiracy you mentioned.
Zhou Jin shook his head.
I'm not sure either. Okay. The water will block the fire, and the earth will cover it.
Jiang Yao hugged Yu.
Don't think about it. If there is really a conspiracy, we can't stop it. That's right.
Zhou Jin agreed very much with Jiang Yao's words. Every dream he had was just a prophecy, and could not be solved by himself. The topic passed quickly. The three of them sat on their chairs and fell into deep thought. Jiang Yao was thinking about how to spend today. Feeling the slight shaking of the boat, Jiang Yao was sure that the Ark was sailing again. Starting at this moment means that it is calm outside, and there is nothing abnormal.
Hiss!
The loudspeaker above their heads sounded again, and the three of them looked up, thinking that another notification was coming. But only music came from the speakers, and there was no notification. Jiang Yao looked away, not wanting to listen to the music. So she went back to the room, with the two of them accompanying her all the time. Zhou Jin and Zhou Han also returned to their rooms respectively. They enjoyed a beautiful and quiet day. But what they didn't expect was that they would spend 3 days like this. On the 4th day, Jiang Yao had just finished playing military boxing and was preparing to have breakfast when the Ark suddenly shook violently. Jiang Yao was forced to fall on the bed, and the two rolled to the ground. In just a few seconds, Ark returned to calm. Jiang Yao got up from the bed and quickly opened the door.
Come with me quickly. Coming!
Yihu and Giant Python followed together. Jiang Yao walked quickly through the corridor. She wanted to find Feng Qi to ask about the situation. But just after walking halfway, they met Feng Qi, who looked anxious, and the two stopped facing each other.
What happened? The Ark encountered a huge whirlpool.
The two spoke at the same time, and Jiang Yao quickly reacted.
Is it the shaking just now? That's right.
Feng Qi nodded and turned to leave.
Follow me.
Jiang Yao followed him obediently.
So you are avoiding it now? Yes and no.
Feng Qi didn't explain too much. But Jiang Yao looked confused. If he hadn't avoided it, how could Fan Zhou be so calm? The two quickly arrived at the control room. Jiang Yao looked carefully and saw 1 or 2 people sitting in front of each machine. And they were all busy operating something. The studio was quiet, and no one noticed they came in. Jiang Yao was slightly shocked. It turned out that Feng Qi had brought her to the studio where only insiders could enter.
Why don't you bring me here?
She said she was refusing. But Jiang Yao still wanted to come in and take a look.
It's okay. I have nothing to hide from you.
Feng Qi led the way.
Follow me.
Good. Feng Qi brought Jiang Yao to a big screen and looked at it seriously. Jiang Yao stared at the dozen or so crazily beating red dots on the big screen, feeling very curious. The big white dot in the middle should be the Arkansas. There are more than 10 red dots dancing around the Arkansas. Could it be some kind of obstacle? Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi.
What are the red dots above? The red dot represents the nearest danger zone and is the direction of the vortex. What?
Jiang Yao pointed to the red dot.
Are they all whirlpools?
Feng Qi nodded quickly and walked to a small screen again. Jiang Yao had not yet come out of her shock. But she still followed him, seeing dozens of black spots on it. Jiang Yao suddenly felt bad.
Don't tell me these black spots are also dangerous areas. It is indeed a dangerous area. But it is not a whirlpool, but magma erupting from the ground, rushing straight to the sea surface and quickly spreading around. It turns out it's magma, so it's easy to understand.
After all, the cracks in the ground are getting bigger and bigger, and it's not strange for magma to emerge from the ground.
But,
seeing Feng Qi's hesitant look, Jiang Yao's heart tightened.
But what?
Look! Feng Qi clicked twice on the screen, and a screen recording was quickly displayed. Jiang Yao looked over and saw only a large black shadow. She didn't see anything, but she could clearly see that the black shadow was moving rapidly.
This is? We observed an unknown creature emerging from the magma. It was very large, comparable to an adult blue whale, but more than 10 times faster than it. It shuttled through the ocean very flexibly. Another unknown creature?
Jiang Yao looked at the black figure, trying to figure out something from it. But apart from a mass of darkness, she found nothing unusual.
Can we detect its image and see its appearance clearly?
Feng Qi shook his head. This was where he was in trouble.
Everyone is still tracking. The other party is currently too fast and too far away, so Ark cannot capture it.
Jiang Yao frowned.
As long as it doesn't attack Ark, you can just ignore it.
Feng Qi looked at the big screen again.
Having said that, we must try our best to avoid all threats to the Ark without making the slightest mistake.
Jiang Yao did not deny that Feng Qi was very considerate and did everything down to the smallest detail.
You have a point.
The two of them silently observed the red dot on the big screen. When a staff member stepped forward.
Report to the wind team that the Ark is about to approach the first whirlpool. Do you want to sound the alarm?
Feng Qi nodded.
Pull! Yes!
The staff quickly walked to the broadcast room and quickly turned on the speakers. And then a familiar male voice came to every corner of the Ark.
Please return to the room immediately. Sit on a fixed chair. And fasten your seat belts. The first wave of danger is coming. So please protect your own safety. Walk.
Feng Qi pulled Jiang Yao and took her quickly to a small room, pushed her down on a chair, and quickly fastened her seat belt. Then he sat on the chair next to him and fastened his seat belt. He stared straight ahead and tightened his jaw. Jiang Yao followed his gaze and realized that there was a small display screen in front of her, which could observe the situation 100 meters away from the Ark.
The red dot getting closer and closer above is the first wave of whirlpool? Yes. There are still 30 meters to enter the affected area.
Scope of influence. Jiang Yao also became serious, which meant that Ark could not escape and had to pass through this vortex. If he failed, Ark would be trapped in the whirlpool forever, spinning infinitely.
10 meters.
Chapter 140. The giant creature that came out of the center of the earth. Listening to Feng Qi's solemn voice, Jiang Yao tightened her grip on the chair. The strange tiger and the giant python held Jiang Yao tightly, and fixedly looked at the red dot that was about to fill the screen.
Arrive!
Feng Qi stared at the screen closely and straightened his body. The next second,
wow!
The alarm sounded inside the Ark, and the Ark began to shake, even with the safety belt protecting it. Jiang Yao's body could not help but sway with the Ark. At this time, the Ark has entered the edge of the vortex and is moving at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. But because the vortex rotated too fast, the Ark was forced to slow down and drift in the direction of the vortex. Jiang Yao unconsciously fell to the left. Knowing that Ark was turning to the right, Jiang Yao couldn't help but feel panic.
The Ark is out of control?
Feng Qi didn't look at Jiang Yao, still staring at the red screen.
Not sure. Judging from the speed of the vortex, it will never be less than 300 kilometers per hour. No matter how big the Ark is, it cannot resist the fate of being sucked into the whirlpool.
Sure enough, the Ark tilted 90 degrees to the right in an instant. Jiang Yao and Feng Qi were forced to fall to the right, and their whole bodies became horizontal. If it were not for the safety belts, the two would have fallen to the ground and been injured. Jiang Yao resisted the discomfort in her stomach and tightened her seat belt.
What should we do? Just let it drift.
Feng Qi spoke with difficulty.
Entering the center of the vortex will reduce the threat by half.
Jiang Yao immediately understood. So now Feng Zhou was deliberately involved in the whirlpool. Whether it is a tornado or a whirlpool in the sea, the center is the place with the least damage. It seems that the Ark can enter the center. But how to get out? Jiang Yao didn't know how the person controlling the Ark should operate. Without any time to think, the Ark fell rapidly in the blink of an eye and was carried into the deep sea by the whirlpool. During the high rotation, Jiang Yao closed her eyes tightly and soon felt dizzy. Her whole body was forced to hang upside down in the air, which made her feel as uncomfortable as possible. In this half-minute, Jiang Yao felt difficulty breathing and her stomach was churning violently. Fortunately, she had not eaten in the morning. Otherwise, she would have vomited it out.
Human, I'm about to faint.
The giant python hid its entire body in Jiang Yao's clothes and tightly wrapped its arms around her without letting go.
Me too.
He who showed his claws. The force was so strong that it was about to scratch Jiang Yao's skin.
You all go into space.
With a thought from Jiang Yao, the strange tiger and the giant python quickly entered the space. The dizziness quickly disappeared, but they still spun uncontrollably on the ground for more than 10 times before they really stopped. After stopping, the giant python began to worry about Jiang Yao's safety.
Human, come in quickly. I can still hold on.
Jiang Yao glanced at Feng Qi, who was still staring at the screen. She couldn't expose her space in front of others. If it wasn't just spinning, she would definitely be able to hold on. After spinning wildly for several minutes, the Ark finally began to stabilize. Jiang Yao's body slowly returned to normal. She moved her hands and breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, her head was no longer congested, and she no longer felt dizzy. Although there is still a shaking feeling, Jiang Yao has slowly adapted to it. The Ark must have reached the center of the whirlpool. Otherwise, why would it slow down? Before she could take a breath, the Ark started spinning rapidly again.
Ah!
Jiang Yao finally shouted out uncontrollably. It's not over yet.
Bang!
Ark seemed to have hit something. The huge impact caused Jiang Yao to crash into the chair behind her, and the severe pain in the back of her head invaded her limbs. A strong feeling of dizziness came, and Jiang Yao's face turned pale in a second. She hurriedly bit her lip to deflect the pain, reminding herself that she could never pass out like this.
Boom!
The Ark was hit again, and Feng Qi finally saw the true face of the initiator this time. A black shadow suddenly appeared on the screen, wandering around the Ark, bumping into it with its body from time to time. It seemed not to be affected by the whirlpool. I saw 2 horns growing on the head of the black shadow. A huge mouth wide open. The jagged teeth in the mouth were exposed, and the more than 10 meters long tail was full of spikes. And the spikes were probably about 3 meters long. Length. Looks indestructible. If it attacked the Ark with its tail, there would be traces of stab wounds on the outside of the Ark.
This can't go on like this.
Feng Qi quickly pressed the button next to the chair, and Xiao Lei's voice came from somewhere in the room.
Team Phone, what are your instructions? Did you see the black shadow?
Feng Qi asked.
I saw it. What should I do?
Feng Qi gave the order directly without thinking.
Fire. Separate its main force. And then evacuate quickly. Yes.
Jiang Yao vaguely heard the cannon fire, and was extremely worried. Can the cannonballs really scare away such a big creature? This black shadow is a species that humans have never seen before. Even if it goes back hundreds of millions of years, its identity cannot be found. It must have escaped from the center of the Earth. They are very unfamiliar with the environment outside the center of the Earth, and the temperature is different by more than a few thousand degrees Celsius. They must be feeling frightened, so they attack the unknown creatures. Once they have a new way of life, They will definitely kill other creatures for their territory, so that they can live safely in the ocean. The Black Shadow continued to attack for 5 minutes. And the Ark was knocked out of the vortex. The rotation speed suddenly slowed down. And the shaking stopped. As if the dangerous scene just now was like a dream. But the clear pain on the back of her head told Jiangyao that everything that just happened was true. Boom! Ark is still being attacked by the opponent. If this continues, no matter how special and hard the SHL is, it will not be able to withstand the fatal blow. Fire! Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yao's heart tightened again. It was Xiao Lei who gave the order to fire. Boom! Sure enough, dozens of cannons fired in unison, tracking towards the huge black shadow. Jiang Yao stared closely at the trajectory of the cannonballs on the screen, sweating all over her body. Success or failure lies in this one move. And you must not fail. If the opponent is provoked, Ark will never be able to get rid of its entanglement and attack so easily. It can be seen from the screen that the black shadow is twice as big as Ark. And its body is very flexible. And its attack speed is not inferior to Ark's forward speed. A minute later, dozens of SHLs successfully hit the black shadow and exploded quickly. The sound of bang 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 sounded in the sea, causing a lot of waves. Woo! The black shadow let out a shrill scream. It was deafening. And the screams traveled thousands of nautical miles. Jiang Yao covered her ears. The damage from the sound wave made her retching uncontrollably. Ugh! When Feng Qi saw this, he showed an ugly expression. Even though he felt very sad, he still cared about Jiang Yao. Chapter 141: The Eve of Destruction.
Are you okay? I'm fine. I can bear it.
Jiang Yao tightened her seat. She could still bear the sound waves, while the black shadow was still struggling in pain. Ark quickly accelerated his speed and moved towards the opponent's tail, hoping to quickly escape from the black shadow's sight. Feng Qi and Jiang Yao's eyes never left the screen for a moment, watching the Ark getting farther and farther away from the black shadow, until the black shadow disappeared from the screen.
Phew! It's finally safe.
Jiang Yao's body was like a deflated rubber ball, and she collapsed on the chair. The tight seat belt on her body made her feel uncomfortable. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead, turned sideways, and took out a bottle of mineral water from her bag and drank it. After a few sips, the coolness passed through the throat and entered the stomach, and the churning in the stomach finally calmed down.
I feel much better.
Jiang Yao's face was still pale, but her condition was much better.
Do you think the monster can still catch up? I don't know.
Feng Qi looked at the mineral water in Jiang Yao's hand and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His stomach was also uncomfortably tight. He came in a hurry and didn't prepare any water at all. His throat was extremely dry, and he had to moisten it with water. Seeing that Feng Qi kept looking at the mineral water, Jiang Yao hesitated for 2 seconds and handed the mineral water in his hand out. He left in a hurry, with only one bottle in his bag.
Drink? Okay.
Without thinking, Feng Qi reached out to take it, unscrewed the cap of the bottle and drank. After a few mouthfuls, he sighed comfortably.
This water is so sweet.
Feng Qi returned the water to Jiang Yao.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Jiang Yao took it naturally, closed the lid, and put it back in the bag. Two of them came out of the space at some unknown time, and were grabbing Jiang Yao's clothes tightly. Jiang Yao pretended to cough twice.
It was so thrilling just now. I almost fainted. Well, I'm about the same.
Feng Qi opened his seat belt, stood up and stretched his body. Seeing this, Jiang Yao also loosened her seat belt. Her whole body felt much better immediately, and she stood up and did some stretching exercises.
Are we out of danger? So far. That's it.
Feng Qi glanced at the red dot on the screen again.
Most of the other vortex arcs can be avoided. The power of the remaining vortexes is less than 1% of the previous one, and they do not pose a threat to the arc. That's good. I don't want to go through the upheaval just now.
Jiang Yao sat back on the chair, planning to take a good rest. So he put his head on the back of the chair, closed his eyes, and fell asleep. And the scene of Zhou Jin's dream naturally appeared in his mind.
Conspiracy.
Jiang Yao murmured.
Whose conspiracy is it? What conspiracy?
Feng Qi was not far from Jiang Yao and heard her whisper clearly.
Oh?
Jiang Yao opened her eyes, realizing what she had said, and an unnatural smile appeared on her face.
I'm afraid you won't believe me. Zhou Jin told me this morning that he had a dream in which an old man told him that biological extinction was a conspiracy. But he didn't know what the specific conspiracy was.
Feng Qi paused and forgot to think. Seeing his look, Jiang Yao smiled and said,
You must think it's ridiculous too. When I first found out about it, I had the same expression as you.
Feng Qi sat back on his chair and looked sideways at Jiang Yao.
I believe it. Oh?
This time it was Jiang Yao's turn to cry.
I believe that since the disasters have continued, many incredible things have happened. And animal mutation is one of them. I believe there must be people in this world who have acquired special abilities, such as you, who can understand the language of animals, and Zhou Jin, who can predict the future.
Having said this, Feng Qi lowered his eyes, looking disappointed.
It's a pity that I have no ability to make more efforts for mankind. This.
Jiang Yao was already shocked by Feng Qi's remarks. Even if she was reborn, it would be difficult to accept what was happening now. Thinking of the world in the previous life, there were only disasters in the past 3 years. There was no mutation at all, and no one was found to have special abilities. After she was reborn, everything in this world changed. Jiang Yao couldn't help but doubt the meaning of her rebirth. If gaining space was an accident, how to explain that Yuanwen was also reborn with space? How to explain the animal mutation that Zhou Jin can predict, and she also gains additional abilities? If it doesn't make sense, the only explanation is luck. Fortunately, she got a chance to be reborn. Unfortunately, she still had to struggle in the apocalypse, desperately looking for a chance to live. As long as you can survive. What's wrong with having more skills? Feng Qi has no special skills, which means that he has not successfully activated them. Maybe one day he will have them. Jiang Yao couldn't help but comfort.
If it is destined that humans will evolve, you will also have special abilities one day, sooner or later.
Feng Qi quickly raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao blankly.
You want to go with me? I don't have special abilities. It must be because the time has not come yet. I believe that sooner or later, humans will have the ability.
Jiang Yao nodded firmly.
Yes, humans have always stood at the top of the food chain. Even if the earth is shuffled again, I believe that the top position still belongs to humans. And humans will one day regain their glory. Yes, that's it.
Feng Qi stood up excitedly. The muscles on his face couldn't stop trembling. Jiang Yao's words struck a chord with people's hearts. Feng Qi's confusion finally cleared away, and he felt that everything was clear before his eyes. Feng Qi sincerely thanked Jiang Yao.
Thank you. Your words inspired me a lot. This.
Jiang Yao avoided Feng Qi's passionate gaze with a guilty conscience. She was just talking casually. He wouldn't take it seriously. Right? Everything in the future is unknown. And she just said this to comfort herself.
Team phone. Please come to the cab.
Xiao Lei's deep voice came out from the speaker. Feng Qi's face was solemn, and he changed his excitement just now.
I'll be right away.
After speaking, he looked at Jiang Yao on the chair.
You stay here. I'll go there and be back soon.
Go ahead.
Business is important.
Jiang Yao waved her hands disapprovingly. She happened to be hungry, and she could eat as soon as Feng Qi left.
Good.
Click. The door to the room opened and closed, and Feng Qi's figure disappeared into the room. Jiang Yao focused her attention on the big screen again, looking at the red dots on it in trance. It had been 4 or 5 days since she entered the Ark, and the situation outside was getting worse and worse. She guessed that a devastating disaster might break out soon. Chapter 142. After opening the deck, Jiang Yao was shocked. Jiang Yao stared at the screen and wandered away, waiting for Feng Qi to come back with news. But after waiting and waiting for most of the day, Feng Qi didn't come back. Jiang Yao didn't want to wait any longer, so she should go back to her room first and wait for the news.
Let's go back to the room.
Jiang Yao stood up and walked out. Ihu and Giant Python jumped on her shoulders and quickly returned to the room. At this time, the Ark was extremely stable, with no feeling of shaking at all. Sometimes it suddenly shook, and Jiang Yao was sure that it was moving in a certain direction. But where to go? She forgot to ask just now. After staying in the room all day, Jiang Yao did not rest, but kept boxing to improve her abilities. She could defeat anything, but her body could not be weak or sick for so long. Fortunately, my body has been able to bear it. I haven't gotten sick, and I have avoided a lot of trouble. It was a peaceful night. The Ark occasionally bumped when passing through the whirlpool, but everyone seemed to be used to it and slept extremely deeply. Early in the morning, Jiang Yao was woken up by the loudspeaker.
Everyone can go to the deck to get some fresh air. They must return to their rooms within half an hour. Please abide by the rules and do not cause trouble or fights. I would like to inform you again that everyone can go to the deck to get some fresh air and must return to their rooms within half an hour. Please, go out for some air?
Jiang Yao jumped up from the bed, quickly put on her clothes, picked up the sleeping Ihu and the giant python, and ran outside. It turned out that the ark had a deck, and she thought it was completely enclosed. Being able to go out for air means that the situation outside is good and nothing special happened. Zhou Jin and others also came out of the room. When they saw Jiang Yao, they greeted each other.
Jiang Yao. Boss. Yes.
Jiang Yao nodded slightly, her heart already filled with breath.
We only have half an hour. Let's go out and take a look.
Good. So Zhou's father, Zhou's mother, and everyone followed Jiang Yao to the deck mentioned in the loudspeaker. When they came here to take a look, they discovered that there was a closed door outside the deck. There were many people standing in front of Jiang Yao, and they could be heard whispering.
Did we survive? I don't know. I hope things have returned to normal outside. Why don't you open the door yet? I'm so worried. I don't want to live on the run anymore. Open the door and let us out.
As the discussion progressed, people became more and more excited, unable to control their emotions more and more. And the pain that had been accumulated for a long time seemed to be released at this moment. Jiang Yao thought, what would happen if the outside world was not the world they imagined? After all, the ark was still floating on the sea, surrounded by water. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but collapse even more. Just as she was thinking about it, she was suddenly pushed by someone. Jiang Yao passively walked forward. Zhou Jin and others, who were following behind, were also pushed forward by the crowd. The deck of less than 20 square meters was suddenly crowded with people. The people in front were squeezed close to the door, and some even screamed in pain.
Stop pushing those in the back. It's too crowded. Stop. Stop squeezing.
Someone in front couldn't stand it anymore, so he started pushing back, just pushing each other back and forth.
Boss, are you okay?
The bearded man was tall and could see Jiang Yao, who was squeezed in the front at a glance.
I'm fine.
Jiang Yao shook her head with difficulty. If she had known this would happen, she would have come later. Jiang Yao and the others were in the middle and were pushed and bumped by the crowd. They had difficulty breathing and were very uncomfortable. At this time, there was a burst of cheers from the people in front.
It's open! The door is open! Finally we can go out! We are free! I'm free!
As people cheered, the door rose at a constant speed, and a wave of heat penetrated from the soles of their feet. People were stunned for a moment, but then they ignored the uncomfortable temperature. Before the door was fully opened, someone slipped out from the crack in the door. The crowd finally dispersed. Jiang Yao took a few deep breaths and felt much better. People rushed forward crazily, and Jiang Yao and others were pushed to the gate. At this time, the gate was already 2/3 open, and they could pass by just bending down. More and more people rushed out. Jiang Yao was also curious about what was going on outside, so she bent down and ran out, followed closely by Zhou Jin and others. As soon as she went out, Jiang Yao saw everyone standing on the deck, looking at the sea in front of them with their mouths wide open. Jiang Yao didn't know how to describe the expressions on their faces. It's like a palette, full of excitement, disappointment and sadness. Jiang Yao didn't have that many emotions. She had already guessed a little bit about the situation outside. Surrounded by sea, thick smoke billows and lava billows. The water surface was bubbling. It turned out that the temperature of the water had reached the boiling point. Just like boiling tap water, the sky was not bright. Thick smoke floated into the sky and formed clouds. The dark clouds covered the sun, which was as big as a wheel. But even so, Jiang Yao still felt dazzled. Soon, someone in the crowd was sad and crying.
How could this happen? Why hasn't it passed yet? Why hasn't it passed yet? I don't want to run away. Where can I run away? I won't run away.
A man was so stimulated that he went insane and kept repeating this sentence. Many people were infected by him, and the despair in their hearts grew into towering trees that could no longer be hidden or ignored. Complaints and cries soon came from the ship's deck.
God, what did I do wrong that you want to torture me like this? My parents, my wife and children were all destroyed in the disaster. Why do you want to kill them all and not leave me a way to survive? Woo, I'm really tired, but I don't want to die. I don't want to die.
There were cries on the deck, and Zhou Jin and others were quickly dominated by negative emotions. Jiang Yao stood on the back of the deck. Even though she tried her best to ignore people's despair, their shouts were not the deepest reluctance in her heart. Where will the gears of fate turn? And which lucky ones will be chosen as the victims of this disaster?
Come on! Let's go in!
There's no point in staying here. Jiang Yao told Zhou Jin and others that she didn't want them to be led astray and driven to a dead end by the current scene.
Thump!
Jiang Yao had already stepped into the door with one foot. But unexpectedly, there was the sound of water falling on the deck. She turned around in shock and saw an old man standing up and jumping into the sea. And soon there was another, plop, in the sea. 3 or 4 people jumped in succession. And Jiang Yao stood there for a long time unable to recover. My mind keeps asking, why? Why? You have escaped to the end. Why do you want to end your life now? Why not keep at it? She didn't understand very much. I thought I could relax a little by going out. But unexpectedly it became a reason for some people to end themselves. Jiang Yao held back the sourness in her eyes, stepped into the door with her other foot, and walked in resolutely. No matter what the ending is, she will fight until the end. Chapter 143, The Last Day. After half an hour, the deck closed.
Why did they?
In the living room, Jiang Yao sat back in a chair, and Zhou Han put his chin on his hands and directly asked the question that everyone was confused about.
Maybe there is no hope.
Zhou Jin buried his head in thought. Those who chose to jump into the sea were all middle-aged men in their 50s and 60s. They originally had the belief to survive for their loved ones. But seeing such a gloomy scene, even that little belief collapsed.
I can't see it either. But I won't choose to die.
Not only Zhou Han, but everyone present felt that their days in this world were short.
Stop talking about this.
Jiang Yao stopped.
Let's talk about what we saw today. The temperature is getting higher and higher.
The moment Zhou Jin went out, he felt the burning pain on his skin, and his first reaction was that it was too hot.
What else?
Jiang Yao asked again.
I feel like the sun is getting bigger.
The bearded man said something shocking, and everyone looked at him because they didn't notice this phenomenon.
You're right.
Jiang Yao crossed her legs.
But it's not that the sun has gotten bigger, but that the earth is getting closer to the sun. This is why the center of the earth has changed and the temperature has increased. Yao knows better.
Zhou Han not only admired Jiang Yao, but also the team became much luckier because of her.
If this continues, that day is not far away.
Zhang Jia held his forehead, looking dejected.
Maybe.
Jiang Yao stood up, not wanting to continue talking.
I'll go back to the house and rest for a while.
After dinner, Jiang Yao planned to go find Feng Qi. Seeing his mysterious look yesterday, Jiang Yao wanted to find out what the prospectors had discovered. When Jiang Yao came out again, there was no one in the living room. It was probably because the shock today was too great, and they lost interest in chatting. Jiang Yao came to the small room from yesterday again. There was no one in the room. She looked at the screen in front of her. There were no red dots on it, but a starry sky map was displayed. A few stars are locked in white lines above, as if they are observing their movements. Jiang Yao pinched her chin, filled with questions. Why observe stars? What is the origin of these stars? Jiang Yao thought for a long time, and finally remembered what she had eavesdropped on at the base. She seemed to have heard Feng Qi and Su Wei say that there seemed to be a few stars between the sun and the earth approaching the earth. If they continued to approach, they would hit the earth? That's probably what it means. So, could the bright spots on the screen be planets that hit the earth? Jiang Yao was so lost in thought that she didn't realize that Feng Qi had opened the door and walked in.
What are you thinking about?
Feng Qi stood in front of the screen. When Jiang Yao looked up, she saw Feng Qi's chin as sharp as a knife.
You came? Well, this room is just for me. I come here when I need some time alone.
After Feng Qi finished explaining, he turned and looked at the screen.
Do you understand the pictures above?
Jiang Yao walked forward and stood next to Feng Qi, also staring at the screen.
Do you understand? These stars are the culprits of the Earth's imminent destruction? Not exactly.
Feng Qi pointed at one of the stars.
This star didn't move, but it seemed to have some attraction, attracting all the stars next to it.
Jiang Yao looked at it carefully and found that its data had not changed. And this star is the closest to the Earth. So,
our planet was also attracted by it and slowly derailed. It can be understood this way.
Feng Qi glanced at Jiang Yao appreciatively, then looked away to explain to her.
If you look at the other stars, are they a little behind and to the right of the Earth?
Jiang Yao looked closer and nodded quickly.
Yes, it's the right rear. What's wrong? Look carefully.
Feng Qi made a cross on the screen.
Their volume is smaller than that of the Earth, so they are naturally attracted faster. and eventually intersect with the Earth's trajectory, resulting in causing these stars to crash into the Earth.
Jiang Yao excitedly grabbed Feng Qi's words, pushed his hand away, and stretched out her own hand to draw the trajectories of several stars. It wasn't until she saw the intersection that Jiang Yao was sure that what Feng Qi said was true.
So this attractive star is the culprit?
Jiang Yao sat on the chair behind her and stared at Feng Qi's back.
How much time is left?
Feng Qi turned around and understood what Jiang Yao was asking.
1 day. 1 day.
Jiang Yao seemed to be still hot from sitting and jumped up from the chair again.
Just 1 day.
Feng Qi sighed.
Yes. To be precise, at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is there no way to stop it? No.
Feng Qi rubbed his tired eyes.
If there is no disaster, there may be hope. But now, there is nothing we can do to stop it.
That's right. It's powerlessness.
Can the Ark withstand it? There is little hope.
Feng Qi did not hide it. The impact of the collision of the planets was so great that no matter how hard the Ark was, it would still be difficult to withstand it.
I know.
Jiang Yao still took a chance and hoped that Feng Zhou would not fall behind at the critical moment. What can you do in 1 day? Nothing can be done. The two sat down quietly. Feng Qi poured a cup of tea for Jiang Yao and handed it to him personally. Jiang Yao took it.
Today may be the last chance for you and me to see each other.
The hand holding the tea stopped in midair. Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi unexpectedly. His expression showed a slight vicissitude. Feng Qi raised the teacup and touched it gently with Jiang Yao's hand, showing a bitter yet magnanimous smile.
We will meet again in the next life.
After saying this, Feng Qi raised his head and drank the bitter and strong tea in the cup. Jiang Yao squeezed the teacup tightly and drank it down in one gulp. She didn't know what to say. She just felt that it was a pity for people like Feng Qi. Feng Qi put down his teacup and stood up, looking down at Jiang Yao.
Do everything you want to do today and leave no regrets.
Jiang Yao put down her teacup and stood up, facing Feng Qi.
Just friends. Will you welcome the new students with me tomorrow?
Feng Qi was stunned.
You have no relatives?
Jiang Yao raised her eyebrows.
I only have a few lonely friends around me. I can add you.
She thought about it and brought Feng Qi with her. Maybe after escaping, people like him will be needed in the team to make suggestions. Feng Qi looked at Jiang Yao's frank smile and said with a smile,
Okay. After tonight, the army will also be disbanded. I am worried that I can't find the team. But, can I add Xiao Lei? Xiao Lei.
Jiang Yao frowned.
Is this person reliable? Reliable. He is a brother who has always been by my side. He is a brother and sister. But he is a bit stubborn. Okay. That's the deal.
Jiang Yao proudly threw the cup to the ground, and the cup fell into pieces instantly.
See you tomorrow.
Feng Qi grinned and dropped one too.
Ha 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 ha.
The two chatted happily and even laughed together and let themselves go. My life is almost gone. What else can I do? Chapter 144 Space Exposure. After saying goodbye to Feng Qi, Jiang Yao returned to the room, preparing to tell Zhou Jin and the others the bad news. However, when she saw them sitting on the chair chatting, she suddenly felt that everything was meaningless. So he walked over and sat next to the bearded man, glaring back and forth at everyone present. Zhou Jin and others had never seen such a serious Jiang Yao and thought something had happened to her when she went out. The bearded man pushed her arm.
Boss, what's wrong with you? There is something I think I should tell everyone. What's the matter?
The bearded man asked.
Don't interrupt.
Jiang Yao squinted at the bearded man and quickly moved away. The bearded man kept his mouth shut, and Zhou Jin and others also held their breaths, always feeling that what Jiang Yao was about to say was unusual.
Feng Qi told me that humans still have 1 day to survive. At 1 o'clock tomorrow, the home we rely on for survival will no longer exist.
As soon as he finished speaking, the living room was silent and the atmosphere was extremely heavy. Jiang Yao glanced around and saw that everyone seemed to be stupid and dull. After waiting for a long time, Zhou Han finally spoke.
Are we going to die? This.
Jiang Yao touched her nose guiltily.
We won't die. We still have the Arkansas. It will definitely save us.
Cheng Nanxing said firmly believing that the Ark can protect them.
There is little hope.
Jiang Yao looked at Cheng Nanxing. Cheng Nanxing's face instantly turned pale, and even Fang Zhou couldn't.
Oh?
Several people didn't understand. Jiang Yao repeated again.
I said, the Ark cannot protect us.
Jiang Yao didn't say what caused miming because they didn't ask, and she didn't bother to tell.
It's over. It's really over now.
The bearded man was unwilling to accept it. But he had to recognize the reality. Jiangjia silently took out his pistol, held it in his hand, and touched it again and again, and looked again and again. He was about to go see his second uncle.
Brother!
Zhou Han stepped forward and hugged Zhou Jin. His voice choked with sobs.
We did not escape our fate in the end. But we're still together. Aren't we?
Zhou Jin hugged Zhou Han tightly. Even though she was very broken, she still did not forget to comfort her sister. Looking at Jiang Yao with an indifferent expression from the corner of his eye. He could not face the arrival of that moment calmly like her. With his eyes stinging, Zhou Jin forced herself to hold back her emotions. And her throat trembled as she said the same words as Feng Qi.
Everyone, just do whatever you want today, and don't have any regrets. Woo!
The bearded man cried loudly.
What I want to do most right now is to cry.
Jiang Yao heard the cry and moved to the side, so that the bearded man was a little further away. It turns out that even big guys look like children. The bearded man's cry quickly infected everyone, except Jiang Yao, who all started sobbing softly. Jiang Yao couldn't laugh or cry.
Why are you crying? At the last moment? Who knows the outcome? Cheer up. I have made an appointment with Feng Qi, and everyone will gather here at noon tomorrow.
After finishing speaking, Jiang Yao increased her voice.
Remember, no one is missing.
It wasn't that she wanted to hide it from the space, but that Jiang Yao didn't dare to take a gamble because she couldn't see through people's hearts until the last moment. Only at the last moment, after everyone was brought into the space by her, the dominance was completely in her hands. If anyone dared to cause harm, she would throw that person out of the space without hesitation and die on his own.
Io, do you still want to hold a farewell ceremony to send us all away?
Zhou Han understood what Jiang Yao meant. Wasn't it just to enjoy the last moment of joy? But this is a suicide, not a bachelor party.
I don't want to explain everything one by one. But remember, no one can leave tomorrow. If you leave, you will bear the consequences.
In fact, Jiang Yao plans to take the Ark into space. But there are more than 1,000 people in the Arkansas. Once everyone knows her secret, she will definitely be in trouble in the future. But she has already thought of a way, which is to first put the Ark into the space, and then lift everyone in the team out of the Arkansas. The Ark is still closed. It is best to destroy the door of the Ark, or cut off the power to the door so that the people inside cannot get out. Except for the people in the team. No one inside will know the secret of the space. After the disaster outside is past, she will kick the Ark out. After repairing the door, the people inside will be able to come out naturally. But this is a big project, and we have to find Feng Qi. Not to be careless, Jiang Yao left the living room. When we found Feng Qi, it was already 9 o'clock in the evening. Feng Qi was still sitting in that room, drinking tea and watching TV leisurely. Jiang Yao looked carefully and was stunned. X1 Juan. Feng Qi actually watched the palace fighting drama. This span is quite large. When Feng Qi heard the voice, he moved his eyes away from the TV and stared at Jiang Yao. When he found that the other party was staring at the TV without moving, something unnatural flashed in his eyes.
How did you come? Ahem.
Jiang Yao walked over and sat down.
I didn't expect you to be so good.
Feng Qi pinched his nose and said,
This is a little hobby of mine. I like palace fighting dramas. Well, I'm not here to discuss this with you.
Jiang Yao was perfunctory. She was here to do business.
Then you're here?
Jiang Yao snatched his words.
Is there any way you can destroy the door of the Arkansas?
What? Feng Qi thought he heard wrongly.
You mean the entrance door to the Ark? That's right.
Jiang Yao nodded.
Why destroy it?
Feng Qi turned off the TV and waited for Jiang Yao to give the answer.
Give me your hand.
Jiang Yao knew that the explanation didn't make sense, so she simply let him figure it out for himself. Feng Qi was puzzled, but still handed over his hand. Jiang Yao held his hand tightly, and the next second, the two of them appeared in the space.
Do you understand now?
Jiang Yao stood in the space and put down Feng Qi's hand.
This is it.
Feng Qi swayed, looking shocked. The world here is like a paradise. If you look around, there is enough space for about 4 football fields. He also saw cattle and sheep in the fence, mountains and rivers, and goods the size of 2 football fields. There are no words to describe what I saw. The moment Feng Qi came in, the strange tiger and the giant python recovered their true bodies and stared at Feng Qi coldly. As long as he dared to mess around, they would immediately pounce on him and swallow him into their stomachs. Jiang Yao climbed on Yu's back and looked at Feng Chi's head.
That's why I asked you to come to me tomorrow. You are very strong and may be helpful in the unknown future. Therefore, I don't want you to die too sadly.
Feng Chi turned his eyes and understood the meaning of Jiang Yao's words. It turned out to be this.
What is this place?
Jiang Yao tidied up her words and patiently explained to Feng Chi.
You may not believe it, but this is the space that exists in my mind. It seems very real, but I can't take it out completely. In fact, it is illusory, but the materials inside are real.
Chapter 145. Everyone panics.
Space?
Feng Chi was surprised.
I've only seen it in novels. It seems to have similar properties and can hold a lot of things.
Grab the bamboo shoots. Jiang Yao didn't expect Feng Chi to read novels.
Ahem.
Jiang Yao coughed twice.
It's almost the same. Now is not the time to discuss this. Are you sure you can destroy or lock the door of the ark so that the people inside can't come out?
Feng Chi walked to the foot of the mountain and admired the greenery.
Yes. I can program it to set the door opening period after 25 days. During this period, the people inside cannot open it no matter what method they use. Why 25 days later?
Jiang Yao walked over, picked off a leaf, held it under her nose and smelled it. Feng Chi looked at Jiang Yao's profile.
You have forgotten that the oxygen in the ark can only be provided for 1 month. Once the period is up, everyone must come out and regenerate oxygen before they can enter again. I really forgot.
Jiang Yao played with the leaves.
So within this month, we must find a suitable place to survive?
Those people must not be put into space.
That's true.
Feng Chi didn't want the space to be known to irrelevant people. This would not be beneficial to Jiang Yao and everyone in her team.
Let's decide this first. Let's go out quickly and lock the door. Good.
Jiang Yao took Feng Chi back to the room, and the two separated. Feng Chi went to the control room, and Jiang Yao quickly went to her room. If she really put the ark into space, it would definitely require a lot of thought, and she would have to rest well.
Humans, do you really want to save them?
The giant python had not spoken since just now. Until now, it finally couldn't help it anymore.
My abilities are limited, and I can only save the people in my boat. As for the other arks, I can't do anything.
Jiang Yao has made a decision, and will not change it easily. It can be regarded as leaving a little posterity for mankind. As for their life and death in the future, it has nothing to do with her.
Hopefully you're doing the right thing, and I hope they're grateful. I don't need to be grateful.
Jiang Yao lay back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The giant python and the strange tiger lay on her side obediently. Following her was the most correct decision they had ever made. Soon it was early morning, and the ark had stopped on the sea and was not sailing forward. The hull was swaying left and right with the waves, drifting with the current. But what no one noticed was that the part of the ark that had invaded the water was quietly emerging from the water. Except for the internal staff and Jiang Yao. Everyone else didn't know what would happen tomorrow and still slept soundly. Jiang Yao once again used the gold coins to expand the space and buy time. A full half-year stay was enough for her to do a lot of things. Just as I was about to go out, black water bubbles suddenly appeared in a field at the bottom of the mountain. And there was a smell similar to gasoline in the air. Jiang Yao quickly walked over, touched the black water with her hand, held it to the tip of her nose and smelled it, and found that it had a bit of an oily smell. But she didn't know what kind of oil it was. She would ask Feng Chi when he came tomorrow. If it were really gasoline or diesel, wouldn't it be of great use value? What a surprise! In addition, Jiang Yao also wants to try to do something. She closed her eyes tightly and thought about the scene on the sea. And then her mind became distorted. The blurry sea surface only flashed in her mind for a moment, and then disappeared again. Jiang Yao opened her eyes in surprise. She didn't expect that she could really see the scene outside in the lower space. Although it was fleeting, it was enough. Jiang Yao tried again, and a certain point on the sea clearly appeared in front of her eyes. Red magma on the sea was rolling in, and the ark was already surrounded by thick magma. A translucent halo appeared in the midair in the distance, emitting colorful light. Jiang Yao didn't know what it was, but she could guess that it had something to do with the center of the earth. After leaving the space, morning came again without resting for a while. She quickly got dressed and did military boxing for half an hour. She still had a tough battle to fight at noon, so she couldn't slack off. Throw the exotic tiger and giant python into the yak pen in the space, and allow them to eat 3 cows until they are full. Jiang Yao took a towel and wiped the sweat on her forehead, preparing to go see Zhou Jin and others. As soon as she opened the door, There was an extremely noisy sound outside. Jiang Yao looked at Zhou Jin and found that they were not talking, but just sitting there doing nothing. But the noise continued to reach her ears. What about?
I don't want to die.
Save us.
I don't believe that a planet will hit the Earth this afternoon.
During this, Jiang Yao finally understood the reason for their commotion. Who should have accidentally leaked the news and caused panic? This kind of thing really shouldn't be kept secret. They all have the right to know the truth. Jiang Yao sat among a few people and felt a little uncomfortable looking at their haggard appearance. If she had no space, she would probably be more desperate than them. Fortunately, she was lucky.
You guys didn't sleep all night? Who can still sleep at this time?
Zhou Han raised his head, his red and swollen eyes exposed in front of Jiang Yao. She cried all night last night, unwilling to die suddenly like this. Several people nodded silently at the same time. They really couldn't sleep.
I can sleep.
Jiang Yao showed a smile that didn't want to be beaten. Seeing such a smile, Zhou Jin couldn't help but become suspicious of Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao, are you hiding something from us?
Jiang Yao gave Zhou Jin a thumbs up.
I'm indeed hiding something from you.
Several people were stunned, looking at Jiang Yao with eyes full of surprise. The living room was dead silent. Zhou Jin opened his mouth slightly, not knowing how to answer the question.
What's the matter?
The bearded man also looked confused. Jiang Yao shook her index finger with a mysterious look on her face.
I can't tell you yet. But what is certain is that I can guarantee that nothing will happen to you. Really?
Everyone said in unison and stood up from their chairs.
Jiang
Yao touched her ears, unable to bear such a loud sound.
You guys speak softly.
Oh. Everyone nodded obediently and sat down again. Their minds went blank except for Jiang Yao's words, that he would not let them die. Will he really not die? Jiang Yao has a treasure that can bring the dead back to life? Impossible. Impossible. There is no such thing in the world. The small door connecting the corridor was opened. Jiang Yao looked over and saw Feng Qi and Xiao Lei walking out. I looked at my watch and saw that it was already 11 o'clock. Jiang Yao realized that today's time passed extremely fast.
How did they?
Zheng Nansheng pointed at Feng Qi and the two of them. Did Jiang Yao also promise them?
Feng Qi and Xiao Lei will be our teammates from now on.
Jiang Yao walked over and introduced the two to the people present. Zhou Jin quickly accepted the reality and said, Welcome. I was very glad that Jiang Yao could treat these people as friends, and did not forget to save them at this most important moment. Feng Qi smiled and nodded.
Hello. Okay.
Several people raised their heads. Jiang Yao waved her hands. Okay.
You guys pack up all the things you need and gather here later.
Chapter 146 The Doomsday Erupts.
Okay.
Zhou Jin and others returned to their rooms.
Sit down quickly.
The reason why Jiang Yao pushed the others away was because he wanted to ask Feng Qiman whether the matter was done properly. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei sat down together and met Jiang Yao's curious gaze. Feng Qi knew what she meant, so he opened the bag to reveal the black computer inside.
This?
Jiang Yao looked over.
Computer?
Then he turned to look at Feng Qi.
What do you mean?
Feng Qi turned on the computer, and something similar to coding appeared on the page.
I used this computer to program the door. I have reset the time for the door. Without this computer, they can't open the door. Yes, as long as they can't come out. It's not a big problem.
Jiang Yao can't understand any coding. As long as this problem can be solved, everything will be easy to say.
Can you hand me this computer? I'll put it in it. Okay.
Feng Qi agreed happily, and put the computer on Jiang Yao's lap. He originally wanted to give it to Jiang Yao for safekeeping. She told him such an important secret, so he should show her sincerity. Jiang Yao put away the computer, and the three of them waited silently for the others to come out. During this period, the ark began to shake violently again, and the hall also made a breaking sound. The temperature in the room began to rise sharply, from the constant temperature of 20 degrees to about 40 degrees, and the air conditioner completely lost its function. But fortunately, the oxygen supply system was not broken. Otherwise, all Jiang Yao's planned things would have been in vain. Feng Qi's face changed drastically, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble.
It's starting!
Jiang Yao also realized it, and shouted to the room inside.
Come out quickly!
The next second, Zhou Jin ran out of the room with Zhou's father on his back, followed closely by Zhou's mother, Zhou Han, Li, Big Beard, Cheng Nanxing and others. Everyone was carrying a small bundle, and they all stood in the living room. Jiang Yao took Feng Qi and Zhou Han's hands.
They are both holding hands and can't let go.
Everyone didn't understand why they did that. But they all listened to Jiang Yao's words and took the hands of the people around them, forming a small circle. Just as they blinked, the living room in front of them suddenly turned into a very vast warehouse. Immediately afterwards, the entire arc appeared behind them. Everything happened so naturally and quietly. Except for Feng Qi and Jiang Yao. Everyone couldn't believe what they saw. This warehouse is obviously something special. It can hold a lot of things, including pigs, cattle and sheep, mountains and rivers, and even an open area as big as a football field.
This what? Place?
Zhou Han was so excited that his lips trembled, and he couldn't speak clearly. His whole body was trembling uncontrollably. Zhou Han leaned tightly against Tianqin, barely holding himself up from sitting on the ground. The others were not much better either. Zhou's mother collapsed on the ground with a look of horror on her face. Jiang Yao took a banana, gave another one to Feng Qi, then peeled it open and took a bite.
This is my secret. You must keep it secret. Otherwise,
it seems careless, but it is actually a threat. Jiang Yao glanced sideways at the giant python and the strange tiger. The two understood each other and immediately recovered their true forms. They each stood behind Jiang Yao, staring at everyone with cold eyes. If anyone among them showed a greedy expression, they would not let it go. Sweetheart's white hair stood on end, and she stared at the two of them warily, secretly deciding not to let them hurt their owner. Jiang Yao was eating a banana in her mouth, and was observing the expressions of several people intentionally or unintentionally. How could anyone really think about such a tempting treasure like space? But after observing for a long time, they were still in a state of shock, with no other thoughts at all. They just stood there as if they were stupid, not daring to move. Jiang Yao's tense body relaxed, and they had passed the first level.
You come with me.
After Jiang Yao told Feng Qi, she sat on the sofa and looked at a few people. Feng Qi sat next to him, and Jiang Yao was very interested.
When do you think they will recover?
Feng Qi smiled and shook his head.
I don't know. After all, he is not as mentally strong as me. He quickly accepted everything he saw. Yes, those who have served as soldiers are different.
Jiang Yao admires Feng Qi's character very much. His temperament is in his bones and cannot be ignored. The two of them were like watching monkeys, watching the wonderful expressions on everyone's faces. It wasn't until about 10 minutes that someone solved the acupuncture point and slowly approached Jiang Yao. It was Zhou Jin who came over. Jiang Yao held her chin up.
Finally accepted? Yes, I accept it.
Zhou Jin rubbed his reddish eyes.
No wonder you haven't been afraid. It turns out there is such a magical place.
Zhou Jin looked at Jiang Yao sincerely.
Thank you for trusting us. Don't say such sensational words. I can't stand it.
Jiang Yao waved her hands repeatedly.
You have helped me a lot. This is what you should do. Don't overthink it. Yeah.
Zhou Jin glanced at Feng Qi, but said nothing. Feng Qi met Zhou Jin's gaze, smiled generously at him, and then looked at the space curiously.
I really can't feel the situation outside here, and I don't know what's going on outside.
Jiang Yao smiled mysteriously.
Just wait.
After closing their eyes, a scene on the sea appeared in the midair not far in front of them, and they could clearly hear the sound of huge waves, like a 50-inch color screen.
How about it? It's amazing.
Jiang Yao opened her eyes and looked at the two of them proudly. But the two of them did not respond at all, but stared at the screen seriously. Jiang Yao realized something and focused on the screen. Zhou Han and others came to their senses one after another, seeing that the three people reacted abnormally. They all gathered around, seeing the screen in front of them. They were stunned again. The ocean on the screen has turned into a sea of fire, and fireballs are constantly falling through the atmosphere and falling into the boiling sea. Dozens of fireballs stirred up huge waves, triggering another tsunami. Immediately afterwards, an even more desperate scene appeared. The screen suddenly shook violently, and a crack opened in the entire ocean, and seawater kept pouring into it. The crack is getting bigger and bigger, actually splitting the ocean in two. The water on both sides is still pouring into the crack, and it seems that it can't be filled up. Many creatures like the winged birds flew out from the cracks. Looking down at the cracks, Jiang Yao could clearly see what was below. Long-extinct dinosaurs appeared underground. Due to the influx of seawater, they had to flee in a hurry. Countless dinosaurs climbed up cracks from the ground and were ruthlessly washed away by the seawater. The fireball is still falling. The sun in the sky is extremely bright, and the surrounding halo is gradually expanding. as if there is a risk of explosion. The entire earth was scorched, and a distorted halo appeared in midair. This was caused by the excessive temperature.
Is this the end?
Zhou Jin asked.
We haven't reached our limit yet.
Chapter 147, Regaining Life. As soon as Jiang Yao finished speaking, a huge wave of more than 1,000 meters rushed over with lava, occupying the entire screen. Everyone felt like they were watching a disaster movie, and it was full of visuals. It was as if I was immersed in the scene and felt suffocated.
Ah!
Zhou Han and Zhou's mother screamed in fright. When the huge wave was approaching, a white light suddenly appeared on the screen, and a strong and dazzling light rushed over with a wall of fire. Everyone present was forced to close their eyes. They could clearly feel the wall of fire rushing towards them, and the burning pain was even more impossible to ignore. Everyone was so frightened that they fell to their knees, and Zhou's mother even fainted. What appeared in front of everyone was the scene when the sun exploded. After the white light disappeared, the entire world also disappeared. Combustion. Jiang Yao only thought of this word in her mind. It turns out that the earth was devoured by a sea of fire. The screen went dark, and everyone seemed to be frightened. Their pupils dilated. Feng Qi clenched his fists. Veins popped out on his forehead, and the shock in his heart could not be described in words. In an instant, all living things were burned to ashes.
No more. Destroyed.
Zhou Jin murmured.
It's really ruined.
Big Beard exclaimed. His whole body went crazy, bringing everyone's emotions into it.
It doesn't matter. We are still here.
Jiang Yao's deep voice flowed into everyone's heart like a clear spring. The coolness made them wake up quickly.
Yes, we are not dead.
The bearded man wiped the tears on his face and ran and jumped into space.
I'm not dead. We're not dead. That's great.
Listening to the excited shouting, a bitter yet happy smile finally appeared on the faces of several people.
Yes, as long as humans still exist, the life on Earth will not be considered extinct.
Feng Qi loosened his fist slightly, and his stiff body relaxed. Xiao Lei had been sitting next to him, and when he heard him speak, his whole body came to life again. Jiang Yao stood up and reminded everyone in an extremely serious way.
I will spend the next few days peacefully in the space, waiting for when the light returns outside and when we can go out to find out the news. There is endless food in the space, but it does not mean that we can waste it or squander it. If I find someone who has wasted or destroyed something, I will not hesitate to throw him out and let him die.
Several people were frightened when they heard this.
Did you hear that?
Jiang Yao showed her majesty.
I heard it.
Several people nodded at the same time, swearing in their hearts that they would never waste any of it. Jiang Yao was very satisfied with everyone's reaction and continued to talk to everyone.
Because there is no place to live. Everyone uses local materials. They go to the textile factory to get quilts and masks and spread them on the ground to sleep. As for washing, just go to the river to wash. Although we have everything we need, we can't slack off. After all, this is not our final destination. Sooner or later we will go out to build a new home. So we must work hard and not hold each other back. Receive.
Jiang Yao's words of warning and encouragement immediately made everyone want to live a better life. And everyone's heart felt warm. From beginning to end, Jiang Yao was the leader among them. Feng Qi stood next to Jiang Yao and watched with great appreciation as she explained things to everyone, making him follow her gaze involuntarily. The world outside has become quiet, and the world in space has become lively. Today is the most important day for them to regain their lives. Jiang Yao took the initiative to roast 2 sheep, and also brought in all kinds of drinks that he had been stocking up on. Ready to celebrate, everyone sat on the floor around the roasted lamb, with a few bottles of wine on hand. Feng Qi took the lead in pouring a glass of champagne for Jiang Yao. Others filled themselves up. Feng Qi raised his glass and said,
Thank you, Jiang Yao, for giving us the chance to live.
As soon as Feng Qi finished speaking, everyone shouted at the same time.
Thank you, Jiang Yao, for giving us a chance to live.
Jiang Yao covered her mouth and looked a little unnatural. Okay,
let's pass this topic.
He raised his glass again.
Celebrate that you are still alive and welcome a new life.
Jiang Yao drank it all in one gulp.
Welcome to the new life.
Everyone drank the wine in their glasses and sat down with Jiang Yao. Zhou Jin tore off a leg of lamb and handed it to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao happily took it, put it in her mouth and chewed it.
Eat. You all eat. Don't look at me.
Tasting the delicious mutton, Jiang Yao sighed happily, swallowed the meat in her mouth, and stared at everyone again.
There's no need to be cautious. I'm still the same Jiang Yao I used to be. How we got along with each other before is how we get along now. Otherwise, I won't get used to it.
Several people nodded silently, but knew in their hearts that they could never treat Jiang Yao like they did before. Only Johan.
Okay.
Johan also took a bite of the meat.
Io. This barbecue is so delicious. I haven't had it in a long time. If it's delicious, eat more. I won't go home until I'm drunk today. Get up and continue working tomorrow and tidy up this space.
Jiang Yao had no time to take into account the space before, so the things produced by the machine were placed randomly, and some were even placed directly on the floor, making it impossible to get started.
Okay. We will each be responsible for a machine tomorrow and lay out the output.
Zhou Jin nodded. Not only Zhou Jin. Others have long noticed these machines, as well as big factories. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that there was all the equipment inside, and the materials were inexhaustible and would last more than a few lifetimes.
But Io, where did these machines come from? Did you buy them before?
As soon as Johan finished speaking, everyone else looked at Jiang Yao, and she asked the question that everyone was curious about. Jiang Yao took a sip of wine and spoke softly.
It's not an exaggeration to say that I bought it. I figured out a way to redeem it. As for how I redeemed it, I can't tell you. Understood?
Johan understood the meaning of Jiang Yao's words.
We all understand.
Several people nodded at the same time.
As long as you know.
Apart from the sounds of eating meat and drinking, everyone had no intention of chatting. They were all immersed in this moment and didn't want to wake up. As soon as Feng Qi finished eating a piece of meat, Jiang Yao next to him gave him another piece.
You're welcome. And there's no need to go on a diet in the future.
Feng Qi took it. Surprise flashed in his eyes.
How do you know that That's what I heard.
Overheard. Feng Qi looked at the mutton in silence, with mixed feelings in his heart. He was a newcomer in the team. Jiang Yao paid special attention to him, probably because he wanted him to let go of his previous baggage. He used to live for others, but now, there is no one else but himself. Yes, only yourself. After thinking about it, Feng Qi suddenly felt his shoulders relax, and his whole person felt much more relaxed. Feng Qi's eyes were shining as he ate the meat. It turned out that this was the feeling of relaxation. Soon, everyone was drunk, and Big Beard and Zhang Jia were drunk to death. Jiang Yao was also slightly drunk and sat in front of the pasture in a daze. The quiet moment is always short-lived. 25 days. Only 25 days. Chapter 148. It's actually will.
What are you thinking about?
Feng Qi came over with a wine glass and sat down 2 steps away from Jiang Yao. The red liquid in the glass swayed slightly, and he drank it all in one gulp. After drinking and wiping his mouth, Feng Qi sighed softly.
It's been a long time since I felt so comfortable.
Jiang Yao chuckled and looked at Feng Qi's side face.
It's a rare indulgence today, but only for today.
Feng Qi looked over and raised the corners of his mouth.
I know.
Jiang Yao looked at the rabbits running in the pasture again, but she was thinking about other things.
How long do you think this fire will last?
Thinking of that extremely attractive planet, Jiang Yao felt that this disaster would never pass easily.
I don't know. Maybe this planet will eventually fall into its hands.
Jiang Yao sat up straight.
You mean, the Earth will also hit that planet and be torn apart? I don't know if it will fall apart. The other party has too much energy and is 4 to 5 times the size of the Earth. It would be easy to swallow us up.
Feng Qi touched the wine glass, feeling extremely complicated, recalling the images they observed of the planet. They found that its surface was very dark, without light, and without water or green plants. If it really entered its atmosphere, humans would not be able to survive.
I don't know how long it will take to hit them. If the deadline is exceeded, I can't save them.
Jiang Yao glanced at the ark not far away. Its fate depends on fate.
I know you've done a great job.
After being comforted by Feng Qi, Jiang Yao felt emotionless. She got up from the ground, patted her butt, and walked towards her residence.
Okay. Take a rest quickly. You can't be idle tomorrow. Good.
Looking at Jiang Yao's retreating back, Feng Qi did not get up, but continued to sit there and look at the animals in the fence. Wondering what he was thinking, Jiang Yao lay on the bed and fell asleep unconsciously. In space, since the creation of mountains and rivers, day and night have appeared, but there are no 4 seasons. It always remains at about 20 degrees. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Jiang Yao woke up first. When I got up, I felt sore all over and felt dizzy. It must have been because I drank too much last night. Jiang Yao took out a hangover pill. Took one pill. Massaged her head, and prepared to practice boxing. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the tall figure at the pasture and found that Feng Qi had gotten up early and was practicing boxing. Jiang Yao was a little surprised that there was someone more self-disciplined than her. Seeing Feng Qi's fast and accurate moves, Jiang Yao was eager to compete with him. However, before she could get closer, Feng Qi stared at her with sharp eyes and punched her directly in the face. Jiang Yao used her hands to protect her face to resist Feng Qi's fist. The moment she was hit by the fist, she felt her hands go numb, and the wind blew the hair on her forehead. Jiang Yao narrowed her eyes and quickly fought back. He quickly turned around and distanced himself from Feng Qi, then kicked the opponent's waist sideways. Feng Qi used his hands to block it, but Jiang Yao changed direction and kicked him in the head. The two of them fought back and forth, but they were evenly matched. After about 10 minutes, the two finally stopped fighting. Jiang Yao applauded, her admiring gaze resting on Feng Qi without hesitation. Not bad at all. Thinking of the time when he faced Feng Qi before, he was not so powerful, and he must still have some strength left. Feng Qi swept away the dust on his knees, and the hard contours of his face finally became softer. Both at each other. I wanted to recruit you before, but naturally I can't use my full strength. Oh, I've got an idea. Jiang Yao wiped the sweat from her forehead. Have fun. Come back tomorrow. Good. Feng Qi readily agreed, and then the two looked at each other and smiled. Io, did you get up so early? Zhou Han was holding a broom in his hand, ready to tidy up the space. As soon as he walked here, he saw two familiar figures. Yeah. Jiang Yao was a little surprised when she saw the broom in Zhou Han's hand. Start cleaning now? Yes. Being idle is also idle. You have to tidy up the space. Zhou Han pointed behind him and looked at Jiang Yao. They have also started to work. We have divided the work. In less than half a day, we will definitely give you a different space. Jiang Yao followed Zhou Han's fingers and saw that others were already busy, and she felt very relieved. Feng Qi crossed the two of them and wanted to join the working team. Before he could take 2 steps, he was stopped by Jiang Yao. Wait a minute. Feng Qi turned around. What's wrong? Follow me somewhere. Jiang Yao did not forget the black liquid emerging from the fields at the foot of the mountain. Feng Qi was well informed, and he was from the army, so he should know something about oil. It shouldn't be wrong to let him recognize it. Feng Qi didn't know what Jiang Yao wanted to do, but he still followed her. Zhou Han was curious and followed her. Zhou Jin and others were working hard. When they saw the three of them walking towards the foot of the mountain, they couldn't help but follow them. When they came to the field where the liquid was emerging, Jiang Yao pointed to the ground and asked Feng Qi beside him. Do you know what kind of oil this is? Feng Qi knelt down, touched the liquid with his hand, put it under his nose and smelled it. Then he showed a surprised expression. Oil? Oil. Several people couldn't believe it. Zhou Jin also squatted down and smelled it. And what he said was exactly the same as Feng Qi. It's oil indeed. It's done. Cheng Nanxing said in surprise, including Jiang Yao. No one expected that there was such a good thing hidden in this space. Petroleum is crude oil. Not only gasoline can be refined, but kerosene, diesel, lubricating oil and asphalt are also extracted from it. If a method can be found to refine it, all kinds of transportation in space can continue to be used. Not only that, it will also be of great help in rebuilding your home in the future. For generators, gasoline is an indispensable and important fuel. With electricity, you have the most basic life guarantee. I don't know how much oil is in the ground. How can I extract it? Jiang Yao knew nothing about this. I understand this. Leave it to me. Several people looked at Zhang Jia, and Zhang Jia met everyone's gaze calmly. I was interested in these before, so I read books on this subject. So that's it. Book? Jiang Yao then remembered the book he had made before hoarding a lot of things. There should be records on oil exploration in it. I'll go look for it later. Since the oil is here and won't escape. Several people dispersed to do their own work, and Jiang Yao also joined in. Several people had been cleaning the huge space all day long, and they were all so tired that they lay on the floor and didn't want to move. Jiang Yao looked at the tidy space with satisfaction, and finally had a smile on her face. It was worth it to be a little tired. Everyone has worked hard today. Let's go to bed early after eating. Good. After Jiang Yao said goodbye to a few people, he came to the second floor. She built a separate small bedroom on the second floor, and from now on she can be alone again. Jiang Yao also took 2 plates of fried meat, closed the door, and enjoyed the quiet time by herself. Chapter 149 finally out. Jiang Yao put on the big screen while eating. But it was still dark inside, and couldn't see anything. It seems that the disaster in the outside world has not subsided yet. But I don't know how many days it will take. After eating, Jiang Yao was bored and took out the encyclopedia she had just found, turned to the page about oil, and read it carefully. After reading it, she realized that oil has so many uses. Besides space, this was the second treasure she gained. Jiang Yao read other content and thought about having to compete with Feng Qi tomorrow. So she put down the book and closed her eyes to sleep. Early that morning, when Jiang Yao came outside the ranch, Feng Qi hadn't arrived yet. So she practiced boxing alone. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Feng Qi came late and spoke apologetically.
Sorry, I'm late.
Jiang Yao retracted her fist and looked at Feng Qi.
Why is it so late today? I was studying the machine shop last night and slept a little late. Did you find anything in your research?
Jiang Yao looked forward to it. She had been putting the machine factory on hold because she didn't know what it could produce.
Well, that's right. Machinery factories can produce all kinds of iron products. And even parts, as small as a needle, and as big as they can make airplanes. Not bad. Not unexpected. It turns out that the machinery factory is so well equipped that we won't have to worry about lack of transportation in the future. Anyway, it was written in the book how to make it. Jiang Yao said not to panic. She didn't know how to learn. It was no big deal. Let's start. Huh?
Feng Qi didn't realize what she said.
Let's discuss.
Jiang Yao had just warmed up, and now her body was in a state of excitement. She had to fight to get over it.
Okay.
Feng Qi clenched his fists, stood upright, and raised his chin towards Jiang Yao.
Bring it on!
With Feng Qi's invitation, Jiang Yao rushed forward without any nonsense, and the two were entangled again with left hooks and right hooks. Feng Qi was the main defender, and Jiang Yao was the main attacker. The two of them had no intention of stopping. It wasn't until Zhou Jin came to call them to have breakfast that they stopped. After everyone finished eating, Jiang Yao called everyone to use all the factories to produce as many materials as possible, especially all kinds of iron tools and parts. The more the better. They even took out the cannon and asked Feng Qi to be responsible for the programming. And then the machine factory made one according to the code. When the first shot hit the mountain with a loud noise, everyone finally had a proud smile on their faces. In this way, various cars, guns, artillery vehicles and tanks were successfully manufactured. Everyone looked at the results in front of them and were extremely excited.
I never thought that one day I would be able to learn to make cannons. I couldn't even imagine it before.
Zhang Jie touched the smooth surface of the cannon with an indescribable expression on his face. He also had many hobbies at the beginning. But since his family passed away, he gave up on himself and gave up the opportunity provided by his second uncle to study in the army.
I didn't expect that either.
Zhou Jin used to only know how to deal with the company, and was occasionally troubled by dreams. But now, he feels that his life is extremely sufficient.
Yes, I made it myself, and the feeling is different.
Feng Qi loves hot weapons the most, and he can't put it down with the weapons in front of him.
Indeed.
Other people's faces also showed expressions of excitement. With these things, no matter how big the difficulties are in the future, they will not be able to stumble. The group of people stayed in the space for more than 10 days, doing the same things every day. At first, they felt relaxed and interesting. But as time went on, they felt uncomfortable all over. Even if no time is wasted, they still feel like it is wasted. It's been on display for so long that I can't even stand it anymore. That night, amidst everyone's expectations, Jiang Yao turned on the screen again. This time the screen was no longer black, but dark gray, and gaps of hundreds of meters appeared in everyone's field of vision. The ocean has long since disappeared, leaving only the devastated seabed. There are countless deep pits on the seabed, as well as various burnt marks. Jiang Yao doesn't know what those burnt things are, but she is certain that no living things can survive on the surface of the earth. Jiang Yao looked up and saw that the thick smoke in midair had not dissipated. Without sunlight, the entire earth became dim and lifeless.
The disaster outside is over. Can we go out?
Zhou Jin tried to ask.
Just wait a little longer. It seems calm on the surface. Who knows if there are any other dangers?
Jiang Yao didn't want to go out just like that. She would look at the screen every night. But only today the screen turned on, indicating that the disaster had just passed. so she thought it would be better not to go out in a hurry.
Yes. Let's wait.
Feng Qi also agreed with Jiang Yao's opinion.
Then just wait.
Others have no different opinions. As long as Jiang Yao says it. They all trust it unconditionally. So I waited and waited for another 3 days. Jiang Yao finally decided to go out and take a look. But before taking a look, she had to find the safest place to stay. Thinking of the teleportation talisman in the safe, Jiang Yao planned to try it. While there was no one around, Jiang Yao quickly took out one and put it in her hand, silently thinking, "Go to the safest place." After reading it 3 times, Jiang Yao stopped. There was no response from the space. Jiang Yao didn't know if the position outside had changed. So she opened the screen and took a look. This look really made her see something different. What appeared on the screen was a small lake that had not dried up. There was still a little water in the lake, and unburned trees could be seen next to the lake. The woods are not big, but they look particularly beautiful in this gray darkness. The green leaves are fluttering in the wind and full of vitality. Jiang Yao thought that this place should be the only remaining oasis on Earth. Otherwise space would not have brought her to this place. I decided this is the place. Jiang Yao left the room, planning to inform everyone of the good news. As soon as she went out, she saw a few people sitting boredly on the edge of the pasture, feeding rabbits. Even the serious Feng Qi was observing the wild deer and touching its horns with his hands. Jiang Yao found it funny. She used to be busy running for her life and was tired. But now that she is free, she can't stay any longer. Self-abuse addiction. Jiang Yao is not a masochist. She wishes she could be so comfortable every day.
Are you really that boring?
Jiang Yao walked up behind a few people. Zhou Han raised his head and looked at Jiang Yao behind him.
I was here. I have nothing to do these days. It's really boring. That's right. I feel like I'm going to lose weight.
The bearded man touched the fat around his waist and finally realized that he had gained weight. Several people nodded in unison.
Can we go out?
Zhou Jin stood up. Jiang Yao usually didn't like to go out. If she went out at this time today, she would definitely have something to tell them. Under everyone's expectations, Jiang Yao finally made her decision known.
We'll go out early tomorrow morning.
There was silence. Several people looked at Jiang Yao blankly without any expression. Chapter 150 Changes in Gravity. Feng Qi stood up first.
Have you decided?
Jiang Yao nodded.
It's decided. Tomorrow morning.
When several people heard this, they shouted excitedly.
Great! Finally we can go out!
Jiang Yao was depressed. There is food and drink in the space. Isn't it better than outside? In everyone's excitement, the next day soon came. Everyone gathered in a circle again. With a thought, the scene in front of Jiang Yao changed, and they all appeared next to the lake. The moment they came out, they felt hands grabbing their throats tightly, making it difficult to breathe. Most of the oxygen was consumed in the combustion, and the oxygen supply was insufficient, causing everyone's heads to become dizzy. Seeing the unfamiliar and depressed ground, several people stared at the lake in trance. There is probably only one good place like this left in the world. At the other end of the lake, there is a large crack dozens of meters wide, all with traces of being burned by fire. There are many small gaps around the crack, but it is enough for an adult to fall in. There was still a burning smell in the air, and the whole world was extremely dark, without any light. Everything is normal. Just, why do they feel that their bodies are so light? As if they are not standing firmly. Jiang Yao first discovered this problem. Although her feet were still standing on the ground, she felt that there was no point of contact at the center of her feet. The toes did not firmly grasp the ground, and the whole body seemed to be placed gently on the ground without using any strength. Jiang Yao tried to take a step, but as soon as she stretched out her feet, she lost control of her body and threw herself forward. Fortunately, she had a good balance and did not fall to the ground.
"I'll!"
Zhou Han exclaimed. Except for her. Everyone else also looked shocked.
What's wrong?
Jiang Yao turned around, not knowing why. But when he saw a few people left 5 meters behind him, goosebumps couldn't stop popping up all over his body.
How far is one step?
Jiang Yao looked at the sky seriously. She understood what was going on.
The gravitational pull of the Earth becomes smaller, and we are forced to float. Yes, it was probably caused by the disaster.
Feng Qi also thought about it.
Look.
Zhang Jie pointed to somewhere in the sky.
What is that?
Several people looked up to the sky and were shocked again by what they saw in front of them. A very huge star appeared in the sky, hanging in the sky like this, occupying 2/3 of the entire sky. because it is obscured by it. Other stars cannot be seen at all. This was the first time that they felt the hugeness of a star up close. They could even see the craters on the surface clearly, as if they could touch it if they stretched out their hands. Is it the sun? Probably not. Everyone was deeply attracted by the star, and their heads lost the power to think due to lack of oxygen. Only Jiang Yao and Feng Qi realized the seriousness of the situation. This star must be the one they mentioned before. It is not that it has become bigger, but that the Earth is being sucked in and keeps getting closer to it. If this continues, the Earth will be swallowed up by it before long. Jiang Yao stepped directly in front of Feng Qi. The two understood it and did not tell anyone else about it.
Make plans early. Yeah.
Feng Qi understood. Everything on the star is unknown. It is unknown whether there are other creatures on it. And it is even more unknown whether humans can survive. Thinking of the dream that Zhou Jin had mentioned before, Jiang Yao had an illusion. It feels like the Earth is like a spaceship. After delivering them to their destination, the mission is completed. There are still 5 days left before Jiang Yao can release the Ark. I hope nothing happens in these 5 days.
Let's go back.
Jiang Yao shouted to several people. She felt it was safer to stay in the space. Several people turned back at the same time, with some fear on their faces, always feeling that something else would happen. This Earth is no longer suitable for survival. After several people returned to the space, they all sat in silence and did not mention the boring topic of space again. The stars in the sky were too weird, and they were very nervous.
Do you know what's going on with the stars in the sky?
Zhou Jin thought about it and couldn't help but ask Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao glanced at Feng Qi, who nodded to her. Several people watched the interaction between the two and knew that they must know something.
Io, this is what happened. Don't hide it from us.
Zhou Han couldn't help but urge.
Yes. Let's solve the problem together.
Zhou Jin looked at the two of them back and forth, feeling that this matter was no small matter. Jiang Yao cleared her throat.
I do know something. We may have to change our homes. Changing homes?
Several people were puzzled.
She means to live in other stars.
Feng Qi explained.
What? Impossible.
Everyone got up from the ground, their inner panic making them tremble uncontrollably and making their whole bodies weak.
The star you see is where we will go in the future.
Jiang Yao told everything she knew. She had space and could keep everyone alive. But there was no guarantee that they would still have to rely on her to continue their lives in the future. She can help, but cannot be relied upon by them. Exposing space is a dangerous thing. Jiang Yao must ensure her own safety and vaccinate them in advance so that they can prepare early.
That star.
Zhou Jin frowned.
How are we going to get up there?
Several people also thought about this question, but they didn't ask it again. Instead, they stared at Jiang Yao and waited for her explanation.
The Earth is moving toward it until it hits. Then the Earth will fall apart.
The bearded man crossed his arms, looking scared.
I don't know about that.
Jiang Yao shook her head. She also doesn't know if space will disappear when the Earth is shattered. After all, everything has its own meaning. If space really can only exist on the Earth, then she and everyone else will die as well. Silence returned to the space. I thought that going out for a visit would relax me, but I didn't expect that it made me even more anxious. It's better not to go out these days.
Okay. Everyone, cheer up. Aren't we still alive and well?
Jiang Yao stood up, walked in front of everyone, and spoke plausibly.
You should think about the future. I can't control the rest of your life.
A word that wakes up the dreamer. Everyone woke up. Yes, they have nothing now. How will they live in the future? The space belongs to Jiang Yao. They are just staying there temporarily. What to do? Jiang Yao also knew that there was no way they could survive outside. So she said Buddha to the west and immediately thought of a way.
Let's do this. You exchange labor for materials. From today on, each of you will guard a place, and 2/3 of what is produced in that place will belong to you.
Several people were stunned again, and then stood up happily.
Thank you. That's great. But after this, it's up to you.
After leaving, Jiang Yao still wanted to go back to her own way of life. Chapter 151 Flying Fish.
Okay, let's go right now.
Zhou Jin called everyone and went to various places to stock up on supplies. Several people cleaned the space again, and then gathered around various factories to stock up on supplies. Jiang Yao came to the foot of the mountain and stared at the river in trance. The crucian carp and the little killer whale have been sleeping and haven't woken up. Is there anything abnormal? Is there something wrong with the river water? The river. dozens of meters wide, was crystal clear. She could see the two guys sinking motionless at the bottom, half of their bodies covered by aquatic plants. Occasionally there are schools of fish swimming in the river, their scales sparkling and full of life. Since there are schools of fish living there, there shouldn't be much of a problem with the water. Jiang Yao went back and brought a basin over, scooped out some from the river, sniffed it close to her nose, and found that there was no peculiar smell. On the contrary, it smelled a little sweet. Jiang Yao swallowed her saliva and did not dare to try. Suddenly a blue light flashed under the water. Jiang Yao looked over and saw a bit of peripheral light, which seemed to be emanating from the crucian carp. Will it be okay? Thinking that she was wrong, Jiang Yao put down the basin and tried to communicate with the crucian carp, hoping to wake it up with sounds. Crucian carp? Wake up! The shadow in the water didn't respond. Crucian carp! Jiang Yao's voice was a little louder, and she stared at the dorsal fin of the crucian carp without blinking, hoping for a miracle. After waiting for a few seconds, whether it was her imagination or not, she felt the crucian carp's dorsal fin move. Jiang Yao is surprised. Is she really going to wake up? The waiting process was always difficult, so Jiang Yao simply sat by the river and observed. Within a few minutes, the crucian carp's dorsal fin moved twice more. Jiang Yao sat up straight and tried to wake it up. Crucian carp! Yet there was still no response. Jiang Yao is confused. Has she not completely woken up yet? Thinking that she had seen it wrong, Jiang Yao observed carefully again, and finally saw another blue light coming into her eyes from the bottom of the water. Jiang Yao opened her eyes wide, stood up from the ground, and clenched her fists in surprise. The blue light really emanates from the back of the crucian carp. I saw the blue light getting stronger and stronger, and the crucian carp was surrounded by it. The surrounding fish fled away and soon disappeared into the water plants. The fins on the back shook wildly, and with a tearing sound, they split from the middle and split into two fins. And under the blue light, it slowly grew larger and longer. The originally dark gray fins gradually turned transparent, leaving only the white outline. These are wings? Jiang Yao was stunned. The wings are still growing. They were originally on the back, but now they are slowly moving downwards. The two wings are like being inserted into the belly of a crucian carp, rapidly extending to both sides. A rough calculation shows that the wings are about 20 meters long, and when the wings are spread, they are almost 40 meters long. The pair of wings are flapping up and down, as if with a little force. The crucian carp can fly from the bottom of the water to the sky. The transparent wings emit a faint blue light, and even the crucian carp has blue scales on its body. It is much more noble than the previous gray and white, and its entire slender body looks much lighter. This is the time to take off. Just as I was thinking this, the crucian carp at the bottom of the water was really driven by its wings, and slowly moved upward from the bottom of the water. In the blink of an eye, it broke through the water and flew into the air. Jiang Yao sat down on the ground, not expecting that even fish could evolve to fly in the sky. The 20-meter-long body is floating in the air like this. From Jiang Yao's perspective, crucian carp is like a spaceship. As long as you sit on it, it can take you to outer space. The whole body of the crucian carp is wrapped in blue fish scales, and even the top of its head is covered with deep blue, like a drop of water. The entire space is shrouded in blue light, mysterious and beautiful. Its eyes were still closed, and there was no sign of waking up. After the shock, Jiang Yao looked at the baby killer whale under the water again, and found that it had not changed at all. This made Jiang Yao wonder, is it possible that only crucian carp can evolve? Python, do you know what's going on? Jiang Yao touched the giant python on her arm. They were all mutated, so they should know something. However, I don't know. I've never seen such a spectacle. The giant python shook his head. It's just an animal, and it's normal not to understand this anomaly. Is it a problem with the water? Jiang Yao stared at the water again. It was crystal clear, no different from other water. Right? It should be to adapt to the environment. A familiar voice came from behind. Jiang Yao turned around and looked into Feng Qi's indifferent eyes. You said adapting to the environment? Jiang Yao was unsure. Yes. Natural selection. Survival of the fittest. The surviving creatures may evolve according to changes in the earth. And it. Feng Qi pointed at the crucian carp. And the fact that it can grow wings should also be related to weightlessness. Jiang Yao understood. But this was too ridiculous. Then why haven't humans changed? As humans at the top of the food chain, why have we not changed due to disasters? Although she has changed a bit, it's not obvious. Feng Qi lowered his head and seemed to be thinking about Jiang Yao's problem. Yes. Why don't humans evolve? Isn't this environment enough for them to evolve? Feng Qi didn't know.
Maybe it's not that time yet.
Only this explanation is convincing. Unknowingly, Zhou Jin and others also gathered around. Just now, they were attracted by the blue light and walked to the river together out of curiosity.
This is it!
Zhou Han exclaimed.
The fish has wings? It's incredible. It's really wings. Just like the mythical beast described in the legend.
Several people were fascinated by the blue halo, as if they themselves had flown into the sky, flying freely and enjoying the brief tranquility. Divine beast? Jiang Yao was speechless.
Ah! The fish has opened its eyes.
The bearded man pointed to the sky in surprise. Jiang Yao and others looked up. And sure enough they saw the Christian carp's eyelids blinking up and down. And then slowly opened it after a while. Under the eyelids were bright red eyes. Looking carefully, there were still blue threads floating in his eyes. It wasn't until his eyes were fully open that Jiang Yao woke up. Seeing those eyes staring at her, Jiang Yao felt a little strange. The originally round and plump Christian carp turned into a noble flying fish, as if it was a world away.
Human!
Christian carp called softly and flapped its wings gently. Others couldn't hear the Christian carp's voice and could only see its lips opening and closing.
Do you still recognize me?
Jiang Yao grinned, recognizing me best and avoiding unnecessary trouble.
Of course.
The Christian carp wriggled its lips twice, and then flew back and forth in the sky as if to show off.
Do I look good like this?
When it flies, its tail swings up and down, and its originally heavy body becomes much lighter.
Good looking. How did you evolve like this?
Jiang Yao wanted to understand clearly. Christian carp stopped in midair and looked at Jiang Yao with a troubled expression.
I didn't know either. As soon as I entered the river, I slowly fell asleep. When I woke up, I realized that I had grown wings.
Chapter 152, Discovering Something Strange About the Stars. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. The explanation was unclear, so Jiang Yao didn't think about it. The important thing now is when the Earth will hit the stars in the sky.
It doesn't matter if you wake up. I don't have to worry. As for the baby killer whale, I'll just wait and see.
I hope the baby killer whales will also evolve. If they can fly, it will be much easier for them to go out.
It may take another 2 days for the baby killer whale to wake up. What do you say?
Jiang Yao looked at the black and white figure under the water.
It is underage, and its consciousness is not as strong as mine. It should be controlled for a longer period of time.
Christian carp explained patiently, looking well behaved. If it weren't for humans, it might have been burned to death. Its evolution today is also because of her blessing.
I understand. You should rest first. I will withdraw.
After asking about the reason, Jiang Yao felt relieved. Then he turned around and looked at the crowd. Okay.
Everyone goes to work. It's okay.
Good. Everyone knows that Jiang Yao has the ability to communicate with animals. And this is their tacit understanding. After Jiang Yao left, they returned to their workplace again and stocked up on the supplies they wanted. Every machine and every factory product in the space is very fast, and a portion takes about 2 minutes. In just a short time, they have saved hundreds of kinds of food. The hares in the pasture can give birth to a litter of milk rabbits in 20 minutes. If the 2 little ones don't eat so much, the current fence may not be able to accommodate them. Then there are wild boars, the number of which has reached 5,000. Even if they eat pork every meal, they will never be able to eat them all in a lifetime. It's a bargain for them. The food they eat in the space these days can be worth what each person eats for months or even years. But they know that such days are only temporary. As for the future, they have to rely on themselves. 2 more days passed. Jiang Yao saw through the screen that the star in the sky was getting closer and closer. The entire sky was occupied by it, and the holes on it could be touched with tentacles. If the guess is correct, the Earth will break through the atmosphere of the star tomorrow and crash into its surface or body. She decided to tell everyone the news to prepare them for the new and unknown environment. Jiang Yao came to the place where several people were busy and coughed. Several people looked over at the same time, and when they saw Jiang Yao's serious and cold gaze, they understood everything.
Is that what we thought?
Zhou Han asked uncertainly.
That's right.
Jiang Yao nodded, and the broken hair on her forehead swayed twice, covering her right eye. She rubbed her hair upwards irritably, thinking that she would go back and get it cut later. Feng Qi put down the parts in his hands and stepped forward.
When exactly?
Jiang Yao said nothing. In the blink of an eye, The screen appeared in front of everyone. Everyone looked over, but only saw dense craters on the star, occupying the entire sky, and no other stars could be seen. The screen in front of you is like a magnifying glass, magnifying all the potholes, and you can clearly see their shapes, large and small, everywhere. But the shapes are regular. Each pit looks bottomless, with a dark gray surface. There seems to be a layer of translucent gauze floating in the hole. Under the gauze, it is pitch black, and nothing can be seen. Looking from this angle, they did not find any living beings appearing on the star. It is like a weathered stone, rotten to the core and suffocating.
It's getting bigger and bigger.
The bearded man covered his mouth.
It's getting closer.
Feng Qi corrected his wording.
As expected, the Earth will hit it by tomorrow morning at the latest. Tomorrow morning?
Zhou Jin frowned. Feng Qi's words were like a reminder, breaking everyone's heart. Although they were hiding in the space and could not feel any impact from the outside, they had imagined the pain dozens of times in their hearts. The Earth, a planet that has existed for hundreds of millions of years, will cease to exist tomorrow. It would be a lie to say that I am not sad.
What should we do?
Cheng Nansheng struggled to ask the question that everyone knew the result of. But he still didn't want to admit that if he didn't do anything, he wouldn't be able to pass the test in his heart.
What else can I do? Keep hiding.
How could Jiang Yao not know what Cheng Nansheng meant? Rather than being reluctant to leave her homeland here, she might as well think about how to survive in the future. She doesn't have time to be sad here.
When the outside is stable, we will find an opportunity to go out. There are oxygen masks here, which can give us time to go out and explore the path.
Fortunately, we had prepared an oxygen concentrator when purchasing supplies. Otherwise, no one would be able to leave this space.
But the stars don't seem to have any traces of biological survival. If we look at them and find that they are not suitable for life, what should we do?
Zhang Jie has been observing the surface of the star since just now. Apart from countless potholes, he has found no trace of anything else. Not even a trace of wind. The fear of the unknown deep in his heart could no longer resist. The thought of those potholes made him tremble with fear. Except for him. Everyone was in the same state of mind as him, with nothing but fear.
Whether it's suitable or not, you have to go and see it to find out,
Jiang Yao replied.
This is the only way.
Feng Qi took a deep breath, feeling like a big stone was weighing on his heart, and he couldn't breathe. Jiang Yao closed the screen and said,
You continue to work.
After that, he went back to the room alone. The strange tiger and the giant python have been following her. The giant python climbed up Jiang Yao's arm and stared at Jiang Yao's chin with its purple eyes.
Human, I feel like those holes in the star are a little unusual.
Jiang Yao was about to pick up the scissors to cut her hair, but when she heard the giant python's words, she immediately put down the scissors, lifting 7 inches of it. Her entire body was held in her hands.
What did you say? Why are those holes unusual? This is just my feeling.
The giant python was made uncomfortable by Jiang Yao's lifting.
Let me go first.
Jiang Yao honestly placed it on the table.
Say it.
The giant python coiled its body in a circle and said,
There is something in those holes. I feel like there are countless pairs of eyes staring at us. I.
Jiang Yao sat upright.
Are you saying that the star is not as lifeless as we see? That's right.
The giant python nodded.
Maybe it is not suitable for living on the surface, but is suitable for living in the center of the earth?
Jiang Yao touched her chin.
What you said makes sense. When tomorrow comes, we can secretly go up and have a look.
Before confirming this possibility, Jiang Yao decided not to tell them for the time being. Too many people will make things worse.
I am coming too.
The strange tiger jumped on Jiang Yao's shoulder, and with the nourishment of space, it has been training with its son these days, and its strength is much stronger than before.
Okay, let's go and investigate first.
Jiang Yao seemed to have made a strong decision, and was extremely serious. Chapter 153 finally hit.
Get off and drive.
Jiang Yao pushed away the giant python on the table, picked up the scissors again, placed the mirror in front of her, and cut the short hair on her forehead. The giant python was pushed away, and was speechless for a moment. Humans are trouble. After cutting her hair short, Jiang Yao took out the hair clippers and pushed the hair around her ears a short inch. Then simply trimmed the back. A handsome hairstyle is released. Jiang Yao looked proud as she admired her masterpiece. She finally got a good haircut this time. After cutting her hair, Jiang Yao simply scrubbed it, changed into minimalist clothes, and continued to practice boxing. After practicing for 2 hours, Jiang Yao finally stopped. Thinking of going out in 2 days, she had to be well prepared. Body armor, oxygen bottles, oxygen breathing equipment, the most lethal weapons, etc. were placed in front of her one by one. If you don't know the other party's details, you must not take it lightly. Jiang Yao tidied up for most of the night and was finally able to lie down on the bed and sleep. And this night, someone was destined to have insomnia. Except for Jiang Yao. Everyone did not sleep, but lay in bed in a daze.
Team phone. Tell me what the situation will be like outside after tomorrow.
Xiao Lei was sleeping next to Feng Qi, and he could see his profile when he turned around.
No matter what the situation, we have to go out and see.
There are only 1,000 people left in the human race, and they don't have many days to stay in the Arkansas. They must find a way to survive. Otherwise, they will only face death. Jiang Yao would not let anyone know about this place, and neither would he.
The space is so safe. Can't we stay in it all the time?
Xiao Lei was not coveting Jiang Yao's space, but he felt that since he had such a good place, why would he go out to do it?
Human beings are social animals, and will have to bear the task of reproducing offspring in the future. It is impossible to live in space for generations without looking for an environment that is more suitable for future generations to survive. What's more, this space is not something you and I can control.
Space is good, but human beings' desire to explore has never been eradicated. Be strong when you are strong. If the Earth is destroyed, the worst-case scenario is to start over. Build a kingdom for humans again, and push humans to the top of the food chain again, no matter what obstacles there are on the planet. Feng Qi believes that as long as we unite, all difficulties will be solved.
I know.
Xiao Lei turned around sadly. He just wanted to live peacefully and spend his whole life. As for the baggage and the continuation, he never thought about it. Soon the next day came, and everyone sat up heavily from the bed. Jiang Yao got up early, and had already finished a set of punches. I simply washed my face, opened the door, and walked out. It was time to observe this landing with everyone. When she went out, everyone was already seated. When they heard the footsteps, they all looked at the slender figure.
Io, come and sit down.
Zhou Han moved to the side. Jiang Yao walked over and sat down. Knowing what everyone was waiting for, she directly showed the screen. Everyone looked over and saw that the star holes on the screen were getting bigger and bigger. From the countless holes yesterday, only 3 or 4 could now be seen. It means that they are closer to the stars. There was complete silence in the space. Only the thumping heartbeats of the people around them could be heard. Their hearts seemed to be bursting out of their bodies, and everyone's heads began to lack oxygen and went blank. The bearded man shook his feet nervously and stared intently. He was afraid that that moment would come, but he was looking forward to it.
Close again!
Jiang Yao's heart skipped a beat as she looked at the pothole disappearing outside the screen. She felt like a wandering soul being led to H.L. by black and white. The door to H.I. was in front of her, but she couldn't escape. Within a minute, another pothole disappeared. Everyone opened their eyes wide, and some even covered their eyes in fear, not daring to look at the cruel scene.
It's about to hit!
Feng Qi opened his lips.
Ah!
Mother Zhou fainted from fright, because Zhou's father had a heart disease. He was not told about it. He was sleeping in a room at the moment, sleeping very deeply. Outside, Zhou Han held Jiang Yao's arm tightly, digging his nails into the flesh. Jiang Yao just frowned, as if she didn't feel any pain, and looked at the big screen expressionlessly. She was afraid that the space would disappear, that all her previous efforts would be in vain, and that it would cost her her life. Jiang Yao clenched her thighs until the last pothole disappeared.
Boom! Boom!
After several consecutive sounds, the Earth finally hit the star. The moment it came into contact with the other party's atmosphere, the surface shattered into countless pieces, and the debris scattered in all directions, as if shot into their eyes. Several people present closed their eyes and opened them together. The atmosphere of the star was quickly destroyed, and the Earth successfully entered the atmosphere. What follows is a long journey in the air. At this moment, the Earth is like a trailing meteor, quickly sliding towards the star, radiating with fire and extremely beautiful. But no one present was in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scene. He seemed to have forgotten to breathe, stretched his neck, and fell backwards involuntarily, for fear of hurting himself from the impact on the screen. After several minutes of sliding, the Earth finally crashed into the star.
Boom!
At the moment of impact, the Earth's surface was torn apart, sinking deeply into a pothole, and rolled a few times before becoming stationary. After waiting for a long time, There was no movement. Stop? Zhou Jin murmured. No one has reacted yet. Apart from being nervous. They didn't feel the slightest shock. It was like watching a disaster movie with such a hasty ending.
Is this the end?
The bearded man stood up.
We landed on a star?
Feng Qi unclenched his fist. His head felt dizzy for a moment. And his bloodless face finally turned a little rosy.
Arrive.
Jiang Yao moved her feet and realized something.
Congratulations, everyone. You have a new home.
They don't want to have a new home. The earth is so beautiful. It's a pity that they will never see such beautiful scenery again. They will never see it again. Zhou Han buried her head between her legs and began to sob. Li Yi hugged her distressfully.
It doesn't matter. We just need to live. Li is right. As long as people are alive, everything is possible.
Jiang Yao put away the screen, took out a piece of bread and ate it. She was so nervous just now, afraid that when the earth collided with it, the space would disappear. At this time, it seemed that she was indeed overly concerned. Space should be unique to her, and it will not change due to changes in the earth. It truly belongs to her. Knowing this, Jiang Yao finally took some reassurance. Everyone looked at Jiang Yao's careless look, and the fear in their hearts eased a little. I was really scared to death just now. After more than 10 minutes of silence, the fear in everyone's hearts finally calmed down. Feng Qi stood up, walked back to his post, and continued working on supplies. Xiao Lei followed him and left. Seeing this, Zhou Jin also returned to the machine to sort out the supplies. Others followed and left one after another, as if nothing happened. Chapter 154. The space shakes violently. Jiang Yao did not go back to her room, but walked to Feng Qi's side in the machinery factory. She hadn't been running the factories these days, and had no idea how many thermal weapons were being manufactured. Since you are coming to an unknown planet, you must be fully prepared. The python feels like there are creatures living on it. Will they have thermal weapons? Is it more powerful than today's weapons? Are their social and scientific civilizations lagging behind humans? Or are they ahead of humans? These are all questions worth pondering. Feng Qi was carrying a mortar on his shoulders, aiming at the mountain opposite. But this was in space, and he couldn't easily try its power. There are also many guns and SHLs piled up around the machinery factory, all of which Feng Qi researched and produced one by one. The Feng family has been a military family for generations, and his grandfather is a scientist who studies thermal weapons. He has been exposed to it since he was a child, and is familiar with the steps of making weapons. Unfortunately, in this disaster, everyone in the family devoted themselves to the front line of the disaster, so that no one survived, leaving only him still struggling in the apocalypse. Jiang Yao picked up a gun and pointed it at a big tree on the top of the mountain. With a bang sound, the bullet accurately passed through the leaves at the top of the tree.
Good marksmanship.
Feng Qi put down the mortar and stared at Jiang Yao with shining eyes.
I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so good. Can we find a time to compare notes?
Feng Qi's heart, which had been dormant for several months, finally became active again. This is the throb from the soul of a soldier. Jiang Yao smiled and put away the gun.
Let's talk about it. What we have to do now is other things. Okay.
Feng Qi understood and knew that now was not the time to discuss marksmanship. Jiang Yao walked to the rows of guns and bullets and carefully touched them with her right hand. The coldness on her fingertips made her tremble slightly. Excited inside.
You're not bad. You made so many guns. Ding ding!
The machines in the machinery factory rang again.
No amount of building is enough to prevent future problems.
Feng Qi took out the bullets from the machine and loaded them while responding to Jiang Yao. Jiang Yao walked over to help. When she saw the brand new bullet, the corners of her mouth could no longer curl up.
You're right.
After that, he picked up a bullet and looked at it carefully.
These bullets are really good.
But she didn't forget the purpose of coming to find Feng Qi.
How many guns and cannons are there?
Feng Qi, who was working hard, paused. He didn't expect the other party to ask this question, but he still recalled the approximate figure.
In terms of guns, it's about 3,000. And there are more than 10 cannons. Well,
Jiang Yao gently touched the center of his brow.
Build more cannons. The most powerful ones.
When Jiang Yao thought of the cannon, she couldn't help but have a bad idea.
Can you create a fireball? Fireball?
Feng Qi raised his voice.
It's similar to a cannon, but it doesn't have the destructive power of a cannon. It only has the function of burning. It's best to burn a large area.
After explaining, Jiang Yao looked at Feng Qi expectantly, hoping he understood. If you really go to the stars to build a home, you will inevitably expand a territory. The fireball can not only ensure the integrity of the territory, but also drive other creatures away, so that they dare not come closer. It is the best of both worlds. Feng Qi understood what Jiang Yao meant.
Let me give it a try. This will require oil from the fields. Use it. Use it. Use it as you like.
Jiang Yao waved generously.
As long as it will be helpful in the future. You can just research it. There is no need to save energy.
The oil flowed all over the land, and she was worried that there was no place to use it, and it would be wasted.
Okay. Give me 3 days. 3 days?
Jiang Yao calculated.
5 days will be the time to send the ark out. Maybe it can be used. 3 days is not too late.
The efficiency of the space was 10 or even 20 times that of the outside. She could still afford to wait for a cannon in more than 10 minutes. Feng Qi stopped what he was doing and looked sideways at Jiang Yao with a complicated expression.
Are you going out these 2 days?
Jiang Yao met Feng Qi's gaze. As expected of having been in the army, his investigative abilities are top-notch. He actually knows her whereabouts very well. This is not good. I'd better avoid her in the future. Jiang Yao chose to avoid talking about the topic of whether he could get out or not.
I haven't made any plans yet. We will all go out in 5 days. Okay.
Feng Qi had no doubt that he was there. When Jiang Yao returned to the room, Yihu and Giant Python jumped down from her body and sat on either side of her.
When are we going out to investigate?
Yihu scratched his ears. Jiang Yao thought for a long time, but didn't give an answer. She realized when the Earth fell into the pothole that the planet was much larger than she imagined. The Earth was like an egg hitting a stone. Vulnerable. The star body did not even suffer any damage. The surface was quite hard. Like a protective layer, protecting the people in its body. Perhaps the python was right in guessing. And creatures must be living in its core. Jiang Yao turned on the screen again to see the consequences of the impact on the Earth. But at first glance, the inside of the screen turned out to be very bright. Like daylight. You could clearly see the minerals on the surface of the star. And you could also see that the Earth was still embedded in the crater. The Earth was only damaged on the outside. There are only some small craters on the surface of the star. And the rest of the surface is full of black stones the size of eggs, connected into a large area with no end in sight. Jiang Yao glanced at her watch. The hands pointed exactly at 8 o'clock in the evening, which was exactly the opposite of day and night. To get out, it has to be night outside.
Let's take a look tomorrow morning. If it's still daytime outside, we'll wait. If it's night, we'll take action immediately. Okay. I have no objection.
The giant python stretched its neck. It had long wanted to go out and have a look. See what was different about this star. And see what was inside the pit.
I don't have any objection either.
Yihu sat up straight.
Then let's decide. Go to bed early and get up early tomorrow.
Jiang Yao lay directly on the bed and closed her eyes. Yihu and Giant Python slept next to her. But as soon as he lay down, the space suddenly started to shake. Jiang Yao suddenly opened her eyes and sat up. Her face completely drained of blood. What happened? How can space move? Feeling the shaking getting stronger and stronger, Jiang Yao ran out holding onto the wall. When Jiang Yao saw the scene outside, her legs felt a little weak. The piled supplies were falling down and hitting the ground hard. In an instant, the ground was filled with supplies. The animals in the pasture let out screams of fear. The river rippled with waves, and the sound of lapping was particularly harsh. Jiang Yao had no intention of worrying about supplies, but felt fear from the inside out. Her first instinct was that the space was going to fall apart. The shaking lasted for half a minute and finally stopped. Jiang Yao tightened her grip on her thighs. Sweat fell from her forehead, dripping down her chin and onto her chest. Her whole body felt weak. If the space continued to shake, she would be unable to hold it any longer. Space is something that exists in her consciousness. From the time she had it until now, this kind of abnormality has never happened. Why is something suddenly wrong now? Chapter 155 Exploring Astrophysical Potholes. Jiang Yao was immersed in confusion when there were chaotic footsteps behind her.
Jiang Yao, are you okay?
Feng Qi and Zhou Jin looked at Jiang Yao's slightly curved back and spoke at the same time. It turned out that Feng Qi and others were afraid that something might happen to Jiang Yao. So they rushed over quickly. Hearing the familiar voice, Jiang Yao finally found some strength, turned around and forced out a smile.
I'm fine.
Huh? The people behind him all breathed a sigh of relief. They knew how the space came about. In the situation just now, They thought something had happened to Jiangyao. Seeing that the other party was fine, they were naturally relieved.
Why did it suddenly vibrate?
Fengqi asked.
I don't know either. Did we store too many supplies?
The bearded man felt a little guilty. They haven't stopped stocking up on supplies these days. And various factories are mass-producing. Has it reached its limit?
Then let's stop hoarding. If the space collapses.
Zhou Han stared at Jiangyao with worry in his eyes.
That's not the reason.
Jiangyao didn't see the emotions in people's eyes. If she really overproduced, she would feel tired and dizzy. But now she had nothing to do. So she ruled out this possibility. As for the reason, Jiangyao suspected that it had something to do with the stars. As soon as she arrived in this strange place, there was something strange in the space. She had to prepare for the worst.
Whether it matters or not, we have to stop.
Fengqi looked at the supplies scattered on the floor. These were enough for them to use for several years. So they couldn't be too greedy.
That's right. We won't stock up anymore.
The bearded man nodded. Although the others didn't say much. They agreed with Fengqi and Big Beard's words. Faced with everyone's worries, Jiangyao was not touched at all. She just wanted to be quiet now.
You decide for yourself whether to stock up on supplies or not. I'm tired, so I'm going back to my room first.
After saying that, Jiangyao walked directly through the crowd and returned to her room, leaving a few people looking at each other speechlessly. Not long after, they each returned to their rooms. There was no movement outside the door. But Jiangyao tossed and turned on the bed, unable to fall asleep. Space is an unexpected treasure. If there is a deadline, all materials must be moved out as soon as possible to prevent the materials from disappearing when the space disappears. Jiangyao only hopes that this day will come later and disappear after finding a good place to stay. I wanted to explore slowly. But now it seems it's too late. Yihu and Giant Python worriedly stayed close to Jiangyao. They just stayed with her and did not make a sound, fearing to disturb her. Jiangyao turned over irritably and forced herself to close her eyes. Go to sleep. Keep your spirits up. And get down to business with your plans for tomorrow. The next day, Jiangyao woke up early with black and blue eyes. Yes, she stayed up all night. She watched the screen more than 10 times overnight. But the sky on the screen remained unchanged. But she was very anxious. There is no night in the stars. Turning on the screen again, Jiangyao discovered the truth. There really is no night.
No matter what, I have to go out during the day.
Jiangyao put on her defensive equipment and locked the door. After making sure that no one outside could open it, she quickly led the two out of the space. As soon as he went out, Jianyao's whole body was floating before her feet even touched the ground. It seemed to have lost its balance and was floating in the air. Two people grabbed Jianyao's arms tightly to prevent him from floating away. Seeing that she was getting further and further away from the ground, Jianyao was extremely anxious and had no choice but to return to space. The moment her feet touched the ground, Jianyao sat down on the ground like a weak shrimp with soft feet.
What's going on?
The giant python lay on the ground in shock.
I was scared to death just now.
Yihu squatted on the ground with his neck aggrieved. Of course Jianyao knew what was going on. But
it shouldn't be. The attraction of stars is so strong. How can there be no gravitational effect?
This is trouble. Before they dive into the hole, they will float out of the star's atmosphere and become garbage in the universe. Although there is no gravity, there is still oxygen. But it is a little thin. But it seems to be enough. Jianyao covered her head irritably. Is the star really not suitable for human survival? It would be nice if there was something that could solve the gravity problem. Jianyao's mind flashed to the safe. And when she thought of the heavy pressure talisman inside, she suddenly realized. Isn't this the purpose of this thing? Give it a try? Jianyao stood up excitedly, holding the strange tiger and the giant python in each hand, and stepped out of the space again. The moment her body floated up, Jianyao shouted loudly, "Heavy pressure talisman!" In an instant, his feet finally touched the ground, and his body seemed to be fixed on the ground, not flying into the air. Jianyao was overjoyed. This was indeed how the heavy pressure talisman was used. After solving the problem of gravity, Jianyao took the two to a smaller pothole, took out the night vision goggles, and put them on herself, observing the terrain inside. Although it is a small pothole, its diameter is still 20 meters wide. Through the night vision goggles, Jianyao finally saw clearly the appearance of the cave wall. The cave wall was not smooth. Instead, it was made of naturally piled rocks, extending to the end of the darkness. It just gave her a place to put her feet. There was wind blowing up from the entrance of the cave. And there was an inexplicable fragrance. Jiang Yao couldn't tell what kind of fragrance it was. But it felt very special. Let's go down and have a look.
You two hold me tight. I'm going down. Okay.
The two hugged Jiang Yao tightly at the same time. Jiang Yao jumped onto a large rock 5 meters above the ground and landed firmly on it. When I walked to the edge of the stone and looked down, I saw another protruding stone. Exactly 2 meters below. Jiang Yao jumped down easily, making a clear bang sound. And soon there was an echo, especially in the cave.
I don't know how deep this hole is.
He who looked down.
I feel it very deeply.
The giant python responded, and then said to Jiang Yao,
Don't worry. No living creatures have been found yet. Indeed not.
He who didn't feel any biological activity below.
I see.
Jiang Yao felt relieved after hearing what the two said. Then he took out a long-sided headlamp and put it on his head. The steps-like stones in the cave were quickly exposed in front of Jiang Yao's eyes. Jiang Yao sped up, jumped up and down, and quickly descended a distance of nearly 100 meters. She did not stop, but continued to jump into the hole. When she jumped on the last stone, there was no road ahead. But the cave is still bottomless. Jiang Yao hesitated.
Do you want to continue? Down!
The giant python didn't want to answer.
I feel the movement down there. I feel it too. The movement is not small. There are a lot of them.
He who touched Jiang Yao's face with his paw.
Be careful. I know that if there is danger, it's better to go back to space.
Jiang Yao took out the climbing rope and piton nails from the space. Quickly drove the piton nails into the stone with tools. And fixed the climbing rope and safety rope. Chapter 156 The Legendary Alien. He jumped off the stone with 2 others, and moved down bit by bit against the cave wall. The process of going down was very fast. Jiang Yao quickly dived another 50 meters into the cave. Looking down, she finally saw something different. There seemed to be light reflected back in the hole, indicating that she was almost at the bottom. In order not to be discovered, Jiang Yao decided to turn off her high beams and crawl down slowly in the dark. After traveling another 50 meters, the giant python suddenly climbed onto Jiang Yao's head.
Stop! It's right here!
The strange tiger stretched out its claws and stared at something warily.
It seemed like a sound coming from there. Where?
Jiang Yao followed the strange tiger's claws and looked over, finding that the lower left side was still gray cave wall. And she didn't see anything unusual at all.
Did you hear wrongly? That's right there. My feeling is correct.
The giant python's purple eyes emitted a deep light. Jiang Yao slowly crawled towards where the two were talking, pressed her ears tightly against the cave wall, and listened carefully. For some reason, her sensitive hearing disappeared after she came out of the space, and she could only use 2 to distinguish danger. After listening quietly for a while, I heard a sound coming from the cave wall, like an animal roaring or something whispering. Jiang Yao didn't know what kind of creatures lived in the star, but her intuition told her that they were very powerful.
How do we get in?
There is no entrance, so I must have entered the wrong cave. Jiang Yao groped back and forth on the cave wall with her hands, but she still couldn't find an entrance. Gradually, she couldn't help but become anxious. The sweat on her back soaked her bottom clothes, and her whole body felt weak. Jiang Yao can only rely on 2.
I can't find the entrance. How can I get in? I'll go down and check it out.
Be careful. The giant python climbed down from Jiang Yao's head, clung to the cave wall, and slowly crawled downwards. Regardless of the danger, Jiang Yao took out the lamp and shined it on the giant python. I saw it crawling nearly 10 meters again, and in the blink of an eye, the giant python disappeared. Jiang Yao shook her hands, her hair standing on end, climbed towards the place where the giant python disappeared.
Python! Python! Why did it disappear?
He who turned around anxiously, but it could feel that the giant python was nearby. When Jiang Yao's hands touched the place where the giant python disappeared just now, he seemed to be thrown away, and his whole body was quickly sucked in. The safety rope on his body also disappeared. About half a minute later, Jiang Yao finally touched the ground, and her eyes were bright. Jiang Yao closed her eyes unaccustomedly, and quickly opened them again after a while. Looking around, he stayed in place in shock. What a vast world this is.
What kind of monsters are they?
He whose hair suddenly exploded. He recovered his original body, and ran in front of Jiang Yao to protect her. The giant python appeared next to Jiang Yao at some unknown time, and also acted vigilantly. Jiang Yao stood in front of Yihu's chest, looking into the distance with a shocked face. What is that? The wood's glowing blue, the lake pink, and the white figure in the water couldn't be a fish. Right? And what are those black cylinders? Standing on the ground like pillars. Apart from the beautiful scenery, Jiang Yao didn't find any creatures. Jiang Yao was surprised and wanted to go out to see what was going on, but was stopped by Yihu. Careful! The next second, a big thick leg fell in front of Jiang Yao. When the thigh that could only be hugged by the three of them fell, the ground trembled. Jiang Yao looked up, and a huge black creature came into view. Twice the size of a giant python. The head is round, with a pair of long, furry ears. The eyes are as big as dustpans, but the nostrils are small. The mouth is shaped like a horse, and the neck is about 5 or 6 meters long. It looks weird and cute. It has 6 legs and a round body. It has a very short tail on its black butt, which looks like a broken tail. An enlarged version of Corgi's butt? Really ugly. The other party didn't move at all. Just standing like this. It didn't seem to notice her. Jiang Yao slowly felt relieved. Let's go out and take a look. Jiang Yao climbed onto the back of the strange tiger, hid in its hair, and looked around quietly. The strange tiger and the giant python slowly walked out of the cave. When they were completely out of the cave, Jiang Yao finally saw the true appearance of those pillars. What kind of pillar was that? It was clearly the thigh of a huge creature. Jiang Yao had the illusion that she had returned to the Jurassic era. The animals here are surprisingly big, and there are many that are tens of meters tall. In Jiang Yao's eyes, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are like ants. She didn't know if these were animals, but she should call them based on the Earth's nouns. When some animals saw the exotic tigers and giant pythons, they just glanced at them, and then slowly left without any intention of attacking. Jiang Yao looked surprised. They were so docile. Moo! Jiang Yao had to cover her ears as the howling echoed through the sky. Moo! 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 Immediately afterwards, all the behemoths began to howl. The sound was very similar to the sound of yaks in space, but the sound was several times louder. Jiang Yao was almost deafened. They seem to be calling. The python realized something was wrong. For animals, this kind of call is only made when warning. Alert! Jiang Yao took out his gun. It turned out that they were not attacking, but calling their companions to come. Kaka! The strange tiger stopped in place. Be careful! The giant python raised its neck. What's the sound? Jiang Yao looked around vigilantly, but found nothing unusual. Misheard? You heard that right. The giant python went into attack mode. Kakaka! There was another voice. And there was more than one. Jiang Yao loaded the gun and pointed it at the place where the sound came from. After an animal walks by, the thing making the noise is finally revealed. Jiang Yao was stunned. What kind of monster was that? Like humans, they walk upright, but they have 4 hands and hold something like a spear in their hands. The skin is similar to the fur of animals. Very rough. The eyes are protruding. The nose is like a woodpecker's beak, and the mouth is large, revealing the long and pointed fangs inside. He had a ferocious face, and was glaring at her fiercely. They didn't use anything as a cover. Their private parts were exposed wantonly, and there seemed to be a long tail trailing behind them. This is an alien? Alien! Jiang Yao almost cried because of Cho. The one standing at the front took 2 steps forward and pointed his spear at Jiang Yao. Even though she was sitting on Yu's back, it seemed like it could still see her. Who are you? As soon as the hoarse and rough voice came out, Jiang Yao almost fell off Yu's back. How can she understand the other party's language? What kind of weird event is this? I just saw it clearly moving its mouth and not saying anything. Jiang Yao's body felt like it was crawled by thousands of ants. It was extremely itchy, and she couldn't help shivering. Do you understand what it says? Did it speak? Yihu bared his fangs and looked at him blankly. I didn't hear it. The python shook its neck. Jiang Yao's body trembled even more. I understood. What? What? The two stared at Jiang Yao in surprise. Jiang Yao was about to cry, but had no tears. It seems to say, who are you? She doesn't want to understand either. But he just understood it. And Jiang Yao had to doubt the motive behind this disaster. Why was she reborn? Why is there space? Why is she the only one who can understand the animals? Why did he choose her? Chapter 157 Planet Maka. Did it speak? Yihu bared his fangs and looked at him blankly. I didn't hear it. The python shook its neck. Jiang Yao cheered up. I understood. What?
What?
The two stared at Jiang Yao in surprise. Jiang Yao was about to cry, but had no tears.
It seems to say, who are you?
She doesn't want to understand either. But he just understood it. And Jiang Yao had to doubt the motive behind this disaster. Why was she reborn? Why is there space? Why is she the only one who can understand the animals? Why did he choose her?
Who are you, and what are you doing here?
The hoarse voice brought Jiang Yao back from her thoughts. Jiang Yao looked over again, and saw that the aliens were already filled with similar people standing behind them, all holding spears in their hands and glaring at her fiercely.
Who are you?
Jiang Yao tried to communicate with it, since she could understand the other party's language. Then the other party should also be able to understand what she said. Right? Sure enough, the leading alien tilted his head, seeming to understand the meaning of Jiang Yao's words.
Can it understand what you say?
He who moved his lips.
Have no idea.
There are more and more opponents, and they are about the same size as humans. Some even reach 2 meters in height. Except for underage aliens. The shortest ones are no less than 1.5 meters. From the appearance, it is difficult to distinguish between male and female. The alien at the head was the tallest and tallest. Like a giant. Only it wore a shining object on its head. And there were some bubbles floating in the light. Jiang Yao didn't know what it was, but felt it was a bit special. Even the spear it held was made of different materials than others. Longer and sharper. And glowed coldly in the light. It was seen waving the spear in its hand again, and looking at Jiang Yao warily.
Answer me first. Why do you look different from us, and where do you come from?
Looking at the opponent's fair and tender appearance and 2 strange-looking mounts. It means that there has never been this kind of race on Maka Star. It had never seen the black sharp weapon in the opponent's hand. So it didn't know how powerful it was. A planet fell down yesterday, and a strange face appeared today. It had to suspect that the other person was a creature on the planet. It is not yet clear whether the alien creatures are enemies or friends. It does not allow its territory and species to be threatened. In the silence, the atmosphere became tense for a moment. Jiang Yao still pointed the gun at the opponent. Although they don't look very smart, Jiang Yao must be very alert. They are very intelligent and difficult to fool. Everyone was out, and it was very likely that they had guessed where she was coming from. But guess what? She has space and is not afraid.
I'm supposed to be an alien species to this planet.
Jiang Yao was ashamed. In the past, humans were always studying aliens. But now she has become an alien. It's exciting to think about occupying other planets.
What is your purpose here? My planet fell and my home was destroyed. I came to settle here.
Jiang Yao did not choose to lie. Since she came to someone else's territory, she should tell the truth. If the other party is really difficult to deal with, then she doesn't have to be polite. Judging from the opponent's appearance, he probably doesn't have a thermal weapon. Jiang Yao firmly believes that guns and cannons can conquer them. But she doesn't want to come to this point. It would be best if they can live in peace. As soon as Jiang Yao's words came out, the other party fell silent for a moment. After a while, they gathered around, immersed in discussing something. And hoarse and rude voices reached the ears of 1 and 2 beasts from time to time. Jiang Yao did not listen carefully, but enjoyed the beautiful scenery. The mountains in the distance caught her attention. The vegetation on the mountains were all blue, mixed with dots of yellow. It's too far away to see clearly what the yellow thing is. I looked left and right, but I couldn't find these guys' houses. Jiang Yao held her chin up. Don't the aliens here build houses?
Humans, do you think they can let us stay?
The giant python looked at the tens of thousands of strange figures opposite.
I don't know. Even if I can't, do you think I will regress?
Jiang Yao put down her hand and touched the gun in her arms, disdain flashing in her eyes.
Won't.
It knows best what kind of human character it is. And if it can't get along with it, it will kill it. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the team on the opposite side finally made some movement. The leading person turned around at first, and followed suit. It spoke.
You can stay, but you can't move around.
The Doro just discussed with the elders of the tribe, and they all agreed to let Jiang Yao stay. The Makaya Orc tribe is not an ugly race. They are naturally kind, and are the smallest race among the 5 tribes. The least reason is that because they were too kind and tolerated everything, their power was weakened, so that the other 4 tribes were allowed to be bullied and squeezed out. And they were driven to the most remote areas of Maka Star, even though they were prepared when they knew that Jiang Yao came from another planet. They felt sorry for Jiang Yao's home being destroyed, so they felt soft-hearted and agreed. Jiang Yao on the other end was stunned. Instead of being happy when she heard that the other party agreed to her stay, she felt a little more defensive. It's not a trap. It's better to be careful.
Thank you. What should I call you?
The leader raised his head and said,
I am Fedoro, the leader of the Micaiah orcs. They are my subordinates and family.
There was clear pride on its face as it introduced its tribe.
Micaiah orcs?
Jiang Yao understood that they might have the same status as humans. And they were also the race with the highest IQ on the planet.
My name is Jiang Yao. Can I ask who those big guys are?
Jiang Yao pointed at those ugly behemoths. She was very curious.
Daseo? Our mount.
Fedoro raised his voice. When Jiang Yao heard this, she showed a true expression. I had guessed it just now when I saw the warning signs from the CAO. But I didn't expect that such a big body would succumb to Kamayaman. Jiang Yao is very curious about what this planet is called and what its characteristics are. From the surface, it looks ordinary. But when it goes underground, there is something different. The climate here is neither hot nor cold. And there is sufficient vegetation and water resources to provide them with sufficient oxygen. Looking at the sky from here, Jiang Yao only saw the darkened sun and the stars that filled the sky. As for the stars that glowed like solar energy, she didn't see a single one. How did the day come into being? How is photosynthesis carried out? Since arriving here, Jiang Yao has 10,000 reasons in her mind. If you really want to survive here, you must make a plan for the next step. The first step is to study the local forces clearly.
There is only one race on this planet, Micaiah orcs?
There must be more than that. The planet is several times larger than the Earth. How can there be only one race? Fedoro shook his head.
There are 5 species of beasts, distributed in various areas of Maka Star.
Maka Star? It turns out that they are racial names based on planets.
Understood.
There are 4 types of human beings. And it is not surprising that there are 5 races on Maka. It was getting late. She should go back. Chapter 158 decided to settle down. Today's gain is not small. Jiang Yao at least knows that the Micaiah orc tribe has no ill intentions towards her for the time being. As for why the other party promised her to stay, let's wait and find out later. Everything I saw today needs to be mentioned in the space with Feng Qi and the others. Jiang Yao stood up from Mihu and smiled lightly at Fedoro.
Fedoro, thank you for telling me this. I have to leave and come back tomorrow.
If nothing unexpected happens tomorrow, she will not be the only one coming.
Good.
Jiang Yao and the two returned the same way and soon disappeared from their sight. Fedoro and his men remained where they were, with no intention of leaving.
Wang, did you let her stay because of the sharp weapon in her hand?
The person who spoke was Grand Elder Shan, whose status was second only to Fedoro. Although he was a Grand Elder, he was not very old. In human terms, he was only 19 years old. Fedoro was only 24 years old.
That's right.
Fedoro did not deny it. He was indeed interested in the sharp weapon in Jiang Yao's hand. One more weapon will be more beneficial to the war in half a month. And they can no longer afford to lose. The other orcs murmured, as if doubting the king's decision. But doubts are doubts. And they dare not disobey.
Let's all go back.
Fedoro looked at the place where Jiang Yao disappeared again, turned and left. Jiang Yao made sure there was no movement behind her, and immediately took the two of them back to the room in the space. There was a rapid knock on the door.
Brother, will something happen to Io? You haven't opened the door for so long.
Jiang Yao heard Zhou Han's anxious and worried voice, and immediately walked over and opened the door. Shou Jin's hand that knocked on the door stopped in midair, and both of them stared at Jiang Yao.
Are you okay?
They both asked at the same time.
It's okay. Come with me. I have something to say.
Jiang Yao carried Ihu out of the door, walking very quickly. Shou Jin and Zhou Han hurriedly followed, realizing that what Jiang Yao wanted to say was important. Everything in the space returned to normal, and the materials were piled up by several people. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei stood at the oil outlet, loading oil in iron barrels, preparing to make the fire bombs. Jiang Yao said,
You all come here. I have something important to discuss.
Jiang Yao stood at the place where they usually discussed together, waiting for a few people to come. Feng Qi and Xiao Lei put down the iron buckets and walked over. Hearing the sound, Big Beard and others also approached Jiang Yao. And soon, everyone was seated. Jiang Yao immediately turned on the big screen, and the place where the Micaiah orcs live soon appeared on the screen. Seeing the beautiful scene inside, everyone was attracted for a moment and remained silent in a tacit understanding. Feng Qi put his hands on his knees and clenched them into fists, roughly thinking of something.
Is this a creature that lives on the planet?
As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. Facing everyone's gaze, Jian Yao's mouth curved.
That's right. This planet is called Maka. There are 5 races living in it. What you see is one of them. The Makai orcs. You've been out.
Feng Qi pursed his lips. Obviously it was not a question.
That's right.
What? Zhou Jin stood up.
You don't know what's going on outside. How can you act alone? If something happens...
Jiang Yao interrupted Zhou Jin.
The reason why I decided to go out for a walk was because I didn't know what was going on outside. I had space, and there was no danger. You should discuss it with us. It will always be safer if we go together.
Feng Qi couldn't help but retort. This planet is very weird. No one knows what potential energy it has. If it has the ability to forcibly disable space, Jiang Yao will not be able to come back. Thinking of this, Feng Qi couldn't help but add,
You are reckless. That's reckless.
Zhou Jin said with a stern face. Jiang Yao didn't know how to refute for a moment. She originally wanted to tell them what she knew, but unexpectedly she made everyone worried. How could she dare to go out if she wasn't sure?
I'm fine. It's okay.
Jiang Yao was not used to getting along with others and didn't know how to explain it, so she could only divert everyone's attention.
I have obtained the consent of the Makai orcs, and we can move there tomorrow. Really?
The bearded eyebrows jumped, and he stared at Jiang Yao in surprise. The other sat motionless, but looked at Jiang Yao with eyes filled with excitement and anticipation.
Can you understand their language?
Jiang Yao touched her nose, and Feng Qi's focus was indeed different from ordinary people's.
I can understand. Then we can understand it too.
Zhou Han asked.
I don't know.
Jiang Yao feels that she has evolved in a certain way and is much faster than ordinary people. It should be due to the space. But she didn't know whether Feng Qi and others had evolved. Zhou Jin touched the necklace around his neck and fell into deep thought.
Everyone will go out tomorrow and settle in the Makai orcs.
Jiang Yao has made the decision for everyone. The time to release Arc is coming soon, so it doesn't hurt to do it earlier.
Now that you've decided, let's go out.
Feng Qi got up and continued to the machinery factory to make the cannons Jiang Yao needed. Build more planes and get more protection.
Let's go pack our things.
Zhou Jin also stood up and left. Jiang Yao touched Yu's head alone, feeling a little depressed.
Am I really reckless?
Yu licked his lips.
They don't know your abilities, but they care about you very much.
These human companions are still worth getting along with. It finds no greed in their eyes. And that's good.
I know. I'm just used to living alone. Don't bother others when you decide for yourself.
Jiang Yao lay on the sofa, beating her sore neck.
Did you two see the Makai orcs' residence outside? No.
The giant python was curled up on the table eating ginseng.
It's strange. Don't they sleep?
Considering that there is only daylight on this planet, maybe they really don't sleep. So what is the source of energy for their bodies? That's all. I'll ask again tomorrow. When going out, Jiang Yao decided to fire some cannons to show off his power. There are less than 2,000 humans in total, and the opponent has tens of thousands of orcs. If they don't have an advantage in terms of numbers, they can use weapons to create an advantage. Jiang Yao returned to the room and used gold coins to double the size of everything that could be expanded in the space. Jiang Yao hadn't visited a shopping mall for a long time. She went in and took a look. There were several more options inside, including a 2-story building, a lumber factory, a paper factory, and even a beverage factory. Jiang Yao looked at the price below and found that the remaining gold coins were enough. Except for the house. She bought all the factories one by one. Soon, 4 large factories were added near the textile factory. Another lucky bag jumped out. Jiang Yao rubbed her hands. She didn't know what surprise the space would bring her. Could it be another talisman? I opened it carefully, and the puzzling word, shift, suddenly appeared inside. Shift? What's the meaning? Jiang Yao didn't understand. If you can't figure it out, forget about it and put it aside. Soon the next day came, and everyone gathered together early in the morning, waiting for Jiang Yao to let them out. Chapter 159 Lake Restricted Area.
Are you all ready?
Jiang Yao walked into the crowd and looked serious.
Ready,
everyone said in unison, each holding the hand of the person next to him.
Let's go!
Jiang Yao thought, and in an instant, everyone appeared at the entrance of the cave where she returned to the space yesterday. As soon as he stood still, Feng Qi took out his gun and held it in his hand, watching the surroundings warily. Several people quickly followed suit. Yihu and Giant Python led the way. Tianxin followed, and Jiang Yao and others walked in front. When they walked out of the cave, everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them.
Wow!
Except for Feng Qi and Xiao Lei, who were on alert. Everyone kept screaming in surprise. Although I had seen it on the screen yesterday, seeing it with my own eyes today was even more shocking. A few people walked while admiring the beautiful scenery that seemed to come out of a comic book. The black sky is dotted with stars. The light blue trees are shining brightly. The pink lake is sparkling. And even the air exudes a faint fragrance. Everywhere you look is a beautiful picture. When they saw the behemoths that were 40 to 50 meters high, everyone covered their mouths tightly, and did not dare to go any further for fear of being discovered by them. The wooden piles I saw on the screen yesterday were actually the legs of these guys. Compared to their exaggerated expressions, Jiang Yao was much calmer.
What kind of animals are they, and why are they so big?
Zhou Han asked Jiang Yao quietly.
Daseo, the mount of the Makaya orcs. Mounts?
Zhang Jia looked at them enviously.
They're mounts. Makaya orcs are so powerful.
Cheng Nansheng murmured to himself.
Moo! Moo!
All the Daseos shouted loudly, their voices dull and harsh. Feng Qi raised his gun and pointed it at one of them. But Jiang Yao held the muzzle of his gun tightly.
Don't shoot. They don't have any harm. They are just reporting. A message?
Feng Qi frowned.
To their owners?
While speaking, Jiang Yao quickly moved Ark out of the space and handed the computer to Feng Qi.
If the situation gets out of control, you release the people in the Ark.
Feng Qi took the computer and turned it on quickly, solemnly saying,
I understand.
Fortunately, the computer did not crash due to changes in the magnetic field. Jiang Yao looked somewhere.
Here he comes.
Upon hearing this, several people gathered together in cooperation. The hands holding the guns trembled slightly, and their breathing became rapid. Follow Jiang Yao and look somewhere. The ground suddenly trembled. Drum-like footsteps sounded, and many tall and burly figures quickly walked towards this side. The expressions of several people changed drastically.
It's the Makaya orc. Relax.
Jiang Yao reminded everyone.
Don't let the gun go off.
Good. Several people were trembling nervously. Jiang Yao didn't tell the other party yesterday that she had companions. If she suddenly appeared today, the two sides would definitely be in a stalemate. It would be best if she could get their understanding. If the other party didn't accept it, then she would have no choice but to force it. In an instant, the Doro appeared in front of Jiang Yao and the others with all the tribe members. And the two sides were only 10 meters apart.
So tall,
the bearded man swallowed. Just now, when they were far apart, they could only feel the darkness. Now that they are closer, they can see the other party's true face clearly. Forget about being tall. What's the deal with being naked? There was no cover on the body, and they could immediately see the characteristics of the orc. It has 4 arms, 2 legs, and a slender tail trailing behind it. Even its face looks a bit like some kind of animal. But they couldn't describe what kind of animal it looked like. Anyway, it was very different from humans. The Doro's eyes were half closed, and his face looked a little ugly. The spirit his hand pointed at Jiang Yao.
Jiang Yao, are they your companions?
Jiang Yao took a step forward.
Yes, they are all mine. You didn't say yesterday that there were so many of the same kind.
The Doro thought there was only Jiang Yao, but now there were more than 10. He felt that he had been deceived, but when he looked at the guy in his hand, most of his anger was gone. Thinking of the war in half a month, for the sake of his own people, he would leave them behind.
You didn't ask yesterday.
Jiang Yao put her hands in her pockets casually to prevent the other party from seeing her emotions. The Doro changed his attitude.
You can stay, but you can't move around at will. The lake is a restricted area. You must not go there. Otherwise,
sensing the change in the other party's attitude, Jiang Yao had another thought in her mind. But her expression remained the same, and she only answered with 2 words.
Clear.
Listening to the content of Jiang Yao's words, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. In their eyes, they only saw Jiang Yao talking alone. And the other party only made a
ka
sound. Sure enough, only Jiang Yao can understand. Zhou Jin looked at the sapphire necklace around her neck with confusion again, with a hesitant look on her face. He had another dream last night, and the old man told him the purpose of the necklace and the general content of the conspiracy. It's just that he didn't understand this conspiracy. Let's find some time to discuss it with everyone. As for this necklace, Zhou Jin decided to wait. The Doro approached Jiang Yao, and several people quickly pointed guns at him. Looking at the black sharp weapon, Fedora didn't dare to move forward. Jiang Yao raised her right hand.
Put down the gun!
Everyone obeyed and put down their hands. But the vigilance in their eyes did not diminish at all, staring at the 2-meter-tall big man in front of him.
You guys come with me!
Fedora did not approach Jiang Yao anymore, turned around and led the way, with his subordinate Sha Wan following closely behind.
Let's go!
Jiang Yao climbed onto Yu's back. Anywho followed. The giant python rolled everyone onto its back with its tail, and followed behind. After they walked for a while, all the Makaya orcs followed from a distance and did not get closer. After walking for only 2 minutes, Fedora stopped at an open space of about 500 square meters.
Your territory is here!
Jiang Yao slid off the back of Ihu and carefully looked at the surrounding environment. He soon discovered that this place was close to the foot of the mountain and farther away from the lake. About 500 meters away. Fedora placing them here must have something to do with not letting them get close to the lake. What secrets lie in the lake? Jiang Yao put this doubt in her heart and turned to meet Fedora's eyes. He raised his head slightly and smiled.
Thank you. I'm very satisfied. Well, remember not to go near the lake. I will remember it, and will tell them.
Jiang Yao nodded. After Fedora settled them, he quickly got on the largest dachau and left. Disappeared behind a mountain. Everyone withdrew their gaze and stepped on the black sand, not knowing what to do for a moment. Looking at the place that resembled a plain and extended infinitely, they also discovered a suspicious point. The Makaya orcs have no houses. Don't they sleep?
Let's take action. Let's repair the house as soon as possible and build another city wall.
Jiang Yao moved out all the building materials he had bought before, and soon a mountain of sand, bricks and cement appeared on the land in front of him. These materials were enough to build 2 3-story small foreign-style buildings. There is enough room for everyone to live. Chapter 160 Internal Strife. If you want to build a single room, it's not impossible. Anyway, Jiang Yao decided to live in a house alone. She planned to build it according to the house at the previous base, with 1 bedroom, 1 living room, and 1 bathroom. Several people were stunned. They had never built a house, but they knew that houses are a sense of security for human beings, and they had to learn how to do so. Knowing the thoughts of several people, Jiang Yao took out another book from the space, which recorded the main steps of building a house. He handed the book to Feng Qi.
Come and take a look. After reading for a while, explain it to them. Okay.
Feng Qi took it. Thinking of the people in the ark, Jiang Yao decided to let them out.
We'll see later. Let's get rid of the ark first. Ark?
Feng Qi put the book into his bag and looked at where the ark was parked.
The ark is so big that it can be used as a house. Indeed.
Jiang Yao naturally thought about living in the ark. But there were too many people and noisy people, which was also a hidden danger. But it's okay to stay temporarily.
I'm going to bring the ark over. You guys first have a look at what's going on nearby.
Jiang Yao walked away.
I'll go with you.
Feng Qi quickly followed. The 2 of them worked together, and soon arrived at the place where the ark was to stay. In a blink of an eye, Jiang Yao saw Fedora and an unknown orc looking at the ark, poking it with a spear from time to time. She couldn't hear clearly what was being muttered. Jiang Yao touched the gun on her waist and walked over directly.
What are you looking at?
Hearing the familiar voice, Fedora put down his spear and looked over, with a very complicated expression on his face.
Is this dark thing yours?
Jiang Yao stood 5 meters away with guarded eyes.
Yes, it's mine.
Feng Qi stood side by side with Jiang Yao. Although he didn't understand, he could tell what the other party asked from Jiang Yao's answer. This leader is curious about the ark, which shows that the civilization of Maka planet is not as developed as that of the Earth, and is more like the primitive tribes more than 1,000,000 years ago. However, the Earth and Maka are different planets, and human civilization cannot be used to measure each other. What kind of civilization they are needs to be studied slowly.
What is it used for?
Fedora still wanted to find out more. Jiang Yao saw that there was only curiosity in his eyes, and no other emotions, and her tense heart still did not relax.
House. A house?
Fedora took 2 steps toward Jiang Yao and pointed at the Arkansas.
What is a house?
Jiang Yao put her hands on her chest.
You don't have a place to eat or sleep. And you don't want to sleep?
Fedora shook his head.
No. We eat all our food on the mountain and never sleep.
On the mountain. Jiang Yao and Feng Qi looked at each other. It turned out that they really didn't sleep. When Feng Qi saw Jiang Yao's eyes, he knew the answer. After understanding the other party's living habits, Jiang Yao stopped asking any more questions. If you want to take back the ark, You have to send them away. When it came to food and accommodation, Jiang Yao decided to go with the flow.
Can you find us something to eat? We're hungry.
The Doro nodded immediately.
Okay. I'll get ready right now.
After the others left, Jiang Yao hurriedly collected the ark and returned to his own territory with Feng Qi. Several people gathered around him.
I let people out. Good.
Jiang Yao thought. An ark appeared in front of people again. Feng activated the computer and unlocked the door's programming lock. The door opened quickly, but no one came out.
Why is there no one?
The bearded man looked inside.
Ah! It can't be.
Chung Nansheng covered his mouth, his hands trembling a little. Feng Qi's eyes were firm.
No. It's not time yet. There is plenty of oxygen and food inside. Xiao Lei, follow me in and take a look. Yes.
Feng Qi took Xiao Lei into the ark and quickly came to Committee Su's room. But there was no one inside, as if he had disappeared out of thin air.
Separately look for it.
Feng Qi took out his gun and motioned to Xiao Lei.
I'll go to the left.
Xiao Lei walked away with the gun. Jiang Yao waited outside for a while, realized something was wrong, and got into the ark with a gun. Before leaving, he also told the others,
You guys stay here and keep watch. Well, leave it to me.
Zhou Jin nodded. As soon as Jiang Yao entered the ark, she found that the furnishings inside were still the same as before. The blue lights were always on, and it was quiet. There was no sound of anyone moving around. What's going on? Are you starving to death? It's impossible. Feng Qi said that there are sufficient supplies.
Team Wind! Here!
Xiao Lei's voice came from the back of the boat. Feng Qi and Jiang Yao, who heard the noise, ran over following the sound. The two arrived almost at the same time, and there was a loud knock on the door. Xiao Lei outside the door was using the iron bar in his hand to pry the door lock.
What's going on?
Feng Qi walked over to help.
I don't know. I heard something moving inside, but the door can't be opened.
Xiao Lei held the iron rod hard. His face turned red.
You go away. I'll do it.
Jiang Yao raised the gun, and Feng Qi and Xiao Lei took the initiative to give way, aiming the gun at the door lock. Bang bang twice. The door lock was destroyed by Jiang Yao. The door was quickly opened from the inside, and Su Wei was supported by bodyguards and walked out. The bodyguard behind him turned his back to everyone, pointed his gun at the room, and slowly retreated from inside. The three of them couldn't understand this operation for a while.
Commissioner Su!
Feng Qi went over to help him.
What's wrong with you? Feng Qi! Where have you been these days?
Su Wei looked pale. He only glanced at Feng Qi and then couldn't close his eyes.
When the disaster struck, I fainted in the toilet. When I woke up, I saw that everyone had disappeared. I thought you...
Feng Qi randomly found a reason to excuse himself. When the disaster struck, the ark was already in such a mess that no one would notice where he had gone. Su Wei was very weak at this time, and indeed did not have the will to think about the truth or falsehood of Feng Qi's words. A bodyguard who was supporting Mr. Su looked at Feng Qi with suspicion.
Someone in the army rebelled, and then all of us were imprisoned together until today.
Feng Qi and Xiao Lei were the only ones missing from the army, and they all suspected. Captain Feng cares most about his subordinates, and would never do such things. However, once a person's trust collapses and suspicion arises, no matter how perfect the other party's impression is, it will be stained.
We searched all over the ark and saw no one else.
If someone really rebelled, why wouldn't they show up now? Did they miss something?
Not good.
Jiang Yao took out his submachine gun and rushed out. Feng Qi realized that the people outside were in danger and ran out.
Boom!
As soon as the two arrived at the door of the ark, they heard a gunshot. Jiang Yao rushed out with a gun. Feng Qi was too late to stop him, so he had to follow Jiang Yao. It's too reckless to go out like this. If there are many people on the other side, they will have no advantage at all. Sure enough, standing in front of the two men were soldiers wearing masks and carrying submachine guns. They looked like 300 to 400 people. It was Zhou Jin and his group who had guns pointed at their heads.